Yo, what's up everyone? Today's main character is Shen Changqing. Yo, he possesses abilities so terrifying that even gods and demons gotta be scared. Demons, monsters, gods, immortals. Everyone gotta bow down to him. But this dude, he thinks he's just a frail, weak human. He thinks he gotta rely on fake Taoist skills to scrape by. Let's kick things off. Trin Quan Year Sim of the Tang Dynasty. Late at night, on a deserted road leading to the Yufeng in the Jingyang district, a lonely figure is silhouetted in the dim moonlight. Before him stands a small house with a glimmer of yellow light. From that house emerges a babe with a killer figure. She is so damn capable that she leans against the door, her voice sweet as honey. "Oh young master, it's late, don't be in such a rush. Come in and let me brew tea, make the bed, and prepare some seafood for you to feast on." That young master inwardly admires her, his eyes glued to the girl's hot bod. This dude is probably a real player, frequenting these kind of places, so he skillfully follows her inside. "Young master, just follow me in, I'll give you a night to remember." The girl sprawls on the bed, her eyes burning with desire. "Aya, I feel so hot, can you help me check my body?" The young master swallows hard, his breath heavy, silent. He reaches out to pin her down. He, be gentle, this is my first time," the girl moans, making the atmosphere even more ambiguous. LOL, probably the first time today, right guys? Suddenly, the young master grips the girl's neck tightly, his eyes cold, devoid of any lust. He shouts, "Monster, reveal your true form." From the girl's body, a stream of black air rises, revealing the hideous face of a demon. The young master quickly pulls out a talisman, chanting an incantation to suppress it. A blinding light engulfs the small house, and piercing screams echo through the street. And that's the end of the story of the capable demoness and the demon slayer. Now, let's get back to the main plot, shall we? Let's introduce our main character. This clueless dude is Shen Changqing, a young man who grew up under the banner of socialism, guided by the light of the Communist Party, absorbing atheistic thought, and yet he transmigrated to this dog-eat-dog feudal society, the Trin Quan era of the Great Tang, not as a prince or rich second generation, but without even a system to support him. "I have to work my butt off just to afford this rundown shack. These unscrupulous landlords are everywhere. Sigh, what else can I do? I'm broke. This house is dilapidated, but at least it's clean, just full of talismans and stuff, probably from the superstitious previous owner. I'm a man of the new era, with a dialectical, materialist, atheistic ideology. I'm not afraid of these scamming demons." Thinking this, Shen Changqing takes down all the talismans and throws them into a corner. In the middle of the house is a peach wood sword carved with Tai Chi symbols, planted upright as if suppressing something. So superstitious. "I transmigrated from the modern world, and yet I still got scammed by these ancient merchants. Gotta stay calm. Let me light one up to ease the pain." The young man lights a cigarette with a super fancy lighter. With a high face not much different from a drug addict, dude's a mess. So disappointing. As the young man puffs on his cigarette and walks into the house, the dead tree starts to sprout new leaves. What is that? Why is there scrap metal lying around? Shen Changqing plans to pull out the sword, but it turns out to be so rotten that it breaks in half. Ugh, this damn house. It's a total lemon. Couldn't even cut grass or till the soil properly. Just then, a weak female voice echoed from inside the room. "Young master, save this servant. Young master, I'm here, huh? There's someone in this house. What the heck is going on?" The real estate agent said this place was abandoned, so why is there a voice? Who's in the place where the sword was? Spiritual energy has reappeared under the ground, displaying a Tai Chi symbol over this area. "This is my house now. Get out." Shen Changqing swung the door open, and the first thing he saw was a pair of towering peaks. Looking closer, it was a juicy babe in a red outfit, a charming demoness. "Young master, you've arrived." Seeing such a voluptuous woman inviting him, Shen Changqing couldn't help but get a little excited. "Oh my god, I'm in love." Seeing him look a bit dazed, the demoness pretended to fall towards Shen Changqing, but he dodged, causing her to fall face first. Well, not face first, but bust first, onto the ground. Shen Changqing was a model youth, the kind who'd go to a hostess bar and still lecture the girls about turning their lives around. He said, "Young lady, don't think you can touch whatever you want, I'm telling you. Why don't you Tang Dynasty folks study harder? Working people should rely on their own hard work to make a living." The girl scrambled up and grabbed Shen Changqing's shirt. "Hey bro, I've always relied on my assets to make a living." She used her twin peaks to rub against Shen Changqing. "Oh geez, fish on the line?" The dude was totally enjoying it but pretended not to. "What are you doing? Get away from me." "Hey, you're a young lady? Don't try to do anything perverted like that. I might actually like it." He thought she was trying to devour him and take his virginity. Ahem, cough. "Young lady, it's late. If you don't have anything else, go home. Don't just wander into dilapidated houses like this. You might get stuck and no one will save you." While he was busy lecturing her about life, the demoness behind Shen Changqing started spreading her demonic energy everywhere. He walked towards the painting on the wall, saying, "Besides, I heard there's a high chance of ghosts here, little girl. Aren't you scared?" The demoness asked. "Young master is afraid of ghosts and demons. Haha, I am a child of fortune, a heaven-chosen one, born noble, possessing a chaotic dabo, impervious to gods and devils. Hee, you wouldn't understand any of this, I'm just trying to scare you. All those demons and ghosts are just old wives' tales." As he said this, The demoness got even closer behind him, just one step away from devouring him. Scene change. Meanwhile, in another place, there were two people, one big and one skinny, talking to each other. The big one, city god Yu Judge, stroked his bushy beard and said, "Taoist? Don't worry, I'm the city god of Jingyang County, qualified as a Yu Judge, and I'll help you eliminate that nine-tailed demon. It's about to merge, and by then its strength will be unpredictable, so I can only seal it first. I'm troubling you this time, sir." Suddenly, the skinny Taoist's face changed. "Not good. My sealing formation has been broken." Back to Shen Changqing. Our guy was still blustering, completely unaware of the danger behind him, demons and ghosts. It's all superstition from the olden days, so we should believe in science. The demoness got closer and closer, with her sharp claws. What's this? Looks like a coin. While Shen Changqing was totally unguarded from behind, and the demoness was preparing to snatch him up in one go, Changqing lifted the table to pick up the coin, accidentally sending the table flying and smashing right into the demoness's face. Ouch, these melons are so ripe. Money falling from the sky, I'm so lucky. Even though it's just one wen coin, haha. Tomorrow I can buy 2 more meat buns, gotta put it away. The youth quickly put the coin in his pocket. The coin suddenly shone blindingly. Holy crap, I'm seeing ghosts. Where's my money? Suddenly, a huge coin flew out of his pocket, shining with golden light. A mechanical voice sounded. "System loading. Hold on a sec, what's with the rush?" A system. My man's eyes lit up like stars, thinking, a must-have for transmigrators like me, it's finally here. Let's see what kind of OP functions this system gives me. Current remaining time, 71 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Please recharge in a timely manner. First recharge reward. 6 tails, 6 hours. First recharge reward. 12 tails, 20 hours. First recharge reward. 120 tails, 256 hours. First recharge reward. 648 tails, 1500 hours. If you don't recharge to continue your life before the countdown reaches 0, the system will immediately send the host to sell salt. Hearing this, Shen Changqing was so angry he almost croaked. What kind of crappy system is this? Are you kidding me? I haven't even had any fun and I'm already about to die. I'm so screwed. Behind him, the demoness, who had just been smacked around, regained her composure, put on a flattering face and said, "It's getting late. Let this servant help you rest." He was so angry he was flailing his arms around. And once again, the demoness was the victim, catching a fist right in the face, causing her to shout, "Ah, oh my god, I'm gonna fall." As she fell, the demoness grabbed Shen Changqing's hand, trying to put on the most dependable look possible. Why are you still here? I'm all grown up, I don't need my mommy to sleep next to me." Leaning back, not seeing the bro catch her, the demoness changed her tune. She jumped up and fell into Shen Changqing's arms, looking like she'd just taken some serious drugs. "Oh, what's this? As soon as I touch this person, my body feels totally amazing." Shen Changqing, acting like it was his first time, awkwardly blushed. "Little sister, let's forget about today, we'll meet again another day." Suddenly 2 people burst through the door from outside. It turned out to be a Taoist priest and the city god's judge Yu. The 2 of them shouted, according to the Bao Qingtian script, "Bold demoness." Changqing didn't even understand what was happening, but the demoness below was pressing so close that Changqing was tongue-tied and couldn't do anything. The 2 of them saw the affectionate scene and the beautiful demoness, and just froze for 30 seconds. The judge said, "This is the super ghost elder you were talking about. What's up with that mortal?" The Taoist priest said, "Judge, don't be fooled by her appearance. This is her way of sucking men's essence. You fiend, let him go." The young man was sweating buckets. "Oh crap, I've been caught in the act. I'm so screwed. She started it. It has nothing to do with me, wah wah." The young man thought that this girl might be an immortal who was on the run, and the 2 vicious guys were the ones chasing her. "Oh no, am I going to get beaten to a pulp? To avoid misunderstandings, I have to act like I'm not involved." Thinking this, he mercilessly slapped the girl away with a palm strike. "If you're going to let go, why do you have to diss me like that?" The demoness moaned pleasurably as she fell. "Aha, I fell again, Mom. Why is this guy so unromantic? I thought she was just some little girl who got lost. Or some wandering lost soul. But I didn't expect her to be an immortal, on the run. Do you want to rob my money?" He was tough on the outside, but crying on the inside. "I don't even have any money left to be swindled. It's all been swallowed by the system." Seeing Changqing's actions, the Taoist and the judge frowned and muttered. Even Great Master San Yang couldn't deal with the ghost elder, yet he gently pushed her away, and half of her ghostly aura dissipated. "He's just a mortal, yet he doesn't bow when he sees me, a city god of the underworld. Chitsk. So rude." The judge angrily stepped forward and shouted in Changqing's face, "You insignificant mortal, do you know who you're standing in front of?" After hearing this, Changqing immediately kicked the 2 crazy guys out the door. "I don't care what kind of gods you are. These fancy clothes, these strange costumes. I can tell you're nothing good. Don't you see my house doesn't even have a penny for you to scam? An underworld city god this and that? I'm the Jade Emperor himself. Are all scammers this unprofessional these days?" Not finished yet, Changqing immediately threw the demoness at the 2 crazy guys. "Get lost, get lost, get lost. I'm already annoyed enough." After mouthing off, he also released her, and the foul-mouthed kid stepped in, slammed the door shut, and glared at the two crazy guys and the demoness. These two guys and one girl looked at the scene, their eyes darkened, and whispered, "Taoist priest, I can't use my divine power anymore." "Me neither. It seems like when I stepped into that courtyard just now, I couldn't mobilize my magic power anymore. Could that person be a god?" When the judge looked down at the demoness, he saw the ghostly aura on her body rising again. Taoist priest? Then how should we deal with this ghost elder? After hearing this, the Taoist priest took off running like crazy. "The ghost elder is fierce. This humble Taoist will go ahead and find my master to help. Hey, don't leave me here alone." The judge stared down below, his face sweating profusely. "Let's discuss this a bit." The demoness below had turned into an old hag so ugly that even her own species would turn up their noses. And then, the judge's piercing scream echoed throughout the area. That night, a group of wandering souls appeared outside Changqing's courtyard, lurking and plotting. "Smells so good I want to eat. Just smelling this is enough to make my demonic power boil all over. He's mine." From beneath the little courtyard, a pristine white foot emerged from the smoke, followed by a tail with silky smooth fur. And then, a stunningly beautiful girl appeared, with a body that's got it all. How interesting. This tiny mortal is radiating such an alluring aura. No wonder he's got demons and monsters within 100 miles all stirred up. The girl licked her lips seductively, staring blankly ahead. If ordinary demons and monsters could eat him, they'd probably ascend. If I could absorb his essence, I'd become an immortal for sure, no doubt about it. With that, the girl reached out and opened the door. The creaking of the door made Shen Changqing clutch his head in agony. The noise kept ringing in his ears, making him grit his teeth and furrow his brow in annoyance. Then Shen Changqing stormed out of the door and yelled at the top of his lungs, "What the hell are you making so much noise for? Have you got any morals? I'm already annoyed enough out here. It's nighttime. Can't a guy get some rest?" A surge of golden power erupted from his body, blasting away the foxgirl and those shadowy wraiths. After the burst of light, an ear appeared. Turns out the foxgirl was back in her original form, completely bewildered. At Hao's temple, Chaojingyang County, the foxgirl lay unconscious in front of the little courtyard. After a while, the girl woke up with a start and quickly stood up, looking around. "Is it almost dawn? I can't believe I was out for so long." While she was still confused, behind her appeared vengeful spirits staring intently at the little fox. Sensing something, the little fox immediately turned her head to glance over. The vengeful spirits coalesced into a female demon, her eyes spewing two streams of baleful energy, surrounded by dense, dark energy, and a ball of demonic energy gathered in her palm. She stared vacantly forward. The little fox saw this, and, terrified, her fur stood on end, eyes wide open, and screamed, "Ghost aaa chu mein ga." The little fox was so scared she couldn't stand, and fell to the ground. "My magic power is gone." The little fox looked up, eyes half closed, and sighed. "Damn that golden ticket from last night, so annoying." The little fox looked up, and saw that demon walking towards her, with those grotesque faces formed by dark energy. "Is my life about to end?" In this moment of life and death, behind the little fox, Shen Changqing suddenly threw open the door and stepped out. A beautiful day is starting. Then he looked at the still dark sky, and yawned, muttering, "Oops. Did I get up too early? It's still not even dawn yet." The little fox saw this, and immediately ran to him for help, but Shen Changqing inadvertently slammed the door shut. That accidental scene caused the little fox to freeze completely. At that moment, the evil energy of that female demon appeared right behind the little fox. The female demon leaned close to the little fox's ear, grinning sinisterly. "Little thing, lost your way, huh?" The fox heard this, and sweat poured down her face, her throat tightened, and she didn't dare say anything. The female demon opened her mouth wide and roared, "Catch a tasty demon!" The fox heard this, and cried out in terror, "I'm gonna die," repeatedly times. Just as the little fox was about to meet her ancestors, Shen Changqing opened the door and stepped out again. The golden light from his body dissipated the dense, dark energy in front of him. Shen Changqing had a basket on his shoulder, glanced in one direction. "I need to leave a little earlier today. This damn system is terrifying, demanding both money and my life. Such bad luck." As he walked, Shen Changqing accidentally stepped on the little fox's tail. "Hey, what's this? Where'd this mutt come from?" The fox heard this and cried out, "Ouch, ouch, ouch, you're the mutt. Your whole family is mutts. Hurry up and let me go." Shen Changqing sat down, scratching his head, staring intently at the fox clutching its swollen tail. He said, "Haha, sorry about that. Whose mutt are you? Why'd you run up to my doorstep? You're kinda cute though. Come here, let me pet you a bit. Turn into a stupid human. Don't touch me." Ignoring the little fox's protests, Changqing went ahead and stroked it, but when Changqing touched it, the little fox felt like it was relaxing, it felt super comfortable, it lay still, and enjoyed it. What's going on? Does this guy's hand have some kind of strong spiritual energy? No wonder it feels so good. Wait a sec, is he a stray dog? A masterless mutt? Can I adopt him? Nah, forget it. I can barely take care of myself right now. Heh. This golden right hand of mine lives up to its reputation. One touch, and even dogs, automatically start wagging their tails. Doggo, I'm flat broke right now. Plus, I got this system breathing down my neck telling me to pay up, so I can't afford to keep you. You should go find some rich owner instead. What the heck is going on with this guy? Last night, a single angry roar instantly killed 100 ghosts and turned me, a dignified Cinque Fox immortal, back into my original form and stripped me of all my magic power. Just now, those 9 united wraith demons didn't even dare to show their faces, and plus he just rubbed me a little bit, and I felt like my stagnant 100 years of cultivation just broke through. Right now, Changqing was starting his morning routine. The playful little fox followed behind, ending up getting soaked by Changqing's waterfall. Ah, it's Spirit Spring. Thank you for this gift of nature. Seriously, you act like getting splashed with a few drops is some kind of treasure. Little fox, does your expression mean you like me that much? While Changqing was intently staring at the little fox, suddenly a set of monstrous teeth appeared, ready to attack him. The little fox panicked at the sight, but couldn't warn Changqing. Suddenly a huge coin appeared right next to Changqing. At the same time, a notification popped up. Remaining lifespan, 6,236 minutes 44 seconds, rapidly decreasing to 48 hours, 36 minutes 44 seconds. But that coin had also blocked the monster's attack. Then, the monster's spiritual energy dissipated. The little fox was also surprised by what just happened. Changqing at this point felt weak and slumped down. What's going on? I feel like my body is being hollowed out. Remaining lifespan, 48 hours. Then Changqing fainted. His remaining lifespan also decreased to 14 hours 36 minutes 44 seconds. Those 9 wraiths combined into one at the turning point of yin and yang. That was the time their yin energy was at its strongest. To think they'd sneak attack an immortal. Gotta get out of here quick, hang in there, immortal. So the little fox quickly dragged Changqing into the house. Hey Mud, don't get the wrong idea, I'm awake. I just didn't have breakfast earlier, so my blood sugar dropped and I got dizzy. It's not some weird reaction from my body or anything. He really is a hidden master. He didn't even get hurt after being attacked by that combined wraith. Just now he pretended to be unconscious to see if I'd run away on my own. Trisk! Trisk! Good thing I'm smart. Right now, Changqing looked at the notification about his remaining lifespan, which was only 14 hours 30 minutes 11 seconds. What the heck, I only slept for 8 hours max. How did it go from 72 hours to 14 hours? What kind of system doesn't let a guy live? Although I don't know what the immortal is saying, it definitely contains some great daddio. My cultivation is too shallow to comprehend. I definitely have to latch on to the immortal, ha ha ha. At this time, the Taoist priest had returned to report the matter clearly to his master. Asking his master to explain how to respond to this matter, an old man flew a sword forward, muttering, "The great expert weakened the power of the 9 wraith demons in Zichao Haozi last night, so why not take them down immediately while they are still weak? He is Yuan Tiangong who dares to avoid the Tang dynasty's Qintianjian." The Taoist transmitted his voice, saying, "Understood. This disciple will invite the martial judge, the city god's yin deity, to exorcise the demons and restore peace to Yue Jingyang." Old Yuan Tiang gazed at the Bagua diagram in his hand, surrounded by an aura. He sighed in silence, thinking to himself, "This high-level expert who broke the 3-yang formation? I wonder if he's still in Jingyang County? If I'm lucky enough to meet him, I must discuss Dao with him." He was curious about Shen Changqing's identity, so he raised his hand to cast a divination. After a while, he was utterly astonished to find he couldn't divine Changqing's background. Could his cultivation be higher than mine? Later, old Yuan Tiangong made a hand seal and entered the marketplace, accidentally bumping into Changqing, who was fortune-telling for a man. "Brother, your yin tang, third eye area, has turned black. A major calamity is coming." The man's face paled, and he started sweating. "Aren't you reading palms? Why are you talking about my yin-tang turning black? All fortune-telling methods, regardless of appearance, originate from the same source and essence. Don't get hung up on formalities." Old Yuan Tiang frowned, displeased, upon hearing those words, daring to deceive people in broad daylight, right in front of me. Suddenly, Changqing stood up and presented a talisman. It emitted a ray of glorious light. Then, he rolled it up and handed it to the man. "So, what should I do, brother? Don't worry, just hang this immortal ink treasure in your house, and it'll guarantee immunity to all poisons. Not 999, not 888, just 10 taels of silver, and you can take it home." The young man's eyes popped out. Sweat poured down him like rain. He hesitated. Suddenly, an old woman appeared behind him. "Oh my, it's Taoist Shen. He's the one who helped the lady I work for when she was possessed." Changqing, hearing this, felt so awesome he almost drooled. Instantly elevated to a peerless master, unexpectedly, this old woman was the person he hired to act as a shill. Her acting was superb, so he'd give her extra pay. So the old woman immediately shouted to the crowd, "Would I be trying to scam everyone like this out in public? That evil thing?" Luckily, we had Taoist Shen, otherwise I'm afraid the lady would have kicked the bucket. The crowd's eyes widened, and they believed her completely. The young man who was getting his fortune read earlier immediately handed Changqing a wad of money. Okay, Taoist Shen, I want that talisman." Changqing snatched the wad of money from the man's hand, grinning confidently. Old Yuantiang saw this, and immediately spoke up. Wait, which sect does this little immortal belong to? Do you have proof of identity issued by the government? Which Taoist temple do you cultivate in? Changqing, hearing this, pushed his glasses down his nose, and frowned at old Yuantiang, muttering, "Is this guy trying to find fault with me?" Before he could reply, old Yuantiang pointed at Changqing's face and shouted, "You little brat! Instead of studying hard, you're learning to scam people. Today, I, this old man, won't let you profit so easily." Changqing wasn't one to back down, and he stomped on the table, retorting, "What the hell are you?" So, a young man and an old geezer started bickering like crazy, neither willing to give way. "Old man, I advise you to think carefully before you speak. You're clearly just a normal person who doesn't even understand face reading, yet you dare to say that your calligraphy can exorcise evil spirits." The argument grew more intense, their faces getting closer. "Whoever makes a claim must provide evidence. You say my calligraphy can't ward off evil. Bring out the proof. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Be careful, I sue you for slander, you little brat. Such sharp words, you dare to ask for evidence." Changqing, seeing old Yuantiang's angry face, smirked and chuckled. "Hanging calligraphy to ward off evil spirits is just meant to provide psychological comfort. What can you do about it?" The old man flew into a rage, pointing at the old woman behind him, glaring and scowling. "The words of Yuantiang are my evidence. Furthermore, I dare to assert that she's your accomplice." Changqing, hearing this, raised his middle finger and replied, "Oh really, Yuantiang, my ass, I'm practically Li Shimin himself. If you're really Yuantiang, then go back to the imperial court and have fun. Why are you picking on me here?" The old man was so angry that his hair stood on end. He intertwined his hands to form a hand seal, and instantly a golden force flashed. "You shameless brat! Daring to call a sage by his given name. Don't be so arrogant or you'll be in big trouble." Changqing's face turned pale, and he thought, "What does this old guy want to do?" Old Yuantiang unleashed a powerful burst of energy towards Changqing, shouting, "Those who practice evil arts, try this and see. Behold the righteous methods of my Xuanmen." Still, nothing happened. Changqing peeked open his eyes to see what was going on. He saw the old man frozen in place right in front of him. He then teased him, drawing on old Yuantiang's palm. As for the old man, he had no clue why his powers had disappeared. Changqing seized the opportunity, pointing at the old man's face and yelling, "All right, so you're the one trying to scam people. You're just afraid someone will steal your rice bowl, that's why you're nitpicking? That's right, Elder Shen. Quickly, get rid of this menace for the people." The old man couldn't believe what he was seeing, staring intently at his palm, muttering, "No way, I've cultivated for decades, and never encountered anything like this." Riding the wave, Changqing stood up, hands on his hips, acting all important. "Everyone stay alert and don't fall for this con artist's tricks. You want peace for your homes, but you'll only get unrest if you listen to him, right? Take a talisman from Elder Shen." The old man was furious, flying into a rage and overturning Changqing's table. "In broad daylight, even if I can't use my powers, I won't let you keep swindling people here. Hey, Baldy, I'd advise you to be careful." Just as he was about to smack the punk, a golden aura of spiritual energy suddenly erupted, shining on his face. Then, from the calligraphy hanging on the wall, a torrent of spiritual energy shot straight into the sky, stunning old Yuantiang, his eyes popping out. Old Yuantiang stared wide-eyed at the golden light on the paper, thinking, This character, why does it possess such terrifying Taoist might that makes me tremble?" Changqing, seeing the old man's expression, darkened his face and gritted his teeth. "If I can't make money, I'm gonna die anyway. Before I go, I'm dragging you down with me." As soon as he finished speaking, old Tiang suddenly knelt down, kowtowing to Changqing, startling him. "This calligraphy actually contains the great Tao. This junior was blind and failed to recognize a senior expert. Please forgive me, senior, for my ignorance. The hell, is he having a stroke? Who was just being all sarcastic and weird a second ago?" The actor's granny, seeing the scene unfold, chimed in. "This Taoist didn't believe it at first, but now he's convinced by Elder Shen's divine power. Boss Shen, making money is important. This is a great chance for publicity." Changqing tapped his head with his fan to clear his mind. Right. Making money is the most important thing." So he put on an act and said in a lofty tone, Good, no worries. This immortal, won't hold it against you. You're a cultivator. At least you should understand the principle of karma, right?" Old Tiang's face was grim, sweat pouring down, muttering, "No wonder I saw him as a mere mortal. This is a manifestation of returning to his original state after becoming an immortal. People's fates are determined by heaven. If I help them resolve their problems, it is defying heaven's will. But taking a few taels of silver as a token means someone will help them through their problems. That is good result." The crowd below, blinded by the golden light, were gawking and shouting, "The so-called laws of heavens are clear. The cycle of karma is at play. I did not know this principle. All these years of cultivation have been wasted." Changqing frowned, his face twisted like a pile of dung, thinking, "Don't just brag, you gotta pay up." As soon as he had the thought, old Tiang offered a shiny black stone. "It would be an insult to put such a priceless treasure on the market. This junior sincerely begs for a piece of your treasured calligraphy, to enshrine in my hall and contemplate daily. This is the only thing I carry on my person that is worthy of senior status. Changqing immediately snatched the black stone from old Tiang's hand, scrutinizing it. What does this stone do anyway? This patching the sky stone is already the most precious thing on my person. After looking at it, Changqing slammed his hand on the table, startling old Tiang into a sweat. I don't want this rock. Got anything more practical? Not hearing that, old Tiang glared at the sky, came up with an idea. The next second he held the golden light calligraphy in his hand, screaming in his naked body, "Thank you, senior, for preaching the Dagao. This junior will definitely contemplate the profound truth hidden in it every day." After old Tiang left, the young fortune-teller was stunned. "Elder Shen, you sold calligraphy to him. What about me?" "Don't worry, I foresaw that person would appear, so I've prepared enough already." With that, Changqing immediately tore off another scroll of mental cultivation. Golden lights shone on the man's face. "This end character wards off evil and is perfect for you. Okay, I'll buy it. The guy held the mental cultivation scroll in his hand, happily jumping like he was at a festival, and Changqing's basket of scrolls was now something very, very valuable. Cut to the Zichao haunted residence. Warrior Pan and a Taoist appear in Changqing's little courtyard. Warrior Pan clenched his teeth, holding a broom in his hand, and said, "How could this thing condense ghost energy so quickly? Even stronger than before." The young Taoist stared at the bagua table in his hand, grinding his teeth. "Warrior Pan, don't be impatient. My master has arrived in Jingyang County. I will send a message for him to come." Just as he finished speaking, a gust of wind suddenly came, causing the young Taoist to open his eyes in surprise. Before he could react, a wave of evil energy directly attacked the Taoist, shattering the bagua table in his hand into pieces. In a critical moment, someone used all his strength to punch the evil energy targeting the Taoist. It turned out to be Warrior Pan. He used all his strength to grab the evil energy, shouting, "Taoist friend, now's the time!" Hearing this, the Taoist immediately raised 2 fingers to cast a spell. Golden lightning bolts appeared from his fingertips. Then, the bagua formation behind him unleashed a flying sword straight at that purple miasma. The sword and the miasma clashed fiercely, creating a house-wrecking explosion. From outside the door, a distraught voice screamed, "Holy guacamole, what son of a biscuit is destroying my house?" Old man Wu Pan and the Taoist priest heard that, and their eyes popped, jaws dropping in horror. Suddenly, something caused the miasma to gradually dissipate. From outside the door, Shen Changqing strode in, gritting his teeth and yelling, "What in the world are you doing?" The moment he saw him, the sword immediately plunged into the ground along with the miasma. Changqing looked around his house, tears welling up in his eyes. "Son of a, I'm gone for a minute, and these hooligans have trashed my place. Seriously." He glanced at the door and was utterly shell-shocked. "Oh my god, the courtyard I just rented." Changqing, mad as hell, pointed at Wu Pan and the Taoist priest, yelling, "You two are something else. Couldn't scam me out of money last night, so you took advantage of me not being home to come make trouble, huh?" He was ranting without noticing, but the miasma had already escaped the golden sword. The 2 young lads saw it, and simultaneously reached out, yelling, "Watch out, dude." The miasma behind him was gradually transforming into a horrifying demon, constantly emitting a sinister aura. The 2 youths saw it, and got goosebumps all over, eyes wide and mouths agape, sweating buckets. "There's a freaking demon under your feet. How the heck did Jing suppress it so poorly?" Hearing that, Changqing lowered his head and stared blankly at the ground. "Demon? What demon?" From below, the demon emerged from under Changqing's feet, opening its mouth wide, seemingly wanting to swallow his crotch whole. Changqing looked down. "Let's lift up my foot and see if there's a demon like they say." Then, he glared at the sky, and accidentally bestowed upon the demon a kick that exploded it, smoke billowing, leaving the demon flattened to a pulp. But in reality, he still had no idea what he had done, and was panicking, sweat pouring down like a waterfall. That demon's energy. It went on a rampage, chasing Changqing around the house. Ugh. What was that noise just now? The 2 youths saw the scene before them, and their mouths hung open a mile wide, yelling, "The 9 demonic spirits that have plagued Jingyang County for over 10 years have been dispelled by his kick. Hey, don't slander a grandmaster." So the Taoist priest walked over to Changqing, looking at him with sparkling eyes full of admiration. "This humble Taoist is Li Chunfeng, the successor of the divine calculator, Yuan Tianggang. May I ask for the grandmaster's esteemed name?" "Li Chunfeng, successor of Yuan Tianggang." "Li Daoren, do you work for the Imperial Observatory? My cultivation is not enough to enter the Imperial Observatory." Finishing speaking, Changqing glanced over at Wu Pan. "So this distinguished gentleman here looks familiar. Must be some city god underworld official, right? When I went to the temple before, the statue of the god looked just like this." Hearing that, Wu Sheng also stepped forward and clasped his hands in salute. "This humble one is indeed the city god underworld assistant, Wu Pan. I offended you last time. Thank you this time, for not holding past grudges and lending a helping hand." Changqing listened and lit a cigarette, taking a drag to calm himself down. Changqing, with a cigarette in his mouth, glanced unconsciously to one side. "Great Tang, indeed the customs are pure and lawful." Speaking of which, Changqing's eyes welled up, the cigarette smoke forming an O shape in the air. In just one short day, I've met 3 scammers. How can Shen Chengqing be so unlucky? So painful. Chengqing spread his arms wide, pointing in all directions. I am a Marxist-Leninist. I only believe in getting rich through hard work. I don't believe in supernatural powers. So let's talk realistically. You two have wrecked my house like this. Let's talk business. The 2 guys heard that and were utterly dumbfounded. A million questions popping into their heads. Why? What business? Can you speak ancient language, man? Chengqing stared straight ahead with a dazed expression. What kind of innuendo are you 2 bigwigs throwing at me? I'm a straight, steel-reinforced man. Finishing speaking, Chengqing rushed forward and pointed at the faces of the 2 guys, speaking bluntly. Business is that you have to pay compensation, a large sum. Then he raised both hands to the sky. As for duty, it's that I will hand you over to the authorities, and you still have to pay a large sum. The 2 guys heard that and were dumbfounded, muttering, I am a city god underworld official who only receives incense offerings. Where would I get money? Your cultivation is so profound, how can you lack these vulgar things? There must be a deeper meaning. Waiting for a long time without seeing a response from the 2 guys, Chengqing was mad as hell and threw the cigarette aside. What's with the silence? If you 2 don't speak, we're going to the authorities. Hearing that, Li Chunfeng tossed Chengqing a bag of money. But it was strange. Wu Pan's sleeves were empty, and he helplessly exclaimed, Demons are nowhere to be seen, but this place has 3 poverty-stricken ghosts. Chunfeng walked over and whispered, Immortal, I only have this much on me. How about I stay here and help you fix the house? Chengqing looked at the copper coins and bits of silver in his hand, and reluctantly replied, Well, I guess that'll do. Chengqing led the 2 to the front of the house. You'll have to figure out how to get the red bricks and mud to rebuild the house yourselves. Don't just stand there, get moving. An hour later, the house was completely repaired. Chengqing stood inside the house, placing his harvest for the day on the table. The pawnshop owner wouldn't take this stone, so I guess it can only be used as a paperweight. The old man's clothes got me 2 taels. Minus the money I shared with my aunt, today I made a total of 20 taels. He was counting the money when suddenly a beam of radiant light shone on his face. The next second, the system panel appeared and sucked up all the money he had earned. Hey, that's my money. Leave me some. Chengqing stared intently at the system panel. Seeing that the time of 9 hours and 56 minutes had increased to 3,556, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have met the conditions for the first recharge reward. He could claim 2 rewards. The first recharge reward is being drawn. Thousands of items are displayed on the system panel. Wow, it's so dazzling. System, are you finally hacking for me? SSR, give me SS. After a moment of loading, the system granted Chengqing 2 secret manuals, which surprised him a bit. His eyes widened, revealing red veins, and his pupils shrank to tiny dots. He angrily burst into tears, threw the 2 secret manuals on the table, and shouted, Oh my God! Methods for making soil fertilizer. Methods for making distilled spirits. System, are you serious? I'm about to starve to death. How could you draw these 2 damn things? Chengqing's eyes were as dark as a panda's, and his whole body trembled. As expected, ordinary people like us can't play in-game top-ups. A moment later, Chengqing walked towards the door and put his hand on Chunfeng's shoulder. Why is this guy still here? Don't tell me he's waiting to freeload at my house. So he politely tried to send Li Chunfeng away. It's getting late. Help me patch that hole first, and then go home early. At this time, the little fox ran in from the door, carrying something in its mouth. Chunfeng's eyes widened in surprise when he saw it. Immortal Fox, Your Excellency. Chengqing sat down and took the food bag. You're here again. Bringing gifts to curry favor with me is useless. I can't even feed myself right now. How can I feed you? Chunfeng whispered. That, Immortal, it's not a dog, it's a fox. Chengqing turned to look at Chunfeng, hearing the mumbling in his ear. Are you talking to me? At the same time, the little fox stood up, gritted its teeth, and exclaimed, You're dead if you dare to talk nonsense. Chengqing gently touched the little fox demon's hand. This little thing really has some spirituality. If you're trying so hard, then I'll reluctantly let you stay. From now on your name is Xiaobai, okay? The fox demon happily barked twice in satisfaction. They, on a night of Hao Zhe Zhu, a water dragon appeared in the sky above, coiling in the layers of clouds. The water dragon chased after a white dragon, shouting, Sister, wait for me. Father's condition is not very good. We must find someone to treat father. While flying, the white dragon suddenly noticed a golden light flashing ahead. Xiaoqing, look! What is that? After speaking, the 2 dragons transformed into 2 plump, radiant girls. I can feel a soul-stirring pressure of magical power in that dazzling golden light. It must be an immortal descending to the mortal realm, or a rare treasure being born. Let's go take a look. At this time, Chengqing sat in his room looking at the system panel. Life expectancy remaining is only 3,245 minutes and 21 seconds, he pouted, and his whole body trembled, looking really ugly. To make matters worse, life was even more ironic. He had so little life left, and his stomach was growling non-stop. Chengqing helplessly slammed his head into the bed 30 times, muttering, Wah, 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 I'm so hungry, the system has swallowed all the money. I can't even make it through one day. To comfort himself, Cheng Qing bit down hard on the bedsheet, his eyes welling up with tears. System, oh system, if you keep doing this, I'll starve to death before you even get a chance to kill me. The door to Cheng Qing's room was shrouded in a rich golden aura, but above it, there was an aura of demons and monsters. The little fox sensed it, glanced upwards, and thought, "What's that sound? Why does this sound contain an incomprehensible Dao rhythm?" After thinking, the little fox immediately jumped onto the roof. The little fox girl looked up at the moonlight, imagining scenes of passion with Cheng Qing. The magical power within my body is surging. There's an uncontrollable urge. I really want to be with him. Under the moonlight, demonic energy ceaselessly flowed into the little fox demon's body. Below, the nine-ghoul fiend had merged and was eyeing Cheng Qing's door with malicious intent. After absorbing demonic energy for a while, the little fox demon returned to her original form. The girl stood above on the ceiling, glaring down. These demons that were blown away by the Immortal Master after merging still dare to show up and disturb the Immortal Master's rest. They truly have a death wish. The merged demons emitted an incredibly horrifying ghostly aura, eyes wide and mouths agape with greed, as if wanting to devour something. Chun Feng, standing beside them, turned pale. Above, on the roof, the little fox girl unleashed her power, the pressure of a ferocious fox appearing behind her. The demons below weren't pushovers either, gathering into a wicked demon, charging straight at the little fox demon. Chun Feng, watching from behind, was drenched in sweat, trembling before the all-out war between the two demonic forces, the fox spirit and the nine-ghoul fiend. Inside the house, the couple remained asleep, lost in their dreams. At the same time, the dragon sisters, observing from afar, were astonished by the scene. "Sister, the demonic energy is too strong. How can so many powerful demons appear at the same time in this small Jingyang county?" Bai Long, seeing the exploding melee below, spoke. "No wonder the spiritual aura surrounding the person in the room is like the sun in the night for these demons. They can't ignore it." Back to the demon battle, the image of power, the pressure of the battle, is really powerful, full of power. Actually, below are two cats, scratching each other like fighting for jealousy, stealing husbands. At the same time, the white and blue twin dragons descended from the sky to the ground, shouting, "What kind of demons dare to cause trouble in the mortal world?" The two cats heard something and turned their heads to look, stunned. But their hands did not forget to grab each other's hair. Bai Long stepped forward with a serious expression, and spoke. "A demon is a demon. Not many can remain calm in front of my true dragon form. Yet you can still stand here. It seems you have some skill." Hearing this, the little fox glared and shouted, "What are you saying, you two long worms? I think you mostly came for the man in the room, right? What pretense of righteousness are you putting on?" Conversely, that demon turned and smiled slyly. "Why don't you cooperate with me? Let's eliminate this slutty fox together. We'll each take half of that man." Upon hearing this, the little fox's face darkened, her eyes as sharp as a devil's, as she used her claws to pin the crazy woman's head down. "How dare you call me a slutty fox? This seat is the Qingque Fox Immortal. Listen clearly. You dare to covet the Immortal Master? You're so done for. I'll kill you, you damn sharp-toothed ghoul." Seeing the fox's fearsome power, the two dragons also looked worried. "Sister, could this fox have practiced body refinement? How scary. How is it? How are you feeling? Do you like it? And you two want to fight?" This humble one is the Qingque Fox Immortal. "Humph, if that's the case, I'll indulge you. Mystic lightning righteous law, expel evil and eliminate wickedness. Heavenly troops lightning swift order." A lightning strike cut through the sky and struck the ground, but the lightning was blocked by an energy barrier around the house. As a result, the thunder god was also injured by the backlash of the lightning-resistant barrier. Why? All the spells have disappeared. Where is my lightning? Trisk tisk tisk. Daring to disturb the magic power in the Immortal Master's immortal abode, you truly don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The female fox was furious, looking no different from a fiery hag, rushing straight to attack the true dragon sister. But the true dragon quickly dodged. At this moment, the true dragon looked through the crack of the door and saw a golden halo of light emanating from Cheng Qing's house. A transcendent expert. Could this be the expert I'm looking for? My royal father can be saved. Thus, an earth-shattering battle broke out in Cheng Qing's house. Is this some kind of immortal showdown? To witness this, even death would be worth it. 3 true paintings. Sweep away the Qing Huang by the decree of Lord Fire Virtue Star. 8-step complete gang. Dissolve demonic barriers by the decree of the Western Paradise. Great mighty heavenly dragon. World-honored Kisitigarba, Ruo Chu, is by decree. Damn, this fox spirit seems tricky. Looks like true dragon sis is on the losing side. And so, the two girls continue to brawl. This tree must be cursing. Fight if you want, what's it got to do with me? But also fighting. The two just kept chasing each other, running in circles around Shen Changqing's house, who, disturbed by the noise, finally woke up. "Ugh, let me see which inconsiderate idiot this is. Always noisy outside at night. If you don't want to sleep, then don't. Why bother me?" From inside the house, Shen Changqing opened the door and walked out. Just then, the fox demon was captured by the true dragon Sisis. just turned his eyes to look. Shen Changqing immediately closed the door again. Oh my god, looks too noisy. Having hallucinations at night, need to calm down first. Shen Changqing opened the door again to confirm if he saw correctly, only to see now that the true dragon Sisis was being grabbed by the fox demon's leg. This pose is really something else. Shen Changqing, seeing the scene before him, was like, eyes wide and mouth agape, holy crap, what's going on here? All three looked at each other awkwardly. Xiaobai, Xiaobai. That damn dog. So many people barging into the house, and it doesn't even bark. What good are you? Wait, where's my dog? Stop it, you two. Why are you fighting in my courtyard in the middle of the night when you should be sleeping? Where did you take my dog? While Shen Changqing was yelling, the two girls are still fighting with all their might, causing a huge mess. Damn you longworm, you stinky fox. Mortal, don't be noisy, I'm saving your life. Master, they're not here to harm you or anything, so why are you causing so much trouble? Maybe you guys stole my dog. Follow me to the officials. As he spoke, Shen Changqing grabbed both girls' hands. Ah, you stupid idiot. Quickly release this deity. Ah, what's with my body trembling like this? Suddenly being held by a man, the two girls have become like this. What kind of immortal technique is this? Just a touch, and I feel the magic power all over my body is surging up, beyond my control. So bizarre. Don't know what kind of ability this Changqing guy has, to make those big and round mountains change. You stupid mortal. This deity is the East Sea Dragon Princess. Do you know you almost lost your life in the mouth of this fox spirit? If I hadn't acted in time, you would have died without even knowing how. Shen Changqing pushed the fox demon aside. Truly don't know how to cherish the fairer sex. Chesk. Stole my dog, and still dare to be arrogant with me. What is stealing a dog? I don't know anything. Less talk, more action. Dragon princess, right? Fox spirit, right? Try to transform in front of me. What? Even playing with a dragon princess, you still have to be wary in front of Changqing. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm a successor to socialism, a believer in materialism, and the ender of the old gods. A law-abiding citizen in modern civilized society. A pioneer in street sanitation. A runner-up in the National Children's Latin Dance Competition. And the nightmare of the little son kindergarten children. He really isn't an ordinary person. Just a touch, and my cultivation of magic power can't break through, and in my body it is increasing rapidly. This feeling is so comfortable. You bastard. Quickly release my sister. Xiaoqing. No need. Your sister likes being up here more. The feeling of true dragon Sisis is what people nowadays call being high. Still dare to resist Shen Changqing, pressing people down to become a longworm for real. Now this immortal master is about to not be able to handle it anymore. Hey, master is so mighty. Oh, aha, this powerful master has now switched to playing with dragons. Li Chunfeng, who has been practicing for so many years, today can be considered an eye-opener to watch. The legendary great cultivator is only this much. After some time, who knows what Changqing did, but both dragon princesses have shrunk down, trespassing into people's homes, disturbing others' sleep, and stealing my two-gout dog. Don't think that because you're women that I'll let you off. Can't you kids find anything better to do? Hurry up and tell me, where did you hide my dog? Then suddenly, Li Chunfeng comes running and yells, nearly giving Changqing a myocardial infarction. Immortal master, the dog is here. Oi, where did you come from? Why haven't you gone back yet? Do you know you almost scared someone to death? Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to fix the door and leave? Immortal master's cultivation is so profound. Little Dao wants immortal master to take me as a disciple and pass down the mystic arts to me. I beg you, immortal master. In Jingyang County, every morning a bird is flying in the sky, heading towards the golden light. Jin Si, one of the four great demon kings, the Black Demon King. The bird lands on top of a tower and looks in the direction of the light. What's going on with that golden light? Why does it make me feel so scared? The bird recalls the knowledge its teacher taught it. This is extremely rare, Black Mountain Great King told me to scout the area. This is Juchuan Yingyi's territory, yet there's golden light shining. Could a treasure be appearing? It laughs evilly. Hey, if I bring this treasure back, the Black Demon King will definitely make me the leader of the four great demon kings. This time, those three will be completely convinced. Half an hour later, the sun is shining brightly. He sits in front of the door, holding the fox in his arms, looking dazed, his head filled with question marks, as three people kneel on the ground. Bai Long has explained everything. Immortal master, that's the whole story. The mischievous fox cuddles into his arms. Li Daoren, don't say anymore, I'm just a normal person. How would I have any mystic arts to pass on to you? There are no ghosts in my little courtyard. Why don't you leave already? He looks down at the two dragons. And you two. You just told me your father was seriously ill, you were passing by asking for medicine, and you were even involved with a fox demon. What a load of stories. The dog stealing thing was just a misunderstanding on my part. And you even want me to cure your grandfather's illness. I suggest you invite a doctor home to examine your old man. That's the right thing to do. He puts his tools on his shoulder and points directly at the three of them. Alright, it's getting late. I don't have breakfast to entertain you. I have to go make a living. You guys can leave yourselves. The three people sit on the ground watching his back. Qinglong cries and sheds tears. Sister, did we make the immortal master unhappy? That's why he won't help us. Bai Long looks dazed. I didn't expect that fox demon to be raised by the immortal master. It seems we have to show 120% sincerity. The Taoist looks at the two dragons. Greetings, fellow Taoists. This humble one is Li Chunfeng. Pleased to meet you, pleased to meet you. He walks out the door, and the fox even teases the three of them. He sets up his stall again to sell exorcism talismans. Setting up shop, setting up shop. The fox lies on the drum, and everyone's faces immediately light up. Master Shen, look at mine first. I have silver. Last time, Master Shen scared that boss so much that he even knelt down. He must have real skills. At this moment, an official walks in, and the soldiers hurriedly block everyone. Get out of the way, everyone get out of the way. This official is the magistrate of Jingyang County. Feng Jihe, he points at him. Someone reported that you're swindling people on the street. Isn't that you? He slams the table angrily. Which bastard reported me? Trying to catch me? The soldiers don't care. Kuan Rang immediately uses 2 pieces of wood to clamp his neck. The judge in the back raises his hand. Hi master, hi master. The judge points in one direction. Something's wrong. Zichao Haozhai has a problem. Everyone immediately looks in that direction. Looking in the direction that the judge pointed, a black pillar of light appears in the sky, and everyone discusses it heatedly. Isn't that direction Yongle Ward of Zichao Haozhai? Look quickly. Demonic energy is rushing straight into the sky. It's really terrifying. Why is the ghost causing trouble in broad daylight? Don't you know the ghosts in Zichao Haozhai are extremely powerful? He thinks everyone is talking nonsense, pointing in the direction of his house. Are you guys serious? The sky is clearly very clear. The official is surprised. He turns his head to look at the judge, his head full of question marks. Big fool, what do you mean? You have nothing better to do than to make fun of me. The bird rummages around in the house. Treasure, treasure, where are you? Come home with me. Where did you hide after all? It's not here either. It turns the whole room upside down but still can't find the thing it wants to find. With 3 big question marks in its head. Strange. I clearly saw golden light appear in this residence just now, a sign of a treasure appearing in the world. Why can't I find it? Outside the street, people are crowded together. Follow him. Come here and see. Taoist Shen is about to perform an exorcism on the spot. And it's still the vicious Zichao Haozhaiju, who has plagued our Jingyang County for many years. Really? Gotta go see if that Shen Daoxang really caught a demon? If he did, I'll buy 2 of his calligraphy pieces to put in the house to ward off evil. Everyone, let's head to his place. Outside the house, hidden in the bushes, the Taoist and 2 dragons are spying on the surroundings. People are chattering away. Here we go, that's the house. Let's see what Shen Daoxang is gonna do. The 3 dudes see him and their eyes light up, grinning from ear to ear. Awesome, the immortal is back. He struts confidently towards his house, a judge and that official trailing behind. Immeasurable heavenly lord. Suddenly, a foxy, weirdo Taoist flies by, slapping those 3 guys until they spit blood. The fox scolds them. You can't even protect your house, and you want to hang around a master waiting for miraculous techniques? The 2 behind him haven't even understood anything. Then Bai Long finally spoke up. That guy inside is the Black Eagle King, one of the 4 great demon kings under Old Demon Black Mountain. We really aren't his match. The fox is super confident. HMPH, just watch closely. Even if Old Demon Black Mountain comes himself, Master will turn him to ashes. The bird inside is eavesdropping. Black Mountain, Master, Taoist, exorcising demons. Then suddenly it gets smart. Crap. Before coming down the mountain, Great King Black Mountain told me that if I broke the rules, there was a place called the Qin Tian Jian, with powerful people there. Am I being targeted by them? What the foo? Why would they target me? Everyone follows him inside. The judge looks at him with the utmost respect. Master, this place is dangerous, and there are still common people around. I'll stay outside and protect them. Please take care of the evil spirits inside. He crosses his arms, face dark. Or are you just scared? The official pipes up. Little brother, if you can eliminate the ghost in the Zichao Hao residence, I'll stop thinking you're a con man. This sly official gives a glittering smile. Heh, if this little bro can't do it, I'll beat him up in front of everyone as a warning to criminals. Killing the chicken to scare the monkey in Jingyang County is great for maintaining order around here. Not bad. I understand people. Meow mo, sound of a cat. Couldn't help but laugh. The bird bolts off. I only came to check things out because I heard them mention some master. It dashes through the wall, using its wall penetration technique. Can't stay here long. I'll come back for that treasure later. Gotta bail. And then its stupid head slams into the wall. It gets dizzy, wobbling around. So dizzy, what's happening? He opens the door. What the heck was that? Bang, bang. Not a rat, is it? Sounds like something's inside. He walks inside, hugging something in his arms. Such a big commotion. It must be a huge rat. I wonder if Xiao Baishu will catch it. The bird is now hiding on a rafter. The bird looks down at him, feeling wronged. Rat, is he talking about me? Seriously, is he that master? Did he sense my presence the moment he stepped in? But that's too much. At least I'm a demon king. What's with wanting to catch me? He's holding a mirror and looking around the room. Everything is quiet. Everyone's staring inside, the judge says. As expected of a master, he suppressed the evil spirit the moment he entered the room. He's rummaging through everything on the table. There's even toilet paper on the table. This is his whole fortune. He sighs, face down. Old Lou swore this house was haunted, and now the whole county is watching. If this act doesn't go well, my livelihood is screwed. He imagines a scene of the county magistrate throwing him in jail, wearing a cane on his neck and hands. Pretty sure the county magistrate will throw me in prison. Looking at the system, he scratches his face. Remaining lifespan, 29, 23, 33rds. When the countdown ends, the host will be directly killed. He looks at the table. If I'm locked up, the countdown will definitely kill me. Wait, my phone has a way out. What the HCK, I still have a smartphone. Awesome. A thought pops into his head. Wait, I think the phone can help me? Not only can I clear my name, but I might even get a big payout. He grabs the phone and starts swiping. Since I transmigrated with some personal items, I downloaded a lot of movies to watch. Let's see. Suddenly, a loud sound erupts. Omara mite ra me yikla. Everyone outside is startled. You guys know what the sound is, huh? The county magistrate turns red. What's that sound? Everyone else is just as shocked. It must be some kind of ghost. A woman quickly covers her child's ears. But this ghost sounds weird. The kid looks confused. Inside the room, he doesn't care about the sound or feel any embarrassment and continues swiping away. Wrong one? Luckily no one's here or I'd be mortified. The bird's jaw drops. It can't believe its eyes. What? What is that magic artifact? Why is it emitting curses on its own? But I've never heard of such curses like Yamiti or Game U. Does his phone really contain the great Tao? He opens the camera and takes a photo, catching the bird in it. Too bad there's no internet in ancient times. Other than taking pictures, it's no different from a brick. After looking at the phone screen, the bird goes blind and starts freaking out. Ah, this light! My eyes! My eyes! The bird's dantian shatters. Its inner core is destroyed. The bird collapses on a wooden beam, trembling all over. This mortal cultivator clearly discovered me, but pretended not to notice. Turns out, he was just waiting for me to lower my guard, then hit me with some super advanced curse art. Meanwhile, you're still happily snapping pics with your phone down there. At this point, the bird felt a little dead inside, and its body was mostly dead, but its mind was like, mortals are truly wicked. The district magistrate shouted from outside. Shen Daozhang, dragging this out won't do any good. If you don't come out, I'll send people in to get you. The judge scoffed. HMPH. Such limited knowledge, daring to doubt a true master. You stepped out from inside. Coming, the district magistrate quickly said. What's the rush? Didn't you guys say my Xinqiao Hao Gijai has been haunted for years, and no one could break it? Today I, Shen Chengqing, am here, and the evil spirit in this residence has been captured alive by me. You pulled out your phone, and inside, a ghost was crawling out of the screen. The ghost is coming out. Here's the proof. Everyone who saw this scene was utterly terrified. Ghost. Ah, the ghost is crawling out of the well. Run. The judge, Daozhang, dragon, and fox spirit were all terrified by the ghost's aura. The resentment is so strong, even more powerful than the 9-tone curse. You pointed at your phone, assuring everyone, don't be scared, the evil spirit has been sealed by me in the treasure mirror, it won't harm the common folk anymore. The ghost heard this and panicked, no way. Then you rewound the video, and the ghost went back inside. Look again, you guys. I want her to move forward, and she has to move forward. You continued rewinding. I want her to retreat, and she has to retreat. The ghost at this point was exhausted. This ghost is too tired. It made a seductive gesture. Ra me ti. You shook the phone in your hand. How about it? Isn't it awesome? As soon as you finished speaking, 5 people immediately knelt down. Such a female ghost with overwhelming resentment. And Shen Daozhang plays with her in the palm of his hand like this. Immortal master with great power, eradicating evil spirits, protecting the common people, immeasurable merit. Why did this treasure mirror suddenly go dark? The trembling district magistrate walked over and wondered. You looked at your phone, out of battery. And so, you stuffed the phone inside, fabricating another lie. Ahem, it's not that easy to open the heavenly eye. What you just saw was already a luxury for you. However, today you've witnessed firsthand that this place has been infected by its yin energy. I'm afraid your residents will be hard-pressed to find peace in the future. Nevertheless, this humble Taoist has studied a bit about exorcism, and recently I can write a suppressing stone character. The district magistrate's attitude was no longer the same as before, and he quickly pulled out a bag of money. Daozhang, please bestow upon me a magical treasure. Everyone rushed forward. I've been queuing since early today, so I should go first. Even the old official can't cut in line. The people outside heard your reputation, and also rushed over. Where are they going? To the Zichao Hao Jai, there's a master there. I want to ask for a character scroll to ensure peace for my home. Your house high was now packed with people queuing. Is it really that miraculous? Wang Erkson witnessed Dao Zhangshen directly exorcise a ghost with his own eyes. How could it be fake? Oh, Jingyang is saved. I'll go buy one too. This man cried tears of joy after buying one. Dao Zhangshen is so kind, he still bestowed a magical treasure upon me even with his swollen hands. So touching, the bald man explained. How can that be called swollen? That's the true Quan. Swirling around in the magical treasure, that's what it's called. The Hao Jai was now empty of people. And your hands were swollen from writing. You hugged the money in your hands. Everyone worked hard today. Please stay for a meal. I'll go tidy up the room first. I've been writing all day. My hands are about to become a printing press. With trembling hands, you opened the mirror, and the four people's eyes lit up as they looked inside. You closed the mirror again, then flung it open, and inside was full of money. You were so happy you jumped around. Haha, finally I have money. Finally I'm not a slave to the system anymore. This master is now a rich player. The four people heard this and chimed in. Senior Immortal Master told us to stay for a meal. Does that mean he has acknowledged us? That's great, the fox pouted. Why does this fox immortal feel like she's fallen out of favor? A voice rang out. Revive, my time. A protective barrier formed around the Hao's High, dispelling all the demonic energy. The five people were stunned. The demonic energy is gone. Could it be that a master has taken action? The bird inside was injured, and foaming at the mouth, it wished it could kill you. This was originally a curse art, now it's golden light. I hate it. So annoying. The money hasn't even warmed my hands yet, and it's already gone. Remaining time to live. 275 days, 1 minute, 1 second. First charge reward, please. 6 tails in 6 hours. Damn, that's a low wage. At this moment, the system notification pops up with a recipe. Handmade soap. Grind seashells into powder. Add seashell powder water to plants. Pour the above liquid mixture into oil. Shape and cut into pieces. Let it sit for 10 to 30 days for saponification reaction. Done. Handmade soap recipe. This is gold. In this era, regular folks are still using basins to wash up. Wouldn't soap make things way easier? Money's gonna roll in. But I only got 10 days, and making soap takes at least 10 days. Guess I gotta find another way to make some dough. Suddenly, the Black Eagle King, unable to withstand the pressure from the Chongqing aura, fainted and fell from the ceiling. Holy mother of pearl, what the heck was that? Scared the crap out of me? Oh, so the ruckus wasn't from a rat, but a wild chicken flew into this ancient environment. Well, ain't that a stroke of luck? This wild chicken is huge. The poor little dude must have been locked in this room for ages. Probably fainted from starvation. Lucky for you, you ran into me. I'm a benevolent soul. I wouldn't even dare leading a C-rank girl normally. What an esteemed one. Is he planning to use some kind of revival art to resurrect the Demon King or something? No way. Letting him go would cause endless troubles. The esteemed one has a generous heart, loving even demon beasts. Truly a celestial being who believes in equality for all. In the esteemed one's eyes, if he can revive the Demon King, then healing our father is just a piece of cake. Healing our father is just a piece of cake. After a while, the fan club saw Chongqing's masterpiece, and their eyes popped out of their sockets. Mouths agape. Wait, is that frickin' barbecue? Not done yet. Shen Changqing continued to sprinkle sweet seasonings onto his barbecued Black Eagle King. However, the aroma wasn't fragrant, but instead reeked of a strong demonic aura. The fan club whispered to themselves, the flesh of a great demon is highly poisonous, especially a Demon King. Does the esteemed one want to eat it? Changqing skewered a juicy, fatty piece of chicken and held it up. You've all waited long enough. Taste my cooking. It smells amazing. The 4 fan club siblings turned pale, their faces drained of color. Esteemed one, I remember I have something urgent to attend to. Won't bother you any longer. Farewell. My mom doesn't let me stay out late. I'm leaving too, sisters. I don't want to die. Boo-hoo. Zhao Qing, don't be scared. If the celestial being bestows a reward, how dare we refuse? After I die. I'll definitely pray for the celestial being to save our father. With that, the White Dragon King reached out for the chicken. Esteemed one, let me go first. Suddenly, a beam of light flashed past, and the chicken disappeared. Looking over, the culprit was none other than the little fox. Tightly clamping the supersized chicken leg in its mouth, Changqing angrily shouted, Xiao Bai, hey, you haven't even eaten it yet. Explode that leg for me. However, the little fox paid no heed to its master, savoring the leg with relish, sucking all the demonic energy from it. The dragon twins were utterly astonished, their eyes wide. Senior Fox Immortal is testing the poison for us. Among fox spirits, there are also good fox spirits. Soon, only a bare bone remained of the meat. Then, suddenly, the little fox jumped up, its head spinning, staggering, leaving Chongqing and the others gaping in shock. Xiao Bai, what's wrong? After staggering for a bit, the little fox demon collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Did Senior Fox Immortal get poisoned to death? Chongqing walked over and lifted the fox's tail, dumbfounded. It's still alive. What's with that expression? Why does it look like it's enjoying it? The little fox demon, looking delighted, murmured in lambada dance rhythm, so comfortable. I feel like my whole body is overflowing with spiritual power. As expected of Demon King meat roasted by master. The White Dragon King was stunned by the scene. No, It didn't die? That's Demon King meat. Even gods can be poisoned to death by it. Changqing went over and carved a few slices of meat for Chunfeng and Wupan. Here you go. Everyone helped me all day today. I can't let you go home hungry. Try it while it's hot. Chunfeng took the plate of chicken, glancing at Wupan. How about we give it a try? The fox demon was now intoxicated, reveling in the pleasure. What master does will be beyond your wildest imaginations. The demon king that master roasted is probably even tastier than the peaches of immortality on the 9 heavens. At this moment, the dragon twins also stuffed the meat into their mouths, chewing happily. Chunfeng and Wupan also gritted their teeth and nibbled on the meat with tears in their eyes. As soon as they finished eating, the ladies burst with power, writhing, letting themselves go in a provocative way, thinking to themselves, "The spiritual power is too pure. I can't hold back this restless, fiery feeling." Stop it. Don't break through again. My body can't take it anymore, sister. It seems like my cultivation is about to break through again. As soon as she finished speaking, 2 streams of green and gold spiritual energy shot straight into the sky from Changqing's small courtyard. Little Qing is also breaking through, all thanks to the celestial beings cooking, truly a delicacy of the immortal realm. After the breakthrough, the 2 little sisters hugged each other. Seeing this, Changqing stepped forward, trying to ward off the cold and chat. He chuckled. Can't resist my cooking skills, huh? These ancient people are totally powerless against it. If I were to open a barbecue restaurant, I'm afraid even the emperor wouldn't be able to stay away. Those 2 young lads, Chunfeng and Wupan, also had a power surge, hugging and dancing a jig. So much energy in this roast chicken, I feel like I'm about to sprout wings and fly away. Yeah, my body is restless too. The power's like a flood, about to burst out. Seeing the scene before him, Changqing's eyes turned into chili peppers. Holy moly. These 2 are a bit too spicy for my eyes. At this moment, Bai Long suddenly remembered her father who was receiving an IV drip in the Dragon Palace, and her eyes welled up with tears. While I'm enjoying the opportunity given by the immortal elder, my father's life in the Dragon Palace is in danger. I'm truly an unfilial daughter, Thinking of this, Bai Long burst into tears, startling Changqing, who turned around. What the heck, why are you crying? I didn't even add chili, let alone prickly ash. The twin dragons stepped forward and knelt at Changqing's feet. Immortal elder Dongli, please bestow medicine to save my father. My sister and I are willing to be your servants for life. I already told you, I don't know medicine. Don't you remember, girl? Finishing his sentence, he stared intently at the sky, an idea springing to mind. All right then. It just so happens that I'm short on manpower right now. You and your sister, stay by my side and help out. When I earn money, I'll share some with you. With money, you can treat your father's illness. What do you think? We'll follow the immortal elder's arrangements. Jingyang County, at night, outside Shili village, deep in the forest. In the darkness, a pair of bright eyes appeared, staring at the bloody corpses. Then, from the shadows, a ferocious tiger with sharp fangs emerged. It was known as the Man Mountain Nian Jing Tiger King, one of the 4 great demon kings of Man Mountain. Strolling around, sniffing the air around the forest, I sent that baldy bird to scout ahead. What's taking him so long? I'm starving. Early morning dawn, birds chirping and flying around. From somewhere came the sound of his singing. The sun is shining, flowers are blooming, birds are singing, early. Under the courtyard, the twin dragons sat in a meditative posture, hearing the faint singing in their ears. Sister, listen to what song the immortal elder is singing. Why does it sound? Before she could finish speaking, Bai Long and Wu Pan suddenly burst into tears like rain. Great Tao rhyme, thank you immortal elder for your grace. Quickly grasp the time to comprehend the Tao. We can't waste this high-level being's kindness. The fox spirit frowned when she saw this, muttering, how naive. Inside the room, Changqing sat sprawled out singing, staring intently at the system panel. Ever since activating this broken system, every day has been like having a knife to my throat. This is the first time I've slept, until I woke up naturally, without worrying about the survival time hitting 0. Then he glanced at the system panel. Seeing a jar of fine wine displayed, he muttered, it seems that only brewing wine can bring profits in the shortest amount of time. Luckily, I have modern cooking skills. I can open an outdoor barbecue stall and sell some roast chicken, roast duck, and the like, and even have Dong Li and Xiao Qing, the 2 beauties, as waitresses. I don't believe these ancient people can resist. After pondering for a moment, he opened the door, his face flushed, his eyes listless, and a devious smile spread across his face. Seeing Changqing come out, Dong Li shouted loudly, startling him. Immortal elder, please give us your orders for today. What the heck? What are you yelling about? You scared the crap out of me. These 2 girls seem determined to be my servants. So Changqing took out a large sum of money from somewhere and gave it to Dong Li. Since that's the case, I'll entrust you with a task. Take this money and buy some wine, remember not to take long potty breaks, and sprinkle it around the wine shops as much as possible. Okay, yes, immortal elder. After speaking, the twin dragons Dong Li and Xiao Qing immediately left. Shen Changqing stood behind and shouted loudly, get back early and grab some whole bamboo while you're at it. It's free. Take as much as you can carry. Okay, immortal elder, you can count on us. We'll get it done for sure. Then, Wu Pan and Chun Feng stepped forward, cupping their hands in salute. Now that the courtyard's been fixed, I, the Taoist, must return to the city god temple. If anything happens here that requires the city god's assistance, just let us know. Alright, go on. As the city god left, the dude's face turned green. Still acting, you're way too convincing, acting must be your major. After dealing with one troublesome guy, I turned to see Chun Feng grinning confidently. You're leaving too. My magical power is a bit weak, but my heart is set on the Tao. Please, senior, allow me to stay by your side to learn.
Shen Changqing heard that and it hit the nail right on the head. He immediately agreed. If that's the case, then you can follow me. Many thanks, senior. Free labor, who wouldn't take it? So, Changqing, Chun Feng, and the little fox went to a street market. Lively bargaining, sharpening knives and cleavers here, fresh steamed buns. Little brother, come take a look. All good stuff. Are you buying or not? These prices are killer.
Then, above the wine jars, there were price tags. Sticky rice wine, 1 tael of silver. 7 essence liquor, 5 taels of silver. Immortal's delight, 10 taels of silver.
Changqing looked at the price list and started to cry internally, miscalculating. Modern people can drink cheap white liquor because of the dual development of industrial technology and food production. Distillation is good too, but my current capital isn't enough for mass production. Thinking of this, Changqing clutched his head, frowning. Forget about it. Let's sell roast duck first to accumulate startup capital. While he was in a daze, Chun Feng suddenly poked his shoulder, speaking up. Senior seeks creation. Why bother with worldly possessions like money? Worldly possessions, do you really see these things as worldly possessions? Shen Changqing angrily pointed at the chubby girl in front of him. Then let me test you. What do you see over there? Chun Feng heard this, and opened his eyes to answer. A distinguished person. Saying this, the two young men leaned in close to each other, whispering. Common people see her covered in silk, but cultivators see that her fate is rich and noble. But no one sees that the worldly possessions on her are the essence of the world. He imagined himself holding a fishing rod, standing on a gold mine. Worldly possessions and the essence of the world are what? Let's talk about gold. Gold is the remnant sunset left over from the collision of ancient stars when the universe first formed, before heaven and earth, brought to our world by the eternal void, coexisting with the dragon veins of the 9 provinces for tens of millions of years, and we're just digging it up to make decorations. You only see the surface, not knowing that it's as old and of the same origin as heaven and earth. So is that still a worldly possession? Chun Feng's eyes widened, mouth agape. So that's how it is. A second later, Chun Feng immediately knelt down, kowtowing to Changqing. This junior was shallow, seeing objects as objects, unable to escape the mundane world. Thank you, immortal elder, for your guidance. Looking like that, he thought to himself. Got him. Watch me trick you until you can't tell north from south, then you'll obediently be my roasted chicken shop's bodyguard. After kowtowing, Chun Feng looked up, not daring to hide anything. This junior's realm has been stuck for many years, probably blinded by the mundane world. Just now, thanks to the senior's guidance, I was almost there. I hope the senior can help me achieve enlightenment. Since you're so sincere, then I'll give you some more guidance. Then Changqing turned and whispered in his ear. Leveling up techniques are definitely useless. Try this incantation of mine. This junior is all ears. The true twofold manifestation of human life's value lies in contribution. Realizing value creates conditions, walking out brings enjoyment, and money, ideals create a world. Striving hard within the heart, that is the historical materialist value. Hearing this, Chun Feng made a solemn face. The twofold manifestation of human life's value, striving hard. The kids sitting in the bushes heard that and laughed gleefully. Yes, 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 just like that. Now Chun Feng felt like he was in paradise. The high person's several words have broadened my mind. The inner demon that has plagued me for 3 years has finally been dispelled. Thinking of this, Chun Feng rushed towards Changqing, tears streaming down his face. Thank you, noble person, for making me realize these several words. I will definitely remember them. I will always recite them. This kid is easy to teach. I have advanced ideas from 10 years in the future. You just slowly come to realize them. Changqing glanced at Chun Feng, who was drooling, and grinned. He. This charlatan seems like he's about to fall into my trap. Let this young master add some heat and make a profit. After pondering this, Changqing turned his face away, feigning indifference. Taoist Lie, you've cultivated for many years. Let me ask you this. The thousands of supernatural powers in this world can prove the Tao of eternal life. But why do so many people want to be emperors and not seek immortality? Chun Feng heard this, and opened his eyes wide. The emperor, of course, wants to seek eternal life, but eternal life is too difficult. We cultivators, defying heaven, only extend our lifespans by a few decades. Very few can live to be 100 years old. The two words eternal life are not so easy. Just as he finished speaking, he saw a radiant light emanate from Changqing's entire body. TCH, eternal life. What's so difficult about that? If you count from today, I've lived for over 1,000 years. Now it's the Zhenguan era of the Tang dynasty. From the 8th century to the 21st century, before my transmigration, isn't that 1,200 years? Chun Feng was stunned upon hearing this. His face darkened. Senior is indeed an immortal descended to earth. Who but an immortal could live for over 1,000 years?
After thinking for a moment, Chunfeng stepped forward and asked blankly, "May I ask, Senior, if this junior continues on the path of cultivation, can I also attain the Tao of immortality like an immortal?" Changqing heard this and covered his grin with his fan. He took the bait, he. Then Changqing turned his face away, striking a super cool pose. "I dare not say anything else, but if you follow me in cultivation for 2 or 3 years, it naturally won't be a problem."
Chunfeng was as happy as if he had just struck gold upon hearing this.
His eyes widened, and he grinned, mouth agape. "So Senior is willing to take me as a disciple."
Changqing turned around, his entire body shrouded in a cloud of white light. "I don't casually accept disciples. The reason I didn't accept you before was just to test whether your heart was firmly set on the Dao. Now you're considered to have some talent and potential. I'll reluctantly accept you as a nominal disciple to see your persistence in the future." Hearing this, Chunfeng immediately knelt down at Changqing's feet in front of everyone. "Master, please accept Li Chunfeng's bow." Seeing this, Changqing turned his face away, gave a silly smile, and started sweating. "Alright, people are watching. You said your master was Yuan Tiang before, so I probably don't need to teach you any Taoist techniques. But I know a little about other things. Since you've called me master, I certainly won't treat you badly. Get up, and help me carry these things first."
A while later, the 2 masters and disciples came back to their courtyard after shopping for chickens and ducks. "Master, did you buy these 2 ducks to roast?" Changqing opened the door and walked into the house, grinning. "That's Master's treasure for getting rich, you'll know in a bit."
Stepping into the room, he saw a chubby guy wiping sweat from his forehead. "Immortal Master Shen, this is the duck oven I made according to your request. What do you think?" Changqing stared at his duck oven, and contentedly summed up, praising. "The master craftsman's skills aren't bad. It only took half a day to make it, little eye. Pay the master craftsman for me." Hearing this, Chunfeng gave the chubby guy a bag of money with tears streaming down his face. "Immortal Master doesn't need to do this. How dare this humble one accept your money? My family still has your calligraphy hanging in the house, and now the whole family is healthy and eating well. This is all thanks to your blessing." After speaking, the chubby guy left, and Changqing also ran out to wave goodbye. "Immortal Master Shen doesn't need to see me off. You can always tell me if you have any requests." "Thank you, Master Craftsman. Next time you buy calligraphy, I'll definitely give you a 20% discount." Changqing stared at the bag of money in his hand, a sly smile on his face. "Ah, the people of the Tang dynasty are so honest, I can't even spend this money if I wanted to." At this time, Xiaoqing and Dong Li also completed their mission of buying wine and getting a bunch of bamboo, and returned. "Sister, what does the Immortal Master want these bamboos for?" "The Immortal Master has his own reasons for doing things. Don't ask so much, let's go back first so the Immortal Master doesn't have to wait too long." On the way, Dong Li accidentally brushed past a small courtyard filled with a strong demonic aura. Dong Li noticed it. Her face darkened, and she turned her head to look. Demonic energy. Why is the smell of blood so strong? In front of the small courtyard, a dense demonic aura rose up. "Qing, there must be a demon in the courtyard. Go in and take a look." Inside the courtyard, the rooms are filled with death. Innocent people lie in pools of blood, followed by sharp fangs gnawing on corpses. Blood splatters everywhere. It turns out it's the tiger demon, Manshan. It paces around the house, attacking innocent men, stomping on the corpses with its huge feet, and gnawing on each part with its sharp teeth. Its sharp eyes glow as it stares ahead. Outside the door, a loud shout rang out. Audacious fiend, daring to be violent in the human world in broad daylight. Manshan was enjoying his meal. When he heard this, he turned his head to glare at the door, and the pair of Shuanglong, double dragons, fiercely kicked the door open and strode in. Hey, you tiger demon. Cultivation isn't easy. Why do you harm people for no reason?" Manshan heard this and slammed his foot down, his claws scratching on the ground. Manshan glared at the front, his whole body covered in bloody stench. Manshan has now transformed into a half-human, half-beast form, and is huge and burly. He stood up, looked at the Shuanglong, and said gruffly, "Where did these little demons come from? Daring to tell this king what to do?" Dong Li heard this, glared, frowned, gritted her teeth, and angrily waved her weapon. "You don't know the meaning of life, it seems. You want to try the power of this young lady. Sister, be careful." Shanman raised his sharp claws and grinned sinisterly. Trisk, not a small tone. "Disturbing this king's meal. Have you thought about how you should compensate?" Before he finished speaking, Manshan opened his mouth wide and waved his hand, lunging forward. Bai Long was not afraid at all, and immediately unleashed a fierce burst of force towards the tiger demon. Xiaoqing screamed in fear. "Sister, be careful." At the same time, the 2 jars of wine in her hand fell to the ground and shattered. Cut to the scene of the 2 masters and disciples. Changqing. At this time, the 2 old geezers are testing the oven with 2 ducks. Looking at the fatty, fragrant ducks, the 2 old geezers can't hold back their saliva. Don't rush! It's almost ready." Who knew that Master not only has profound cultivation, but is also a top-notch chef? A few minutes later, the 2 ducks were just cooked, and the fragrance filled the air. Changqing immediately took out honey sauce and brushed it all over the 2 ducks to increase the shine, sprinkled some herbs and a few cans of malt, and devoured them quickly. It was dusk, and the sun was setting. Changqing shielded his forehead with his hand and looked out the door. Why haven't Dongli and Xiaoqing come back yet? It shouldn't take that long to buy wine, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Zhihuan, together with 2 guards, ran in frantically, shouting, "Immortal Master Shen, Taoist priest Li, please help me. Something big has happened in Shili village." Seeing Feng Jihuan's panic, Changqing quickly helped him up. "Magistrate, speak slowly. What happened?" "There are demons in Shili village, and the Hong family, 3 people, were all brutally murdered in the old mansion." Shen Changqing heard this and his face turned green, looking like a pile of crap. "Huh? A demon? Are you serious right now?"
A while later, they arrived at Hongzhe Manor, the sound of wailing echoing throughout. How tragic. The entire Hong family of 3 is dead. What a wicked deed. Didn't you know that this Hong family has been haunted by ghosts for a long time? People in the house have been dying for no reason, and the neighbors around have also encountered bad luck. Really? The tragedy of the Hong family of 3 was really caused by ghosts?
Let's not stay here, lest we be infected with bad luck. Seeing the scene before him, Changqing was stunned, eyes wide open, frowning, speechless. Changqing and Chunfeng went forward to look at the blood-soaked bodies, while the crowd kept talking. "It must be the work of ghosts. I heard that our Shili village was originally a large tomb, and the Hong family was guarding the tomb, spending every day with dirty things, so this happened." Prefect Feng Ji took out a handkerchief to wipe his sweat with a terrified expression. "Taoist Shen, to be honest, the Hong family has lost many people in recent years. We officials have also investigated but found nothing, and we couldn't do anything. I didn't expect this to happen. This matter is related to evil spirits. We should have informed the Qintian Jian to send experts to deal with it, but everyone is in a panic right now. We all know how good you are at catching ghosts, Taoist Shen. Please take action to help the common people." Huang Jingyang and Chunfeng clasped their hands in a bow. "Don't worry, Your Honor. As someone who works for the Qintian Jian, I have a responsibility in this matter. And with my master here, we're not afraid of any evil spirits." Changqing's face turned dark as he thought to himself, "Crap, I didn't even agree. Why are you so talkative? This is a murder case. Find the god cunt. Why are you looking for a word-writing scholar like me?" After thinking for a moment, Changqing turned to pretend to give a bright smile. "Your Honor, demons eating people is indeed a very serious matter. How about this? I have some confidence in my disciple's talent for exorcising demons. Let's leave this to him, and I will also check his skills." Hearing this, Chunfeng immediately took out a bagua compass, staring intently ahead. "Yes, master. Disciple will definitely not let master down." As soon as he finished speaking, Chunfeng immediately cast the Xuan Tian Baojian. "Demons, reveal yourselves." Golden auras appeared from the bagua compass in his hand, shining brightly. Suddenly, a black aura appeared on the bagua compass, startling Chunfeng. "This is Main Curse. It's the old demon of Black Mountain." Seeing this, Prefect Feng Ji looked worried, and turned to ask Taoist Li softly, "What's wrong?" Chunfeng stared at the bagua compass in his hand. "This manor is the center of the curse. This curse comes from the old demon of Black Mountain's fist technique. He's one of the top 2 demons most wanted by the Qintian Jian." Just as he finished speaking, Changqing stepped forward, raised his hands to the sky, and shouted, all right, it's getting more and more absurd. Curses and old Black Mountain demons are all just scaring people. Look, you've already scared those people. Look at the wounds on the corpse. It's obviously the work of wild beasts. Stop talking about demons and ghosts to scare the kids." Hearing this, Chunfeng turned to look at the trembling crowd, thinking to himself, "So that's how it is. I was reckless. Everyone is panicking now. I shouldn't talk about demons and ghosts in front of the common people. As expected of master, so careful I didn't pay attention to these details at all. This is true concern for the people." So the 3 of them sat down together to examine the corpse. "Your Honor, are there any other clues? Was anyone injured, or are there any other witnesses? Looking at the wounds, there are traces of demonic energy. It's indeed the work of a demonic beast. Master can grasp the key points with just one glance." After observing, Prefect Feng Ji turned to say, "That's right, I forgot to mention it in my haste, but some of the common people said they saw that the 2 young ladies of your family seem to have been captured by a demon." Changqing hadn't heard clearly, so he immediately raised his hand to interrupt. "I said, there are no demons, it's a wild beast, a wild beast." A second later, he realized what Prefect Feng Ji had said, and widened his eyes, shouting loudly, "What did you say? Who did you say was captured?" Immediately afterward, a shrill scream rang out, startling the guards and the common people. "Summon all the hunters in the county." Scene changes to somewhere else. At this time, the twin dragons were sitting on a pile of bloody bones. "Sister, I don't want to die. Xiaoqing, don't be afraid. The immortal will definitely come to save us." Man Shan heard this and grinned wickedly. "What immortal? Damn fox spirit, I advise you to release us. I am a princess of the dragon race, the daughter of the dragon king of the East Sea." Man Shan not only wasn't afraid but opened his mouth wide and laughed loudly. "Ha ha! So what if you're a dragon princess? You think you can scare me? Your grandpa is also a leader among the 4 great demon kings, a subordinate of the great immortal He Shan, and also the Tiger King Man Shan. Weak dragon race like you are just right to be concubines for our great immortal He Shan." Xiao Qing was terrified and burst into tears.
I don't want to be a concubine, I don't want to be a concubine.
Outside the forest, Zhang Qing's group had begun to move.
Your Honor, we found a lot of tiger footprints, and they're very fresh. That evil beast probably hasn't run far. We just need to follow these footprints, and we'll definitely be able to find its tracks soon.
Chunfeng, walking beside Zhang Qing, sensed that something was wrong and spoke up. Immortal Master, this wild beast is unusually fierce and eats people. We still shouldn't let the hunters risk their lives.
The hunters turned around and complained. Don't worry, Taoists, we are experienced hunters. We've seen many packs of jackals and tigers like this before. That's right, last year, we even hunted a tiger together.
Zhang Qing rubbed his forehead, stunned. These tiger hunters do have experience in tracking wild animals. It's still better to let them continue. Deng Li and Zhao Qing's lives are still uncertain. If something happens, I don't know how to explain it to their families.
After a while, the group found a cave ahead. We found a tiger's den here. Everyone, quick, go check if there are any other exits around first.
Before entering the cave, a hunter spoke up.
Your Honor, Dao Zhangshen, we've just checked. There are no other exits around this cave. Very good, all of you come here and listen to me. We'll first do this, then. While Shen Changqing was discussing plans with the hunters,
Li Chunfeng already picked up his Bagua compass and went to scout ahead. Holy cow, the smell of blood is so strong.
A second later, Li Chunfeng held the Bagua compass forward, activating the Xuantian treasure mirror to check for demonic energy around.
From the compass, a dazzling golden light flashed.
Then a pillar of light appeared, showing information about the Man Shan, Tiger King Jin Jing, Man Shan, ranked 13th on the Qintian Sea's wanted list. A demon king level, danger level 4 stars, indeed, a great demon. With my current cultivation, I'm not this fox demon's opponent.
Saying that, Li Chunfeng took out something glowing from his clothes. I wonder where Master is. No matter what, I can't let this fox demon go down the mountain and continue harming people. Immediately after, Li Chunfeng quickly wrote golden characters on the Bagua compass. Heaven is round, earth is square, law is eternal. As I, Jin, put pen to paper, all demons shall surrender.
While he was casting the formation, a hand suddenly landed on Li Chunfeng's shoulder from behind. Startling him, he opened his eyes wide and turned around to see Shen Changqing. At the same time, the formation he was casting suddenly vanished.
What are you doing, little Izzy? Everyone's busy, you should come out and lend a hand too.
Before he could say anything, Shen Changqing dragged him away.
Master, I was casting a formation.
That fox demon is a demon king. Alright. Once we catch that tiger, you can cast whatever spells you like. By then, your master will teach you a few immortal realm spells.
Immortal realm spells?
Is Master serious? Of course, it couldn't be more serious. Meanwhile, inside the cave, Man Shan was sound asleep on a pile of bones, looking high as a kite, drooling everywhere. Next to him, the twin dragons were also napping, but their faces clearly showed unease. Then, a surge of white mist rushed into Dong Li's nose, startling her awake. Dong Li sat up, dazed, her face pale. There's movement outside. It's humans, lots of humans. Could it be an immortal master here to save us? That's great. Standing at the mouth of the cave,
Shen Changqing held a drum, while Li Chunfeng was given a tiger head costume.
Master, is this really gonna work? Haha, you'll know in a bit.
As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Changqing immediately struck the drum hard, opening his mouth wide and shouting, "Little tiger, wake up!"
Hearing the earth-shattering noise, Man Shan woke up with a start. What's that sound? Daring to disturb this king. While happily drumming, something suddenly scared Shen Changqing, making him throw away the drum and the drumstick, shouting, "Oh my gosh!" Li Chunfeng, hiding inside the tiger head, saw it, and almost peed his pants. Holy moly. Li Chunfeng looked ahead, eyes wide, sweating profusely. They're here. It's the tiger demon. What greeted the group was Man Shan's sharp, glowing eyes.
The young men saw it, and stared with mouths agape, sweat pouring down like rain. "Mommy, it's huge. What did it eat to get so big?"
At that moment, Man Shan emerged from the cave with a ferocious face, baring its sharp fangs, roaring like crazy.
Seeing this, Shen Changqing immediately performed the limbo dance. "Don't be scared, little Izzy. Shake it the way I taught you." Li Chunfeng heard this, and his face was drenched in sweat. "Master, will your spell really work?"
Without another word, Li Chunfeng immediately stomped his prosthetic leg on the ground, and then put on an extremely intense, hip-shaking performance. Swaying and rocking, after shaking for a while, Li Chunfeng controlled the tiger head to turn backwards. With a seductive gaze under the moonlight, Man Shan saw it, and now in his pupils there was only the image of the cute little female tiger with a cheesy grin.
Then, Li Chunfeng continued to make the tiger head shake its hips a few more times. Super intense, super intense, super intense. Man Shan watched and couldn't stop increasing his strength, increasing his strength, increasing his strength. Man Shan couldn't resist this charm, and exclaimed, "Oh wow, this tigress is truly interesting." Can't wait any longer. Man Shan lunged at the tigress, face flushed red, eyes turning into hearts. "Let this king shower you with love."
And so, the tiger dude grabbed the tigress's head, ready to plant the sloppiest kiss ever like it ain't cold, smack, smack, smack. Chunfeng inside that head was like, Is this some kind of sorcery my master's pulling? How's he getting this demon king so hyped? Then, a not-so-gentle bump made Chunfeng's face turn purple, speechless. Ouch. Seems like there's something there, Miss Tigress. Let me help you push the cart. Ah. No way, master. Save me. I'm still a virgin. Brothers, grab him while you can. Archers, lock onto the target for me. One arrow. Bullseye. Damn it, you lowly humans. Dare to attack this king while I'm busy. Master, I'm still in here.
Tough hide. Arrows ain't easy to pierce. This tiger's probably about to become a demon. If we bring this pelt to town, it'll be 10 times more valuable than a regular tiger's.
What? Tiger skin is worth that much? Hehehe. Can't let this pelt get damaged? Roar, you foolish humans. That last attack accidentally knocked the fake tiger head off. Huh, it's a fake. Hehe. Tiger bro, hello. I'll kill you. You humans dare to deceive even this king. Master, save me. Yeah. You evil beast. Release that man at once. Old Changqing swung his sword randomly, accidentally stabbing the Tiger King. But the location of the stab seemed a little sensitive. Huh, something just poked me. You human, why did you stab there? The tiger demon couldn't handle the anal violation, collapsing in pain, and you finally took down this Tiger King. After everything was over, the county magistrate said to him, Taoist priest is truly a divine being, not only skilled in strategy, but also with such high martial prowess. One sword to finish off the fierce tiger.
Truly eliminating a great evil for the people. He was overjoyed to be praised. Waving his hand in response, not at all, you flatter me. It was thanks to the county magistrate's command.
That Li Chunfeng, after everything was over, still hadn't snapped out of it, looking at him with a surprised expression, thinking, this tiger demon has skin of steel and iron bones, practically invulnerable to swords and spears. So Master knew all along. Those maneuvers were all to take advantage of the tiger's weakness. The anus is the only weak point of this tiger demon. No wonder the master's one sword could break through the defense.
After chatting for ages with the county magistrate, he suddenly remembered the 2 dragon sisters. That's right, Dong Li and Xiao Qing are inside. No, the county magistrate replied.
Taoist Shen, don't worry, I sent people in there to search just now. Immediately after, the county magistrate also led the 2 sisters, Dong Li and Xiao Qing, out. The 2 dragon sisters immediately became delighted when they saw his figure. The immortal leader emotionally hugged him tightly.
Thank you, immortal leader, for saving our lives. He was overjoyed to be hugged so tightly by 2 beautiful women, shyly saying, it's alright, it's good that you guys aren't hurt.
It's okay, it's all okay now, let's go home. Hearing him say that, Dong Li shyly said, go home. After returning, everyone here held a lively banquet to celebrate for him, the tiger-slaying hero.
He walked down the street like a heroic general, with the spoils of war, the giant demon tiger, behind him. Everyone who saw his figure was full of envy. Everyone, come and see, our Jingyang County's tiger-slaying hero has returned.
Solved the man-eating beast case last night. Taoist Shen went up the mountain to surround and capture the fierce tiger, taking its life with one sword, helping our Jingyang County eliminate a great threat. He walked along, listening to the praises of the surrounding people, unable to stop smiling.
Turning to the county magistrate, he said suggestively, Lord Magistrate, you see, I risked my life to eliminate this menace for the people of Jingyang County. Shouldn't the government express its gratitude somehow? The county magistrate was momentarily taken aback. Express? What does Shen Daoyu mean? Pressing his advantage, he immediately replied, that Hong family's mansion, it's currently unoccupied. It just so happens that I want to rent a larger courtyard for my business, I wonder, Lord Magistrate.
Upon hearing this, the county magistrate instantly understood and said, Shen Daoyu protects the people of my Jingyang County. This mansion, owned by the government, is hereby gifted to Daoyu. Having achieved his goal, he clasped his hands together in glee and said to the county magistrate, Lord Magistrate is truly generous. I'll write an exorcism talisman for your residence later. Don't be shy to accept it. Upon hearing the words Hong family, Li Chunfeng couldn't help but ponder. The old Hong family mansion? I noticed something strange about that place last time. If the Hong family of 3 was killed by a fox spirit, what about the rumors in recent years that the Hong family members have been gradually dying off? Could it be that Master observed that the mansion had a problem, so he asked Fengji County about it to prevent ordinary people from entering and encountering disaster again? No, I have to investigate it.
He quickly returned to his destination, and upon landing, he politely greeted the county magistrate.
Many thanks to Lord Magistrate. Another day, I'll visit my old brother at home for a drink. The county magistrate immediately responded, You're too kind, brother. If you need any help, just come and find me.
Not seeing Li Chunfeng's figure, he turned to Dong Li, puzzled. Dong Li, where's Xiao Li? He was just in the group. Where did he run off to? Dong Li replied. Immortal Master Li Daoyu said earlier that he wanted to go and investigate the old Hong family mansion again.
Hearing this, he felt a little relieved. Oh well, let him be. While it's still early, help me do an experiment. At the same time, on the Hong mansion side,
Li Chunfeng was now standing and carefully observing. This place was filled with an abundance of eerie aura. There's definitely something wrong.
Just now, when I visited the people nearby, They all said that the Hong family mansion was built next to an ancient tomb underground. The Hong family has been guarding the tomb for many generations. Before, with Master here, he must have used immortal energy to suppress the yin energy in this place, so I didn't notice it. But now, the yin energy is about to condense into substance. No wonder the Hong family members have been dying strangely in recent years. If ordinary people stay in this place, they will be constantly eroded by this yin energy, and their lifespan will be cut short.
Suddenly, Li Chunfeng's profound heaven treasure mirror flew out, constantly emitting light. Profound heaven treasure mirror. What's going on? Why is it suddenly spinning on its own?
This is... Li Chunfeng immediately looked up. A very creepy eye was wide open, staring down at the Hong mansion. The yin energy from this place also flew towards that eye. It constantly absorbed the yin energy here.
Li Chunfeng was stunned by this scene. Yin Gathering Array. The Black Mountain Old Demon's Yin Gathering Grand Array. The Black Mountain Old Demon is using this tomb as the eye of the array, gathering the yin energy of the earth veins. This Hong family mansion is right in the center of the formation. Li Chunfeng was extremely worried, constantly calculating with his fingers. Not good. Maester killed the Demon King under the Black Mountain Old Demon, so the Black Mountain Old Demon is coming. Zichao Haozhe, on his side. At this place, the once mighty bitter sea monster was hung on that pole. Right next to it was a stove, and Xiaoqing was constantly adding fuel to the fire.
Immortal Master, can we really get delicious wine like this? He sat to the side and said with interest. Of course, roasted duck must be paired with good wine. You'll know once you try it.
Dong Li added some liquid wine that he had bought into the steamer, and Xiaoqing added more firewood. The three were still busy, focusing all their attention on the fire, completely oblivious. A crow was also appearing in this place.
It, with red eyes, secretly observed the actions of the three people, and then immediately flapped its wings and flew away, returning to its master. The mysterious man in black spoke after receiving information from the crow. Immortal, HMPH, killed my subordinate, my Demon King. I want to see what abilities that so-called immortal has.
This mysterious man didn't know what power he had, but every word he said emitted a considerable amount of murderous intent.
After much effort in brewing the wine, each drop of pure wine finally flowed out.
Dong Li and Xiaoqing, standing next to him, couldn't escape the allure of this wine. This is immortal nectar.
Just smelling the aroma of this wine, there was already a dense, spiritual energy enveloping it. He shyly raised the jar containing his essence and said, "The alcohol content is just average, still not meeting my expectations, Elixir."
You flatter me, Xiaoqing couldn't help but ask. Young master, what's alcohol content? Does immortal master mean you can brew even better alcohol?
That mysterious figure from before was also there, secretly watching the three of them. He observed Shen Changqing's every move from afar, thinking, this kid looks no different from an ordinary person, and I can't sense any magic power on him either.
How could Mount Demon be killed by someone so ordinary? There must be something fishy going on.
Outside, two people were casually chatting as they passed by, endlessly praising Shen Changqing. Immortal Master Shen is an immortal, you know? Because Zhao Lao Er bought Immortal Master Shen's calligraphy, he can go 10 rounds every night, and his wife doesn't dare call him useless anymore. Does Immortal Master Shen's calligraphy not only exorcise evil spirits, but also have this effect? Haha, an immortal can do anything. Today, I must get a piece of Immortal Master Shen's calligraphy, so my tigress will look at me with different eyes. As the two were walking to Shen Changqing's house, they saw the scene of the mysterious stranger secretly watching their Immortal Master Shen.
Thinking the mysterious person had also come to ask for calligraphy, the two said amiably,
"Hey, old-timer, you've come to ask Immortal Master Shen for calligraphy too? Didn't expect you to be so old and still have this desire? Respect, respect. No need to be shy, old mister. Just go right in. Immortal Master Shen is very friendly. No need to climb over the wall." The mysterious figure was speechless at being misunderstood like this. He was both embarrassed and didn't know how to react.
The two calligraphy seekers couldn't help but step inside, loudly announcing, "Immortal Master Shen, you're back." Shen Changqing was still busy with his brewing. He turned his head when he saw them and asked, "What can I do for you two?" The two men replied, We want to buy Immortal Master's calligraphy treasure." Shen Changqing's eyes lit up when he realized they were there to make a transaction. Haha, calligraphy. All right, my calligraphy is guaranteed to be reasonably priced. Do you have any requests for what you want written?
One man shyly whispered to Shen Changqing, It's the calligraphy you wrote for Zhao Lao Er last time. That calligraphy of yours is really effective. Zhao Lao Er can go 10 rounds a night and he brags about it in front of us every day."
Shen Changqing couldn't believe his ears when he heard about this effect of his calligraphy. 10 rounds? Since when did my calligraphy have this effect? That Zhao Lao Er is exaggerating too much. If these two buy my calligraphy and it doesn't work, they'll come back to cause trouble. Shen Changqing immediately adjusted his demeanor and said, "This immortal can write the calligraphy you desire, but the effect isn't as exaggerated as that. In addition to hanging my calligraphy, you also need to exercise every day. If you can afford it, you can use tiger or bull genitals. That'll have the miraculous effect of going 10 rounds or something. Please act according to your ability."
The man happily pointed outside and said, "Immortal Master, No need to be so modest. Maybe you don't know, but in Jingyang County, from 80-year-old elders to 3-year-old children, no one says your calligraphy doesn't work. If you don't believe me, look. We saw an old man climbing over the wall in front of the door just now, wanting to ask for your calligraphy, but he was too shy. He immediately pointed at the mysterious figure but couldn't see him. Hey, where did that old man go? Shen Changqing wondered. Old man. As soon as he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning struck the mysterious figure, and he immediately appeared.
Are you looking for this old man? Dong Li and Zhao Qing recognized the mysterious figure as Old Demon Black Mountain right away. Not only was Shen Changqing not afraid of the demon Old Demon Black Mountain, but he was also worried about his roof tiles. He broke my roof. The others present in Shen Changqing's house were scared stiff by the appearance of Old Demon Black Mountain.
Old Demon Black Mountain looked straight at Shen Changqing, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he said, Kid, this old man has come to find you for something. At this moment, Dong Li was extremely worried and said to Xiao Qing, It's Old Demon Black Mountains. Xiao Qing, no matter what happens later, even if we have to give up our lives, we must protect Immortal Master. If there's a fight, take Immortal Master back to the East Sea to ask for reinforcements. I'll stay here and stop him. Xiao Qing was extremely worried about her sister when she heard this. No, sister, I'll stop him. You take Immortal Master away.
Contrary to the worry of the two sisters, Dong Li and Xiao Qing, Shen Changqing was not afraid at all, but instead filled with anger. Old geezer, didn't you want calligraphy? You're at an age where you should know better than to climb on other people's roofs. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're old. I'm telling you, you have to compensate for every broken tile.
Old Demon Black Mountain looked at Shen Changqing, who wasn't afraid of his power at all, and thought, looking at him again and again, he's still an ordinary mortal. There's no fluctuation of magic power in his body, not even as much as the 2 dragon demons beside him. But he's not only not afraid of me, but he even looks like he wants to beat me up. What's going on? I shouldn't act rashly. I should probe him first. Immediately after, he said loudly, You killed the Demon King under my command for no reason. How do you want to die?
Shen Changqing didn't understand these words at all. He pointed at the fox demon's corpse and said, What Demon King? Are you talking about this tiger?
Old man, are you having delusions because you heard too many rumors? That's not right. I killed this tiger, but this tiger was given to me as a reward by Lord County Magistrate. If you want it, you have to pay. Also, get down here, or you'll fall, and try to blame me. There are many people watching. Dong Li, worried that Shen Changqing would further offend Old Demon Black Mountain, stepped forward and whispered, I am Immortal Master. That's heavenly demon level Old Demon Black Mountain.
Shen Changqing, after hearing Dong Li's reminder, was not afraid, but even more angry, unloading a barrage of words at Old Demon Black Mountain. Old demon, what heavenly demon? Don't you have any shame? I've been putting up with you for half a day, and you still dare to break my roof. Today, even if the Heavenly King himself comes, don't even think about leaving. At the same time, Li Chunfeng arrived, and when he saw that Old Demon Black Mountain was already enraged, he hurriedly ran over, worried about Shen Changqing. Master, be careful. Li Chunfeng was scared to death when he saw the terrifying manifestation of Old Demon Black Mountain.
A heavenly demon-level being can destroy the world and wipe out an entire country.
Shen Changqing looked at Old Demon Black Mountain's manifestation, still unafraid, standing there with his hands on his hips.
Hey, Shan Laoyao smirked arrogantly. You dare to be disrespectful to me, an ant like you? I'll peel your skin, seal your soul, and torture you every single day, making sure you neither live nor die. As he said that, he charged straight at him.
Everyone who witnessed this scene was scared witless and worried sick about him. We're done for, Master Immortal, watch out. He, on the other hand, didn't care about any of that. He was just fuming about how the old geezer's landing had shattered so many of his tiles. The heck, He Shan Laoyao, while flying straight at him,
was just about to swallow him whole when he suddenly crashed to the ground right in front of him.
He was surrounded by a pool of his own blood, and his legs looked like they were about to break into pieces. He Shan Laoyao was barely hanging on, gritting his teeth. Seeing the old guy suddenly kneeling before him like that, he reacted. Old man, you don't have to give me such a grand bow. It's good that you know you were wrong.
He Shan Laoyao then suddenly collapsed, completely clueless about what was happening to him. Where's my magic power? My magic power is gone, He Shan Laoyao mumbled, tears welling up uncontrollably in his eyes. He screamed in pain. My knees hurt too much.
Li Chunfeng and the two Long sisters, witnessing He Shan Laoyao, once high and mighty, kneeling before him, were dumbfounded. Yan Luo couldn't close his mouth. Master Immortal is truly awesome. He Shan Laoyao is kneeling already. He approached He Shan Laoyao, scolding. Didn't I warn you earlier? Told you to be careful not to fall. Now look at you. Who told you to mess around and climb on the roof? He Shan Laoyao, a powerful figure, was now being humiliated by a kid like him, and he couldn't help but burst into tears.
I want to kill you. To vent the anger in my heart, I will kill you. As he charged, he gently grabbed the old man's hand, handed him a character scroll, and said, Here, this is for you. Consider it my respect for the elderly. I'm giving it to you, so you don't need to repair the roof. He Shan Laoyao, after receiving the scroll from him, excitedly opened it. This is As soon as he opened it, the trash character he gifted him started glowing intensely.
Such a decisive character contains so much power,
And it immediately pierced through He Shan Laoya,
causing him to vomit blood non-stop.
Seeing his reaction, he panicked, hiding behind the fox demon's skirt, afraid of being implicated, and said, Hey, I just gave you a calligraphy piece. I didn't even touch you. Everyone can testify for me. I really didn't touch him. Oh no, if this old guy dies on my property, his family probably won't let me off the hook. He Shan Laoyao was not only disgraced by him, but also lacked any dignity, being scolded by the commoners.
Hey!
We clearly came to ask for calligraphy first. Why is this old man cutting in line?
That's right!
He's old, and still sucking up to the immortal master like that. Doesn't he have any shame?
Seeing the crowd getting so agitated, he immediately turned around to reassure his gold mine. Everyone, don't rush, there's enough for everyone. He's an old man, you should learn to respect your elders. Respecting the old and loving the young has always been the tradition of our Jingyang County, right?
The fox demon, after seeing He Shan Laoyao's pathetic state, couldn't help but mock him. He really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Doesn't he see where this is? The immortal master's residence? Still trying to use magic power? Even if your strength is at the heavenly demon level, it won't work. He Shan Laoyao, hearing this, turned to ask the fox demon, is he really an immortal descended to the mortal realm? How can that be? He clearly doesn't have any magic power aura at all. The fox demon replied, can the abilities of an immortal be perceived by a mere mortal demon like you? Looking at your weak state now, you're not even as good as a 3-year-old human child. Isn't that proof enough? Speaking of 3-year-olds, there's a 3-year-old, a little brat from who knows where, ran over and peed right on He Shan Laoyao's face. After finishing, he gave He Shan Laoyao a smug look and ran away cheerfully. He Shan Laoyao, being peed on by a 3-year-old, utterly humiliated, angrily cursed, Damn it, I am the great immortal of He Shan, you control this territory, and the 4 great demon kings all respect me. How dare a mere mortal pee on my face? I will definitely wash the entire Jingyang County with blood, and turn this place into a living hell. As soon as he finished speaking, his crow froze in place, its red eyes staring intensely into Dong Li's eyes. Dong Li also inadvertently looked straight into its eyes, and she seemed to lose consciousness.
Li Chunfeng, seeing Dong Li's condition, immediately realized something was wrong. Demon magic, soul absorption. He Shan Laoyao stood up at the same time with a triumphant expression, reaching out to grab Dong Li by the neck and lifting her up. At the very least, this immortal has 100 years of cultivation. Although I don't know how you sealed my magic power, I still have many trump cards. Kid, if we fight to the death today, Jingyang County will definitely be a river of blood. Now I give you 2 choices. You kill the Demon King under my command, then I'll take this woman away as compensation. Or you kill her, and we'll fight to the death. Seeing that the old man must have some brain problem, using Dong Li's life to compensate for a lustful tiger. Old man, are you crazy? What nonsense are you talking about? If you want that tiger skin, just take it. Don't hurt others.
After hearing his words, the Black Mountain Old Demon immediately speculated. This kid is so worried about that dragon demon. Could there be something fishy going on? Even messing around with the dragon maiden. I see you're no upright immortal yourself.
He saw that this old guy showed no signs of letting it go, so he wanted to roll up his sleeves and teach him a lesson.
Just as he was about to step forward, a figure suddenly appeared above the old man. You pervert. It's one thing to already be harassing people, but you dare to set your sights on Miss Dong Li. I've tolerated you for far too long. As this person spoke, they effortlessly grabbed the Black Mountain Old Demon's head, and with a single decisive move, they tossed this rude old man flying into the wall, making him vanish.
Everyone who witnessed this man's power couldn't help but gape in astonishment. He was no exception.
Well done. The man immediately stepped forward to help Dong Li up, awkwardly showing concern for her. Miss Dong Li, you don't need to be afraid. That old pervert has been beaten by me.
Seeing her older sister was out of danger, Xiao Qing couldn't help but rush over and tightly hug her sister. Big sis, are you okay? You scared me to death just now? Dong Li also came to her senses thanks to Xiao Qing's hug, wondering what was happening, what's going on, what happened to me just now. He and Li Chunyang went to observe the Black Mountain Old Demon, and were utterly shocked. He's dead. Master is truly formidable. Hearing that, he couldn't help but wonder, thinking he misheard, and asked again, What did you just say? Dead. Li Chunyang, thinking it was all orchestrated by him, replied admiringly, Master is truly amazing. Helping the common folk of Great Tongue deal with the great demon Black Mountain Old Demon, this is a huge merit.
As soon as he finished speaking, he fearfully covered his mouth. Shush! Speak quieter! Do you want to get me killed? This old man wasn't killed by me, don't talk nonsense. Later, when the government officials arrive.
You better control your mouth for me. I wonder if we should try to find a doctor to save him. It's over, we're done for this time. Everything was peaceful, and then someone died. Witnessing the Black Mountain Old Demon dying in his own house, he imagined himself rotting away in prison, and was utterly terrified.
A moment later, the county office officials arrived, leading their soldiers, and upon seeing him happily said, "Immortal Shen has once again performed a great service for our Jingyang County. That Black Mountain Old Demon was a top 20 great demon on the Imperial Astronomical Bureau's wanted list, and now he's been eliminated by Immortal Shen. What joyous news." He, however, completely failed to understand what the man was saying, having thought he'd spend the rest of his life buried in prison, only to be praised like this now. The county magistrate bowed and said,
"Immortal Shen, there's no need to worry. I understand the rules of cultivators like yourselves. These mystical supernatural matters cannot be known by ordinary common folk. The government office has issued an official notice. This Black Mountain Old Demon is not a Jianghu tyrant. He was a bandit, wanted by the government, and now he has been eliminated by Immortal Shen. We specifically commend Immortal Shen."
"Please, don't trouble yourself further. We'll be heading back now." He held the commendation flowers in his hand, feeling doubtful.
Who would have thought I'd get to wear 2 big red commendation flowers in one day? Me, a big oaf.
The man who had just taken action against the Black Mountain Old Demon, after everything settled down, sat down to recount the incident to everyone. Everyone was extremely curious, crowding around him. "Let me tell you all, that old man was really the Black Mountain Old Demon, the second son of second uncle's third sister-in-law. I have an older cousin who works at the yamen, right next to old Wang's house. All that Jianghu tyrant stuff is just to fool little commoners like you. How could ordinary folk like you possibly know about these kinds of things? Guzi, isn't that right? You were there too?" That guy explicitly said that Immortal Shen killed the Demon King under his command, and he wanted to abduct Ms. Dongli as compensation. The person who was present at the time also spoke up. That's right, many people heard it then. The crowd listening to the story widened their eyes in admiration. "Oh, really?" the big man continued. "At that time I had no idea about that old man's identity. I just thought some pervert had appeared out of nowhere to molest Miss Dongli, so I stepped up and gave him a smack, and who knew, I actually killed him. My legs are still trembling just thinking about it now."
Someone in the crowd, hearing him boast about his heroic feat, couldn't believe it for a moment, thought he was bluffing, and retorted, "Hey, how could a fool like you possibly kill the Black Mountain Old Demon? Didn't you see how a divine light from Immortal Shen made that old demon kneel on the ground, and then spit blood? If it wasn't for Immortal Shen using his divine power and immortal arts, do you think you could even touch the Black Mountain Old Demon? If it wasn't for Immortal Shen, you'd probably be dead by now, without even knowing how you died." The crowd immediately became very lively. No wonder I felt the wind wasn't quite right then. It was like the scene of 2 great masters clashing, right? I felt that too. That time, Immortal Shen's expression was completely different. Yes. At that time, I think I even saw Immortal Shen's soul leave his body and fight back and forth with the Black Mountain Old Demon in the sky. The story spread from 1 to 10, then 10 to 100, and his power, from who knows where, was exaggerated to the heavens. The children also couldn't escape the wave of admiration for him, constantly asking questions. Immortal Shen, can you conjure candied haws?" He replied, "I can't." Another kid asked, Immortal Shen, do immortals go to the toilet?" Hearing this absurd question from the kid, he was utterly speechless. Guess what? 2 other kids wouldn't leave him alone, continuing to ask, Immortal Shen, are you married yet?" Hearing this question from the 2 kids, he angrily replied, "What does that have to do with you?" These children kept surrounding him, relentlessly asking questions. Immortal Shen, are you not married? Because no immortal big sisters like you, right?" He was truly helpless with these kids. "Shut up." Of course, his attitude didn't deter them one bit. The children's curiosity continued to pester him. Dongli and Xiaoqing were inside, utterly focused on brewing Xiaoqing wine. "Xiaoqing, pay attention, control the heat of the wine, it's coming out, quickly, find a jar." Meanwhile, he was still having a headache with these nameless brats. "I'm really not an immortal." At Zishi Haotai, he and Li Chunyang were vaguely discussing something. "You really have to go. Won't you reconsider?" "No need to reconsider." Seeing Li Chunyang's resolute attitude,
"You just couldn't defy him, so you angrily spit on the ground to vent your frustration and turned away. Ugh, you stinky male fox demon."
Seeing your spit was like seeing holy water.
He rushed over, mesmerized, to the spot where the highly concentrated spiritual energy lingered in your saliva. Just as he was about to lick it clean, you threw a ladle of water in his face, stopping him from licking. "If you dare to lick, I'll throw you into the courtyard." A moment later, Li Chunyang said cautiously, "Master, I'll return soon. I must quickly bring the corpse of this Black Mountain Old Demon back to the sect in Shulan." You held some food in one hand and a calabash in the other, offering them to him, then said, All right, I know. If you're going far, take these to eat on the way." As you spoke, you felt a pang of regret, thinking, who told Jin Xiao Sher, that delivery guy from the roasted duck shop, to just fly off like that?
Li Chunyang took the items from you, looking at them with confusion. "Master, this is..." You didn't care, turning your back.
"Just some snacks and homemade spirits. Be careful on your journey, come back early. I'm inconvenient now, going to sleep first." As soon as you left, Li Chunyang immediately opened the food container and was utterly astonished. Just by opening the lid, the key inside continuously emanated, "Ah, this is a divine item." As soon as he finished speaking, he couldn't help but grab a bun and started devouring it. With one bite, it was as if he had a breakthrough. Spiritual energy overflowing. Ah, I've broken through. I've broken through.
The breakthrough process ended perfectly, and Li Chunyang suddenly knelt to the ground, tears of emotion streaming down his face. Thank you for accepting me as your disciple. Thank you for the divine items Master bestowed upon me. I will engrave this kindness in my heart. This time, returning to Shuland, I will definitely spread Master's divine legends along the way, and then ask the sect to reward Master. As soon as he finished, Li Chunyang immediately got hit in the head with a book, making blood spray. It was you who struck him.
You were afraid that if you spread your name like that, it would attract a lot of trouble, so you angrily warned Li Chunyang. Repaying kindness with enmity, huh, brat? If you dare to mention me outside, you're dead. If you do, our master-disciple relationship ends here. Also, scram quickly, don't yell and disturb my rest. After you angrily left, Li Chunyang noticed the book you had used to attack him just now. He picked it up and was incredibly surprised to find that it was precisely the 9-9 multiplication formula oral incantation.
Li Chunyang continued to imagine. It's good for him. He thinks you meant to give it to him but dared not say it aloud. He couldn't hold back tears of emotion. This incantation must be an immortal technique. Master is indeed hard-mouthed but soft-hearted. I, your disciple, will definitely cultivate diligently every day, not letting down your expectations. You then sat on a horse-drawn carriage transporting goods on the road. Dong Li sat inside the sedan chair, asking you curiously, Immortal Master, do we really have to move to that Hong family old residence?
In contrast to Dong Li's worries, you replied nonchalantly, Of course, Magistrate Feng gave me that residence. The original house was too small, just barely enough for a few of us to stay, let alone for my roasted duck business and distilled spirits to get rich.
Dong Li's worries didn't cease, as she expressed her concerns to you, Immortal Master. Although the curse at the Hong Mansion Old Residence was lifted after the Black Mountain Old Demon died, most common people don't know about the Black Mountain Old Demon and see this place as inauspicious, not daring to approach.
Although Dong Li has never done business before, she knows that opening a shop means choosing a prosperous and bustling area.
Is choosing a place like this a bit unsuitable?
Hearing these words from Dong Li, you also felt she was indeed correct and reasonable.
Looks like I'll have to play my trump card.
Dong Li completely didn't understand what you were saying. Play your trump card? You suddenly turned around, face to face with Dong Li. The situation was extremely intimate, full of unspoken affection, you said, precisely because the distance was too close.
Both felt a bit awkward, their faces involuntarily flushed.
Too close, Dong Li was too embarrassed to bear it, and quickly turned her back.
Immortal Master smells so good, you silly little sister. Zhao Qing also woke up.
Yaon, big sister, are we there yet? You then proudly stepped off the carriage and announced, Ahem, we're just gonna have a grand opening sale. By then, we'll set up a stage outside, invite some theater troupes to promote the new shop about to open, and invite a few old monks to recite scriptures on stage, then invite a highly respected old Taoist priest, mainly to show that there are no more vengeful spirits or evil ghosts.
Qingyang County's Shili village is now the cleanest place in all of Great Tang. Xiao Qing heard your method and asked, Immortal Master wants to perform a ritual. You found Xiao Qing's question incredibly silly, and replied, You're right, you have to do it, but remember not to announce to outsiders that you're performing a ritual,
otherwise, no one will dare to come.
All right, that's the spiel, he said, handing them a stack of flyers. Here, take these. Later, go out and plaster them everywhere, especially near the entrance of the district, where it's the most crowded. Be careful and run if you see any officials coming. Don't get caught.
I'm going inside to clean up first. Remember to come back before dark. I'll make you duck.
The Dong Li and Xiao Qing sisters were very obedient and didn't dare to delay, immediately heading out to find places to paste the posters. Xiao Qing asked her elder sister, puzzled, Sis, the immortal elder suddenly told us to paste these things. Is it really just to promote his new shop?
Dong Li sensed the spiritual energy on the flyer, frowning as she replied, No, it can't be. If it was just normal promotion, why would the immortal elder give us paper imbued with such powerful spiritual energy?
Earlier, it took me so long to comprehend just 2 of them. These flyers are all divine grade. The immortal elder isn't one to waste things. There must be a deeper meaning behind what he's doing. It's just that our cultivation is too shallow to see through it. The sky was already turning dark.
The 2 sisters finally managed to paste all the flyers they had. Dong Li wiped her sweat, exhausted, and said, Finally done. We can go back and report the results to the immortal elder now. The people gathered in huge numbers in front of the flyers, incredibly amused by them. Shen, immortal elder, wants to perform a ritual. What kind of ritual? Doesn't it say opening sale here? A ritual is good. With the immortal elder guarding this ominous place of Shili village, we can walk around freely now.
Suddenly, all the flyers that the Dong Li and Xiao Qing sisters had put all their effort into pasting
unexpectedly released a considerable amount of energy. They released energy simultaneously. The clever Dong Li quickly realized, wait, it's a spirit-gathering grand formation.
Jingyang County has become a cultivation holy land. He's seriously so lucky, just randomly pasting some flyers can form such a powerful stone formation. He really is the protagonist with the protagonist's aura. Shili village, the ancient tomb underground, was simultaneously shrouded by a considerable amount of sinister energy. They targeted the ancient tomb directly and immediately infiltrated it. Suddenly, The ancient tomb burst open, and a woman in red unexpectedly stepped out from inside.
Haha, I'm resurrected again. I never thought that old demon, Heishan, would use yin corpses to nurture qi. He probably wanted to rely on this constantly gathering yin energy to break through, but he didn't expect it would be a bargain for me. These yin corpses, nurtured by yin energy for hundreds of years, are not bad indeed. Once I devour a man, I'll definitely be able to break through again, escape the three realms, and be beyond the five elements. At that time, even Deluo golden immortals won't be able to do anything to me. Above, the area surrounding his house was also enveloped in a surge of yin energy. He was still completely unaware of what was happening, drinking his fill with the little fox. The Dong Li and Xiao Qing sisters, also drunk, didn't pay attention to anything. I'm not drunk, I can still drink. The immortal elder's wine is so good, immortal elder, immortal elder. Everyone had completely fallen into a deep sleep, oblivious to the approaching danger. The woman in red had appeared here at some point. That scumbag who shattered my soul is now nothing more than a remnant. Now that I have this yin corpse, even if you're an immortal, you won't be able to threaten me anymore. At the same time, in the city god temple of Jingyang County, the military judge spoke up. My lord, I wonder what the background of that Shen Daozhang is. He's so young, yet he has such profound magic power. If something happens in Jingyang County for a long time, we won't have to worry about the appearance of ghost pests anymore.
The city god, sitting sluggishly, replied with relief. Indeed, I'd really like to meet this expert. Not only did he eliminate the Ghost King and Hao Zhe Xianchao, but he also didn't even put old demon Heishan in his eyes, eliminating him easily.
If you're free tomorrow, follow me to pay him a visit, to avoid leaving a bad impression on the expert. Suddenly, the city god felt a considerable amount of pressure, this aura. He immediately asked the military judge anxiously. Military judge, didn't that expert go to Shili village today? The military judge replied. That's right. Shen Daozhang moved to his new residence in the old Hong family mansion in Shili village today.
Hearing this, the city god was immediately worried and divined the direction of Shili village.
There's an anomaly? This sinister aura is like the difference between an adult and a child, compared to the Ghost King in Xianchao Hao Zhe. We have to go there and see.
If Shen Daozhang can't defeat it, we must save him.
As for exorcising demons, we can only report it to the Imperial Astronomical Observatory to handle. No sooner said than done, this guy immediately zooms over to his place. In the blink of an eye, the three of them showed up at Shen Changqing's crib. The moment they arrived, all three felt a huge wave of yin energy radiating from inside, scary enough to make anyone go, whoa, this ain't good. Taoist Shen's in trouble.
City god didn't dare to dawdle, and immediately charged in. You fiend! It's been too long.
The sight before the city god left him speechless, frozen in place, not knowing what to do.
He involuntarily fell backward, toppling into the other two like dominoes.
This scene that made the city god freeze for 5 seconds was also, way too intimate.
The demon that the city god was worried about was now subdued. Trembling before Shen Changqing, he wondered what was up.
The three realized they were just third wheels here, speechless, and immediately ran out, slamming the door shut. Taoist Shen, sorry for disturbing your romantic night. I'll personally come and apologize to you another time.
Shen Changqing really didn't understand what these three were doing at his house. He yawned, confused. What are these guys doing in the middle of the night? Like they saw a ghost. Romantic night.
Saw a ghost? Wait a minute. He immediately jumped up, anxiously checking his surroundings.
After confirming that there were no demons or ghosts around, he hugged the fox demon and went back to sleep, relieved.
What was that? Acting all mysterious? Fooled even me.
If those guys pull any more shady stuff next time, I'll show them what the iron fist of socialism is.
If only the red-clothed ghost was not extremely tired at this moment, only able to hide under his bed. How could this be? Just being near him is enough to feel the spiritual energy in my body being sucked dry. My strength now is far beyond what it used to be. Even if it is a true immortal, I should be able to fight. I should leave this man first and then talk, she said as she shivered, wanting to leave, to escape. The other three not only did not leave, but also stood there watching, admiring him. Immortal is really awesome. Even a female ghost can be tamed. At the same time, the female ghost was also gasping for breath, weakly stepping out of his room, almost discovered the presence of the three of them. The three of them were scared to death when they saw the female ghost and immediately fled. We're not watching anymore. If nothing happens, then it's none of our business anymore.
The female ghost was now extremely angry. The fire in her body seemed to have been ignited.
The three, terrified of the female ghost, immediately fled back to the city god temple.
Seeing the three of them with terrified faces, panting, the people there wondered and stepped forward to ask, My lord, what happened?
Military judge, his face pale, shouted in fear, The immortal's methods are unheard of, earth-shattering. That artist is really bold. So exorcising demons can be done like that. General Gan Liu was also frightened by military judge's attitude. What exactly happened? Tell me quickly. What immortal technique did that expert use to eliminate the ghost? The city god replied. At first, we planned to come and support Taoist Shen. Military judge, with a stunned face, continued.
As a result, we saw Taoist Shen's door wide open, that female demon ghost.
The other couldn't help but chime in.
That female ghost was crawling all over Taoist Shen. I saw it clearly, her whole body limp, her charming eyes like silk, and she was constantly squirming.
That scene, that situation, tisk tisk tisk, almost blinded my eyes. The guys listening to the story here also brightened up. And then, what happened after that? Tell us more. After that, we got kicked out by Taoist Shen. But we didn't actually leave, because we were worried Taoist Shen couldn't handle that ghost chick. So we were lurking on the wall, ready to jump in and help any time. But before even a cup of tea could be brewed, guess what?
Judge Wu couldn't hold back his gossiping, jumped in. That ghost was weaker than a dog crawling out to its butt. But even so, she still gently opened and closed the doors, afraid of disturbing Taoist Shen, and her aura was reduced by 99%. Those listeners were all like, totally not convinced and couldn't shut their mouths. So freaking exciting. No wonder it's Taoist Shen. Suddenly, some dude pipes up with a tricky question. But I'm a bit confused. Does that mean Taoist Shen only lasts for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea?
This rude but seemingly realistic question of his infuriated everyone around him.
These guys practically worship him. Of course they won't let him be insulted like that. What do you mean? Taoist Shen only lasts the time of a cup of tea. That's Taoist Shen being nice and letting her live.
Otherwise, how could that ghost's body withstand Taoist Shen's punishment? How dare you slander our idol brothers, beat him up.
The question asker immediately got swarmed. Qin Hui is nothing compared to Taoist Shen, he's our role model, take my punch. Ah, I was wrong. Is Taoist Shen someone a little yin master like you can even talk about? I'll slap your mouth until it bleeds, sorry don't hit me anymore. Back at Shen Changqing's place, the ghost wasn't giving up, continuing to absorb yin energy. Hey, this place is indeed a cultivation paradise. At this moment, with the alternating yin and yang and this yin gathering formation, my soul realm has reached its peak in an instant. I'll try again. Even if I can't kill the person in that room, I must scare him away. Suddenly, Shen Changqing opened the door and stepped out. Actually, he was just dying to pee, and needed to find a place to relieve himself. Suddenly, he felt startled. The ghost was terrified when she saw him, and immediately hid behind a tree. Crap. Why did he suddenly come out? Shen Changqing kept looking left and right, searching for something.
He looked towards the tree where the ghost was hiding, and thought, that's it. Locking onto the target, he decisively walked straight towards the tree, his hand constantly fiddling with his belt. The ghost hiding behind the tree was completely stunned, seeing him walking towards her step by step. Did he find me? Kneeling on the ground in fear. You, what do you want to do?
Shen Changqing suddenly dropped his pants in front of the ghost, scaring her speechless. No, Immortal Master, I was wrong, I won't do it again, boo boo. He completely ignored her words.
Actually, because he couldn't hear her, and casually peed right on the ghost's head. His holy water seemed to contain a considerable amount of spiritual power, emitting golden light.
Quickly turning the ghost into ashes, Shen Changqing was startled by the sound. Whew, what was that?
But because the ghost had turned into ashes, he naturally didn't notice her presence at all. What was that? Screaming in the middle of the night, trying to scare me to death?
Whatever. When I get rich later, I'll definitely build a bathroom with a toilet in my room, he said as he turned around and leisurely walked back to his room, completely ignoring the yin energy that was spreading wildly in every corner, looking incredibly scary.
At the same time, in a small room upstairs, a couple in the room was getting ready to get it on, talking to each other. Honey, did you hear something just now? It sounded like a ghost, the woman replied. It's probably Taoist Shen fighting with a ghost. Taoist Shen is so powerful, don't worry darling, let's continue.
The man scratched his head and said,
I think I saw the cabinet moving. I can't get it up anymore. The woman couldn't help but wonder, you don't want to or you can't get it up? What a useless waste. Even a small noise scares you so much you can't get it up.
After relieving himself, Shen Changqing rolled into bed and hugged the fox spirit tightly, dreaming of rich dreams. So much money, it's all mine, it's all mine.
The very next morning, his shop finally opened, with flags waving, drums beating, and lion dances. Everyone was talking lively. His entire courtyard seemed to be packed. Everyone was watching and whispering, hey, is Taoist Shen really exorcising ghosts in front of everyone today? Can it be fake? I can't believe the ads for Taoist Shen's roast duck shop are plastered all over the city. Only Taoist Shen could get away with that. Anyone else would have been arrested by the Yamen long ago. Exactly. After hearing the news, I immediately abandoned my family and rushed back, not wanting to miss something like this. After seeing the crowd gathering here was too large, the Yamen people worried that it would affect his exorcism, and anxiously said to the magistrate, so many people gathering like this, I'm afraid it will cause trouble. Should this subordinate send troops to drive them away?
Hearing this, the magistrate immediately smacked him on the head, angrily saying, drive away what? This is Immortal Master Shen? You just took office, you must have never heard of Immortal Master Shen's great name. Now everyone in Jingyang County knows Immortal Master Shen's abilities. You gotta remember this. Later on in Jingyang County, if you meet Immortal Master Shen, he's the real main character. Today, just chill here with me and watch how Immortal Master Shen subdues the ghost. That guy was still half believing, half doubting, but had to reply, yes sir, I'll keep that in mind.
Then, he stepped onto the stage, greeted by a roaring welcome from everyone. It's Taoist Shen, look, it's Taoist Shen. Immortal Master Shen, we love you. Immortal Master Shen, don't catch ghosts, come catch me instead. Seeing such an amazing crowd effect, he couldn't help but feel smug. Haha. Who knew this immortal reputation would be so effective? Gathering so many people. My Shen-style roast duck shop will probably become famous overnight. I can already smell the money. He then spoke up. Fellow elders and villagers. Today is the grand opening of my Shencheng Qing's roast duck shop, and also the day I eradicated the ghost from Shili village. Everyone knows the residence behind me used to be the old Hong family mansion. There were always rumors of ghosts, and people from the Hong family even died because of it. An old woman below couldn't help but chime in. Let me tell you, I lived near the Hong family mansion in my early years. What Taoist Shen is saying is true. Almost every household on Shili Slope knows about it. Strange things happened in the Hong family mansion time and time again. Chisk, chisk. The Hong family members died one by one, until there was no one left. He continued seriously from above. Now that I've moved into this residence, I want everyone to know, ghosts are not scary at all. After saying that, he pulled out his phone with a grin. Everyone, look at the magic treasure in my hand. I used this magic treasure to seal the ghost in the Zi Chao old residence in Yongle Ward before. The people below looked at his iPhone 14 Pro Max in astonishment. That's right, that's it. I was at the scene when Taoist Shen exorcised the ghost in Zi Chao old residence, Yongle Ward. Wow, I've seen a divine object. Seeing such a responsive crowd, he was secretly delighted. All right, the atmosphere is right, precious phone. Help me out, I'm counting on you today. With that thought, he tried hard to press the power button on his phone. His phone turned on quickly, displaying the bitten Apple logo. But unfortunately, his precious phone could only muster 1% of battery for him. Great, hang in there, precious phone. He immediately said. Everyone, wait a moment, Shen here will be right back. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately ran inside. Inside the kitchen, the two sisters, Dong Li and Zhao Qing, couldn't resist their curiosity, and peeked outside to see what was happening. Zhao Qing wondered, Sister, is there really a ghost occupying this residence? We've been here for a few days, but I haven't sensed any ghostly energy. Dong Li replied, I haven't sensed any either. Perhaps our cultivation is too low. The ghost in this residence must be even more ferocious and powerful than the Ghost King in Zi Chao old residence. Xiao Qing was astonished. Oh, no wonder the Immortal Master told us to wait in the room and not come out. After running inside, he grabbed his phone and began his performance. Behold my 24-character socialist core values incantation. Ghosts in this room, come out and face your punishment. He immediately raised his phone high, acting like he was casting a spell, and repeatedly mumbled socialist phrases. Some people were secretly peeking over the wall. Seeing this, he was astonished. He's making stuff up. There's thunder, daylight thunder, there's thunder. The Immortal Master summoned heavenly lightning to exorcise evil. He then took the opportunity to play a recording of a ghost wailing from his phone, scaring the onlookers half to death. The act was over, and he stepped back onto the stage, loudly announcing, Everyone, the ghost has been subdued by me. Shili Slope will no longer have demons and ghosts disturbing the people. Suddenly, an old man below couldn't help but ask curiously, Taoist Shen, can we see that ghost? Hearing this request, he became worried. I didn't expect these people to be so hard to fool. Even so, he had to agree to gain everyone's trust. Haha, of course you can. Everyone, pay close attention. As he spoke, he raised his phone, meeting the expectant gazes of many people. He took a deep breath. The crowd below was eagerly anticipating his performance. He called out, Hey Siri. Siri inside the phone immediately replied, Yes, I'm here. This simple action, combined with Siri's response, completely captivated the crowd below. Everyone cheered and applauded incessantly. Even that guy from the Yamen was totally impressed by him. Immortal, and immortal. Truly the methods of an immortal. The magistrate has long been won over, and now he's not even surprised, just smiling smugly and saying, Look at your naive face, it's just a ghost. You haven't even seen Immortal Master Shen subdue old Black Mountain Demon and the Fox Demon. A woman below couldn't help but exclaim, Thank you, Immortal Master. From now on, Shili Slope will be free of ghosts. Turning to scold her weak-willed husband, she snapped, Look at you, all sluggish. Just a little commotion last night kept you from coming home. If you ever make excuses again, this old lady's gonna divorce you. At the same time, he also spoke up, thinking to himself about manipulating the crowd. This ghostly substance has been here so long that everyone in 10 Mile Village has, more or less, been infected with yin qi. While this yin qi would naturally dissipate in 1 to 2 years, if you eat the duck eye roast with supreme yang fire, it'll disappear completely in less than a day. But this humble Taoist's abilities are limited. I can only roast 10 of these ducks a day before my spiritual power is completely depleted, so please bear with me, folks. The crowd got absolutely hyped when they heard him. I'll pay 10 strings of cash, I'll pay 50 strings of cash, I'll pay 10 taels of silver. Even Lord Magistrate couldn't hold back, completely manipulated by him, jostling in the crowd. Damn it, don't push, don't push. Someone immediately stepped forward to protect the magistrate. Lord Magistrate, be careful. The magistrate completely ignored his reputation and loudly declared,
Don't mind me, quick, help me get one. The crowd was totally bewitched by him, constantly fighting to get a duck. He himself was freaked out by their reaction. Whoa, don't push. Everyone, line up and take a number. We'll use a lottery system for purchases. Hey, holy crap, they're being handsy, sir. A man like you is taking advantage of me.
In the dark of night, at the estate, a child was still playing in the yard.
Suddenly, the boy noticed someone behind him. He turned his head to look. It turned out to be someone he knew, so the boy smiled. But suddenly, that person pushed him into the well. The guards discovered it and quickly rushed to the rescue.
This is bad. The young master fell into the well.
Quick, save him. Meanwhile, Shen Changqing had Dong Li pinned against the wall, asking her what she was going to do. Are you in or out? Dong Li blushed deep red, stammering. Immortal elder Shen Changqing, holding Dong Li, continued.
I absolutely won't mistreat you. Dong Li quickly nodded in agreement.
With that, Shen Changqing metaphorically shot off celebratory fireworks. Alright, congratulations to the first store manager of Shen's roast duck shop on taking office. Our goal is to open chain stores all the way to Chengjian City within 1 year, cover the entire country in 2 years. 3 years, Xiao Qing ran in from outside looking panicked and shouting, Immortal elder, someone's looking for you outside. Shen Changqing tried to regain his composure, then stepped out with a dignified air.
Why so surprised? We're practically celebrities in Jingyang County now. It's nothing to be surprised about when there's an endless stream of people coming to ask me for exorcism talismans.
Outside stood a middle-aged man dressed entirely in high-grade silk, clearly a person of high status. He spoke up, Taoist Shen. What a pleasure to meet you. This old man is Sun Rong. I apologize for disturbing Taoist Shen. Shen Changqing smiled as he stepped forward and said, Old Master Sun, you're too kind. May I ask if you're here to seek a talisman or to buy roast duck? Sun Rong's expression suddenly turned serious. He spoke with a pleading tone. Taoist Shen, I haven't been back to Jingyang County for long, but I've already heard about your ability to suppress ghosts and evil. My son passed away the day before yesterday, and I've come this time hoping Taoist Shen can choose an auspicious day to set up an altar and perform rituals so his soul can ascend to the Tao. Hearing this, Shen Chengqing quickly replied, A new job, huh? I'm good at writing talismans to trick people, but setting up altars and performing rituals isn't my specialty. Sun Rong gestured to the servant behind him. Taoist Shen, it was presumptuous of me. Your esteemed status, of course, means you shouldn't be treated shabbily. This is just a small token of my appreciation. The servant stepped forward and opened a gold chest, its contents seemingly glowing. These 200 taels are considered a deposit. Once the Taoist finishes the ritual for my son, I, Sun Rong, will personally offer an additional 500 taels as thanks. Shen Changqing's eyes lit up at the sight of the money. He cursed inwardly. Holy crap, are they trying to make me feel ridiculously good? With that, he regained his composure and replied, Old Master Sun, there's no need to be so polite. How could I, Taoist Shen, who exorcises ghosts and slays demons for Jingyang County, be swayed by mere worldly possessions? It's simply for the safety of the common people and peace throughout the land. We cultivators toil precisely to help those in need, for only then can we truly cultivate and attain the true fruits of the heavenly Dalio. Old Master Sun loves his son so much. Your seeking me out is heaven's will. If I don't help you, then that would be defying heaven. With that, Shen Changqing grabbed the gold chest with both hands. Seeing that Shen Changqing had accepted, Sun Rong's group happily hurried back to prepare. Shen Changqing didn't forget to add, Old Master Sun, don't worry, get everything ready. I'll be there tomorrow to assist with setting up the altar. He happily turned to look at the money he had just acquired, laughing loudly. I'm rich. This is even easier than robbing a bank, isn't it? 200 taels, plus 500 taels. That's enough to buy a house in the capital city. Just like that. Meanwhile, at the city god temple in Jingyang County, everyone had also heard the news. Civil Judge Wen spoke up, chuckling, Chisk. Taoist Shen's exorcism on 10 Mile Slope yesterday really shook up my whole household. With such spiritual power, I reckon even those so-called high masters from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau in Chengjian City are nothing special, huh? The city god spoke up. Nah, the Imperial Astronomical Bureau is still way stronger. For example, they can calculate stuff like national destiny, people's livelihood, and the world's good and bad omens. Priest Shen is only good at exorcising ghosts right now, but even the Taoist masters at the Imperial Astronomical Bureau can do that. The city god's underworld judge, hearing this, whispered into the Lord City God's ear, Watch your words. If Priest Shen hears that, remember how Taoist priest Li Chunfeng from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau already took Priest Shen as his master? Eminent figures like Priest Shen are usually a bit proud. And if he hears you, it won't be good if he comes to cause us trouble later. No sooner had he finished speaking, than Shen Changqing appeared, bursting through the door and making the city god panic and fall to the ground. Shen Changqing spoke up, Aha, everyone's here, huh? Shen Changqing thought to himself, the old sayings really weren't wrong. Bandits in novels always love hiding in dilapidated temples like this, and sure enough, it's true. Changqing walked closer to them. The big-beard underworld judge, the city god underworld deity, spoke up and said, Yes,
Changqing quickly ran over and whispered into the underworld deity's ear. Sorry, I originally wanted to ask for your help, but I didn't expect all your accomplices to be here. Don't worry, I won't report you to the authorities. Life isn't easy, and it's understandable that people from your walks of life have to use these methods to make a living. The three people inside leaned in to eavesdrop.
The civil judge spoke up. Milord, Priest Shen suddenly appearing like this. He's not here to investigate us interrupting his ghostly endeavors last night, is he? Gan Liu chimed in. So what do? Priest Shen doesn't really seem like the type to be moody or unpredictable. Shen Changqing turned to look at the three of them, who immediately squashed themselves behind the city god, sweating profusely.
We need to be super careful with what we say later. Don't let Priest Shen get mad.
Shen Changqing stepped forward, showing deference, and said to the three, My apologies. Last time we met in the dead of night it was so rushed. Please forgive my eyes for not recognizing you. So you're the city god, and the ones next to you are the civil judge and General Gan Liu, right? Shen Changqing thought to himself, sure enough, it's a divine con artist organization. Everyone has such professional-sounding titles. The city god spoke up. Priest Shen, last time was our fault for being abrupt. May I ask what brings you here this time? The city god looked at Shen Changqing and thought to himself, he arrived without me sensing any movement at all. Could it be that his magic power has surpassed even the underworld deity power of the city god temple? In Shen Changqing's eyes, it was as if the three of them were ready to devour him whole. Oh no, didn't I just walk right into the tiger's mouth? From the looks of it, if I don't cough up some blood today, I won't be able to leave this temple. Shen Changqing forced a smile and said, well, all of you are truly outstanding talents in this field. Ever since I met the underworld judge, I've had immense respect for all of you. This time, I've come to promote professional exchange.
The city god's face instantly went pale, breaking out in a sweat. Professional exchange? How can we? We only possess a little bit of minor skill. Priest Shen's magic power is so profound. Just your presence is good enough for us.
The city god thought to himself, what professional exchange?
He's not here to cause trouble, is he? What in the world should I do?
The city god then explained,
this is a custom for Thanksgiving rituals. It's best to use banners, light incense, form hand seals, and chant incantations to deliver the departed souls first. After that, invite the deities to take their seats, make your requests, and then step onto the altar to perform the ritual. While the city god was speaking, Shen Changqing listened attentively, taking notes with paper and pen. By evening, the city god was completely worn out. Just now, I've demonstrated the ritual steps for the Immortal Elder, and I've also drawn out the Dharma seals and incantation formulas for you, priest. Please, take a look.
Shen Changqing happily replied, Excellent. You've worked hard, brother. Finally, Shen Changqing was willing to leave, and everyone at the city god temple was utterly drained.
The civil judge started crying, Wah! Priest Shen really does torment people. What professional exchange! He was totally mocking us. He's from an immortal sect. Why would he need to consult us, mere mortal underworld deities, about setting up altars and performing rituals? The underworld judge glanced at the city god and said,
It's probably because, earlier, Lord City God Tresk, he must have overheard our complaints. Otherwise, why would he torment us like this? The city god angrily roared, You narrow-minded fools, you petty-hearted bastards. Then, the city god flew high up, streams of magic power radiating around him, his face looking as if he had just achieved enlightenment. Priest Shen is an immortal, truly worthy of respect. There was nothing mocking or insulting about his actions today. He was trying to temper us. Just now, as he left, the magic power in my body instantly returned, and what's more, it surged. The shouts inside the temple began to intensify. Ah, I've broken through. I've also broken through a realm. Ah, me too. It's our minds that are narrow-minded. Priest Shen is truly an immortal. Outside, Shen Changqing also didn't understand what was happening. Hey, what are those divine con artists yelling about? Didn't I just borrow their tools for setting up altars and performing rituals? It's not like I'm not giving them back. The next morning, at the Sun Manor, in Jingyang County, a mournful funeral atmosphere hung heavy everywhere. Paper money and gold/silver ingots were scattered all over the courtyard, and a servant announced, Priest Shen has arrived. Please come in. Sunrong personally went out to greet Shen Changqing. As he walked, he looked at the surroundings, thinking, truly a prominent household. What a shame that something like a white-haired person sending off a black-haired one happened. How truly pitiful. Suddenly, Shen Changqing noticed something and spoke up. Old Master Sun, could you possibly lead me to see the dry well? Old Master Sun nodded sadly. Certainly, priest. Follow me. The white-haired woman kept throwing paper money into the fire. At this moment, Shen Changqing felt a bit suspicious seeing this scene. When he arrived at the well, a wisp of black qi radiated from the bottom of the well. Shen Changqing spoke up. Old Master Sun, is this courtyard where your esteemed son conducts his Buddhist studies? Both of them leaned down to look below.
Sun Rong replied. Alas, it was evening at the time, and all the servants who cleared weeds had gone to rest. After I finished eating, I also returned to my room to rest.
Who knew my Fu Gui would run out to play on his own? I was truly foolish. My Fu Gui really had a bitter life. He suffered from mental dullness since he was in his mother's womb, and his mother also passed away early. I was often busy with business, so I couldn't take good care of him. More than 10 years have passed now, and I always hoped that kid's idiocy would suddenly disappear. I haven't taken good care of him. I've failed him, and I've failed his late mother. Saying that, he burst into tears. When the servants pulled him out of the well, he was still moving his bloodied and muddy body. His limbs were broken, but he was still obediently holding onto the rattle drum I gave him, constantly calling out, "Father, damn, I deserve to die." Shen Changqing sighed and offered words of comfort. Master Sun, please don't be so heartbroken. In any case, I will try my best. Shen Changqing put down the bag he was carrying on his shoulder. Shen Changqing was surprised. When did you sneak into my basket? Wait for me obediently, don't run around. Saying that, Shen Changqing handed Sun Rong a stack of paper. Master Sun, don't be too sad. The dead cannot be brought back to life. I will recite a passage of the Supreme Salvation Sutra for your son, hoping that in this life he can escape the karmic suffering and have a happy life in the next. Xiaobai wagged its tail excitedly, its eyes sparkling as it looked at Shen Changqing. Hey, how could I miss the chance to watch the immortal master perform magic at close range? Xiaobai suddenly saw something. A woman's spirit suddenly appeared by the well, scaring Xiaobai so much that its eyes widened and its mouth dropped open. What the heck? Where did this wandering ghost come from, daring to appear in broad daylight? Afterwards, that spirit had an expression of gratitude, and slowly dissipated. Xiaobai was confused. Holy guacamole, what's going on? Wasn't it said that the person who jumped into the well was this old man's son? Oh my gosh, she's been liberated by the immortal master. Scene change. At Shen family's 10-mile slope, Xiaoqing was startled by the person who suddenly appeared in front of her. Ah! Who's there? Jinyan floated in the air, speaking calmly. Miss, so you're the city god here. I have something I want to visit Shen Daoren about. Xiaoqing held a duck in one hand and politely replied, Oh, you're late. Shen Daoren has already returned to Jingyang County to help others perform magic. Upon hearing that, Jinyan immediately sped off. Thank you, miss. Then I won't bother you any longer. Xiaoqing was speechless. Xiaoqing! Dong-Li's voice woke her up. Xiaoqing, have you finished dealing with the duck? Hurry and bring it in here. Who came here, sister? Xiaoqing swayed her slender waist, angrily carrying the duck to continue her task. These people are so rude. If it weren't for the fact that the immortal master isn't home, I'd like to see if they would dare to fly back and forth in the immortal master's mansion. At the city god temple, Jinyan pondered over the records. So it turns out that the Sun family's idiot son has died. The immortal master probably went to perform magic at their house. Wait a minute. Why is there a wandering spirit from over 10 years ago in the Sun family's old mansion that hasn't been reincarnated until now? Could it be a vengeful spirit? Late at night at the Sun residence, Jingyang County, Shen Changqing placed his tools on the table. Listening to the housekeeper's arrangement, Shen Daoren, we have arranged the altar in front of the morning hall according to your requirements. Please rest tonight. If you need anything else, you can call me at any time. Thank you, Wang housekeeper. As soon as the housekeeper left, Shen Changqing's legs went like rockets, leaving a trail of smoke as he grabbed his butt in pain. Damn it, this big family's really different. I got lost just trying to find the toilet. While passing by the morning hall, Shen Changqing stopped. At this moment, in the morning hall, two women were burning paper money in front of two coffins. Hey, when I came in the morning, it seemed like there was only one coffin in the morning hall, right? When did another coffin appear? Could it be that this master's son has someone else he wants to mourn for that no one ever mentioned to Sun family? This would cost extra. Can't hold it in anymore. Gotta find the toilet first. Shen Changqing hurriedly went to find the toilet. While passing through the willow garden, Shen Changqing encountered his 88th tribulation. Hey, there's someone. A woman with long white hair appeared in front of him, her graceful blue dress making her look like a fairy descending from heaven. Shen Changqing couldn't help but think to himself, this girl is so beautiful. Under the dim moonlight, a beautiful long-haired girl appeared. Shen Changqing was shocked by this beauty and couldn't speak. The girl then suddenly turned around and ran away. Shen Changqing shouted in fright, Hey, why are you running? I just wanted to ask where the toilet is. On a breezy and starry night, Shen Changqing was sound asleep in his room, when a figure continuously called out, Shen Daoren, Shen Daoren. Shen Changqing was woken up, reluctantly opening his eyes. Shen Daoren. A face suddenly popped out from the side, scaring Shen Changqing out of his wits. He immediately jumped up and sent the guy flying a few hundred meters with a palm strike. Damn it, old Liu, what are you doing at this hour? Jin Yan was tearfully clutching his face, which clearly bore 5 finger marks. Shen Changqing, arms crossed, sat on the bed and scolded. Why do you keep barging into other people's rooms in the middle of the night? Spill it. What's so urgent that you had to come find me now? Jin Yan immediately launched into a practiced explanation. Shen Daozhang, I went to Shili village this morning to look for you, only to find out you'd gone to Jingyan County to perform some magic for people. Afterwards, I did a little digging and found out something's not quite right with the Sun family. After much thought, I felt I should come and tell you. Shen Changqing thought to himself, what are you talking about? People are dying at their house, so of course something's not right. This deity is being so attentive. Does he want to steal my business or something? Thinking this, he said aloud, yeah, I know. Anything else? If not, I'm going back to sleep. Jin Yan grinned and said, after that, well, this little god disturbs Shen Daozhang's rest. If Shen Daozhang needs it, our Huangcheng temple can also handle this matter for you. Jin Yan thought to himself. Shen Daozhang is so calm he must already know about the vengeful spirits in the mansion. Looks like I was worrying for nothing. Who knew that upon hearing this, Shen Changqing would radiate killing intent? He frowned and glared at Jin Yan. Good job, this kid has been beating around the bush with me for so long. Turns out he wants a slice of this business. Jin Yan turned as pale as a sheet of paper, seeing Shen Daji so scary. Then, he was unceremoniously kicked out the door by Shen Changqing. This isn't something you can get involved in. Go back where you came from. The pitiful Jin Yan fell flat on his face, crying out in pain. He clutched his head, stammering in grievance.
Not something I can get involved in. What does Shen Daozhang mean?
Suddenly, Jin Yan saw a thick miasma of ghostly energy floating in the air. He was so scared that his face turned white as a ghost, and snot and tears flowed freely. Could it be that the vengeful spirits in the Sun Mansion are as powerful as the ghost lords of the Zishou Haoze and the Hong family's old residence? Thinking this, he ran out of the gate at the speed of light. Many thanks, Shen Daozhang. Take care, Shen Daozhang. Outside the Sun Mansion gate in Jingyang County, Jin Yan shamefully covered his face against the wall. This is so embarrassing. I'm the city god of a whole county, yet I always have to trouble Shen Daozhang. He exorcises demons and eliminates ghosts for us. I'm just too weak. This time when I get back, I'm definitely going to make those lazy bums in the temple train properly with me. Suddenly, a series of blue lights appeared at Jin Yan's feet. He turned around warily, because a voice rang out from behind him. City god of Jingyang. It was black and white impermanence. Lao Bai smiled as he stood there, while Lao He was stuck and whispering, I'm stuck, help me.
Jin Yan looked at the two noobs in front of him and couldn't help but wonder, Fan Wuju, Shi Bian? Why are you guys here? Lao He replied in pain. We're naturally here to collect the wandering souls and wild ghosts in the Sun family. Tonight someone is reaching the end of their lifespan, so I've come to take them away. Jin Yan immediately worried. Tonight, 2 people are going to die in the Sun Mansion. Given Shen Daozhang's temperament, he'll probably do his best to save them. I'm afraid there'll be a conflict with you 2 later.
Jin Yan stood in front of the gate and said, My lords, please wait a moment. There's an expert performing magic in the courtyard. You 2 should probably head back.
Black and White showed a deadly smile. Lao Bai said disdainfully. An expert? Higher than our Yama? This person was personally sketched into the Book of Life and Death by Yama himself. City God, don't meddle in things that aren't your business, lest you invite trouble upon yourself.
With that, Black and White cast their magic, passing right through Jin Yan, who couldn't react in time.
In a flash, the 2 figures disappeared. Penetrating into the Sun Mansion, Jin Yan was furious. Damn it! So what if you're Yama's personally appointed hell messengers?
Inside the courtyard, a series of noises woke Shen Changqing. He opened his sleepy eyes, tiredly thinking, what's going on again? What are they repairing in the middle of the night?
The sound was so loud that Shen Changqing curiously went to take a look. From the sound of it, the situation seemed to be happening in the morning hall in the front courtyard.
Shen Changqing saw the brightly lit morning hall and, moreover, a suspicious man entering, so he couldn't help but be suspicious. So many people, what are they doing? Sun Rong stood in front of the coffin, saying sadly,
Fu Gi, this time when you're down there, you'll have someone to take care of you. This is all I can do for you, son. As he spoke, tears fell like rain. Don't worry, I'll be down there with you soon. Even in the netherworld, I'll protect you thoroughly and not let anyone bully you.
Sounds came from inside the coffin,
and several people in white robes were constantly hammering nails into the wooden coffin. Shen Changqing vaguely recognized that the sound of crying was coming from inside the coffin.
There's a living person in the coffin. Shen Changqing was shocked, and, recalling the scene from this morning, couldn't help but curse.
Motherfecker. There are 2 coffins in front of the morning hall, covered in red flowers, and with the character, Double Happiness, hanging in front. This is a ghost marriage. A shout, stop everything, made everyone inside jump in surprise and turn around.
Shen Changqing, burning with anger, stood in front of the door, clenching his fists. Shen Changqing's expression was frighteningly cold, and the crying inside the coffin continued non-stop. Sun Rong hugged his arms worriedly and stood to the side. Seeing Shen Changqing walk in, Sun Rong hurriedly asked, Taoist Shen, what are you planning to do? Shen Changqing didn't say a word, just walked over and gave the 2 dudes who were nailing it a few swift kicks.
Blood, Shen Changqing was practically radiating pure rage. He stomped darkly on the servant lying on the ground and snarled, Didn't I tell you guys to stop just now? Are you deaf or something?
Sun Rong, seeing Shen Changqing distracted, quickly snatched the hammer from the servant and kept on nailing.
He yelled frantically. This is about my son's happiness. There's no way I'm stopping.
Shen Changqing's foot gently delivered a kick right to Sun Rong's gut, sending him flying a good few dozen meters away.
Sun Rong clutched his aching head, struggled back to his feet, and then agonizingly knelt down to beg. Taoist Shen, I called you here to perform a ritual for me. Can't you just pretend you didn't see any of this tonight? Shen Changqing bit his lip, looking like he really wanted to give the guy a few more punches. And sure enough, a second later, he grabbed Sun Rong by the collar,
dragged him up, pointed at the ancestral hall, and roared, Listen up, old man. The girl trapped in there has an innate yin fiend body. If she unites her yin energy with your son, the catastrophe will be no different from a Zichou Hao Zi.
A terrifying image of a long-haired ghost woman flashed. Shen Changqing then very seriously lectured. By then, it won't just be your Sun family that's screwed, but this entire Jingyang County will be done for.
Sun Rong trembled, practically hiding behind Shen Changqing. Taoist Shen, are you serious? That woman really is, but I had someone calculate her. 8 characters in the capital already, Shen Changqing guessed. You consulted someone from the Imperial Astronomical Bureau? Sun Rong shook his head. No, but. Hearing this, Shen Changqing started to totally BS. My nose for this stuff is longer than Olaf's nose in Frozen. Forget anyone else, even the Imperial Astronomical Bureau has to listen to me. Sun Rong's eyes sparkled with admiration. Truly worthy of Taoist Shen. After spewing his BS, Shen Changqing secretly lit 3 incense sticks in his heart, silently apologizing to the Imperial Astronomical Bureau. Just borrowing your reputation to make a point. No hard feelings, no hard feelings.
Then, he awkwardly cleared his throat. Ahem, now's not the time to butter me up. Aren't you going to release her already? If she dies, you guys are all toast.
Sun Rong immediately barked orders. Didn't you hear Taoist Shen? Hurry up and open the coffin. The servants frantically rushed over to work. Yes, yes, yes. Shen Changqing watched the bustling crowd, muttering, Ding!
Saving a life is like building 7 pagodas. Good thing we made it just in time.
The coffin was finally dismantled, revealing the beautiful woman still bound by chains, but otherwise perfectly intact.
Taoist Shen said, Next, you guys should head out first. I'll handle things from here, the group replied. Yes, sir, and obediently backed off.
Shen Changqing looked at the young lady in front of him, thinking to himself, Man, I totally just saved her life. Footsteps echoed from behind him. Shen Changqing, thinking the others hadn't left yet, barked, Are you still here?
When he saw the cosplay trio in front of him, Shen Changqing was utterly speechless. Are they here to steal my job? Their black and white impermanence costumes are actually pretty good. Look, their tongues can even move. So realistic. But they're a bit sketchy, covered in dust like that.
Both sides covertly sized each other up. Lao He observed, Shen Changqing, this guy's pretty handsome, I guess. Nothing else special. So-called experts are all like this. Jin Yan, playing the role of a peace ambassador, cheerfully introduced them. These two are 7th Master and 8th Master from the underworld. Black and white impermanence. Lao Hei's face remained cold as he got straight to the point. Bai Dongyear's lifespan is up. We're here to escort her soul back on King Yama's orders. It doesn't matter if you're a deity or a grand master. You can't stop us. Shen Changqing shot a look at Jin Yan, who immediately flinched and turned away, clearly sweating bullets from fear. Shen Changqing glared at Jin Yan with pure spite. Oh. So this is your game, huh? Teamed up with these two to steal my gig, didn't you? Don't tell me old man's son didn't believe me, so he specially invited them to trick me into handing Bai Dongyear over, right? Afraid that the moment I leave she'd be buried alive. Jin Yan desperately avoided Shen Changqing's gaze. Don't look at me. I can't afford to piss them off. Shen Changqing braced his hand on the coffin wall and declared loudly,
Bai Dongyear is still alive. Lao Bai was unyielding. So what? If I say her lifespan is up, then it's up. Hand her over, nicely now. Shen Changqing cheekily retorted. What if I don't? Black and white impermanence lost patience. Seriously, you just don't know when to quit, do you? Fine, I'll take her myself. A pink flame erupted in Lao Hei's hand. He spread his stance and performed a spell. HMPH. Impermanence's decree. Instantly, a pink stream of light shot out from his finger.
Jin Yan trembled, covering his face and sweating profusely. It's over, this is so embarrassing. Shen Changqing watched the impassive actors, thinking, this kid's acting isn't half bad. He even brought his own wind machine.
Old Bai sneered, looking at Shen Changqing standing in front of the coffin. Just a mortal, yet you dare to try and stop the impermanence from collecting a soul. What a joke.
Jin Yan glanced back and forth between Shen Changqing and Old He, bewildered.
Could 7th Master and 8th Master really be able to cast spells under the pressure of Taoist Shen? Not sure, better keep watching. A moment later, bam! Old He looked like he'd been struck by lightning out of nowhere, dumbfounded and clueless. His jaw dropped and his eyes widened. What the hell, where's the soul? Where did my huge soul go?
Old Bai shot a sideways glance at Old Hiki, and then Old Hiki exploded in anger. Just a mortal, yet you dare to play tricks. Hurry up and hand over Bai Dongyear's soul.
Old Bai, with more guts than brains, immediately charged forward. Don't waste words on him, let's just attack.
Shen Changqing quickly dodged aside, then frowned and yelled, You fatty, you have no martial ethics at all.
Immediately, The youth grabbed a stick and quickly whacked Old Bai on the head a few times. If you want to attack, you gotta see if this Taoist agrees or not. Old Bai was completely dazed by the blows, a huge mushroom appearing on his head, his tongue lolling out, gasping, You dare to hit my brother!
Shen Changqing went ballistic. You dare to bully a weak woman who can't even trust a chicken, Old He retorted. Watch me beat your 3 souls and 7 spirits out of you. Shen Changqing and Old He, each with a stick. Actually, Old He was holding a morning staff. Were about to clash,
when suddenly, a golden light blasted Old Head away. Didn't your mom tell you that villains always die from talking too much? Old He looked like his soul had scattered and his spirits had dissipated. The morning staff shattered into 2 pieces. Old He, seeing this scene, wailed, My morning staff.
Then he picked up the morning staff, his mouth forming an O shape in horror, screaming, Ah! An ancient magical artifact. The morning staff has never been broken before, and now it's broken? How am I going to explain this to King Yama, bastard? Shen Changqing stepped forward, his eyes bloodshot.
Old He looked like he was about to pee his pants. What do you want to do?
Jinyan rushed over and desperately tried to stop him. Don't fight anymore, stop fighting. Seeing the youth steadily approaching, Jinyan threw himself and hugged Shen Changqing's leg. Fighting more will cause a divine life, Shen Changqing coldly said.
What? You want to join in too? That sentence sent shivers down his spine. Jinyan quickly backed away, waving his hands. You beat them, don't beat me.
Immediately, the youth gave Old He a thorough beating. Old He screamed so much that his tongue stuck out half a meter. Ah, Jij, don't hit me, it hurts, Jinyan watched in horror. Holy crap, so brutal. A moment later, the youth tied Old He and Old Bai's tongues together, and even did some things that relied on his strength to bully the weak. No, wa kuya, wa wa. With our tongues tied up, how can we speak? Both of them mumbled, We won't do it anymore, we know our mistake.
The youth stuck out his tongue and licked it, his eyes shining. What? Still don't know your mistake? So the 2 mumbled again. Actually, what we mean is, damn it. Untie our tongues first, you mother Schaefer, the youth continued. When I find the rope, I'll take you to the yamen. Then, the youth gently approached the coffin. The rope is right here.
Jinyan, with his arms around He and Bai's armpits, flustered and disorganized, the 2 He and Bai just mumbled because they couldn't speak.
Even though they tried very hard.
Outside the room, the moon was now high in the sky,
while inside, the youth was still holding the goods, ready to vent his anger. Magistrate Sun Rong ran over, panting. Taoist. What happened just now? The young man acted like nothing had happened, dusting off his hands. It's nothing, I was just fighting something that wasn't human. Hearing this, old Sun Rong nearly shat his pants. Holy crap, could Bai Dongyer have become a corpse demon? It's not Bai Dongyer, it's someone else. I'm screwed, this is bad.
Calm down, let me explain, the young man kept saying. But old man Sun Rong just clutched his head in worry. The corpse demon's here for my life, I'm gonna die.
The young man was getting annoyed, feeling a bit awkward now. Awkwardness is hard to shake off, and even if you do, it's still there.
Seeing the old guy clutching his head and muttering like a crazy person, the young man rushed in front of him, opened his mouth wide, and shouted, Calm the hell down, old man Sun Rong, was startled by Shen Changqing's booming voice.
Arg. This is all your fault. If you hadn't wanted to use Bai Dongyer for a ghost marriage, the corpse demon wouldn't be craving her body. Hearing these words, old man Sun Rong finally looked remorseful. I know I was wrong. The fish took the bait. The young man held out his hand, demanding payment. I helped you subdue the corpse demon, and that cost me a lot of vital energy. Old man Sun Rong immediately understood and replied, Don't worry, Taoist Shen, more money, I get it. The young man looked pleased. See, young'uns are easy to teach.
Scene changed to the Yama King's hall. The Yama King was leading the punishment, with the 2 black and white impermanents, and the ox head and horseface, standing on either side awaiting orders.
The black and white impermanence couple hastily knelt and cried out, Your Honor! Your Honor! We're innocent! That guy didn't even ask why, he just grabbed a shovel and whacked us on the head. Old Bai pointed to the large bump on his head and continued, Look at this! Look at this! Old He held up his broken morning staff. And the Dharma Protector morning staff you gave me was broken by him too! Wah! He's definitely not human, Your Honor. You have to avenge us brothers.
The Yama King was flipping through the Book of Life and Death. Bai Dongyer died of suffocation after being locked in a coffin on the 15th day of the 7th month of Bingshen. The Yama King, reaching this point, angrily roared, Who's got the guts to be so presumptuous? Dare to obstruct the soul-summoning messengers, showing no regard for my underworld. Let me check this person's life. The Yama King waved his hand, and a green spell flew out.
Shen Changqing, the hidden name appeared. A series of files of people appeared, quickly flashing through each profile picture. The 2 black and white impermanences looked quickly through the list. Not this one, Your Honor, it's none of them. The Yama King stroked his beard in surprise. I can't even trace this person. A strange thing in the 3 realms. Even gods and ghosts are recorded in this Book of Life and Death. Unless that person has jumped out of the 3 realms and is no longer within the 5 elements, could he really be a reclusive great master who can escape the cycle of reincarnation? A person of this level mostly has a background. I'm afraid there are people backing him up above.
The Yama King broke out in a cold sweat, gritted his teeth, and thought to himself, HMPH, this is difficult.
The black and white impermanents kowtowed repeatedly, hoping the great ruler would avenge them.
Old Yama King closed his eyes tightly, his mouth mumbling, HMPH. Let's put this matter aside for now. Shen Changqing not being in the Book of Life and Death is quite strange. Wait until after a thorough investigation and I will make a decision.
As for Bai Dongzhe, her lifespan has ended. Bai Dongzhe died of suffocation after being locked in a coffin on the 15th day of the 7th month of Bing Shen. Suddenly, the page of the Book of Life and Death changed to
Bai Dongzhe died of old age at the hour of Z on the 17th day of the 5th month of Jihai.
Old Yama King was extremely horrified. His eyes turned white. He couldn't sit still and leaned on the table. I've seen a ghost. It's changed. It's changed. The black and white impermanents and Oxhead and Horseface asked in surprise in unison, changed what? Old Yama King was silent for a moment. At this moment he thought that this method of reversing heaven and changing fate could be that person, so what should be done? No, it hasn't changed, Your Honor. You were mistaken before. This Bai Dongzhe died of old age at the hour of Z on the 17th day of the 5th month of Jihai. Old Yama King, wanting to cover up what had happened, raised his hand and gave a thumbs up. That's right, that's right. Then he turned around and vented his anger, passing the buck. Ahem. Bai Dongzhe something. Clearly she hasn't reached the end of her lifespan yet. How could you run off to summon her soul? Your work attitude is not serious. You have made a fundamental mistake. I sentence you both to half a year of underworld beatings.
The two black and white impermanences had eyes wide and mouths agape as they blurted out, What the foo?
Then, one reported, Your Honor, the 7th day of Sun Fugi is approaching. He should be released back to the mortal world to visit his relatives. Right. This is Sun Fugi's birth mother, who died 10 years ago, hasn't let go of her attachments, and has been frequenting the mortal world for a long time. It's time for her to reincarnate. Black and white impermanence? This task is yours. Don't mess it up again. Yes, sir. The scene shifts to Shen Changqing, who's walking outside when he hears a voice. Son, your father is useless. I couldn't take good care of you. I could only do this. Shen Changqing pondered. What's that sound? I should go check. Inside the room, old Master Sun was crying, covering his face. My son. Don't blame your father. I'll be joining you soon. Is old Master Sun begging for his son's forgiveness because he couldn't perform the ghost marriage? From outside, Shen Changqing faintly heard phrases, pushed into the dry well. Mother, sick son. At this moment, Shen Changqing seemed to realize something. This Sun Rong isn't right. His words are full of guilt towards his son. It sounds exactly like he pushed his son into the dry well, causing the boy to fall to his death. Very quickly, the young man went to inspect the dry well, and indeed, there was a problem. Sun Fugi's death was no accident.
Seeing the bloody handprints stuck to the well's edge, and other bloodstains splattered on the well that Shen Changqing predicted, Sun Fugi's death was not an accident, but was caused by Old Master Sun.
An hour later, outside the gate, the voice of the Sun Manor's servant echoed, Daozhang Shen. Wait a moment. At this moment, Shen Changqing dragged a government official, running at top speed. Can't delay. In a moment, Old Master Sun, who committed murder, might escape. The bewildered official said, What does Daozhang Shen mean by this? The Lord still didn't know what was happening. His official's hat almost flew off as he ran. Old Master Sun is well known for being kind and generous in our Jingyang County. How could he commit murder?
Shen Changqing's face darkened as he said, I suspect Sun Fugui didn't accidentally fall into the dry well, but was pushed by Sun Rong. Arriving at the scene, Shen Changqing pointed at the well wall and said, This bloody handprint proves that when Sun Fugi fell into the well, he grabbed the well opening instead of directly falling to the bottom and dying. He must have been hit by bricks for this bloody handprint to appear.
Shen Changqing continued to explain. Before, I didn't pay attention, but Sun Rong had locked a living young woman inside a coffin to perform a ghost marriage for his son. Luckily, I discovered it in time and stopped it. Afterwards, I felt that Sun Rong was becoming more and more off, always muttering in front of Sun Fugi's coffin, putting on a remorseful act. I took that as a father's longing for his son, until I felt uneasy, and went to the dry well. I bet the brick that knocked Sun Fugi down is still at the bottom of the well. Back in Sun Fugi's coffin room,
Sun Rong heard footsteps and startled, turning to see Shen Changqing and the district magistrate entering. Sun Rong immediately asked, It's so late. Why is His Honor the district magistrate here? Daozhang Shen, you, this is? The young man's face darkened.
Old Master Sun was surprised. The young man roared, Why did you personally kill your son?
Old man Sun Rong immediately denied it vehemently. What nonsense is Daozhang Shen talking about? How dare you speak such rubbish in front of His Honor the district magistrate?
The young man calmly replied with hidden meaning.
Whether Old Master Sun is speaking rubbish or not, you know best.
Lying will send you to hell to have your tongue pulled out. Before, this old man would act terrified when talking about ghosts, but today, when talking about killing his own son, he's abnormally calm. Such abnormality makes it strange if there isn't a ghost involved. If he fears ghosts, then why not pretend to be a god or ghost and trick him? Old man Sun Rong, while committing robbery and shouting for help, Reported to His Honor the District Magistrate.
I didn't know His Honor the District Magistrate would personally come. This old man couldn't welcome you from afar. This Daozhang Shen was originally invited by this old man to perform rites for my deceased son. Perhaps he's not satisfied with the money given, so he wants to frame me. Old Master Sun is being too polite? I think there might be some misunderstanding here. Before His Honor the District Magistrate could finish his sentence, the young man began to show off and act out. Performing rites, the dry well, the body, the fire of obsession. The true fate returns. Obtaining wondrous truth. Then the soul returns to the tomb. After the 7th day the soul returns.
At this moment, a strong gust of wind blew, extinguishing the candle, attracting the attention of Old Man Sun Rong and His Honor the District Magistrate. Aha! Heaven helps me. A gust of wind just came out of nowhere. Let me break down this old man's defenses.
Shen Changqing pointed. Foolish child. If your soul has returned, why don't you manifest quickly? Right then, Sun Fugi, released by Yama on the 7th day after his death, manifested. Sun Fugi's soul slowly stepped in.
This scene made Sun Rong and the esteemed magistrate tremble, breaking out in cold sweats. The magistrate was internally screaming, "Holy crap, Sun Fugi's, his actual soul, is here."
Sun Fugi whimpered.
"Dad, it hurts. Dad, please don't push me down, okay?"
Fugi, is that really you back? It's Dad's fault. Dad was wrong. Sun Fugi's soul retreated back. Shen Changqing, the young lad, was all confused, muttering, "Seriously, I actually solved it this quickly." At the same time, the old man Sun Rong was reaching out, calling out repeatedly, "Fugi!"
The magistrate immediately sidled up to Shen Changqing, giving him a thumbs up with a look of admiration for Shen's spirit summoning technique.
"This is truly mind-blowing.
It really broadened my horizons." The young lad cupped his fist in reply, thinking to himself, You flatter me. It's just psychology, that's all." Late at night, people's hearts are at their most vulnerable. Plus, you ancient folks are super superstitious. Sun Rong killed his son, and he's been on edge ever since. Today is Sun Fugi's 7th day memorial service. It's the perfect opportunity to break down his mental defenses. Time to strike fast and hard. The young man quickly lunged forward, grabbing Sun Rong's sleeve. "Master Sun, do you have anything to say for yourself? The bloody handprints on the well and the blood-stained rock at the bottom are all evidence that your son was murdered." Old man Sun Rong burst into tears, reaching out towards Sun Fugi's soul, muttering, "Fugi, my son, can you come here? Dad was wrong. Dad's sorry to you and your mother. I shouldn't have pushed you down the well. I shouldn't have poisoned her either." The young lad Shen Changqing seized the opportunity, and upon hearing the word poisoned, he immediately pressed. "What did you say? Poisoned who?" Sun Rong stammered. "My wife's health wasn't good. She couldn't have children. I always wanted a son. Ever since you were born, she suffered from illness every single day. I just wanted what was best for her, to free her from the torment of her illness. It's all my fault. I made you and your mother suffer." Old man Sun Rong collapsed, clutching his head. "In my dreams, I can always hear my wife complaining in my ear, resenting me for not letting her see you a bit more. But I only wanted what was best for her. How could I just watch her suffer to death? Wife, I was wrong. After she passed, I vowed never to remarry, to raise Fugi to adulthood. But I couldn't protect him his whole life." At this moment, the soul of the wife appeared beside Sun Fugi. "Fugi grows up, and I get old. After I die, there'll be no one to protect him. Others will bully him." The old man recalled the scene of throwing the brick down the well. "Dad, Fugi's hand hurts so much. Dad, that's why I, Fugi, Dad, did it all to protect you. Dad did it all to protect you. Please forgive Dad." At this moment, Sun Rong seemed to collapse from the pain of losing his wife and son, all caused by his own actions. The young lad Shen Changqing went up and punched Sun Rong in the face. "You think you're so damn noble? Saying all this, do you feel touched by yourself? These tears of yours, who are they really for? Before you killed them, did you ever ask them if they wanted to die?" Hearing this, old man Sun Rong was startled. The old man was reminded of his wife, Shen Changqing, pointed and continued. "Your wife knew she wasn't healthy, but she still gave birth to a son for the great philanthropist Sun Rong. She knew she didn't have long to live, but she didn't regret it. But what about you? What did you do?" Shen Changqing continued to shout. "And Sun Fugi, he was just an idiot with the mind of a 3-year-old. You pushed him down the well. How are you any different from those bullies?" At this time, there were many people gathered outside the room, with the soldiers struggling to maintain order. Inside the room, the young lad Shen Changqing kicked Sun Rong in the face again. "You beast!" Seeing all this, the magistrate could only remain silent, unable to utter a word. After a moment, he finally managed to say 4 words. Pitiful, hateful. Black and white impermanents were still waiting outside the gate, waiting to guide the souls of the mother and son home. Black impermanence spoke. "Brother, it's time. Mission accomplished." White impermanence replied. "Let's scram, while that dude hasn't spotted us yet." He Wu Chang nodded in agreement.
then saw the mother and son, Fu Gi. Prefect Feng Ji was furious and ordered his officers, arrest Sun Rong, get him back here and deal with him according to the law. Suddenly, someone charged towards Shen Changqing, startling even Prefect Feng Ji, who blurted out, "Shen Daoren, watch out." Suddenly, Shen Changqing realized he was being assaulted by a pair of ginormous, assets. Looking closer, it was none other than Bai Dongye, the girl he'd rescued last night. She looked earnestly pleading. Shen, please take me with you." Shen Changqing, being hugged so tightly, felt a bit awkward, his face turning red as he stammered. "Huh? You, what are you babbling about?" Bai Dongye clung to Shen Changqing, sobbing. "My lord, this humble girl, Bai Dongye, was sold to the Sun family by my own family. Now that this has happened, Dongye truly has nowhere else to go. Please, take me in, I'll do anything." Shen Changqing paused, feeling sorry for the girl, and offered Bai Dongye a handkerchief, gesturing for her to wipe away her tears. He gently sat down, speaking kindly. "If that's the case, then come work at my place doing things like boiling water and cooking."
Bai Dongye, overjoyed at being taken in, expressed her gratitude repeatedly. "Thank you, master. Dongye will obey master in everything." The next morning, the people of Jingyang County flocked to the city god temple to pray fervently. The trio were still gossiping. Judge Wu, the yin spirit, and the city god were curiously pressing about the events at the Sun residence the previous night. "Daoren Shen, did you really fight with the 7th and 8th masters of the underworld?" The city god chuckled and responded, "That wasn't a fight, that was straight up abuse." As the city god recounted the tale, he still felt a chill when he thought back to that day. The scene was just too brutal. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out from outside the door. "Princess, please watch your step." The city god paid no attention, still engrossed in recounting the story. That day, Bai Wucheng unleashed the 100 Ghosts Night Parade, and the sky suddenly turned dark, with wailing ghosts and howling wolves. But Daoren Shen wasn't afraid at all. He simply flicked the weapon in his hand and shattered the overwhelming power. Below the statue of the god, the princess was continuously pressing her hands together, praying. "Mortal woman Li Qi implores you all to bless my mother with a long life and a recovery of her health. I also hope that this journey will allow me to meet a true immortal who can cure my mother's illness." She finished speaking, and the pure and clean princess kowtowed to give thanks, hoping that her wish would come true. The sincerity of her filial piety radiated a halo of light that even the city god was surprised by. Blurting out loud, "Who is this, with such sincere filial piety?" the civil judge responded. "Reporting to your excellency, this is the beloved daughter of the current emperor, Princess Changlei. She was just praying for her birth mother, Empress Zhangsun." The city god sighed upon hearing this. Unfortunately, Empress Zhangsun's date of death is already recorded in the Book of Life and Death. A small city god like us can't help. Outside, Changqing's group was walking down the street. Shen Changqing, hearing people mention it, became a little interested. "Oh, the city god temple. That shaman cosplayer even brought people to snatch my business before. Now that the magistrate is here, I can borrow his influence to discipline them a bit. Everyone's out here scamming and eating, but it's wrong of you to use force." Saying this, Shen Changqing turned to Fengji County Magistrate, showing an attitude of asking for assistance. "Prefect Fengji, please come with me to the city god temple," Fengji asked suspiciously. "What is Daoren Shen going to do? This subordinate is just a mortal. I am afraid that I can't help you." Shen Changqing laughed secretly in his heart. "The officials of the hall are too superstitious, let's go." Saying that, he said, "It's okay, I'm just taking you to meet a person." Shen Changqing strode into the temple, shouting loudly, "Shemin, take a look at who's behind me." The city god's face turned green when he saw Shen Changqing arriving. "Is Daoren Shen bringing Bai Dongye here to personally show off your godlike abilities?" Saying this, the city gods group hurriedly revealed their true forms, and bowed to Shen Changqing. "Why would Daoren Shen do this?" "We've known for a long time that Daoren Shen is incredibly powerful." The yin spirit and the city god hurriedly chimed in. That's right. Princess Changlei's mouth dropped open at the scene, and she was completely dumbfounded. This is a true god manifesting. The attendant beside her couldn't contain her surprise and blurted out, "Princess, it seems we've met a living immortal." Shen Changqing looked pleased. "Good that you know. Don't make the same mistake in the future. Got it," he thought to himself. "A bunch of swindlers, sure enough. Even if there are many of you, you have to tuck your tails in and act properly when you meet an official. Who told you to dare snatch my business?" The city god also thought to himself, "It seems I underestimated the custom of ghost marriages and made Daoren Shen unhappy. This is a reminder to us not to be negligent in our work." Saying this, the city god hurriedly nodded and obeyed. Yes, we swear to heaven that we will not repeat this again." Shen Changqing didn't make things difficult. HMPH, good that you know. This princess has now witnessed the whole thing, and she can't help but admire Changqing, her eyes sparkling. The servant following behind said, "Princess, this man is really powerful. Just a word from him can make the city god appear." The princess replied, "But the scariest thing is that he's wholeheartedly guiding the city god, a proper deity, and the city god doesn't dare to say a word against him." The servant whispered into the princess's ear, "Princess, Do you think that Shen Daozhang is—
Before she could finish, the princess exclaimed twice, "Immortal master." She ran up and hugged Shen Changqing's leg, crying and begging, "Please save my mother's life." Fengji County recalled Shen Changqing's invitation before entering the temple, and he couldn't help but be shocked. Is this what Shen Daozhang meant? The person Shen Daozhang wanted me to meet is actually the most beloved Princess Changle of the dynasty. Changle earnestly pleaded with Shen Daozhang. My mother suffers from a chronic illness. Father has invited the divine physician Sun Simiao to examine and treat her, but despite years of treatment it hasn't worked. Please, Daozhang, come with me back to Chang'an and save my mother's life. My father will agree to any condition. Hearing this, the city god also came closer and whispered in Shen Changqing's ear, Shen Daozhang, with all due respect, you were able to save Miss Bai Dongzhe, but Empress Jiangsun's case, I'm afraid no one can save her. Changqing really wanted to yell and curse. What the actual FK? Empress Jiangsun has asthma. I'm just a technical college student, I don't have a special medicine for that. Divine physician Sun Simiao can't cure it, so what the hell can I do?
Princess Changle, with tears in her eyes, clasped her hands and begged, I know that disturbing the Daozhang's peace is inappropriate, but Changle truly wants to save her mother at any cost. Please, Daozhang, have mercy.
Shen Changqing's face turned purple. I want to have mercy too, but I'm not a doctor. If I can't cure her, I'm dead for sure, but I can't not go either. If Princess Changle goes back and tells her dad, I might get my head chopped off by the emperor directly. What to do? This is a dead end. Officials in the Great Tang are generally superstitious. Right now it seems the only way to have a chance of survival is to continue down the path of the divine charlatan. With that, he cleared his throat and put on a show. Ahem. It's not that I'm unwilling to help, it's just that Empress Jiangsun's fate is already sealed.
This heaven-defying matter, I only have a 20% certainty.
Hearing that her mother could be saved, Princess Changle looked overjoyed and quickly replied, Even 20% is hope. Changle thanks Immortal Master for your mercy. Everyone in the city god temple was shocked, unable to believe what they had just heard. The date of death is already on the Book of Life and Death, and Shen Daozhang dares to say he has a 20% certainty of reversing fate. Scary. Really scary. Changle hurriedly grabbed Shen Changqing's hand, repeatedly saying, Shen Daozhang, there's no time to delay. Let's set off for Changzhen now. Shen Changqing calmly replied, No rush, no rush. Let me go back to my old house on Shili Slope to get some necessary things before we go. It won't be too late. As he walked, Shen Changqing cursed to himself, Damn system, there are only 40-odd hours left. I don't know how long this trip to Changzhen will take. Gotta make a killing. Fengji County also spoke up. Shen Daozhang, please rest assured. While you're in Changzhen treating the Empress, I'll protect your residents well. With that, they immediately got into the carriage and set off, not delaying any further. The journey from Jingyang County to Changzhen City was fraught with difficulties and hardships. They had to cross many rivers and mountains, grasslands, and endure harsh weather conditions, including rain, lightning, and scorching sun.
Finally, they arrived at Changzhen. At the Mingde Gate,
Princess Changle opened her mouth and said, Shen Daozhang, you must be tired from the journey. Please rest at the post station for a day.
I will go and report to my father, and early tomorrow morning I will lead you to the palace to treat my mother.
Shen Changqing was seething inside. Damn it, if I wasn't afraid of your dad chopping off my head, would I be free enough to come to Changzhen to treat the Empress? Saying that, on the surface, Shen Changqing put on a flattering appearance, as Princess Changle arranges. Walking along the road in the palace, Shen Changqing kept looking around.
Gotta say, this prosperous Chengjian is indeed worthy of its name. Since I'm free today, I'll go around and take a look. Especially, gotta try the grilled mutton. The scenery of Chengjian is magnificent and grand, and even the food is eye-catching and attractive.
Shen Changqing also tasted it. Although this duck leg has been sitting out for a day and is a little cold, fortunately it hasn't spoiled, an old official saw Shen Changqing and came over to strike up a conversation. This Daozhang, may I share a table with you? There are no seats left in this shop. Shen Changqing naturally didn't refuse. Go ahead and sit.
It turned out that this man was Counselor Wei Zhang. He said, Thank you, Daozhang, and placed a box on the table.
The waiter at that moment brought up the fragrant and hot food.
Customer, your grilled mutton.
Counselor Wei Zhang opened the box. Inside were lush green vegetables, which emitted a fragrant aroma, attracting Shen Changqing. Shen Changqing knew it at a glance. It was celery. This stuff cuts through the grease.
Physician Jian Yi looked confident. The pickled celery made by the palace servants is the best in Changzhen. It seems even people from other places can't help but crave it.
Suddenly, a rich fragrance wafted out, astonishing even Physician Jian Yi. What's that amazing smell?
Looking again, it was the duck leg Changqing was holding. This duck leg, how could it be so fragrant?
Seeing Physician Jian Yi drooling with desire, Shen Changqing was truly baffled.
It seems there are still people in Changzhen who haven't had their fill.
Seeing this, Shen Changqing spoke up, Hey, how about I trade my duck leg for your pickled celery, deal? Physician Jian Yi nodded eagerly in agreement. Yep, and so, both got the food that satisfied their cravings.
Physician Jian Yi thought to himself, using such a delicious duck leg to exchange for readily available pickled celery, this Taoist is probably a fool, right?
Saying that, Physician Jian Yi held the fragrant duck leg, brought it to his nose, and chuckled, Heh, you're still young.
Suddenly he was shocked to discover that this was unexpectedly dragon chi.
He hurriedly put it in his mouth and took a bite.
The heavenly deliciousness made the physician overjoyed. This taste, heavens. I feel my whole body is full of energy.
Shen Changqing, sitting opposite, was a bit stunned by this scene. Seriously, are people in the Tang dynasty all sick? Saying that, Shen Changqing quickly left the restaurant following standard procedure. Once he sobers up, he might hug my leg and thank me profusely. Guess I should just run first. And indeed,
by the time physician Jian Yi came to his senses, Shen Changqing had vanished without a trace.
He was surprised, using the excuse to trade pickled celery to give to Wei Zhang, a karmic opportunity. Leaving without getting involved in karma, he's actually a master. The next day, Princess Changlei also brought Shen Changqing to meet the emperor.
Princess Changlei introduced, "Father, this Taoist is the master I've been talking about."
The emperor welcomed him warmly. "Taoist Shen, I've heard about your deeds. Thank you, Taoist Shen, for taking the trouble to come and treat my empress. If successful, I will certainly reward you."
Though he said that, in his heart the emperor thought, he looks so young, unless he's using some rejuvenation pill or legendary regression to youth.
Shen Changqing also hastily replied respectfully, "Your Majesty is too kind."
But in his heart he was screaming, "Do I even have a choice?"
He was led to the empress's place immediately after to examine her condition.
The emperor sat beside the bed, holding the empress's hand, and said, "Empress, I brought a master to treat you."
The empress, looking haggard and weak, turned to look. "Okay, let him come over." The empress stared at Changqing, with some thoughts in her mind. "This Taoist seems pretty ordinary. I hope the emperor isn't being scammed in his eagerness to cure me." The emperor said, "I invited Taoist Shen." Xin Changqing quickly waved his hand. "No need." Xin Changqing felt a little guilty inside. Even Medicine King's son Simiao couldn't cure asthma. "What the beep am I going to diagnose? Your Majesty the Emperor, Her Majesty the Empress, sorry little old me, I can only keep scamming you." Shen Changqing still maintained a calm demeanor, saying, "Fate is predestined. Medicine and stones are difficult to save. I have a method, but there's only a 20% chance of success. If successful, the Empress will be completely cured immediately, and will be free from illness and disaster from now on. But if it's unsuccessful..." The Empress and the Emperor were both a little worried upon hearing this. "If it's unsuccessful," Shen Changqing continued,
"if it's unsuccessful, I'm afraid she won't make it past June 21st this year." The Empress's surprised expression was obvious. "These days, I keep dreaming of impermanence, saying I'll die on June 21st. This Taoist hasn't even looked at me, yet he can calculate to this extent, unless he really is an immortal." Shen Changqing on the other side was still leisurely thinking. "Luckily, my 9 years of compulsory education weren't a complete waste. I know when you guys are going to kick the bucket, otherwise it'd be tough to find a way out of this mess." The Empress, seeing this, quickly agreed, speaking to the Emperor, "Your Majesty, please allow Taoist Shen to treat me. I am willing to try once." Hearing this, Shen Changqing began waving his hands and feet, and said, "My method is very simple. You just need to take a pear, and add a bowl of unpolluted water, wait for me to personally boil it into a bowl of cool pear water, and then let the Empress drink it." The Emperor quickly ordered the servants, "Quickly, bring the things Taoist Shen wants." The servant immediately obeyed the Emperor's order and hurried away. Just as he reached the door, he saw many people approaching, and the servant hurriedly cried out, "Your Majesty, those people outside number 4 in total, Yuan Tiang, Zhang Sun Wuji, Sun Simiao, and Wei Zhang, all 4 of them said, 'Your Majesty, do not harm our sister. Your Majesty, please reconsider carefully.'" The Emperor angrily pointed at their faces and scolded, "You dare to barge into the Empress's chambers? Are you trying to rebel?" Shen Changqing, standing inside, started eavesdropping. "A quarrel, huh? Keep going. Just when I was thinking of how to get back to my 10-mile-away roast duck gig." The Emperor angrily used his authority to say, "You barge into the Empress's chambers, are you trying to rebel?" The group of people panicked a little. "We wouldn't dare," the Emperor asked again. "Wouldn't dare? Meaning after I'm dead you will dare, is that right?" They hurriedly reassured him, "Your Majesty, please calm your anger." The eunuch inside also began to panic, and said to Changqing, "Taoist Shen, please follow me to the imperial kitchen to prepare the elixir for the Empress." Changqing obediently agreed. "Okay, please lead the way, eunuch." Shen Changqing looked at the group of people, and his mind naturally had some thoughts. Poison? He doesn't trust the saintly physician Sun Simiao, but trusts a con artist he's never met like me. Is this Li Shimin, the Tang emperor known for his wisdom in the legends? Sun Simiao kowtowed to the ground, kneeling before the emperor. "Your Majesty, the Taoist with an unknown origin is a swindler. Please do not believe his nonsense, harming the Empress." Zhang Sun Wuji also chimed in, "Your Majesty, such heretical and deceptive talk cannot be tolerated, let alone believed." The more they spoke, the angrier the emperor became, pointing at their faces and scolding, "What? Are you implying that if I believe Taoist Shen, then I'm a foolish ruler?" Wei Zhang hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, be careful with your words." The emperor sternly asked, "Wei Zhang, does my family affair need your meddling?" Wei Zhang said, "The Son of Heaven cannot have personal matters. The Empress is the mother of the nation. A matter concerning the life and death of the Queen Mother, I cannot ignore. That Taoist has an unknown origin. Where he comes from, what cultivation methods he practices, how old he is, Your Majesty knows nothing about. Only relying on the words of Princess Changlei and believing so easily is not what a wise ruler should do. Just then, Princess Changlei appeared from nowhere, speaking up to clarify, Lord Wei. Everything I saw with my own eyes. How could it be false? Wei Zhang angrily grabbed Princess Changlei's hand.
You have the heart to save your mother. Being deceived by others is normal.
The tricks of those swindlers are numerous. Yuan Tiang also added, Your Majesty, I have calculated countless hexagrams. The Empress ascending to heaven is her destiny. Right now, he is probably angry with the Emperor. He huffed, then blamed the imperial physician Sun Simiao.
You are a divine physician. In recent years the Empress has treated medicine as food, all according to your arrangements. But has there been any improvement? Yuan Tianggang, you are in charge of the Imperial Astronomical Observatory, daring to establish the calendar and exorcise demons.
And now you tell me that heavenly mandate is inviolable? What do I need you for? Suddenly, there was an announcement. The elixir has arrived. Everyone raised their eyes to look. The four men were utterly shocked when they saw Shen Changqing. He spoke up. Your Majesty, this humble Taoist's pear water is ready. Seeing how worried you all are, why not find someone to test the poison first?
Shen Changqing thought smugly to himself. Anyway, it's just ordinary pear water. Drinking it won't cause any problems. If they think it's too little, I'll just brew another pot.
Sun Simiao said with a serious expression. Your Majesty, no. Pear water is inherently cold. Even if it is cooked to remove its cold nature, it will still be useless for the Empress's illness. Ah! The Emperor angrily shouted, Sun Simiao. Shen Changqing gently walked up to Sun Simiao, lowered his head, and said, The divine physician speaks truly. This humble Taoist's magic is limited, merely grasping two basic principles, incomparable to the divine physician's sublime medical skills.
If that's the case, His Majesty should heed the divine physician's counsel. Sun Simiao, upon hearing this, clutched his chest in fury. After all these years practicing medicine, is he mocking me, implying I should surrender to this ailment? How can this be? How can this be? Jian Yi, the physician, was secretly observing the situation. Could it be that mystical Taoist I encountered on the street before? That chicken leg contained dragon energy? His pear juice must possess similar miraculous powers? Suddenly, physician Jian Yi spoke up. Your Majesty, I object. Both men stared at him with hopeful eyes. Long admires you, worthy of being a pillar of the nation. Even when it comes to the true dragon, the son of heaven, you point out mistakes. Lord Wei is truly the backbone of the nation.
Then, physician Jian Yi boomed. Taoist Shen's Taoist magic is heaven-piercing. I've tasted it before, so I object to the poison testing. I believe this pear juice can be given directly to the Empress.
The other two men slumped as if struck by lightning. Shen Changqing chuckled inwardly. Damn it, so you're Wei Zhang. I gave you a duck leg, and you repay kindness with enmity, pushing me to my death. The Empress has asthma. Can a bowl of my pear juice cure it? Yuan Tiang also knelt before the Emperor, exclaiming, Your Majesty, the Emperor inquired leisurely, does Master Yuan also wish to question me like those two? Sun Simiao pondered. Although Yuan Tiang acts mysterious every day, at critical moments I still rely on him. Unlike that old fool Wei Zhang, he's unreliable. Yuan Tiang stated, Your Majesty misunderstands. I agree with Lord Wei. I've also witnessed Taoist Shen's heaven-defying methods. The other two men were so shocked they vomited blood a second time. You too, Yuan Tiang mused. Daring to snatch someone from the king of hell, and even claiming two-part certainty, Taoist Shen's cultivation is truly beyond comprehension. Princess Changle interjected. Father, we can't delay any longer. Let me test the juice for mother. With that, Changle took a sip. She exclaimed, This pear juice, Taizong, thinking it was poisonous, immediately blamed Changqing. There's definitely something wrong with it, guards. Seize this swindler. Shen Changqing panicked. This is it. I knew pear juice couldn't fool the Emperor. Am I, Shen Changqing, going to be beheaded in the imperial harem today? Princess Changle spoke up again. Heavens. Drinking this pear juice, I feel celestial energy surging through my body, making me unable to control myself. With that, she started dancing. The old geezers didn't understand what was going on, and started whispering amongst themselves. Yuan Daoshi. Could there be something extra in Taoist? Shen's pear juice. Changle's state seems off. I am not a divine physician, I'm not sure. Princess Changle calmed down. A bit embarrassed, father, rest assured. It's truly because the pear juice was too delicious that Changle lost her composure. Changle believes this pear juice can save mother's life. Shen Changqing was speechless. Princess, you're overthinking it. It's just a normal bowl of pear juice with too much sugar. The Emperor, believing her words, quickly brought the pear juice to the Empress. Empress, this is the elixir personally made by Taoist Shen. Drink it. After the Empress drank it, she felt celestial energy coursing through her, a look of enjoyment on her face. She leaned against the Emperor's shoulder. Your Majesty,
Taoist Shen's elixir is truly extraordinary. It can actually make me feel comfortable in both body and mind. It seems I've truly recovered.
Everyone was surprised upon hearing this, Changqing included. Sun Simiao couldn't accept it and stepped forward to hold the empress's hand and take her pulse. Impossible. Cured.
Taizong and Yuan Tiangang both praised and admired, exclaiming, "Worthy of being Taoist Shen, his Taoist magic is profound, leaving no trace. Taoist Shen is tranquil and unyielding, truly a transcendent master."
Shen Changqing was speechless, only able to laugh. Is it even poisonous?
The medicine king, Sun Simiao, can't cure asthma, but a bowl of my pear juice can? What is this sorcery?
Sun Simiao secretly observed Shen Changqing.
This person looks so young, yet he's a master of medicine, and he can actually revive the empress. With that, he ran over and grabbed Shen Changqing's legs. "Taoist Shen, please save me." On the night the empress recovered, Li Shimin held a feast to entertain Shen Changqing. Yuan Tiangang and the others, beautiful dancers, swayed gracefully to the music.
The emperor spoke to his officials. "Today, thanks to Taoist Shen's elixir, the empress has recovered. I am overjoyed. Everyone, enjoy yourselves." Crown Prince Li Chengqian stepped forward, joyfully saying, "Father, on this auspicious occasion, your son suggests a general amnesty to share the joy with the people." Shen Changqing and Fu Weizheng immediately panicked, exclaiming in unison, "Absolutely not." The emperor was puzzled.
"Why does Taoist Shen object? Can you explain to me?"
Shen Chengqing replied respectfully, "Your Majesty, the laws of the Tang dynasty are already lenient. Most of the people on the list have committed many crimes. Granting amnesty would further harm the victims, contrary to your Majesty's benevolent intentions." Shen Changqing couldn't help but sigh in his heart. "I stumbled upon, good luck, I should be humble, lest I reveal my secrets later." Li Chengxian couldn't help but get pissed, shooting Shen Changqing a glare full of malice. "You little bastard, why do you always have to go against me?" With that, Li Chengxian respectfully replied, "Father, your son was foolish and made a mistake, so I want to offer Taoist Shen a cup as an apology." "Taoist Shen, say something since the emperor has agreed," Li Chengxian responded obsequiously.
"Yes." His face then revealed a sinister look that was terrifying.
Then, Li Chengxian walked up to Shen Changqing and said, "Taoist Shen, please." He angrily whispered to Shen Changqing,
"If Taoist Shen doesn't want to die too horribly, then stop meddling in other people's business. Keep your mouth shut, otherwise." The words hung in the air with a deeper meaning.
Shen Changqing replied without a hint of fear, "I wonder if His Highness the Crown Prince's illness has been cured." "Feeling good. Still feeling good, huh?" Li Chengqian was so surprised that he stumbled backward. Shen Changqing quickly grabbed Li Chengxian's arm.
"Your Highness? Be careful."
Then, Shen Changqing leaned close to Li Chengxian's ear.
"I advise your Highness to watch your words." We were minding our own businesses. Li Chengxian was struck where it hurt. His face turned ashen, and he had no choice but to turn and leave.
Shen Changqing couldn't help but feel smug. Hey, you dare threaten yours truly, I'll scare you to death," Li Chengxian evilly plotted.
"No, impossible. How does he know about me keeping male concubines? This guy knows too much. I have to find a way to silence him."
Shen Changqing didn't have the energy to think too much. He took a sip of wine and sighed.
"Delicious." After drinking for a while, everyone gradually got tipsy. The emperor said groggily, "Taoist Shen, I ask you, how can one achieve immortality, like you maintaining your youthful vigor forever?" Shen Changqing was so drunk he was almost unconscious, only to see Shen Changqing suddenly stand up and slam the table. "Boom, boom, youth." That staggering figure walked toward the center.
"Second, the era is calling, get ready." Then, Shen Changqing waved his hands and moved his mouth to count to the rhythm.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This scene immediately woke everyone up from their drunken stupor.
Chung Sun Wuji exclaimed in surprise. "Every movement seems ordinary, but it resembles the achievements of a master of the 100 schools," Yuan Tiangang continued. "Every action is orderly, but every movement and stillness conforms to the principles of heaven and human ethics. No wonder Taoist Shen could write the word Tao. So he has reached this level long ago." Shen Changqing's movements unintentionally drew a fire formation of the 8 trigrams. Shen Changqing kept counting to the rhythm.
5, 6, 7, 8. Immediately, the fire formation turned into a water formation. The emperor exclaimed in astonishment, "I have never heard of such immortal magic." Shen Changqing kept dancing and counting. 32, 34, 5, 6, 7, 8. The water formation then transformed into a lightning formation, so bright that it was impossible to look directly at it. Fu Weizhang sighed. Taoist Shen is indeed the real deal.
Shen Changqing continued his number-counting song. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, ha.
Then Shen Changqing collapsed to the ground. A palace maid panicked. "Oh no, Taoist Shen." The emperor immediately asked, "Yuan Lao, what is wrong with Taoist Shen?" Yuan Tiang respectfully replied, "In my opinion, Taoist Shen is drunk." Everyone was immediately astonished.
Drunk? No one believed that immortals could get drunk. Seriously, Shen Changqing, supported by the palace maid, was now resting his head on her lap, totally wasted like a skunk, and kept mumbling, "Drunk, this Taoist is drunk." Yuan Tiang then leaned close to the emperor and said, "Your Majesty, I see that this cultivation method aligns perfectly with the great Tao above, conforms to the 8 trigrams below, and naturally manifests the 5 elements. I fear it truly has the effect of cultivating the body for longevity. Such profound methods of the esoteric sect are probably not easily passed on to others. Taoist Shen must be feigning drunkenness to impart this method to us." The emperor then spoke. "Then, according to my dear subject, how should I reward him?" Minister Wei then spoke. "Your Majesty, I believe that transcendental masters like him have always been capricious. At that time, you can let Taoist Shen think for himself." The emperor rubbed his chin. Yuan Tiang immediately agreed. Minister Wei is absolutely right. Immediately, the emperor then instructed. "Then tonight, Taoist Shen will stay overnight at your home, and tomorrow morning at court, I will meet Taoist Shen to discuss the matter of rewards." Minister Wei replied. "Your subject obeys the command." And so, Shen Changqing was carried back to the Wei residence by 2 servants. Even though brother Shen was drunk, his mouth kept muttering, "Can't drink anymore, and things will get messy, and then there's more work to be done again. Tell the family to clean up tomorrow in Changjian." Shen Changqing happily walked on the road, feeling extremely pleased. I never expected the emperor to be so easy to talk to. Recalling the scene just now, Shen Changqing was rewarded with a whole cartload of gold. If Taoist Shen doesn't want to join the court as an official, then I won't force him. Consider this gold as travel expenses. I hope you can accept this humble offering. Shen Changqing would naturally be a fool not to take it. Who could refuse such a kind gesture? Shen Changqing then spoke. Then this poor Taoist would be disrespectful to refuse, only to see the small pouch on Shen Changqing's waist light up, and then it sucked all the gold in front of him into it. This scene caused both the emperor and Pan Weizhen to exclaim in shock. "Immortality, immortal arts," Shen Changqing quickly explained. "Just a minor trick. This poor Taoist has made a fool of himself." In his heart he cursed. "Damn you, system, forced buying and selling. That was a whole cartload of gold the system displayed. Remaining life value 1,660 hours, deduction of 646 successful. Would you like to receive the reward now?" Shen Changqing was so angry that he wanted to flip the system. "Receive my ass, return my money, return me to the present." Shen Changqing couldn't help but hold his head in frustration. The road to making money is so bleak. At the same time, a commoner ran over and said loudly, old immortal, this is the first fish I caught today. I've come to give it to you as agreed." This scene immediately caught Shen Changqing's attention. So it turned out that there was an old man by the roadside who offered fortune-telling, was good at divination of yin and yang, and could know the past and future. That was Yuan Xiaocheng. Shen Changqing lamented. "Such a golden place like Changjian has become like this. This colleague is really hopeless." Shen Changqing spoke. "Might as well go ask when the time will come when I can go back." Then Shen Changqing walked over and placed a small ingot of gold on the table. "Master, cast a fortune, cast my fate." Yuan Xiaocheng handed Shen Changqing 3 coins and said with poise, "Young master, please." Shen Changqing then received them. "This old Taoist looks profound and unfathomable. Just don't know if he's legit," he spoke. "Throw these randomly, right?" Shen Changqing then waved his hand, and immediately, the 3 coins stood upright, lined up in a straight row, causing Shen Changqing to exclaim, "Holy crap, what kind of luck is this? I won't be considered to be smashing up the shop by this colleague, will I? Will someone rush out to kill me? Which way should I run?" While Shen Changqing was looking for a way to escape, on the other side, Yuan Xiaocheng couldn't help but be surprised. What is this? I've seen countless fortunes, but this is the first time I've seen this kind of divination image." On the table, a formation of the 8 trigrams and 5 elements immediately appeared, emitting an aura that left others in awe. Yuan Xiaocheng immediately opened his yin-yang eyes. "Let's see what kind of sacred being you really are." The image of the Jade Emperor instantly appeared before Yuan Xiaocheng's eyes. The power was so immense that Yuan Xiaocheng couldn't withstand it and was blown backward in one fell swoop. Seeing this, Shen Changqing was stunned. "You've got to be kidding me. Is he pulling a scam because he couldn't do the reading? Or is some legendary immortal from Changjian City about to pop out of nowhere?" Yuan Xiaocheng immediately scrambled to his feet, knelt on one knee before Shen Changqing, and said respectfully, "Senior, you have transcended the 3 realms, and are not bound by the 5 elements. A fate of this magnitude is beyond what this junior can perceive. This humble one has made a fool of himself today. I implore Senior to take back the payment." Shen Changqing took his money back and turned to leave. Man, the guy's got no business sense. No wonder he's dressed so shabby. Suddenly, a menacing-looking man approached and spoke up. "Old man, they say your fortunes are spot on, but I bet you're just a con artist. Clemon? Predict this for me, sun or rain tomorrow? If it's sunny, what time's the sunrise? If it rains, how much will we get?" Shen Changqing thought to himself, "From the sound of it, this guy's here to make trouble." Yuan Xiaocheng calmly replied, "Tomorrow, at the hour of the dragon, there will be clouds. At the hour of the snake, thunder. At the hour of the horse, rain. At the hour of the goat, heavy rain. The rainfall will be 3 kun, 3 fen, and 48 points,
the man said aggressively. Fine. If tomorrow isn't exactly as you say, I'm smashing your stall.
Shen Changqing let out a long, weary sigh.
Oh, Yuan Xiaocheng was taken aback. The senior must have seen right through that man, instantly grasping his fate, and sighed out of pity for his inevitable doom.
Shen Changqing glanced back at Yuan Xiaocheng, sighing in exasperation. This Taoist has 0 people skills. Being so specific, aren't you just giving the guy a perfect excuse to wreck your stall?
At the gates of Chengchen City, Princess Changlei and Li Zihi were already waiting for Shen Changqing. The moment she saw him, she cheerfully called out, Taoist Master Shen, over here.
Shen Changqing bowed respectfully. Greetings, Princess Changlei. Changlei waved her hand. Taoist Master, no need for such formalities. This is my younger brother, Li Zihi. He's 7 this year.
Father told us to wait here to see you off, Taoist Master Shen. Li Zihi bowed respectfully. Greetings, Taoist Master Shen.
Shen Changqing spoke. Princess, please thank His Majesty for his kindness on behalf of this humble Taoist. Back in Jingyang County, at the Shen Manor on 10 Mile Slope, Shen Changqing knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Instantly, the lovely figure of Bai Dongye appeared, her voice filled with joy.
Taoist Master Shen, you're finally back. Dongye was so worried you wouldn't be able to return.
Then, both Bai Dongye and Xiao Bai rushed forward and threw themselves into Shen Changqing's arms.
Let's get inside first. We can talk inside. Princess Changlei, who was standing to the side, was too stunned to even speak. On the night of Shen Changqing's return, the ladies had prepared a grand feast to welcome him back, and everyone gathered around the banquet table.
Shen Changqing raised his cup and declared, I, Shen Changqing, have returned from Chengyan. From now on, I will lead you all to soar to new heights, to see a completely different world, he thought to himself. Just you wait till I hit you with technology from 2,000 years in the future.
Dong Li, Xiaoqing, and Xiaobai couldn't help but ask with anticipation, does the Immortal Master mean that you will take us with you to ascend to the Immortal Realm one day? The Dragon Sisters of the East Sea chimed in, Immortal Master Shen, we sisters would like to perform a dance to express our gratitude for your great kindness. Shen Changqing replied cheerfully, Haha, excellent, excellent.
Princess Changlei also joined in the fun. Immortal Master, I brought my pipa. I can provide the musical accompaniment.
The enchanting music of the pipa filled the air. As the graceful dance began, Dong Li spoke up. Immortal Master, what do you think of our dance? Xiaoqing chimed in. Immortal Master, look at Xiaoqing too.
Shen Changqing happily said. Beautiful, so beautiful. Bai Dongye, serving from the side, poured more wine. Taoist, have another cup.
Xiao Bai climbed onto the table, sniffing the spilled wine. It's immortal brew made by the Taoist. Xiao Bai licked a bit, and felt her insides burning, her whole body trembling. Such dense spiritual energy, this flavor is so intoxicating.
Shen Changqing, gnawing on meat, sighed in appreciation. The ladies are so beautiful, their movements so graceful.
Dong Li's cute dimples and Xiaoqing's gentle voice create such a glamorous scene. Haha, Immortal Master, Shen Changqing couldn't help but exclaim, awesome. From afar, Judge Wu and the city god were observing, their eyes filled with admiration. The city god spoke. Those fox spirits and 2 dragon daughters are really blessed, Judge Wu agreed. Indeed, to be with a master like Immortal Shen, I'm green with envy.
The next morning, Shen Changqing was snoring away in a sweet dream. Shen Changqing turned over, sniffing, so fragrant, only to find Shen Changqing embracing a soft, curvy figure. Shen Changqing couldn't help but wonder, Shen Changqing slowly opened his eyes, seeing that alluring figure, and was immediately bewildered. Bai Donger, why are you in my bed? Oh my. What's with that expression? Shen Changqing flopped back onto the bed. What on earth happened last night? At this moment, Shen Changqing felt guilty as hell. What to do? What to do? Could it be that I got too drunk last night and couldn't control myself? Bai Dongzir had already woken up, her charming voice saying, Taoist Shen. Shen Changqing immediately closed his eyes and started snoring. This guy's trying to shirk responsibility.
Bai Donghair's graceful back, alluring figure, and suggestive eyes.
No wonder Shen is so energetic. Only when Bai Donghair had completely left the room did Shen Changqing jump up in panic. What to do? What to do?
Calm down, calm down. A 21st century youth like me would never run into something like this. Worst case scenario, I'll just marry her. If I Google, my boyfriend slept with someone else in the same bed, he said he got drunk and lost control, what should I do? The answer would be, if a man is truly drunk, he can't get it up, both theoretically and practically. Therefore, nothing happened. Shen Changqing agreed with his own reasoning. That's right, I was so drunk last night I couldn't have done anything, I'm safe. Outside, Bai Dongshare was still blushing. Taoist Shen, last night was really The other women were lying scattered on the ground. This is truly paradise? I clearly came first, Dong Li replied. Little fox spirit, don't even think about taking advantage of the immortal master. Xiaoqing also replied. Big sister is right, the immortal master is ours. A moment later, Princess Changel said to Shen Changqing, Taoist Shen, my father wants Li Zihi to become your disciple. I don't know what you think. Shen Changqing hesitated a little.
This, in his heart, he couldn't help but feel a little worried.
That's Li Jihe, Emperor Gaozong of Tang. Become my disciple.
Li Jihe immediately bowed deeply, loudly, saying, Please accept me, master. Even if I'm just a page to serve tea and water, please accept Li Jihe. Shen Changqing was surprised. You said that yourself. Don't blame me if I teach you wrong.
Then Shen Changqing cleared his throat. Well, alright, you can stay, Princess Changle happily said.
Thank you, Taoist Shen.
Changle will go back and tell my father the good news. Li Jihe was also moved. Thank you, master.
Shen Changqing watched the carriage carrying Princess Changlei back to Changjian, sighing inwardly. Ah, the Changjian thing is done. Finally some peaceful days.
At the imperial palace in the capital, a thunder dragon with immense power roared furiously. Li Shimin, get out here. I want you to pay for your life at Zichao Haoze.
After Shen Changqing topped up his system, he immediately received 3 secret manuals,
and the remaining lifespan was 1,612 hours, 33 seconds, and 23 ticks.
Shen Changqing wondered. Before, when I didn't top up much, you gave me 3 things. This time I topped up 648. You wouldn't dare scam me again, would you? Shen Changqing pressed yes to receive the reward, and immediately, a yang fruit appeared. Shen Changqing couldn't help but be overjoyed. The reward for 648 is indeed different. There's even a box. Let me see what good stuff is inside.
The light inside the yang fruit flashed, and what was inside made Shen Changqing freeze. Inside is volume 3000 questions on pig breeding techniques.
Shen Changqing angrily threw the book on the ground. Why is it this damn thing? Hearing movement outside, Shen Changqing spoke up. Who's there? Li Zihe outside respectfully said. Master, your disciple wants to ask, what should I do today? Shen Changqing calculated. The roast duck shop can make money, and Li Jihe is indeed free labor. The system just happened to give a guide on raising pigs. With that, Shen Changqing walked out, his voice serious. Li Jihe. So that the people of the Tang dynasty can eat cheap meat. Are you willing to work hard? Li Jihe immediately replied. If master has a way for the people to all have meat to eat, don't mention hard work. Li Jihe would even offer his life to master.
Shen Changqing said. If you raise a herd of pigs according to the method in this book, one day, the people of the world will naturally have cheap meat. Can you endure the hardship? Li Ji confidently replied. This disciple can endure it.
Bai Dongger ran over, quickly saying, Taoist Shen, there's an old man outside, calling himself Yuan Tiangdang, saying he has something to discuss with you. He saw Yuan Tiang kneeling on the ground, painfully saying, Taoist Shen, save me. Shen Changqing replied,
Heavenly Master Yuan, please stand up and speak. Yuan Tiang hesitated. This, Taoist Shen, this matter is not convenient for others to hear. Shen Changqing couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that this old charlatan has some strange illness and wants me to treat him?
Shen Changqing ordered, Li Jihe, you follow the book I gave you, and go with Bai Dongshi to buy a few pigs to raise as a trial first. Bai Dongshi immediately replied. Understood. Taoist Shen, Li Jihe also said, Yes, master. After everyone had left, Shen Changqing said to Yuan Tiang,
Alright, now that everyone's gone, what's the matter? Is it that you have some disease that can't be seen by others? Yuan Tiang whispered. It's not me, it's His Majesty.
Shen Changqing couldn't help but exclaim. Just finished treating Empress Jiangsun, now it's His Majesty's turn. Yuan Tiang hurriedly said.
It's not like that, the imperial physician said. The emperor has epilepsy, and keeps saying things like, Don't come over here, don't come looking for me. The emperor, it turns out, always sees a pair of terrifying red eyes staring at him. No, don't come over here, don't come looking for me.
The emperor weakly instructed Yuan Tiang, Heavenly Master Yuan. I'm afraid only Taoist Shen can save my life. Yuan Tiang immediately said, I will definitely invite Taoist Shen over. Yuan Tiang spoke with extreme despair. After I examined him, I discovered that he was possessed by a ghost immortal. But my cultivation isn't enough to exorcise it. If we ignore it, I'm afraid His Majesty doesn't have much time left. Taoist Shen. Shen Changqing pondered. Wait a moment, let me think. Shen Changqing was a little flustered. From the old charlatan's description, it seemed like the emperor had paranoid delusions. He didn't know how to treat that. Treating the emperor, if he couldn't cure him, he could be beheaded. Moreover, if it really was paranoid delusions, he might be seen as an assassin at that time. Shen Changqing imagined himself being misunderstood by the emperor and dragged out for execution. There's an assassin. It's him. Shen Changqing rubbed his forehead. I'm still young. I don't want to die in such confusion. Yuan Tiang loudly pleaded. Taoist Shen, His Majesty knows I want to find you, so he's placed all his hopes on you.
Shen Changqing couldn't help but be angry when he heard these words. What a pig-headed teammate. Going there now might mean getting beheaded. Not going is the same as watching someone die without helping. He gritted his teeth.
I really thank you.
You thought of me first for such a chance to earn merit. It's true that you shouldn't fear a powerful enemy, but a pig-headed teammate. Yuan Tiang happily said. Taoist Shen, you're too kind. Taoist Shen, His Majesty is in imminent danger. Please come immediately.
With that, Yuan Tiang grabbed Shen Changqing's hand and ran off. Shen Changqing spoke up. What about Li Zihi? Aren't we taking him with us? Yuan Tiang replied. His Majesty said, Prince Jin is still young
and doesn't want him to see His Majesty in his current state. Taoist. Shen probably knows how to ride a horse, right? I'll bring one for you from the inn. Yuan Tiang pointed to the horses in front of them.
Shen Changqing was a little displeased in his heart. He was already tired from riding in a carriage for over 100 miles. Did he really want him to ride a horse to Changjian? Shen Changqing asked with some doubt. So we have to ride a horse to Changjian?
Yuan Tiang sighed inwardly. Could it be that Taoist Shen initially wanted to fly to Changjian on a sword, but chose to ride a horse out of consideration for him? Truly worthy of being Taoist Shen.
With that, Yuan Tiang respectfully replied, I still hope Taoist Shen will ride a horse there. Shen Changqing sighed.
Riding a horse it is then. Luckily I learned to ride a horse in university, so I won't be too timid, Shen Changqing said helplessly. But I have to say first, I'm not very good at riding, so the speed might not be fast. Suddenly, woof woof woof, echoed, and Xiaobai came running, his face beaming. You didn't take me to Changjian last time. You have to take me this time.
Shen Changqing picked up Xiaobai, his voice full of affection. What's this? You want to come to Changjian with me?
Xiaobai then barked, as if to say yes. Shen Changqing then reached out to stroke Xiaobai. All right, I'll take you along. Xiaobai immediately put on an expression of enjoyment. Yes, right there, so comfy.
Everyone then mounted their horses and set off for Changjian. Shen Changqing said, Yuan Lao, lead the way. Xiaobai, after arriving in Changjian, you can't lick just anyone's spit, got it? This scene made Yuan Tiang gasp in amazement. Truly, worthy of being Taoist Master Shen, a dignified fox immortal of the Qinghui lineage, is basically no different than a pet in the Changjian Imperial Palace. The retainers of the capital respectfully greeted Yuan Tiang and Shen Changqing upon their arrival. My lords, Yuan Tiang grabbed Shen Changqing's hand and dragged him in, quickly, to the location. Shen Changqing was surprised.
One uses a mace, one uses a steel whip, must be Wei Qigong and Xin Qiang. Truly awe-inspiring and domineering.
Yuan Tianggang said,
Please, Taoist Master Shen, perform your magic to subdue the ghost immortal and save His Majesty. Shen Changqing cursed inwardly. Damn it, you old charlatan. You dragged Laozi over here but want me to go in alone? You're looking for someone to take the blame, aren't you? This young master has been indoctrinated with anti-fraud propaganda since I was a kid.
Don't even think about me going in alone.
If the emperor really dies, we're both in the pot together.
Saying that, Shen Changqing spoke up.
Heavenly Master Yuan, please accompany me inside. I still need your assistance. Yuan Tiang was surprised and quickly responded. Yes. Qin Qiang watched Shen Changqing's departing figure, unable to help but wonder. The young man who just went in doesn't seem to have any skills, Wei Qigong replied. There's no other way at the moment. Qin Qiang couldn't help but sigh in frustration. Inside, the Supreme Emperor's complexion was pale, and fatigue was obvious. Shen Changqing then thought,
seems like it really is a mental problem. Let's try the most common modern therapy method first. Saying that, Shen Changqing turned to Yuan Tiang and said, Old Taoist Yuan, please help this poor Taoist bring over the 4 treasures of the study. Shen Changqing placed the magical artifact on the table and said solemnly,
Ancient words say, people who die become ghosts. Ghosts who die become spirits. Ghosts fear spirits, just as people fear ghosts.
Therefore, Xiao Bai, who was standing by, couldn't help but exclaim, Worthy of being Taoist Master Shen, I didn't expect even the paperweight to be extraordinary. It's actually a sky-mending stone left behind by the goddess Manhua. Shen Changqing took a writing brush and scribbled a few strokes on the paper, writing the character Ji, accumulation.
Immediately a surge of black and white energy appeared, like a whirlwind engulfing everything.
Shen Changqing then said, When this Jil appears, all ghosts retreat.
This aura then entered the emperor's body. Immediately the black dragon rampaging inside the dragon body was also suppressed, writhing non-stop. Yuan Tiang witnessed the scene just now and exclaimed, Immortal art, marvelous. Taoist Master Shen is indeed incredibly powerful, even ghost immortals are no match for him.
The dragon ghost was overwhelmed by the immense power, continuously roaring, Why can't I use my own power? Instead, I'm being swallowed by the character Ji. I'm dying unjustly. Shen Changqing coldly snorted. As expected, dealing with superstitious ancients requires the great art of speech therapy to be the most effective. At this moment, the Supreme Emperor finally woke up,
as if he had just been enlightened.
Seeing Shen Changqing standing in front of him, he was overjoyed. Taoist Master Shen, you've finally arrived. Wei Zheng said earlier that he had already greeted the judge of the underworld in advance, ensuring my safety, fortunately thanks to you helping me avoid a trip to the underworld. Shen Changqing respectfully replied, Your Majesty, rest assured, everything is under this poor Taoist's control. In his heart he couldn't help but sigh. Li Shimin really hasn't recovered? He's starting to talk nonsense again. This is a sign of delusional disorder.
At the same time, in the hall of Yama, King Yama anxiously paced back and forth in the hall. The judge who was entrusted by Wei Zhang to welcome Li Shimin Why hasn't he returned yet? Could something have happened? Suddenly, the Book of Life and Death lit up. King Yama panicked. What's going on? Wasn't Li Shimin destined to die in the 6th year of Zhengguan? Why is it changed to the 13th year of Zhengguan?
Saying that, King Yama angrily slammed the table. Can't let this go.
Oxhead and Horseface, Black and White Impermanence, all appeared, respectfully greeting King Yama. King Yama raged that Li Shimin changed his fate without permission. You immediately go to Changjian and drag his soul back here for me. All of them responded in unison. Yes. At the Changjian Imperial Palace, Yuan Tiangang asked with doubt. Taoist Shen, although you've locked up that ghost immortal, why not eliminate the root of the ghost immortal? Shen Chengqing inwardly wanted to curse someone out. Of course it's because of talk therapy. Dumbass. Could it really be like what you said? That there's a ghost inside Li Shimin? Do you even science? Shen Chengqing said. It's been temporarily suppressed by me, it's fine. On the contrary, we have to ask His Majesty, has anything happened recently? The Emperor Li Shimin recounted with a tired face. After the Taoist left, I met someone in my dream, claiming to be the Jing River Dragon King. In the dream, the Jing River Dragon King pleaded urgently. Because I made a bet with a fellow villager of Wei Yuan, to win, I secretly changed the time and amount of rain. Now heaven wants Wei Zheng to kill me, please save my life. After it's done, I'll definitely help Changjian have good weather for years to come, Li Shimin continued. I agreed with that Dragon King, so I invited Wei Zheng into the palace, played chess all day, until Wei Zheng sleepily dozed off, without leaving for even a step. Then that Dragon King transformed into a ghost god to demand my life, saying I didn't keep my word.
Shen Changqing couldn't help but be surprised. Holy crap, isn't this the plot from Journey to the West? No, according to my observation, there's no shortage of martial arts masters in the main hall. Wall scaling and roof leaping is also very familiar. The truth is always only one. That is, there are illegal elements wanting to scare the emperor to death, deliberately doing it. The emperor said with resentment like a child, although I didn't know anything, and let Wei Zheng kill the Dragon King in his dream. But the Dragon King violated the heavenly rules. Deserved to die. But what did I do wrong?
Shen Chengqing patted Li Shimin on the shoulder to comfort him. This really isn't your Majesty's fault. In his heart he sighed. These ancient people of the Tang dynasty are too superstitious. Maybe if I say it straight they won't believe it. I have to go down the road of being a divine swindler. In front of the room, Oxhead, Horseface, and Black and White Impermanence flew over, their faces filled with murderous intent. Horseface blew a puff, and with a single breath he released an aura that made everyone afraid to move. Oxhead then said, Let's go, today we'll bring Li Shimin back. The superiors will reward us. Entering inside, everyone was shocked. Shen Changqing, seeing someone come in, sighed. As expected, there are illegal elements who want to kidnap the emperor, and the PH is laid out like this. Do they think others are idiots? Black and White Impermanence were furious. It's him, the evil Taoist. Hand over your life. Shen Changqing was sweating buckets. So it's actually you guys. Shen Changqing used the paperweight from earlier to cast a spell. If it was another master, I'd be a bit scared. But your cat-scratching skills? Shen Changqing snorted coldly in his heart, then charged towards Black Impermanence. He quickly dodged an attack from Shen Changqing, secretly despising him in his heart. Humph, the evil Taoist only relies on forbidden magic, but I, your grandpa, rely only on martial arts. You're no match for me. Shen Changqing shifted his attack, and said, Still daring to dodge? Take this. Black Impermanence ducked down to avoid another attack from Shen Changqing. Phew, just an evil Taoist. As expected, he doesn't know martial arts. Watch me. Black Impermanence became tense, but before he could finish his thought, he was shocked. Impossible. Shen Chengqing delivered a blow like the heavens, collapsing on Black Impermanence, making him immediately kneel on the spot and then fall flat on the ground. Shen Chengqing put one foot on Black Impermanence and said arrogantly, What, still want to fight, one-on-one or a group fight? Your grandpa is always ready. Just so you guys see clearly, this little punk is a lesson. The group of Oxhead, Horseface, and White Impermanence were so scared that they were rooted to the spot, Shen Chengqing thought. Facing so many people, I have to think of a way to suppress them. Oxhead was extremely confused at this moment. TCH, this guy's ears are just handsome, dashing, and have the bearing of a Taoist immortal, but otherwise there doesn't seem to be anything special, and there's no fluctuation of any magic power on him. With that, Bullhead slammed his trident on the floor, solemnly declaring, Netherworld business, uninvolved parties, step aside. Today is Li Shimin's destined death date, and you, old dragon, are also waiting for the 3 courts to settle accounts, so no matter what, you can't stay in the mortal realm any longer. Shen Chengqing thought to himself. How arrogant. I bet those outside are already knocked out with some kind of hypnotic spell. Emperor Li Shimin hastily shouted, Guards, protect me, Bullhead, now seemingly sure of victory, said, Come with me, don't waste your effort. Everyone who could come is already asleep, so you can only obediently follow this path. And as for you, Shen Chengqing, you're a cultivator, yet you've repeatedly hindered the Netherworld's affairs. You've committed a crime against the heavenly laws. Come with us for a trip as well. Shen Chengqing grabbed the rock he had and attacked, charging forward. Go to your grandpa, take this.
accompanied by a surge of lightning aura emanating from the rock.
Bullhead couldn't help but scoff. HMPH, just mortal tricks. As long as it dispels the yin qi, Bullhead immediately cast a red magical force to surround himself. He immediately felt something was wrong. My magic power won't activate. This is bad. I can't dodge.
Seeing Shen Changqing about to hit him, he couldn't move at all,
and had to take the hit head on, even more bewildered in his heart. What the heck? Why do I clearly want to dodge but I can't? What kind of demon magic is this?
Shen Changqing pressed the rock close to Bullhead's face, cursing, "Head's pretty hard, huh? Quite bulky, you chicken, you punk, you little trash."
Bullhead, having been hit repeatedly, finally realized, what's going on? My cultivation is weakening with his foul language. Could it be the divine power of words become law?
Soon after, Bullhead was beaten by Shen Changqing, to the point of going to see King Yama directly.
Xiao Bai next to him barked loudly, "Woof, woof, woof, woof,
woof." Shen Changqing turned to Yuan Tiangong, the old Taoist, and said, "Look at you, you're not even as good as Xiao Bai. At least it knows to help when I'm fighting." Yuan Tiang, having witnessed the scene just now, replied, "Well, Shen Daoyu is mighty. This old man really couldn't interfere." To have seen Xiao Bai's true form, both Bai Wuchang and Horseface don't dare to move a single step further. Bai Wuchang trembled slightly. "Ma Mian, is that?" Horseface was sweating profusely. "Yes, a nine-tailed fox demon immortal. The two of us, I'm afraid." Before he could finish speaking, Shen Changqing smashed a rock on Horseface's head.
"Take this." Hit by a rock as big as a table, with that kind of force, it would be weird if he didn't go bye-bye.
Shen Changqing then picked up the rock, his voice filled with arrogance.
"Haha, now you're the only one left." Bai Wuchang was now so scared that he shrank back, trembling. "I'll fight you to the death." With that, he charged forward.
Shen Changqing, being agile Shen, quickly put the rock in front of him.
Bai Wuchang with one palm ended the game. Shen Changqing then picked up Xiao Bai. Hee, all done. Xiao Bai is so good, even knows how to help me. With that, Shen Changqing rubbed Xiao Bai's soft, white belly, causing her to tremble. Radiating with joy, Yuan Tiang then spoke up. "Shen Daoyu, Bullhead and Horseface are Netherworld Yin marshals. And black and white impermanents are also soul-retrieving messengers of the Netherworld. We've injured them, could it?"
Yuan Tiang was a little worried. Although the Netherworld's strength is ordinary, they are, after all, orthodox deities. And behind them is a screen of heavenly gods. You really can't afford to offend them. Emperor Li Shimin, sitting in a corner, heard these words and clutched his head. What to do? What to do? Shen Changqing thought. Judging from Yuan Laodao's words, the underground organization called the Netherworld seems to be quite powerful. They even dare to break into the imperial palace to kidnap the emperor. Their strength really can't be underestimated. But since I've already offended the Netherworld, then I can only cling to the emperor's thighs. As long as I gain his trust, then I'll sweep away evil again.
At that time, don't even mention the Netherworld. Even the mortal realm and the heavens will have to take the blame for you. However, I should still use my verbal healing powers to cure the emperor first, otherwise everything is just talk.
Shen Changqing bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, those evil beings of the Netherworld have been punished, but I still need you to tell me the details about the ghost immortal in your body. Would that be all right? Emperor Li Shimin replied.
Of course. The energy from the rock enveloped Emperor Li Shimin again.
The person screamed in pain.
The ghost immortal inside the emperor also manifested, angrily shouting, "Injustice! I died unjustly! I died so unjustly!"
Seeing the emperor in such agony, Shen Changqing yelled out, "Your Majesty! Your Majesty!"
He was internally facepalming. Damn. Still can't communicate with the emperor's second personality. Looks like to untie the bell, you need the one who tied it. To completely resolve his mental issues, I need to use these fake-ass gods and ghosts first. So, Shen Bam slapped Niu Tao and Ma Mian each across the face, and said in a stern voice, "You two, I'm gonna ask you a few questions. Think carefully before you answer, or who knows what might happen." Got it. Seeing Shen Changqing's scary demeanor, Niu Tao and Ma Mian were terrified, and quickly replied, got it, Immortal Elder, just ask."
Shen Changqing slapped Ma Mian again, and said angrily, "I'm a Taoist. Where'd you get Immortal Elder from?" Ma Mian, filled with indignation, looked at Shen Changqing with teary eyes. A scholar can't be humiliated. Before he could finish, Niku Tu headbutted him right in the face, busting his chops.
Niu Tu quickly said, Shen Daozhang, no Immortal Elder here." "You're right," said Niu Tao, glaring at Macamian, then whispered, "The one in front of us might be some crazy powerful Wu Chu Fa Sui type, at least a reincarnated golden immortal. Know your place, idiot." Macamian, hearing this, panicked. "Holy crap, that's a big deal."
Shen Changqing strolled back and forth in front of Niu Tao and Ma Mian, saying as he walked, "Jinghe Dragon King caused trouble for Yuan Shaocheng to prevent his people from being harmed. Is that wrong?" The ghost immortal, through Lin Shimin's dragon-possessed body, hurriedly said,
"I'm not wrong." Malamian also trembled as he answered, "Not wrong. It's perfectly reasonable."
Shen Changqing continued to ask, "So Yuan Shaocheng, wanting a better life, told fortunes for people. Is that wrong?" Niu Tao trembled and said,
"Not wrong at all," Li Shimin echoed. Indeed, not wrong.
Shen Changqing continued. His Majesty, being benevolent, promised to save the Dragon King, but in the end, because he wasn't proficient in magic, couldn't track him down, and let Wei Zhang kill the dragon in a dream. Is that wrong? Mao Mian immediately said. His Majesty gave his all, of course he's not wrong. With that, Shen Changqing said seriously. Then you guys still came here to cause trouble for His Majesty, and even wanted to drag His Majesty away. Ninchu Tu and Mao Mian were completely led by the nose but didn't dare argue, hurriedly saying that we were wrong. In their hearts they could only scream, "We're just following orders." Hearing those words, Shen Changqing coldly snorted.
Mei Mian whispered. After we get back, how are we going to explain this to Yama? Niu Tao replied. Let's talk about how the four of us can get back first.
The ghost immortal then spoke up.
Shen Daozhang, Little Dragon knows that this death is not suspicious, but Little Dragon's heart is in pain.
Shen Changqing couldn't help but sigh. In the end, if your name is in the book of life and death, it's difficult to escape the underworld. Difficult to violate the heavenly mandate.
Mei Ginvilian whispered. Niu Tao, I remember this guy changed the book of life and death twice recently. Niu Tao immediately said, Shut up. What if the immortal hears our telepathy? You'll be the death of me.
Shen Changqing, with his sharp ears, heard the conversation and turned to say, You're right, aren't you? Two underworld yin generals, Niu Tao and Mao Mian.
Ninyu Tu and Mao Mian were so scared they almost peed their pants. Eek, Mao Mian said in fear. He heard it. Immortal, the old man definitely heard it. Ninyu Tu was both scared and annoyed. Then why don't you shut your mouth? Who whispers so loud the whole village can hear?
Shen Changqing pondered. Right now, I just need to persuade this Dragon King personality to let go of his attachments, willingly disappear, and Li Shimin should be 70% better.
With that, Shen Changqing spoke up. Dragon King, everything is decided by fate. You accumulated a lot of merit in your previous life. Your next life won't be so bad. Don't get hung up on it, and don't create more bad karma for yourself. The Ghost Immortal respectfully replied. AI Little Dragon has been taught. Thank you, Shen Daozhang, for your guidance.
With that, the Dragon King's original form left Li Shimin's body. Shen Changqing said, Go now, don't waste any time. He sighed inwardly. With that kind of tone, it's probably over, right?
Yuan Tiang whispered. Shen Daozhang, the evil dragon on His Majesty's body has been removed, but what should we do with these four from the underworld?
Shen Changqing couldn't help but feel annoyed, wanting to curse someone. Is this old Taoist an idiot? How can con men like us replace the job of condemning criminals like this? Does he want to get his head chopped off? Shen Changqing then said. This crime is one of the 10 major crimes in the law, but as for the specifics, His Majesty is the sage ruler of a country. Of course, it's up to His Majesty to judge. Emperor Li Shimin couldn't help but feel grateful to Shen Changqing. Shen Daozhang first said this is a crime and then said to let me decide. This is giving me face and also giving me a chance to sell favors to the underworld. Li Shimin then said, Thank you, Shen Daozhang, I know what to do.
Mao Mian's face turned pale, while Niu Tu thought, the Daozhang is preparing to use us as gifts for Li Shimin to sell favors. Niu Tu was furious.
Every time this teammate opens his mouth he puts me at risk of being sold for salt. How can I not be annoyed? Shut your trap, I don't want to get disciplined by Daoist Shen again. The emperor, helped up by Yuan Tiangxiang, was super grateful Daoist Shen saved the empress and then saved me. Stay in the palace these next few days so I can throw a banquet to thank you properly for your huge kindness. Shen Changqing was thinking, what's this high morality crap? Why does he get to be emperor? Because he knows a good leg to latch onto when he sees one. Then, all respectful-like, Shen Changqing replied, Whatever your majesty arranges, I'll obey. Princess Changlei saw Shen Changqing and quickly bowed. Daoist Shen, the banquet's tonight. Father told me to take Daoist Shen on a stroll through the palace. Shen Changqing was like, Thank you, Princess Changlei. Changlei went on, Daoist Shen, up ahead is the falconry. The eagles there are super majestic, let me show you. And just like that, Princess Changlei led Shen Changqing away. Seeing all these wild animals around, tigers, leopards, foxes, all kinds of birds, Shen Changqing's jaw just dropped. Suddenly, Xiaobai bolted from Shen Changqing's arms.
Zipping past those noob NPCs, Shen Changqing yelled, Hey, Xiaobai! Quick as a flash, Xiaobai was out of sight.
Shen Changqing was a little worried, thinking, crap, if Xiaobai runs wild and bites some pampered concubine's pet, we're both toast. Just then, Crown Prince Li Chengtian strolled up and said,
Well, if it isn't Daoist Shen, the miracle healer. I was just so worried about my mother before that I spoke rudely. I hope Daoist Shen will forgive me.
Shen Changqing just wanted to stay away from Li Chengxian. He kept a polite attitude, though. Too bad you're a scheming crown prince, dude. Best if I just avoid you. Shen Changqing waved his hand quickly. This humble Taoist is just a country bumpkin from the boonies. Your Highness doesn't need to be so polite. And with that, Shen Changqing turned his butt around and left.
Gotta find Xiaobai, pronto. Even if he doesn't bite anyone's pet, it's not good if he gets bitten by another pet. Out to nowhere, Li Chengxian's eunuch pipes up. You wretch, stop right there, Li Chengxian's thinking.
Perfect timing to teach this arrogant Taoist a lesson. Shen Changqing asked him, Who are you calling a wretch? He shot back.
I'm calling you a wretch.
Shen Changqing dug in his ear and happily said, Oh, so the wretch is calling me. The dude was pissed beyond belief and shouted angrily, "What? Where are the Imperial Guards? Seize this evil guy who's disrespecting the Imperial Majesty and barging into the palace inner court." The guards came and surrounded Shen Changqing, who calmly said, "Your Highness, does this mean a eunuch can represent the Imperial Majesty now?" Just then, Emperor Li Shimin strode over, shouting mightily, "How dare you kneel!" Princess Chenglei also came.
All of you, step back. Taoist Shen is someone Father personally honored and granted an audience without needing to bow. Do you want to die?
The guards all dropped to their knees, begging the Taoist for forgiveness. Shen Changqing then declared, "Your Highness, I was granted an audience without needing to bow, but I have to kneel before you, Crown Prince. Couldn't you wait any longer? And want to replace His Majesty already?" Crown Prince Li Chengxian trembled. Taoist Shen, don't joke like that, how could I? With that, Li Chengxian's spirit was not there anymore. The eunuch angrily said, You careless slave, get down there and take 80 strikes. If you miss one, just hang yourself." Shen Changqing went over and patted Li Chengxian's shoulder, saying, "Hey, there's no need, Your Highness. It was just him running his mouth. It has nothing to do with Your Highness. And there's even less need to take 80 strikes. That's just killing a man. It's just that I've been facing some obstacles in my cultivation lately, and would like to invite Your Highness to help with something." Li Chengxian was secretly sneering. TCH, seems this guy's no different from those other commoners. They're all after fame and gain, Li Chengxian said. Taoist Shen saved my mother, so I ought to repay Taoist Shen. Just talk, Shen Changqing replied. Just then, Shen Changqing kicked the eunuch that was behind. The guy looked like he was about to ascend to heaven, and screamed in pain.
Li Chengxian was gnashing his teeth in anger.
Xiaobai, covered in dirt, came back into his arms, looking expectant. "I've defeated all the monsters in the palace. Praise me," Xiaobai called out. "Woof," Shen Changqing worriedly said. "You got into another fight, Princess." Xiaobai got into a fight with the pets in the palace. Is there a problem? He looked at Princess Chenglei and said, "Taoist Shen, rest assured, everything will be fine." With that, the two left.
The eunuch, who was arrogant just now, was now kneeling and hugging Li Chengxian's legs, begging, "Your Highness." Li Chengxian didn't say anything and viciously pulled out his sword and stabbed the eunuch, causing him to scream in pain. "Ugh!" Li Chengxian ground his teeth and said, "Well done, Taoist Shen. You and my face. Wait until I ascend the throne. The first person I'll kill will be you, you evil Taoist."
At Wei Yufei's courtyard, she angrily questioned her servants.
"Who hurt my black cat? Find them for me." That evening, a grand banquet was held, attended by all the officials. Emperor Li Shimin began to speak. "This time, I almost passed away. Luckily, Taoist Shen defied fate and extended my life by several decades. Taoist Shen's magic is boundless. Gods and ghosts fear him. I offer you a toast."
Shen Changqing hurriedly said, "This humble Taoist wouldn't dare. Your Majesty is blessed by destiny, favored by the heavens. Your merits surpass the 3 emperors. Your virtues exceed the 5 emperors. Even without this little Taoist, Your Majesty would turn misfortune into fortune."
Li Chengxian, sitting in a corner, couldn't help but sneer. Ugh, so he's still just sucking up.
The civil and military officials were also quite surprised.
So His Majesty really is so wise and divine.
Emperor Li Shimin, hearing this, happily laughed loudly. "Excellent, excellent. With these words from Taoist Shen, I could die without regret. Let us all drain our cups," everyone responded.
"Thank you, Your Majesty." After a while, Shen Changqing began to get tipsy and went to Wei Zheng, saying, "Old Wei, you're great in every way, but you care too much about reputation. Be careful after you die." His words were vague, arousing everyone's curiosity. Wei Zheng asked, puzzled. "After I die, what?" Emperor Li Shimin thought. Is Taoist Shen using his drunkenness to reveal heavenly secrets to us? Saying that, Li Shimin went over and said, "Taoist Shen, although I currently rule a peaceful world, I still feel it's not enough. Does Taoist Shen have any suggestions?" A drunk Shen Changqing slurred, "Li Shimin, I give you 8 words. A single spark can start a prairie fire." With that, Shen Changqing drained the wine in his hand and fell unconscious to the ground. Early the next morning, Shen Changqing was still fast asleep. Xiaobai was lying on Shen Changqing's face, enjoying himself immensely. Shen Changqing felt a little breathless. Ugh. Then, Shen Changqing suddenly woke up from his dream. "No way, son of a... What did I say yesterday? A single spark can start a prairie fire. And now that tyrannical emperor is running the show." Shen Changqing jumped up, sending Xiaobai, who was sleeping soundly, flying to the ground. Shen Changqing quickly grabbed Xiaobai and ran. "I have to get out of here." Princess Chenglei was already standing in front of the door, gently saying, "Taoist Shen, you're awake." Shen Changqing was startled. "Crap, I'm cornered. What to do? Is the next step going to be throwing me in jail?" A whole series of painful scenarios started playing out in Shen's head. Shen Changqing calmed himself. "Calm down, be calm, Shen Changqing. You're walking the path of Shen Kun. You just saved the emperor's life, so he won't do anything to you." Princess Chenglei asked with concern. "Does Taoist Shen have a headache? Should I have someone make some hangover soup or prepare breakfast?" Shen Changqing hurriedly said. I suddenly calculated that something is about to happen in Jingyang County. I'm afraid I can't stay in Changchun for long."
In his heart, Shen Changqing was planning to find an excuse to leave Chengjian first, observe Li Ximin's reaction, and then decide what to do next.
But at this moment, a guard's voice rang out. The imperial edict has arrived. Unexpectedly, not only did the emperor not punish him, but he also bestowed the Changqing temple upon him, making the emperor extremely happy. Taoist Shen has accepted the Changqing temple. It seems I truly have a predestined connection with the immortals. Your concubine congratulates your majesty on obtaining the protection of an immortal. The emperor stroked his beard with a satisfied smile.
Shen Changqing, riding a horse, laughed gleefully.
Not only did he not punish me for my insolent words, but he also gave me the Changqing temple built outside Changwan. Looks like I've latched onto Li Ximin's thigh.
A carriage was speeding along the road to Jingyang City,
surrounded by an aura of greenish malice. The carriage stopped at a brokerage, and a girl with a mysterious look on her face stepped down. It was none other than Madame Bai, the white-boned demon of 1,000 years. The broker immediately asked, "Madam, you look so elegant and wealthy, but you want to buy a house in this county? Young sir, help me see if there's any place quiet with a good environment."
There's an empty house right next to Shen Changqing Daoshi's place. The rent's a bit pricey, 200 wens per month, but it's the safest and best place in the county.
Oh, I need to inquire about this Shen Changqing Daoshi. How great are his divine powers? The white-boned demon could sense it immediately. I can't believe there's such a scenic spot. The abundant spiritual energy is truly 100 times better than my previous cultivation place.
The broker kept blabbering about Shen Changqing. He could talk about Daoshi Shen for 3 days and 3 nights non-stop, I'm telling you, said the broker, showing off his gossipy nature. The white-boned demon just gave some uh-huhs and ohs to get by. Meanwhile, Changqing was helping the emperor back at the palace, while Liao Jihe stayed in the manor practicing her cultivation techniques.
Raise pigs, Dahua. Don't run. Your brothers and sisters have all taken a bath. If you don't bathe, they'll dislike you, Daihua. Stop right there. I, as the Prince of Jin, order you to not run.
No matter how much Li Ji shouted, the pig kept running, almost bumping into Bai Dongyi's feet. She quickly dodged. Just as she stepped out the door, Bai Dongyi felt a familiar sensation.
Shen Daoshi, you're back. Yeah, I'm back. It's almost dark. Bai Dongyi then sneaked into Changqing's room. Shen Daoshi.
Shen Daoshi. Recently I found a dual cultivation technique book. I'm afraid of having problems during practice, so I need you to guide me. Looking at Bai Dongyi's rosy and alluring lips, Changqing tensed up and blushed, thinking to himself, why did I agree to let Bai Dongyi sleep with me, but let Li Ji sleep alone? Ah, the young man pondered, and then answered himself. Holy moly, who can resist such stimulation? Then the young man turned to Dongyi and said, Ahem, dual cultivation technique? Then take it out and let me see so I can give you some guidance. Speaking of the white-boned demon,
she moved into the room next to Changqing's. Because Changqing's place had rich spiritual energy, which was conducive to her cultivation, this place is truly my blessed land.
1 night of cultivation is equivalent to half a year of hard work in the mountains.
Without waiting any longer, the white-boned demon began to cultivate. White-bone yin wind great Tao. Completion into Qi. Entering the bones, burning the soul lamp. I initiate. Almost. With this illuminating ancient lamp, great divine power, I'm about to succeed. Suddenly, Bai Dongyi moaned on the other side, causing the white-boned demon to lose focus. All the cultivation techniques immediately vanished. The white-boned demon gnashed her teeth in anger. Which Taoist is it, Tui? Shameless.
Then she calmed herself and murmured, my great undertaking is about to be completed. There can be no slip-ups. Illuminating ancient lamp. But after a while, there was still that voice moaning with pleasure.
Daoshi darling, not there. I can't concentrate on cultivating. The white-boned demon cursed in a fit of anger. Taoist without morals. Then she peeked into the next room, to see which 2 shameless people were ruining her cultivation session. Ah, Daoshi, it hurts.
Because of the illuminating ancient lamp, this old lady spent 2 hours.
And finally it was quiet. They must have fallen asleep. The white-boned demon began to cultivate the illuminating ancient lamp again. It's today. Solidify. Just when she thought everything was stable, Bai Dongyi continued. From now on, I'm the only one in heaven and earth.
The white-boned demon's cultivation technique vanished once again.
The white-boned demon was so angry she wanted to vomit blood. Ruining my great art, my centuries of hard work. Shameless Taoist, today I will sever your soul in your dreams.
The white-boned demon then revealed her true form, baring her fangs and brandishing her claws towards Bai Dongyi. She unleashed her great art. Wandering souls, little ones, and the white-boned demon flew into Shen Changqing's room with ease. Right then, after finishing their cultivation sesh, the young man and Bai Dongyi straight up passed out, snoring like there was no tomorrow. She thought to herself smugly, turns out, this Taoist doesn't cultivate at all, doesn't even have a protective formation in his room.
The white-boned spirit gathered her demonic power, her 4 fingers forming a green light.
If you're a lecherous Taoist, then you'll die in your dreams. Thinking that, she poked Shen Changqing on the forehead. Go. The white-boned spirit entered Changqing's dream. In the dream, the white-boned spirit was a woman with unparalleled beauty and charm. After getting Changqing drunk, she lured the young man to a private room to easily make her move.
Young master, this servant is tired. How about we go upstairs to rest? Zhang Qing, slightly tipsy, replied with a perverted grin. Sure thing. Thinking that everything was going according to plan, the white-boned spirit thought to herself, I'll make sure you suffer death and Tao dissolution in your dream. As she was thinking, Changqing, seemingly drunk, revealed her true form as soon as they got to the room. Holy moly. The beautiful girl from before was now a skeleton bearing terrifying fangs. Changqing still pretended to be clueless, saying nothing. Then suddenly, the young man unleashed a move, sending the white-boned spirit flying. You dare deceive this one, you fiend. I knew you weren't human the moment I saw you. Caught off guard, she could only scream, ah, a few times. Great might, heavenly dragon. Prajna Buddhas, world-honored Ksitigarbha. Prajna Mahong, a golden circle of spiritual energy quickly appeared in front of the white-boned spirit, and a massive golden dragon slowly flew out. The white-boned spirit was scared shitless at this point, and tried to run for the hills, but still shouted tough, you just wait, I'll definitely be back. In the middle of the night, Bai Dongyi woke up with a start. She rubbed her eyes a few times, pulled the blanket over Changqing, then went back to sleep. The white-boned spirit was nearly blown to bits. She gritted her teeth, thinking, that damn Taoist dared to ruin my white-boned Dharmakaya. Fine. Tonight either you die or I die. I didn't check properly just now, and fell into your dream at your strongest age. The white-boned spirit continued to scheme, entering Changqing's dream when he was a child to deal with him more easily. Now I'll enter your childhood dream and see how you cast your spells. But damn, she was unlucky. Entering the dream, just as Changqing was reading comics, little Changqing was reading the part where Sun Wukong was beating up demons. How unlucky is that? She sneaked closer, coaxing, little Taoist priest. The boy saw her and thought, what the heck, this old lady looks exactly like a demon from the comics. He immediately grabbed a stick and acted like Sun Wukong. Eat a stick from this old son. Holy crap. Taking a full hit from Sun Wukong's staff, the white-boned spirit saw all the gods and flew away. She said in pain, good. Very good. You can break my white bones once, but I don't believe you can survive my 3 soul-snatching dream attacks. The third time, the white-boned spirit split into 2 people, staging the story of a mother looking for her daughter, little Thui Nhi. Little Thui Nhi, why haven't you come home yet? Changqing just stood there silently, watching her act. Ah, little Taoist. You return my daughter's life. Suddenly, the young man's eyes lit up brightly. It was the fiery eyes and golden gaze, capable of seeing through demons. You dare try to trick your grandpa's son. Changqing grabbed his stick, striking while saying, eat a stick from this old son. This time, the white-boned spirit was sent flying 80 meters. Wait a sec. Are you gonna morph into your old buddy again? Come on over if you got a death wish. Getting beat so bad your head caves in. Only then will white-boned spirit learn what fear is. This Shen Taoist is seriously powerful, can't mess with him, can't stick around here long, gotta restore my true form tonight and scram first thing tomorrow. Scene change to the next morning. White-boned spirit opens the door, ready to ditch, and sees Changqing doing his morning exercises right outside. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. She's sweating bullets thinking, what's he doing blocking me here? Is he gonna off me or what? Changqing raises a hand and says hi. Morning. White-boned spirit gets so spooked she slams the door and runs, almost forgetting her slippers. Changqing's chill, like nothing happened, and thinks to himself, new neighbor's shy, runs right back inside. White-boned spirit's practically having a mental breakdown. What do I do? The way he said hi doesn't look like he's gonna kill me, but blocking the door, what's that supposed to mean? As she's muttering to herself, Changqing knocks 3 times, making her heart leap out her chest. Esteemed benefactor, I'm not home much. Could you do me a solid and look after Bai Dongyi and the others? I'll definitely repay you handsomely. She pulls a face, thinking, what's he on about? This is so confusing. Does he want to lock me up here to house sit for him? Nah. Those 3 knocks earlier have a deeper meaning. 3 knocks is the 3rd watch. He said he'd repay me handsomely. Does he want me to sneak over to him at midnight? Shendao master. Dongyi still has many things she doesn't understand and needs your guidance to fix her foundation. Dongyi. I'll see about tonight. You should still rest in your courtyard and do your practice. But tonight the sky is so cloudy. You won't understand it even if I told you about this cultivation thing. Just rest. Shen Changqing turned to leave. Bai Dongyi thought, was I too hasty? But if I don't act like this, I'm really afraid that Shen Dao Master will abandon me one day. I am a person who succeeded socialist, a top of the college exam battlefield, and a technician who decided to stay single for 30 years. How can I waste my youth on a woman's body? Speaking of thirst, Zhao Bai is just as bad as Dongyi. She's staring at Changqing like, OMG, how can Shen Daoist be so hot? Want to get all touchy-feely with him, UWU. Xiao Bai's mind is now filled with the scene of marrying Changqing and touching his lips. Oh my god, just thinking about it is so cool. Thinking of this, Zhao Bai laughed wickedly a few times. Meanwhile, Changqing still looking around, muttering, take loving the motherland as glory, and endangering the motherland as shame. Take serving the people as glory, and abandoning the people as shame. On the other side of the wall, White-Blood Spirit's picking out an outfit for the 3rd watch tonight. This must be my most dignified outfit. I wonder if it can pass the Daoyo Master's magic eye. She puts it on,
paces back and forth and thinks, "That's not right. This Shen Dao master is not like those other cultivators. He is more like a rogue hooligan. I have to choose a more enchanting outfit."
Even my voice must be more demure. Shen Dao master is already.
White-boned spirit climbed onto the roof and looked over to Shen Changqing's side, and saw Changqing walking back and forth. White-boned spirit thought to herself, "I'll take even a toy, just please let me live." Shen Dao master was so worried that he didn't notice, and she fell with a thud, falling headlong to the ground. "Ouch, that hurts so much."
Hearing the noise, Changqing shouted, "Ah!" Then the young man looked down and saw a girl dressed like a modern cosplay. Changqing thought to himself, "What's up with the grand hall show? Don't try to seek love and climb over the wall to my courtyard, and even play the coyness game."
Changqing then took a piece of wood nearby and pointed it at White-boned spirit and said, "In the middle of the night, if you don't sleep, why do you climb over the wall here?
Didn't you knock on my door 3 times this morning, implying that I should come to see you at the 3rd watch?" Hearing what White-boned spirit said, Changqing wanted to explode with anger. "The 3rd watch to see me? Are you Sun Wukong? Do you think I am the old ancestor Bodhi? Why do you think this is Journey to the West?" But on second thought, it seemed that he did knock on her door 3 times this morning. Would it cause her to misunderstand?
She said shyly, "Shen Dao master, Su Su should not have provoked you. It is all Su Su's fault. Whether it is in the house or during nightly dates, Su Su is willing. Please blame Shen Dao master."
Hearing this, Shen Changqing blushed, thinking to himself, "What's with what?
There's a big misunderstanding.
This Bai woman isn't trying to play the obsessed girlfriend card, is she? This chick's probably been drooling over my looks for ages. Gotta tread carefully here, can't let her get the wrong idea." After a moment, the youth, grabbing her shoulder, explained, "You've got the wrong idea, madam. I just knocked on your door this morning to say hello to the neighbors, so we could look out for each other in the future, nothing more." Bai Ji gave a soft then suddenly jolted. Is this her warning me not to get any funny ideas? And Changqing, seeing her silence, just assumed she got it. Changqing draped a coat over Bai Jing's shoulders, saying, "The yin energy is heavy at night. Madam should get some rest early." The youth thought to himself, "With my coat, even if she's faking the obsessed girlfriend thing, it should hold her over for now, right? Put on the coat." Bai Jing felt incredibly refreshed, groaning a few ahs. He's giving off way too much pure spiritual energy.
Truly, even a hero can't resist the charms of a beauty. Changqing edged closer to her, whispering, "Does madam want me to walk you home?" Bai Jing shyly gave an M. At this point, Changqing's body was burning up like fire. The youth delightfully feigned, complaining, "This is too much. Why is someone like this, who should be punished, living right next door?" Escorting her to bed, Changqing muttered, "Embrace respect for science as honor, and ignorance as shame. Embrace hard work as honor, and idleness as shame." Xiao Bai, seeing this, thought to herself, Senior Shen is so powerful he could even defeat immortals. Yet he's always so polite and kind to everyone. He's just too charming.
And so, that night was filled with Bai Jing's moans of pleasure. "No, Senior Shen, master, don't stop." After a night of exhausting exercise, the youth rushed out to the courtyard to work out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. Bai Jing shyly looked at Changqing, saying, "Tusu has met master. Master worked hard last night." Due to overexertion, the youth's face became gaunt and tired. "No way, I gotta do something. I can't just drown in gentle bliss, I'll die." With that thought, Changqing shouted, "Aunt Lai, quickly call Dong Li and Xiaoqing over here. Your master's about to do something big." Shen Changqing presented a piece of paper. "Take a look. This is the new project we'll be working on next." "A roast duck farm," Dong Li exclaimed in surprise. "A roast duck farm." The youth, Shen Changqing, had a confident expression. "That's right. Building a roast duck farm and expanding roast duck production. Using this as leverage to stimulate the regional economy and promote regional economic prosperity." All those economic mumbo-jumbo sentences felt like torture to everyone. "Senior Shen, please don't recite anymore." The youth grimaced. "You guys really don't understand anything, do you?" Everyone nodded vigorously. Yeah. Then forget it, just listen to my orders."
"Dong Li, go find some trustworthy people. They'll be our roast duck chefs later, and you teach them how to roast duck." Shen Changqing assigned the task. Dong Li gladly accepted. "My royal father has entered reincarnation. We must follow his dying wishes. Hug Senior Shen's thigh tightly, and do everything Senior Shen says, like thunder obeying heaven's commands."
The others chimed in. "Do everything Senior Shen says, like thunder obeying heaven's commands." Bai Tusu, "Go hire some strong men, invite them to help build our roast duck farm. You can decide their wages. There's still silver in the roast duck shop." Bai Tusu thought to herself,
"Senior Shen is clearly testing my strength, but they're just mortals. I can control them all with a wave of my hand."
As for Dong prepare the food. Don't let the workers go hungry. Big buns here. Big buns here.
Aunt Lai, my good disciple, you must represent the royal family and sign this contract with your master, so the royal family can receive 30% of the roast duck farm's income. Aunt Lai put her hand on the paper and pressed her seal, looking puzzled. "Master, why is that?" Changqing patted Aunt Lai's head, saying, "Silly child, Only with a full treasury can national policies to help the country prosper and be safe be implemented, and can many people live well. Not just the roast duck farm, but later, the pork business you personally make. The royal family will also get 30% of the profits. Only then did Aunt Lee understand. So that's it. No wonder Wei Zhang's suggestions were sometimes very good, but my royal father always delayed. It must be because the empty treasury made my royal father worry. He said that, but the youth's heart was full of calculations. It's best if you really believe it. Otherwise, if I tell you that I'm only intentionally giving your father, Li Shimin, money to hug his thigh, you little rascal would probably collapse from the subversion of your worldview. Cut to where Changqing was preparing to build the roast duck farm. Li Zhang's son from Shili Hulai came to cause trouble, kicking over a bucket of water and saying in an overbearing tone, "Everyone stop for me. Who told you to build here? Everyone stop for this old man." He thought everyone would be afraid and stop. Who knew everyone ignored him and continued working. Hulai was furious, shouting, "Damn it! Are you treating my words like wind in your ears, brothers? Let these mud-covered legs know whose territory this is." Yep. Suddenly, a hand shot up, yelling, "Stop!" making the whole gang jump back in surprise. The honest-looking Taoist, Shen Changqing, cleared his throat with a humph. Hulai is the type who won't shed a tear until he sees his own coffin. He thought Changqing was just some random, useless Taoist. He's a phony, a fake. What the heck are you guys scared of? The other guys, pale as ghosts, told Hulai, "Boss, you just got back, so you don't know. This Taoist isn't a fake. That haunted house at Shiley Slope, and even the ghost child Si Chowhao in the county, he took care of them all. This Taoist has real skills." "Oh really?" Changqing, not wanting trouble, tried to smooth things over with Hulai. "Kid, this ain't the place to be acting up. Be careful, or you'll bring trouble on yourself." Changqing glanced at the others, thinking, seems like they know about me busting ghosts. The less trouble the better. Best to bluff my way out of this. Looks like the feng shui at Sister An's place in the main hall needs fixing. Gotta chat with Magistrate Feng later. Hulai's face crumpled. He actually knows my name is Hulai. Did he predict this or something? Seeing the commotion, Su got curious. "Taoist Shen, this guy's so rude. Should Su take care of him?" Changqing whispered back. "Don't you add fuel to the fire. You taking care of him is like throwing a lamb to the wolves." "Got it." Hulai, who was just whining, saw the girl and his eyes lit up like Christmas trees. A fairy. When did Jingyang County get such a stunning beauty? Taoist Shen, right? How about letting your pretty lady keep me company for a night? I'll not only not cause trouble, but I'll also give you silver. How's that sound? Changqing glared at Su, saying, "See? It was better when you weren't around. You show up and everything goes wrong. You're the spitting image of a femme fatale. Ugh, looks like a fight's unavoidable. My odds are way too low. If only Li Chunfeng was here, he could actually fight." Just as the young man thought this, a disciple flew in from behind and shouted, "You shameless jerk. How dare you disrespect my master?" Hulai got kicked, losing teeth left and right. "Hero, spare me, spare me." Seeing the guy still coming at him, Hulai pulled out the "My dad's the boss" card. "Don't come any closer. My dad's the village head. If you come any closer, I'll have you arrested. You'll spend the rest of your life in jail." Just then, Magistrate Feng arrived. "Just because you're the village head's son doesn't mean you can bully your neighbors. Today, I'm not only arresting you, but I'm also punishing your father for failing to educate you properly." Magistrate Feng, "I told you not to act rashly. You'll bring trouble on yourself." The soldiers tied Hulai up and dragged him away. "Master, I'm late. I allowed this scoundrel to disturb your peace. Please punish me. It's all right. Luckily you got back in time. Get up now." Changqing secretly cheered. "Haha. My free labor and muscle are back. I wonder what Magistrate Feng is here for, Taoist Shen? There's an urgent matter from 800 miles away in Changwan. His Majesty says your Chongqing temple is finished, and he's asking when you'll be willing to go take a look." "Excellent, excellent. Once I finish my work here, I'll set off for Changjian to see the Chongqing temple." The young man did a mental victory dance. "Haha. Good things keep happening. Turns out Shen Chongqing is the true child of destiny of the Great Tang." "Huh?" Magistrate Feng asked, puzzled. "Taoist Shen, what work is that here? I must keep that a secret. Magistrate Feng will know in half a month." A few days later, at the construction site of the roast duck restaurant, a group of people gathered, reading the slogans that Chongqing had written and hung up in front of the place. They praised them endlessly. Just like the princess said, endless enjoyment. Seriously. I feel like I've gained half a year of cultivation just standing here. A grumpy old man hobbled over. "You bunch of know-nothings. You think you can gain enlightenment from these words?" Watching from a distance, Changqing was quite satisfied. Seeing that everyone could take the banners I wrote so seriously, I'm relieved. Bai Susu's face was sullen. More than 85 immortal banners personally written by immortal Elder Shen. I can only understand 3 parts. They should consider themselves blessed to be able to see them. Dongshare was more gentle and considerate. "As long as Taoist Shen is happy, you're sweet enough to give me diabetes." Changqing turned to gently pat Dongshare's head. "You don't need to put me first in everything. You should have your own thoughts and interests." Dongshare softly hummed in agreement. Seeing the two of them being all lovey-dovey, Susu thought to herself, "Damn it, that little bitch got one up on me. I forgot that Taoist Shen always has a soft spot for the underdog, but Dong Ge is just a mortal. Thinking that, she muttered under her breath, casting a spell. Taiyang Huang Huang, Taiyin Cheng Cheng, Minghuo Yu Yu, Shunu Pinang, Bihuo Ji Shenjue. She chanted until her throat was dry, but nothing happened.
Why isn't it working? Changqing waved his hand.
You're too much, Bai Susu.
Stop thinking about these evil and heretical things all day. You have to take things one step at a time in life. Got it. Bai Susu began to understand. So that's how it is. Immortal Elder Shen doesn't like me using magic. Is he telling me to live like a mortal?
Susu understands now. After scolding Susu, Changqing felt a little guilty.
Did I come on too strong? Susu realized this was her chance to make Taoist Shen show some compassion, and she pressed forward. Immortal Elder Shen, please, punish me.
Changqing raised both hands in surrender. Let's go to the construction site to confirm production safety first. The overwhelming yin energy scares the crap out of me. These women of the Great Tang Dynasty are too much to handle. They're all yanders.
Some people have too much to eat, while others can't even find any leftovers. Changqing went to the construction site with 2 girls by his side, and his ears weren't getting any peace either. Susu obediently accompanied Taoist Shen on an inspection of the construction site, while secretly anticipating her punishment later that night. Dunger butted in again. Taoist Shen, Dunger's dual cultivation techniques also need your guidance. How shameless. She actually dares to compete with me for Taoist Shen HMPH. Shameless.
Scene changed to half a month later. Changqing said to Dong Ye, the duck roasting facility has officially been open for 49 days. If we continue at this rate,
in less than a year, Dongxie, you'll be able to live with this Taoist in our own courtyard in Chengxian City.
Still with that gentle voice, Taoist Shen. As long as I have you, Dong Ge is happy anywhere.
Haha, Dongzhuer is still the most obedient. At this moment, outside the room, Dong Li had heard their entire conversation. She thought to herself, Dong Xie is obedient. I, Dong Li, can also try hard. You can do this.
Thinking that, she pushed the door open and walked in. Taoist Shen, I've come to report. Oops, bad timing. Dong Li made Changqing and Dong Xie blush beet red.
Sister Dong Li.
You talk to the Taoist first, I'll go cook. Dong Ge ran off like a bat out of hell. Changqing cleared his throat. Cough, cough. Dong Li, did you come to me about something?
Taoist Shen. I've come to report how obedient I've been. Changqing didn't understand, and blurted out, No, I'm here to report how hard I've been working.
She blushed, thinking to herself, Dong Li, what are you saying? Didn't you already guess the relationship between Dong Xie and the Taoist? Changqing sighed. He asked Dong Li, did you come to report the accounts from the duck roasting facility yesterday, right?
Yes. Please take a look, Taoist Shen.
Changqing looked at the accounts while thinking, so Dong Li also has those feelings for me, Sing. Being too handsome is also a problem. Changqing was surprised to see an input cost of 1,300 taels, and then this input cost tripled.
The duck seller said they don't have enough ducks, so they temporarily increased the price by 30%.
So they see I'm a rich Taoist and are eyeing my delicious pie. Dong Li, hearing about pie, was confused. What pie, Dong Li? Go call those merchants over for a chat. Just tell them I want a huge number of ducks in 5 days, and I can raise the price by 50%. Let them bring as many as they want, Shen Changqing instructed.
Dong Li exclaimed. The young man added as he left.
Summon Li Chunfeng here. I have a task for him.
Oh, if you guys want to mess with my Taoist livelihood,
then don't blame me for resorting to dirty tricks.
Seeing Shen Changqing's sinister smile, Dong Li shuddered, thinking, what to do? The Taoist priest's smile is so scary. As Shen Changqing's roast duck base.
Inside the room, Shen Changqing sat around a dining table with the merchants. Come on, for our future wealth, let's all raise a glass. Shen Changqing held the wine cup in his hand, his face flushed, scratching his head and saying, Hey, I won't hide anything from you all. Shen Changqing's roast duck is one of a kind in the Great Tang, but if there are no ducks, I can't pull roast ducks out of thin air. Therefore, this cup of wine, Shen Changqing, toasts to you all, the continuous suppliers of ducks, who have helped Shen Mao achieve his career. Thank you, everyone. As soon as Shen Changqing finished speaking, a merchant in a blue robe raised his glass and said, Come on, Taoist priest Shen, I'll toast to you. Before he could finish speaking, Shen Changqing picked up the entire wine jar and poured it into his mouth. It's because Shen Mu didn't consider things thoroughly. I didn't expect that mobilizing so many ducks would have such a big impact on everyone. Shen Mu will punish himself with a whole jar. After finishing a jar of wine, Shen Changqing was already dead drunk, barely able to keep his eyes open, and blurted out, Everyone, rest assured, this business deal, Shen Mao definitely will. He collapsed onto the dining table and snored loudly in front of the merchants. The merchants were shocked and horrified by the scene before them. Taoist priest Shen. When will we settle this business deal of ours? What to do? I brought over several thousand ducks, and they cost money to feed every day. That's right. Raising ducks requires water. Bringing so many ducks here, the daily water usage is a problem. So what should we do? Are you willing to leave? The stinky Shen Changqing grinned sinisterly upon hearing those words. Hey.
On the second day, Shen Changqing stood on a cliff with the merchants.
Everyone, look at the magnificent rivers and mountains of our great Tang. Even they can't sway Shen Changqing. When are we getting paid? Soon. The third day passed, and Shen Changqing continued to stroll the streets with the merchants. Everyone can see, our roast duck is sold in every tavern here. It's sold every day. We have unlimited prospects. Ah, right. Taoist priest Shen, when are we getting paid?
On the fourth day, the merchants realized that talking to Shen Changqing was useless, so they turned to Dong Li. Miss Dong Li, has Taoist priest Shen regretted it and doesn't want to pay anymore? If that's the case, we all have to leave. That's right. These ducks are consuming resources every day, and we can't hold on any longer. Everyone, rest assured, my master is a drunkard who likes to have fun. When he remembers, he will naturally come to trade.
Dong Li finished speaking with a smile, thinking to herself, Taoist priest Shen is really amazing. These usually arrogant people are actually being respectful to me.
By the seventh day, the merchants couldn't bear it any longer and stood in front of Shen Changqing's house, shouting loudly, "Shameless Shen Changqing, defaulting on debts, return our hard-earned money." As soon as they finished speaking, a guard appeared from behind and said, "Daring to cause trouble in front of Taoist priest Shen's house. Do you scammers not want to live anymore? Come with me to the Yamen for a trip." That's right. I've long been displeased with them. That's right. Shouting in front of Taoist priest Shen's house like that. I'm afraid he'll lose all his immortal ki. Arrest them quickly. A fat old merchant was tied up, unwillingly turning around and shouting, "We are just normally collecting debts, not causing trouble. You should arrest that Shen Changqing." Shut up. Still daring to call Taoist priest Shen by his name. Are you tired of living? Scene changes to the prison. The three old merchants sat in the prison chatting with each other.
What to do? This Shen Changqing has considerable connections in Jingyang County. It's just a branch county. Which of us doesn't have a strong backing? But now we're locked up in prison, and we haven't had time to say anything about the outside world.
Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in, shouting loudly, Master, this is terrible. The assets of our families have all been sealed by the government. Saying our actions over the past 7 days have been suspicious, suspecting us of disrupting the market, hoarding and speculating. What the heck is going on?" The fat old merchant stood there stunned for a few seconds. What's the best thing to do now? This hoarding and speculating, even the people behind us will have a hard time protecting us. A while later, at a wharf near the coast, there was a large ship. At this time, Shen Changqing, Fengji County, and the merchants were standing on the shore talking to each other. "I'm really sorry, it was because I was temporarily excited and wandered around, causing you all to end up in prison." "Oh no, not at all. Not at all." Fengji County stepped forward, fell silent, and whispered into the fat old merchant's ear, "Next time you come to do business, just tell me and I will sell at the normal price, helping you all keep your assets." Of course. Goodbye, see you later." And so, the merchants boarded the ship and returned home. Shen Changqing and Fengji County stood behind, watching the departing ship. "Taoist priest Shen, this time I helped you suppress the prices, but next time, I'm afraid they won't come anymore."
Shen Changqing laughed upon hearing this, startling Fengji County. "Thank you, County Magistrate. For your concern, Chunfeng should be back too. At that time, you will know the answer yourself."
At the same time, at the county government, Chunfeng was standing in front of many people, shouting, "Fellow villagers, Taoist priest Shen, in order to improve everyone's lives, has specially invited a gentleman from Changshan to teach everyone how to raise ducks."
Chunfeng held a duckling in his hand and gave it to a man, saying with a smile, "Taoist priest Shen has prepared the first batch of ducklings to give away to everyone for free to try raising."
Inside, Dong Li was trading ducks with an old woman. "The healthy, grown-up ducks raised by the villagers will be purchased by our roast duck base at market prices, as many as we can get, with payment on the spot."
So the villagers set up a little altar for Changqing. "Shen Daoshi, please bless our ducks this year, keep them healthy and growing strong. Thanks, Shen Daoshi, for pulling us out of poverty." Chunfeng and the magistrate Feng Qi were overlooking the scene, watching the fellas herding ducks, and sighed with relief. Who knew Shen Daoshi was not only a master of mystical arts but also a savvy businessman? Chunfeng chuckled at that and replied,
"Master always said, get rich first, then pull others up. Redistribute the means of production." The Taoist priest's words are truly profound, at least, that's what he said. But Magistrate Feng Qi was sweating bullets, his face green as a frog's butt. "What do? I don't understand a word. Is Taoist Li Chunfeng gonna look down on me?"
After observing for a bit, Chunxing turned to Magistrate Feng Qi. "I'm leaving the affairs of Jingyang County in your capable hands, Magistrate Feng. Once this is all settled, I should head back to Changqing Temple with Master," Magistrate Li assured him. "Rest assured, Taoist Li, I'll do my utmost." Scene changed. Changqing Temple, outskirts of Changwan. Below the courtyard, Changqing and his 3 sisters, the little fox, and his tiny disciple Li Zihe, were doing morning exercises together. The kid, Li Zihe, was stretching like a rubber band. Bai Donger was working on those toned but still bouncy muscles. Xiaoqing was doing some serious ab work for that hourglass figure, and the little fox was just standing there, with one hand on her crutch,
the other raised high, sweating like crazy.
Changqing was feeling good, refreshed from his exercise, thinking, my own big house, beauty's by my side. This is the success of a man's life. One fine morning, Shen Changqing woke up, feeling hyped and energized, grinning and saying, the early bird gets the worm, the ancients were right.
But when he looked down at the doorstep, our main character almost jumped out his skin when he saw a Bo Lao kneeling and kowtowing respectfully. As soon as he saw the main character, the old dude rushed to say, Shen Daoshi, please accept a bow from your disciple. I am Yuan, the city guard, and I beg Shen Daoshi to take me as your disciple. Seeing this, Shen Changqing hurried over to help Yuan, the city guard, up, gently saying, please rise. Why would a Daoshi bow to me as his master? The Bo Lao freely revealed, some time ago my nephew, Li Chunfeng, Yuan Tiang's disciple, returned to Chengzhuan. I accidentally overheard them discussing Dao, lecturing on Shen Daoshi's 99 true words, and felt their great Dao was profound. I unintentionally learned them, and can only be a disciple of Shen Daoshi. If Daoshi does not accept me, Yuan can only commit suicide to thank Shen Daoshi's Taoist lineage. Hearing Yuan, the city guard's confession, the main character sighed. But Li Chunfeng is also my disciple. By the time you two are, before he could finish, Yuan, the city guard, raised his sword to his neck. Daoshi Shen, you don't need to be troubled. If you don't want to accept Yongyan as a disciple, Yongyan will leave to find a quiet place. Seeing this, Shen Changqing helplessly blurted out, wait, I'll take you. Yuan, the city guard, immediately knelt down, put his hands together respectfully, with stars in his eyes. Disciple Yuan Shucheng greets master. Suddenly, Li Chunfeng walked out from within, full of doubt, asking, Xingong, why are you here? Then slowly walked to Yuan, the city guard. At this time, Yuan, the city guard, was ready to salute senior brother Li Chunfeng, but the Taoist was several beats faster. Kneeling before him, his voice respectful, Chunfeng greets great-grandmaster. Yuan Shaocheng also replied, Shaocheng greets senior brother. Seeing this scene, Shen Changqing couldn't help shaking his head in dismay. Alright, everyone has their own style, this is too chaotic. One beautiful day, when the main character, and Yuan, the city guard, were sitting discussing Dao in the courtyard, suddenly someone frantically ran in, shouting, save me, please save me. This person's origin is unknown, but he looks to be in great pain. Strange. This man held his neck tightly, trembling and calling, Damoshi, please have mercy and save my life. At this time, Yuan, the city guard, on behalf of the main character, said, go on, cast the hex. So the guy obediently took the coin and flipped it, just like he was told. Afterwards, Chief Yuan looked at the result and pronounced, this, sir, according to the hexagram, you are in no life-threatening danger at all. Hearing this, the guy's voice got all shrill. What? I think you guys are just scammers. I went home last night, and as soon as I stepped outside today I felt short of breath and tired. I must have run into something nasty last night, and you're telling me I'm fine? Having said that, the guy turned to look at everyone behind him and shouted, don't worship anymore, this is just a scam. Scaring people, it's not effective. Getting criticized without any grounds, Chief Yuan retorted. Don't talk nonsense. According to the hexagram, you're not supposed to be. Shen Changqing saw that the situation seemed to be getting quite tense, on the verge of spiraling out of control, so he quickly stepped in. All right, Chief Yuan, let me handle this. Chief Yuan bowed his head. This foolish subordinate has caused trouble for you, master. The male lead then reassured him. This is a simple matter. As soon as he finished speaking, he approached that guy and circled around him. The guy was flustered, only able to wonder, you, what are you looking at? Are you scammers not even letting people speak anymore? As he walked, the male lead put on a dangerous expression and asked, do you want to live or do you want to die? At this moment, the guy's face had turned purple, his soul almost left his body, but his mouth still didn't stop being sharp. In broad daylight, you still want to kill someone and silence them. Shen Changqing then continued, didn't you say you were cursed by us? I'm asking you, do you want to live or die? If you want to live, take off your clothes. The guy was startled. His mind panicked, and he was still hesitant to take them off. The male lead then moved closer. Let me ask you, you don't want to take them off? So did you come here to find someone to save your life? Or to cause trouble? After some deliberation, the guy finally agreed to take off his clothes. Fine, I'll take them off, wait until I've taken them off, then see what you guys have to say. Seeing this, Shen Changqing waved his fan, looking very pleased. HMPH? Isn't this better now? The guy was surprised, his mouth gaping open, unable to believe what was happening, as he looked at himself and said, hey, it really is better. The guy was so happy that he raised his hands to the sky, running around like a child. Seeing this, the male lead playfully said, want to know what happened? Go kowtow 3 times to the 3 pure ones. In his head, he thought that this guy would never do such a thing. But in front of Shen Changqing at this moment was a scene of the guy kowtowing so enthusiastically that his head was almost flying off. The male lead was taken aback. He's kowtowing so hard, and his head's still okay. Has he trained before? The ancients are truly amazing. After getting up, the guy asked, Taoist priest, I've kowtowed, and I've taken off my clothes. Tell me. The male lead then said,
Put your clothes on, but remember not to wear the shirt, the guy blankly asked. Taoist priest, is there something evil about this piece of clothing? Chief Yuan also wondered. Master, this clothing doesn't have any evil energy, nor does it have any magical power, so what's the reason? Shen Chongqing quickly explained. You guys, can you not think everything is about ghosts and gods? How could there be so many dirty things? When you get back, find a tailor to loosen the collar of your shirt, make it wider, it's too tight. The male lead's answer made everyone stumble, while the guy happily bid farewell to Shen Chongqing. Thank you, Taoist priest, for saving me. See you again. Meanwhile, Chief Yuan respectfully said, Thank you, master, for resolving my doubts. This disciple has learned much. Then, the sun also began to set, and the gentle golden sunlight was playfully dancing on the eaves of the courtyard. Inside, Chief Yuan was bidding farewell to Shen Chongqing. Master, it's getting late. This disciple will take his leave now. As soon as Chief Yuan was about to kneel down to pay his respects, the male lead was quicker, rushing to support him, and advising, You must be careful on the way back. If someone calls out to you after dark, you must leave quickly, and don't respond. Chief Yuan blankly asked, Why is that? Shen Chongqing then waved his hand, looking mysterious. I can't say. Afterwards, Chief Yuan slowly walked to the door, saying goodbye to his master. This disciple takes his leave. Shen Chongqing, after returning to the house, sighed. I've been divining for so many people today, so it's inevitable that I'd make a mistake. I can't tell him that. I'm afraid someone will put a sack over his head and beat him up at night. On the way back, many people recognized Chief Yuan's status and respectfully said, Greetings, Taoist Yuan. Chief Yuan cheerfully replied, Yeah. Suddenly, behind the city guard, appeared a strange smile. Hey 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 hey. Followed by a threat. City guard, I heard you're pretty good at diagnosing illnesses. Why don't you predict whether you'll die in my hands tonight? Seeing that weird light, the city guard immediately made his move. What evil spirit dares to cause trouble in Chengyan? Take this palm thunderstrike. Unexpectedly, that evil spirit wasn't afraid at all, but instead provoked him. Palm thunderstrike. I'm so scared, hey 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 hey. Yuan Daoshi, give me your life, hey 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 hey. Warm plague curse. Seeing the arrogant look of that evil spirit, the city guard chanted, Golden light, appear quickly. Bless and protect the real man. At that moment, that evil spirit really couldn't touch a single hair on the city guard's head. Thinking he had won, the city guard gloated. You little rats, that's all you've got. As a result, the evil spirit invaded the real man, causing the city guard to cough up blood. Meanwhile, the evil spirit still sneered arrogantly, heh. Turns out this evil spirit is a plague ghoul. She appeared with mesmerizing eyes. Guardian Daoshi. Chongshan begs for mercy. Please spare your life. Hey 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 hey. Yuan Daoshi was only suspicious, so he just asked casually. The plague ghoul then got closer to the city guard and said, I didn't expect Guardian Daoshi to know a small plague ghoul like me. How embarrassing, how embarrassing. Hey 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 hey. With sharp eyes, the city guard retorted. Today, even if I perish with you, I will absolutely not let you harm the people of the Great Tang. After speaking, the city guard rushed forward like an arrow, spitting blood on the plague ghoul, continuing to chant, Fierce thunder, slay the essence, ha he huang yao. Qian Kun reveals the truth. No matter how hard the city guard chanted, she still roared, hey hey, useless. In his heart, the city guard also realized, so my master had foreseen this, that's why he reminded me back then. He then continued to chant, Banish the 5 plagues, talisman come into effect, no delay allowed. But afterwards, the city guard also realized that unfortunately his comprehension wasn't enough, he couldn't grasp it, hence, such a catastrophe. Unwilling to lose his life tonight, the city guard was determined to chant once more. Change the talisman against fate. The supreme being transforms. Thunder gods show their might. Quickly, quickly. Without knowing the outcome, the city guard had prepared himself. Master, I can only repay your great kindness in the next life. Suddenly, Sun Tzu appeared, saying, Guardian Daoshi, stop. Let me handle this, Liao. Don't harm yourself. The city guard asked in bewilderment. Bai Furen. Is that Master Su Su? At that time, Su Su coldly replied, Otherwise, why would I care about an old geezer like you? Upon seeing Su Su, the plague ghoul recognized her. Bai Su Su, long time no see, you're getting more and more beautiful. Su Su was also straightforward with the plague ghoul. Plague ghoul, you've provoked someone you shouldn't have. Suddenly, the plague ghoul moved closer to Su Su, with a sinister expression. Bai Sui Sui, I remember you still have the demeanor of a scholar, why don't we... Tonight, Su Su became extremely angry and shouted, Presumptuous! The plague ghoul heard this and moved away, still not forgetting to complain. Bai Su Su. You're so heartless, Su Su continued. Trisk. From the beginning to the end, you've always intended to use plague energy to invade my Dharma body. And you're not even ashamed to say that. After finishing speaking, Su Su launched a fatal blow. 9 nether yin ghosts. Go destroy the magic field of this plague ghoul. Unexpectedly, Su Su's power wasn't weak either, instantly causing her to flee. Before leaving, the plague ghoul still kept her sharp tone. Bai Su, just you wait, I will avenge the destruction of my magic field. Su Su sincerely reminded her. Plague ghoul,
We were once fellow cultivators. Listen to my advice. Turn back to the shore.
Seeing the plague ghoul about to leave, the city guard hurriedly asked, "Bye, Furen. Are you just letting her go?" Susu had to reply. "Yeah, hopefully she can change. The important thing now is to get you home safely. Don't let your master worry." Hearing this, the city guard bowed down sadly and said, "I am incompetent." Surprisingly, when Shen Changqing was at home, he still thought the strange sound he heard when the city guard left was the sound of a mouse, so he still thought, "It seems like there's a mouse outside. I'll let Bai Susu go out and take a look. It's been so long, and she hasn't come back." The scene that appeared was so beautiful, so dreamy, one would think it was a celestial realm. Shen Changqing had been awake for who knows how long. He stretched his shoulders, looking totally relaxed, and said with a cheerful grin, "A year's plan starts in spring. A day's plan starts in the morning."
While our main dude was busy admiring the scenery, bam, the city guard dude suddenly appeared, kowtowing like crazy. "Thank you, master, for saving my life." Then, the city guard dude spilled the beans. "Last night, this disciple was ambushed. If it wasn't for master's guidance, I'd probably be a goner." But our main guy was still stuck on, looks like he really screwed up the divination and got jumped.
After hearing the whole story, Shen Changqing quickly helped the city guard dude up. Alright, it's no biggie, just be careful today, okay?" These words of our main character were like a bolt of lightning,
leaving the city guard dude confused, barely able to stammer out, "Master." In his heart, he couldn't help but worry, still need to be careful today. Unless there's danger today too.
Seeing the city guard dude's expression, Shen Changqing reassured him, "Don't do any more divinations for others today. Just sit tight and listen to my instructions." Hearing that, the city guard dude happily and respectfully replied, "Yes, master." Deep down, Shen Changqing sighed. He got jumped on his first day. If I let him do another divination, someone might just wreck my Changqing temple.
At this time, in a certain forest, an incredibly strange emerald green light appeared, and it turned out to be Yi Gui, holding some items in her hand. In a bewitching tone, she said, "Here, these are the treasures those guys gave me. With these, you can move freely in the sunlight." With that, she tossed everything into a cauldron of water next to her. Suddenly, a demon emerged from the cauldron. It was Da Gui. As soon as he appeared, Da boomed, "Kan ha ha, Yi Gui, those dung guys you found are really generous. This stuff is great. Tell me, who are we gonna mess up?" Just then, a new character made an appearance. We heard the voice before we saw the person. "Doesn't matter who, just kill them." And it was none other than Yan Xini, the drowning ghost. Yan Xini's beauty made Yingui unable to restrain himself, and he reached out with his dirty hand to lick her. "Yan Xini, you really understand me the most, my little Yan." Seeing that everyone was gathered, Yigui said, "This time, we need to kill that 1,000-year white-bone spirit and also the new master behind her." Hearing that, Day and Yan Xini excitedly chimed in. "Challenging, I like it. Kan Khakha." In an instant, the trio of Yingui, Da, and Yan Xini arrived at Shen Changqing's Changqing temple. As soon as they arrived, Da arrogantly pointed straight into the main character's courtyard, shouting, "Whitebone spirit and your new master, prepare to die." The people who came to visit Shen Changqing were all panicked. "Oh heavens, someone's causing trouble for immortal Shen." But someone immediately retorted, "Look at those three. They don't look human at all. They're definitely three demons." Suddenly someone spoke up, "But I feel like I can take them." Instantly, that guy was avoided by everyone around him like the plague. Hearing the noisy commotion outside, the main character's voice echoed from inside the courtyard. "Who dares cause trouble at my Changqing temple?" Then he immediately appeared, showing off his presence. "Do you know that Heavenly Majesty cannot be offended? This is a Taoist temple bestowed by the Emperor. Do you believe that if you cause trouble, the Emperor will exterminate your entire clan?" Li Chunfeng at the time looked at the city guard dude and said, "Did you hear that? Heavenly Majesty. Master can actually compare himself to Heavenly Majesty." The city guard dude chimed in. "No wonder that underworld dragon only dared to be angry but not speak out against Master. Turns out Master's identity is even more amazing than I imagined." Hearing that, Adain roared, "We're looking for you and that white-bone spirit." "What does it have to do with Heavenly Majesty? If you don't want to die too horribly, then obediently take a hit from my club. That way, your death will be a bit more swift." In contrast to Ada's confidence, Yigui thought differently. "This person actually dares to compare himself to Heavenly Majesty. Looks like I need to leave myself a way out." Suddenly she realized, what's going on? My plague chi of the ghost realm actually can't be unleashed. Seeing that Yi Gui was a familiar opponent, Su Su spoke up. "Master, leave these women to us to handle." Dong Li and Xiao Qing also agreed. "May Shen Daoren grant our wish." Shen Chengqing pondered for a moment. "Looks like Su Su doesn't want me to get involved in her old business." Then he told his disciples, "Go, be careful." As soon as they stepped out, the two sides quickly got into a brawl. The system announced at this time, maintaining the law restraint field. So when Su Su attacked Yi Gi, her whole body was instantly drained of strength. Meanwhile, she could only scream, "What are you doing, you?" Then, Susu, bursting with momentum, yelled,
"Go to hell!" Yansine also suffered the same fate as Yi Gi. When Xiao Qing attacked, Yansine could only lie still, wondering, why doesn't my magic work? As for Ada, even though he was fully prepared, when Dong Li attacked,
a day was easily flicked away and sent tumbling. Dong Li, radiating terrifying aura, threatened, "Evil creature, meet your end."
As Dong Li was about to end Ada's life, Shen Changqing shouted loudly, "Capture them alive!" Thanks to that, the disciples managed to stop in time.
Dong Li then asked, "Shen Dao Yu has subdued these evil creatures. What should we do with them?" The male lead hurriedly turned away, as if avoiding something, while instructing, "Susu, you decide. I'm tired, gonna rest." But deep down, the male lead was thinking profoundly, saying, "Everyone has a past they don't want others to know."
Susu obeyed Shen Changqing's order, and then looked at the city guard captain and said, "Dao Zhongyuan, these 3 evil spawns are all ghosts. We've used spells to control them. Please take them back to the Qintian Bureau for interrogation." The city guard captain quickly accepted the order and replied, "Yes, disciple obeys."
After subduing the 3 evil creatures, Yi Gui, Ada, and Yansine, the city guard captain stuffed them into a cloth bag and then sped off on horseback towards the Qintian Bureau. On the way, the city guard captain reminded himself,
"Need to quickly deliver these 3 evil creatures to the Qintian Bureau."
With his amazing horse riding skills, it didn't take long for the city guard captain to get close to the destination. The city guard captain then encouraged himself, "It's just ahead." But unfortunately, just as he was about to arrive, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared. Some Yuma was up to no good. The city guard captain realized something was wrong. An ambush again. In a chilling tone, the Yuma said, "Yuan Daoyu, long time no see." Then he quickly rescued his allies who were trapped in the cloth bag.
Being rescued from a precarious situation made them even more arrogant.
He. Daoyu Yuan, you didn't expect I had a backup plan, did you?"
After speaking, Yi Gui urged her allies to attack together, while threatening, "Messing with me comes with a price. Charge, kill him together."
The city guard captain realized, Master indeed predicted like a god. There really is danger today, but he feared that he could not escape.
Already having grudges with the city guard captain, Yi Gi eagerly volunteered.
He, milord, hand him over to me. I want him dead." But this milord said, "Stop, I'm keeping his life because he's still useful." Yi Gui obediently replied, Yes." This milord continued to ask Yin Gi, "How's the matter I told you to do 3 days ago?"
The previous matter was that Yi Gui was instructed by this milord, "As long as you successfully spread the filth, I promise to give you 2,000 strong and brave Han men from the army as cauldrons for you to cultivate." Yi Gui also promised at the time, saying, "Yes." She was now pale-faced, hesitating.
Her attitude angered this milord. Seeing this, Yin Gui quickly knelt down and begged, "Milord, please give me more time. I guarantee I'll complete it." This milord also leniently said, "I'll give you 1 more day, or you die." After speaking, she left as quick as lightning. Only after that lord truly left did Adai dare to speak up. Who was she? What a jerk, Yan Silani chimed in. Don't ask if you shouldn't. Yi Gui gazed at the night sky, her heart heavy with worries. Sigh, looks like I have to act tonight. The lord in the palace can't wait any longer. Indeed, what she said, she did. In a flash, she was already in the capital city.
Seeing her target, a scholar sitting and studying the Yi Bu Mi Yu Hu treatise, Yingui swiftly blew poison towards him.
Amusingly, next door, a couple was arguing. The wife complained. That noisy scholar next door, still reading at midnight. The husband, seeing his wife angry, tried to soothe her. "Wife, calm down, let's try a different position." So that couple, along with a mother and child peacefully sleeping, couldn't escape being poisoned.
The next day, Changjian City was in chaos everywhere. Some people were screaming in pain, "Oh no, it's back again," while others said,
"I need to go to the outhouse."
Seeing Shen Zhangqing, someone politely said, "Move aside a bit."
Unfortunately, the male lead, coming out of the alley, hadn't reacted yet and accidentally bumped into this person. What was bound to happen, happened. Fireworks splattered everywhere. After that fiery collision, the person's face looked utterly satisfied. I don't need to anymore."
Still unaware of what was happening, the male lead politely asked, "Hey, are you all right?" The person just grunted silently, saying nothing else. Shen Changqing grew suspicious. Strange. What's wrong with the people in Changjian City today?
Walking around in the streets with their pants down? That's just too unhygienic.
Forget it, no time for extra stuff. I should still go find Sun Simo to discuss the medicinal herbs business. Yi Gui observed from somewhere, then admired her results, looking very pleased. Looks like the plague was spread very successfully last night. It won't be long until all of Changjian City is engulfed.
As Yi Gi was happily enjoying her success, she suddenly heard an announcement. "If you feel unwell, come here. The imperial physician is here to examine everyone." Imperial physician's son heard about the strange illness in Changjian City and specially came to examine everyone. Another person said, "Everyone come here." The common folk heard this and excitedly shuffled forward. "This is great. With a divine physician here, there's definitely medicine to cure the illness." The divine physician was then examining a commoner, who revealed, "Divine physician, I've been vomiting and having diarrhea since last night. I'm about to faint." The divine physician then looked at the complexions of these people and the symptoms of the illness. "This illness greatly resembles a plague. Let me take a closer look." Then the divine physician extended his hand to take a pulse and discovered, "Strange, is this really just a plague? I'm just taking a pulse, but why is my whole body tingling? It feels like evil energy has entered the body." Overly worried, the commoner continued to ask the divine physician, "Divine physician, what illness do I have? Is there a cure?" The divine physician looked dejected and sad, only uttering a sound. Seeing this, the common folk became panicked and terrified. "We're doomed. Even the divine physician is helpless. We're surely going to die. I don't want to die. Can anyone save me? Wah, sniff." At this moment, Shen Changqing suddenly appeared, cheerfully calling out, "Divine physician son, so you were here, witnessing the common people suffering from the plague, enduring physical pain." Divine physician son took action and brewed medicine. In a warm tone, the divine physician said, "Everyone, this is the medicinal soup I brewed. Please try a bowl each." Already renowned for his profound and superior medical skills and beloved by the common folk everywhere, as soon as they heard the divine physician say this, everyone rushed forward like a storm, shoving each other. "I want a bowl. One got here first, I'll take it first." But, after taking the medicine, some people's eyes rolled back, and they collapsed to the ground. At this point, Sun Shenyi realized something was wrong. This plague is indeed not simple. Ordinary medicine soup can't cure it, and it even makes the condition worse. With his patriotic and people-loving nature, Shen Changqing was furious when he saw the people become so miserable after taking Sun Shenyi's medicine. In a fit of anger, he rebuked Sun Shenyi. "Do these commoners have a grudge against you? Why are you poisoning them to death?" Sun Shenyi quickly clarified. "Shen Daozhang, you misunderstand. Chengyan City was infected with the plague last night. They fell because they were infected." Hearing the divine doctor say that, the main character was shocked and panicked. A plague. Suddenly someone came to report, "Sun Shenyi, big trouble." The divine doctor hurriedly asked, "What's the panic about?" This person then reported, "This morning all the great ministers fell ill. The emperor ordered me to summon you back to the palace urgently." Sun Shenyi was stunned upon hearing the urgent report, and only managed to utter, "What?" Meanwhile Shen Changqing was pondering, "Great, even the great ministers in the palace have been infected. This plague is really too scary. I'm preparing to expand my medicinal herb business. Now that the epidemic is spreading, isn't selling medicine a good opportunity? It's just that there doesn't seem to be a cure for the plague. If I'm not careful, I'll get infected too. This isn't easy, I should play it by ear." Since Shen Changqing is here, Sun Shenyi then invited him. "Shen Daozhang, the palace is in danger, let's go together." Before the male lead could react, he was dragged away by the divine doctor like a gust of wind. "Go together my ass, I haven't even agreed yet." Arriving back in the capital, the scene was more bleak than ever, with a significant number of corpses. Seeing this, the divine doctor said with concern, "It's over. The plague has spread wider than expected. The palace is in chaos." The smell of corpses forced Shen Changqing to constantly cover his nose, his mind filled with fear. "Damn it, I just want to do business, I don't want to die. No way, I need to find a place to bathe and disinfect. If I get infected, I'm really screwed. It looks like a bathhouse." After finding a place to bathe, the male lead decided to go there, so he said goodbye to the divine doctor. "Sun Shenyi, I'm going to take care of some things. You go ahead first." Seeing the male lead's hasty appearance, the divine doctor couldn't help but wonder, isn't that the imperial kitchen? What does Shen Daozhang want to do? That's right, the imperial kitchen has equipment for decocting medicine. Could it be that Shen Daozhang wants to decoct medicine to cure the plague? That's great. With Shen Daozhang personally taking action, this plague can be resolved. When he entered, Shen Changqing was stunned to realize, isn't this the dream bathhouse of Bro A? Turns out this is the kitchen. I went to the wrong place. He intended to leave now, but suddenly taking a second look, the male lead discovered a basin of water. Disregarding everything to bathe, he decided to forget it. Anyway, no one is using it. This will do for now. The emperor sent someone to call Sun Shenyi. Time passed quickly, and by now the emperor was extremely impatient, shouting loudly, "Why hasn't Sun Simiao arrived yet?" Just as the emperor was about to fly into a rage, Sun Shenyi arrived, just in time, in a hurried tone. "Your Majesty, I've arrived." The emperor then expressed his feelings. "Sun Simiao, you've finally arrived. Do you know about the plague?" Hearing this, Sun Shenyi replied politely, "Reporting to your Majesty, I know." This plague is not simple. I suspect it's related to demonic influence. Hearing this, the emperor asked with concern, "Then do you have a cure?" The divine doctor replied helplessly, "I don't." Those words of the divine doctor were like pouring oil on the fire, increasing the emperor's worries more and more. "It's over! It's over! The plague has caused great chaos in the palace. If it continues like this, it will definitely spread throughout the country." The divine doctor had mistakenly assumed that Shen Changqing had entered the imperial kitchen to concoct medicine, so the divine doctor also presumptuously reported to the emperor,
Your Majesty, don't panic, although I don't have a solution, Shen Daozhang does. The emperor then asked the divine doctor again to make sure. Shen Daozhang, Sun Simiao, then continued to report, yes.
Shen Daozhang has entered the palace. He is decocting medicine to cure the plague. You only need to send someone to the imperial kitchen to get it.
The emperor was overjoyed at that time, mistakenly thinking that he could save the people, so he ordered someone, go to the imperial kitchen and get Shen Daozhang's medicine. The eunuch who was sent quickly arrived and received the order, yes, Your Majesty. The male lead was now absorbed in enjoying the feeling of a relaxing bath, circulating his blood, expressing with his mouth, ah, so comfortable, did I wash away all the dirt.
While he was enjoying himself, oblivious to the world, the eunuch had arrived, peeking in and saying, Shen Daozhang, I've come to get the medicine soup. Ironically, this eunuch arrived at the wrong time,
seeing things that should not be seen,
and embarrassedly blushed and left. Shen Changqing asked in confusion, Who are you? Do you enter without knocking first? The eunuch hurriedly apologized. Shen Daozhang, I just came to get the medicine soup.
Hearing this, the male lead's eyes widened, looking surprised, and asked again, Eunuch, medicine soup, where's the medicine soup?
The maid was also dumbfounded, her eyes darting around continuously. Huh? Where's the medicinal broth?
Suddenly, a thought flashed in her mind.
The only liquid this maid has here is bathwater.
Could it be that Daozhang Shen used his body as medicinal ingredients to brew a special kind of medicine? Thinking quickly, the maid immediately took a bowl and scooped up some bathwater, ceaselessly praising, Daozhang Shen is truly as miraculous as the rumors say, even brewing medicine isn't ordinary. The male lead was so scared he panicked and yelled, What are you doing? Men and women shouldn't touch each other. Half an hour later, this maid actually brought the bathwater, still thinking it was medicine, and hastily reported, Your Majesty, the medicinal broth is here. The emperor then said, Excellent. Bring the medicinal broth up quickly. The maid respectfully replied,
Yes, Your Majesty. The divine physician quickly said, Maid, give the medicinal broth to me. I'll let the grand ministers drink it.
Shen Changqing looked at the situation, only able to shake his head in resignation. What medicinal broth? That's just bathwater. No one believes me. I'm speechless. If you drink it and die, don't blame me.
Unexpectedly, the grand ministers, after drinking it, became elated and refreshed,
their faces beaming as they expressed their feelings.
Ah, this refreshing feeling.
How miraculous. After drinking the medicinal broth that the emperor and divine physician's son believed was brewed by Shen Changqing, the grand ministers became energetic and full of vitality. The grand ministers praised endlessly. This medicinal broth is really potent, we're instantly healthy, and not only that, our bodies feel as lively as dragons and tigers. The emperor, seeing this revitalizing scene, was overjoyed. Daozhang Shen truly lives up to his reputation as a master, brewing such a miraculous medicinal broth. Sun Zimo shared the emperor's joy, I told you. With Daozhang Shen acting, the plague will definitely be cured. I just don't know what secret art Daozhang Shen used.
At this moment, the maid sent by the emperor to fetch the medicinal broth spoke up. Reporting to divine physician's son, I saw Daozhang Shen use his body to boil bathwater, and I took that bathwater as medicinal broth to bring here.
Everyone who heard this was startled. The emperor couldn't believe his ears, and asked again, bathwater? The divine physician also asked, what? The grand ministers also shared the same question. No way, we actually drank Daozhang Shen's bathwater.
The male lead immediately felt uneasy. Oh no, the bathwater has been discovered. Looking at their expressions, they seem very angry. Running is the best strategy.
Seeing Shen Changqing's hurried appearance, the divine physician immediately asked, why is Daozhang Shen leaving? The emperor immediately ordered his soldiers, guards, quickly stop Daozhang Shen. Receiving the emperor's command, the soldiers rushed forward simultaneously to stop the male lead, trying their best to persuade him. Please, Daozhang Shen, stop. The divine physician still didn't fully understand the emperor's intentions, so he asked, Your Majesty, what is this? The emperor immediately explained, Daozhang Shen's bathwater can cure the plague. I must widely spread this meritorious deed. Shen Changqing heard this and asked, Widely spread? How will you widely spread it? The emperor calmly replied, Of course, by brewing more medicinal broth. Hearing this, the male lead trembled with fear, secretly thinking, the emperor has no humanity. He actually wants to throw me into a pot and boil me to death. How cruel. The male lead ultimately couldn't escape being boiled to extract medicine. The soldiers couldn't believe their eyes either, and started murmuring, Have you seen the public announcement? Daozhang Shen's bathwater can cure the plague. Is that true or false? I don't believe it. The common folk had gathered in large numbers by this time. Although there were many rumors about the efficacy of Shen Changqing's bathwater, given the urgent situation, everyone was united. No matter if it's true or false. While there's life, there's hope. Good luck. At this critical moment, with the truth obscured by appearances, the male lead's disciples also appeared. Shen Changqing was overjoyed. Hey, you guys are here. Witnessing their master being boiled in a pot, Deng Li called out in shock, Daozhang Shen, Meanwhile, Dong Er cried sadly, "Hu hu hu, Dao Zhongshen." Su Su, however, investigated seriously. "Dao Zhongshen, what's wrong? Why is His Majesty punishing you?" The male lead sighed and recounted. "Isn't it all because of the plague? The Grand Ministers got infected, and by some twist of fate, after drinking my bathwater, His Majesty got angry and brought me here," Su Su said in surprise. "The plague?" Seeing Su Su's expression as if she had a plan, the male lead asked, "What about the plague?" At that moment, Su Su confidently said, "Dao Zhongshen, I have a way to save you." Shen Chongqing asked excitedly. "What way?" Su Su clearly replied. "I know who spread the plague. As long as we eliminate the spreader, His Majesty will surely be delighted and forgive you." Yigui had already been observing from a distance and thought, "Bathwater can eliminate my plague, huh?" Adai, standing next to her, added fuel to the fire. Hey, they're underestimating you, Yigui. Yigui heard this and became even more arrogant. HMPH, ignorant fools. My plague isn't that easy to cure. But a certain commoner, after trying the medicinal broth, burst out laughing. "This medicinal broth works? My illness is cured after drinking it?" everyone asked in surprise. "It's that effective? That's too miraculous." Yigui's group heard this like a thunderclap. The crowd swarmed Shen Changqing, pushing and shoving. I want a bottle too. No, 2 bottles. Freaked out by everyone's enthusiasm, Shen Changqing tried to talk some sense into them. "Don't be fooled. My bathwater doesn't cure anything." After scoping things out, Su Su spotted the source of the plague and reported to our hero, Taoist Shen. "I found the plague spreader. It's over there." Shen Changqing immediately asked, Where are they?" Looking around and seeing the plague-spreading crew standing there all smug, with 3 suspicious T's on their shirts, he thought, "It's gotta be them." But the crowd just kept growing, and our hero was losing it. "Damn it, too many people, I can't break through, gotta figure out a way to catch them." Dadai, seeing their plague-spreading scheme about to go belly up, asked, Plague Ghost, that guy's bathwater actually seems to be curing the plague. What do we do?" Yanxi Ni coldly replied. "What, just kill him?" The Plague Ghost agreed with Yanxi Ni. "Drowned Ghost is right, let's go kill him now." Even though the crowd was all over him, our hero noticed something weird from afar, thinking, why is she coming over here on her own? The Plague Ghost, quick as an arrow, darted toward our hero, brandishing her pointy fingers, yelling threats, "Kid, prepare to die." But Shen Changqing, with lightning reflexes, grabbed the Plague Ghost's hand, looking smug. "Gotcha." Suddenly the Plague Ghost didn't even try to resist, and just went limp, wondering, "What's happening? My body's suddenly being drained, I don't have any strength left." Dadai and Yanxi Ni saw this, and charged in, trash-talking, "Plague Ghost, you're useless, can't even handle a mortal. Who knew that?" They were so confident, but they were so weak. As soon as they charged in, Dadai and Yanxi Ni got the same treatment as the Plague Ghost. Shen Changqing was dumbfounded. "What's going on? Are they trying to scam me? Whatever. Gotta catch them first, and then figure it out." With that, our hero jumped out of the cauldron. The moment Shen Changqing hopped out of the cauldron, the water splashed everywhere, and our hero looked super intense, saying, "Got them." The crowd standing around, splashed by the water, felt refreshed. Their complexions improved a lot. The broth is so magical. I feel like my body and soul have been cleansed, and I'm cured. In the chaos, our hero grabbed Yanxini's hand. Weirdly, every time he touched a demon, he sucked away all their energy. Yanxini was no exception, screaming in agony, "What's happening? My magic's all gone." Shen Changqing calmed down and thought, "Wait, are they really the ones spreading the plague? Could it be?" He realized something was up and quickly said, "Sorry, you 3, I know you're innocent. Feng Su was just desperate to save me, so she pinned it on you guys since she saw you there. I'll sort out your past beef after this is all over." He then handed the captured Plague Ghost crew over to the royal guards, while the crowd glared and yelled at them, "HMPH, serves you right, get lost." Su Su couldn't believe it was that easy, and asked Shen Changqing, "Taoist Shen, are you really just handing these 3 over to the palace guards? How can mortals keep demons under control?" Our hero sighed. Su, I know about your old grudges, but stop calling them demons and stuff. These guys clearly drank Grand Physician Sun's soup earlier. It has an effect. I really thought my bathwater worked, actually thinking my bathwater could cure illnesses. How silly of me. Alright, let's head back, or we'll get thrown back into that cauldron. Su Su thought to herself. What does Taoist Shen mean? Letting the 3 plague ghosts go with mortal soldiers is practically letting them escape. Could it be that these plague ghosts are just pawns? And there's a bigger mastermind behind this plague? Is Taoist Shen intentionally letting them go to bait out the big fish? Scene change. To the Imperial Observatory, Yuan Tiang's residence. He was sitting in his study in front of an 8 trigrams alchemy furnace, with a worried look on his face. A while later, old Yuan Tiang's eyes popped wide open. Then he started calculating like crazy with his fingers. A second later, whoosh, he zoomed out of his residence faster than the wind, yelling at the top of his lungs, "Crap! Uncle's in danger!" Meanwhile, in another part of town, that Miao Ren Gi chick was inside the boudoir with old Xiao Cheng, who was tied tightly to a wooden wall. She was holding a super sharp knife. That old ox's nose is pretty good at finding people. With that, Miao Ren Gi transformed into a black cat and jumped out of the room.
Forget it, can't go head to head. Here, take your old geezer back. Just as Miao Rengi left, old Yuan Tiangong flew in from the sky and landed in Xiao Cheng's room, shouting, "Uncle!" Old Xiao Cheng at this moment was looking more miserable than a stray dog, stark naked, except for a pair of gaudy fuchsia shorts with weird drawings all over them. Old Yuan Tiang saw this, and his eyes rolled back in his head, his face turned purple, and he started trembling like a leaf. He let out a blood-curdling scream that echoed throughout the palace. "My uncle, who on earth humiliated you like this? Zihizi, why are you like this? Where are we?" After a good while, old Xiao Cheng put on some clothes, his cheeks flushed red with embarrassment. Demonic monsters in the palace? How outrageous. Old Yuan Tiang just sighed helplessly. "Uncle, please calm down. This demon's cultivation isn't weak. I tried to divine it a few times, but I couldn't pinpoint its location. I could only sense some demonic energy within the palace, which is basically useless. This demon's kidnapping people. Do you know what it's after?" Old Xiao Cheng stroked his beard and said clearly, "It's probably related to that plague. This cat person is hiding in the palace. We have to find it somehow, or who knows how much trouble it'll cause." Old Yuan Tiang's face turned green with a hint of terror when he heard the words plague. 2 days later, at the Chengqing Temple, people were kneeling and bowing before a huge statue. "Bless us, immortals. May my son be free from illness. May the Dabio ancestor show his power. May my poor old mother recover quickly and not be tormented by sickness anymore." At this time, Changqing, along with Li Zihi and the little fox, were sprawled out on the table, all sighing. They muttered, "These past few days, everyone's been worried sick about the epidemic in the city, and they're all staying indoors. Xiao Cheng hasn't come to the temple for fortune-telling in days either. He's probably swamped with work at the court." Saying that, Changqing turned to look at Li Zihi and asked, "Your Highness, Prince Jin, what have you learned these past few days?" "What have I learned, teacher? You haven't taught me anything these past few days, so I haven't learned anything at all." "Your Highness, Prince Jin, although you are only 9 years old, you must understand certain principles. Look at these commoners. Do you ever feel that they turn to the gods and ask for guidance over trivial matters? Some of them even come to worship the gods just to find out if they'll find money on the street today. What do you think about this? This is what the common people are like. This isn't Chengjian. In places even further from Chengjian, they worry even about having enough to eat and wear. You probably remember the locust plague 7 years ago, right? No crops were harvested then. The common people ate their own children just to survive. It seems very evil, doesn't it? Everything they did was a sin. But you must remember that they were just trying to survive." Li Zihi frowned and looked sullen after hearing these words. "So, teacher, if all the common people could have enough to eat and wear, and even if there were disasters, they wouldn't have to worry about survival, then would there be no evil in this world? Is that right?" Changqing's face turned dark, his eyes grew serious, and he said, "Not at all. As long as there are people, there will be evil. We can never turn this world into a completely idealized world. This is also the meaning of the existence of laws in every dynasty. What we do is make people as good as possible, but when necessary, we must also take up arms to protect our rights. In short, this is very complicated, involving both human nature and reason. Later you will gradually understand and find your own path, master. If there are thousands of people in this world who want to stop you, and even the common people you want to help don't want to change, what should you do?" Changqing clasped his hands behind his back, looked forward with a firm expression and an aura of greatness. "Even with 10,000 people against me, I will still do what I believe is right." Li Zihi's eyes widened, stunned. The 7 words, "Even with 10,000 people against me, I will still do what I believe is right," were etched in his mind. A second later, the boy clasped his hands tightly together, then raised his hands in front of his forehead, bowed his head, closed his eyes, smiled, and saluted. "This disciple will obey." While they were talking, someone rushed up to the main character and Li Zihi, shouting, "Taoist Master Shen, I've finally found you." The eunuch, with a worried and frightened expression, closed his eyes and panted, "Quick, quick, follow this servant into the palace. His Majesty urgently summons you." At the same time, in the imperial palace, a loud voice echoed from the imperial study. "Your Majesty, urgent report from the postal station. A major epidemic is raging. Your Majesty, a major epidemic in Haindong." The emperor's face darkened after hearing these words. What? The plague is spreading so quickly. With that, the furious emperor waved his hand forward, opening his mouth wide to bellow, "Has Taoist Master Shen arrived yet? Send someone to invite him, now." The emperor sat majestically on his throne, looking down at the official below, pressing for more details. "Minister Li, explain it more clearly. I heard an urgent report from the courier station that places like Yu Prefecture, Ji Prefecture, Liang Prefecture, and Jinyang have all been struck by a massive plague. The reports from those regions suspect it's dysentery. The infected common folk are suffering from heat poison, high fevers, discharging yellow-red fluid like blood, which then putrefies in clumps like fish brains. After that, their intestines rot, and they eventually die in immense pain." Hearing this, the emperor's eyes widened, and he pointed forward, loudly declaring,
This is even more serious than the plague in Qing'an City a few days ago. Immediately dispatch people to relay my decree to reassure the populace, investigate the situation, and send imperial physicians and people from the Imperial Pharmacy Bureau to prevent the disease from spreading and to research a cure as quickly as possible."
Just as he finished speaking, the voice of a eunuch echoed from outside. "His Highness Prince Jin has arrived. Taoist Master Shen has arrived." As soon as he saw the male lead, the emperor immediately stood up and walked towards him. "Immortal Master Shen, the day has finally come. Luckily, thanks to you, the previous plague in Chengchan City didn't spread widely. But now, as I mentioned on my way here, Guanadao and Heidongdao are in the midst of a great plague, and that's why I've come."
Shen Changqing reached into his robes and pulled out something. "Your Majesty, this whole bathwater thing is a misunderstanding. It's all superstition. Even if this humble Taoist's bathwater truly had an effect, it wouldn't be able to cure the widespread plague in Guanay and Heidong." After speaking, Shen Changqing immediately took out a book. "Your Majesty, please take a look at this first. It's the Epidemic Prevention Handbook. Is this a cure for the plague?"
Old Sun Simo, upon hearing the words cure or remedy, his eyes snapped open, and he stared intently forward. After that, he rushed over and snatched the handbook from the emperor's hand. "Taoist Master Shen, can this remedy cure dysentery? I can't fully guarantee it. This remedy still needs Divine Dr. Sun to put in some effort to verify. This kind of plague is highly contagious. While treating it is one thing, prevention is even more crucial. If your Majesty orders all counties and prefectures to act according to this handbook, it could have a huge impact. But your Majesty, natural disasters often go hand in hand with man-made calamities. For the sake of the people in Guanay and Heidong, I beg your Majesty to immediately dispatch someone to take overall charge of the plague prevention efforts." Hearing this, the emperor, without a moment's hesitation, turned to his subordinates and ordered them to summon the Crown Prince, Prince Wei, and Yuantiang here. A long time passed. Then, a foot stepped into the imperial study.
Li Chengxian walked closer to the emperor, clasped his hands, bowed, and saluted. "Imperial father, your son is late. I beg for your forgiveness."
Upon hearing this, the emperor became absolutely furious, turned his face to look behind him, scowled, and bellowed, "Why is the Crown Prince so late?"
Li Chengxian's eyes widened in stunned surprise after being yelled at. Then, he spoke in a panic, his face as green as a frog's butt. "Imperial father, not long ago, a 6th-rank internal official in the Eastern Palace was murdered, and your son is currently rushing to investigate all the eunuchs and palace maids." Upon hearing these words, the emperor was struck as if by lightning, his eyes wide, his mouth agape, crying out, "What?" A moment later, someone walked into the imperial study and spoke up. "Your Highness Crown Prince, this matter is likely caused by an evil spirit." That person was none other than old Yuan Tiangang. "Just now, I divined that this plague is an ominous sign, and I sensed a demonic aura in the Eastern Palace. There's definitely something wrong." Standing beside them, Shen Changqing heard this and made a silly, helpless face as he muttered to himself. Feudal dynasties are always like this. Whenever there's a natural or man-made disaster, they always blame demons, evil spirits, gods, or ghosts. A murder in the Eastern Palace? This matter definitely isn't simple. Who knows? It might even be a fight for the throne. Looks like Chengyan City won't be peaceful anytime soon. The emperor angrily waved his hand forward and loudly declared, "How dare it cause trouble? It's just an evil spirit, and yet it dares to stir up chaos in the Eastern Palace. Yuantiang, immediately go investigate this matter and capture that evil spirit for me." "Yes, your Majesty." After entrusting old Yuantiang with the task, the emperor turned to Li Chengqian and Prince Wei. "Your Highness Chengqian, Qingque, Guanay, and Heidong are suffering from a great plague. Both the court and the palace need to dispatch people to comfort the populace and take charge of the overall situation. Which of you is willing to go?" Upon hearing this, both Li Chengxian and Qingque fell completely silent. Then, Qingque clenched his teeth and darted a glance at Li Chengxian. And then Li Chengxian also frowned and shot a look back at Qingque. And after that, both of them turned their faces away. "What's this? Don't you two usually trip over yourselves trying to show off in front of me? Now that a major crisis has struck, you, one a crown prince and one a prince, don't have the guts to take responsibility." Li Chengxian's face darkened upon hearing this. He glanced at Shen Changqing and thought to himself, "Damn it, Imperial Father suddenly called us here to send people to the plague zone? Could it be this Shen guy said something in front of Imperial Father?" Meanwhile, Qingque's face was just as dark, and he was sweating profusely. "This is dysentery, and it doesn't discriminate based on age or gender. Its infectious power is extremely strong, and I've heard that infected people die a truly miserable death. If eldest brother were here, he's the crown prince, so he should be the one to step up." While Li Chengqian and Qingque were hesitating and deep in thought, Li Jihe stepped forward, clasped his hands, bowed, and reported, "Imperial Father, your son is willing to go." Upon hearing this, the emperor frowned and scowled, saying loudly, "Why? Do you know that if you go this time, you might not return to Changjian, and you might not see your imperial father, imperial mother, or even your brothers and sisters again?" Upon hearing this, Li Zihe lifted his robes and knelt on one knee.
answering clearly and resoundingly. Your son remembers the words of my old master and Taoist Master Yuan from Chengqing Guan. Taoist Master Yuan once said, if one learns the Tao in the morning, one may die in the evening without regret. Your boy asked the old master, what if chasing my path becomes a one-way trip? Because, honestly, I'm scared of a lot of things. But the master just dropped one line on me. Speaking of which, Li Zihe looked up, all determined, like, if it's a one-way trip, then it's a one-way trip, so what? The emperor's eyes went wide as saucers when he heard that. Stunned, speechless, and all the court officials were pretty shocked by Li Zihe's words too. Then they all dropped to their knees, hands clasped, foreheads to the ground, yelling, we congratulate your majesty and the great Tang, having such a son, having Prince Jin is a blessing on our nation. The emperor bent down. He reached out to help Li Zihe up, get up, so your little sis can go. If you can come back safe, I'll reward you big time. Shen Changqing, standing behind, smiled at Li Zihe, thinking, not bad, this little dude can actually fake it. Not bad at all, worthy of being my disciple. While the emperor was hugging Li Zihe and sobbing, the kid turned his head back and winked at Changqing. You little rascal. Changqing looked ahead, smiling slightly, thinking, still good, you didn't forget my teachings. Even though I don't know how much my transmigration can change this world, I hope that when you become emperor, you can make the people of this world live better. After thinking it over, Changqing stepped forward, clasped his hands, closed his eyes, and said enthusiastically, Your Majesty, Changqing is the teacher of His Highness Prince Jin, so of course I have a duty to go along. Old Mr. Sun Simiao will also be going, please rest assured. Your Majesty, haha. Great, with these words from immortal Shen, I'm more at ease. With that, the emperor turned to look down at the officials, waved his hand, and loudly issued an order. Prince Jin will take over some of the epidemic prevention work, with the assistance of Shen Changqing, Yang Shizong, and Sun Simiao. Quickly prepare relief supplies, and set off for the Heidong area tomorrow. Scene change. Hell. 18th level of Hell. Yama walked up to a Buddha statue that was emitting a dazzling golden light, and asked, how's it going? I've sent people to investigate this guy for 500 years before and after, but there's no clue. This guy named Shen Changqing. His identity is probably not simple, Yama, you better not make an enemy of him. This Buddha statue is Kisiddhigarbha Bodhisattva. Yama glared and frowned when he heard that, clearly annoyed. Then what do we do? Oxhead and Horseface, Black and White Impermanence haven't returned yet. Judge Kui, take a trip to Chang'an, meet the Tang Emperor, and give him some face. And this plague in the human world, if it weren't for it, we really wouldn't have enough manpower. Back to the mortal world. Noisy sounds of celebration came from inside a mansion. Inside the boudoir, beautiful maids were stepping on the backs of Oxhead and Horseface. My dear immortals, the dampness in your bodies is too heavy. You must be living in a cold environment, right? That's right, it's freezing where we are. Sweetheart, do you have a way to kick us to boost our yang and kidneys? Give me a few kicks. Black and White Impermanents were also really enjoying themselves. Is it really okay for us to be having fun here and not going back to the underworld to report for duty? What's not okay about it? We were caught by that Shen Changqing and locked up in a jail we can't escape. That's right, we're prisoners now. It's just that the conditions in this jail are pretty good. Just as they finished speaking, Judge Kui stepped into the boudoir, startling the maids. But Oxhead and Horseface and Black and White Impermanents were oblivious, continuing to justify their debauchery. Then we'll say that Shen Changqing used magic to seal our powers, so we're trapped in a palace and can't escape. That's right, it's not that we don't want to leave, it's just that we're too badly injured to leave. After speaking, Oxhead lifted his blindfold, glanced up, and said, Sis, why aren't you kicking anymore, Judge Kui, with a dark face? His red eyes stared at Oxhead, startling him, and he shouted, Oh crap, Judge Kui's here. A few moments earlier, Judge Kui had gone to report to the Emperor, begging the Tang Emperor to release Oxhead and Horseface, and the underworld would be very grateful. If Judge Kui has personally come to ask for them, I will naturally give the underworld face and release them. Thinking of that scene, Judge Kui's face turned purple with anger. I humbly beg the Tang Emperor to release you, and you're here indulging in pleasure. With that, Judge Kui, with his blazing red eyes, swung his arms and punched Oxhead and Horseface, sending their souls flying in every direction. Die, you freeloaders. Lao Weizhang, seeing the two souls of Oxhead and Horseface floating in front of him, was a little frightened and said, Even if they're wrong, you don't have to kill them. This is the fastest way for them to return to the underworld. Black and White Impermanents were trembling like leaves in the winter wind. Judge Kui, we know we were wrong. Judge Kui, with an angry face, turned and yelled into the ears of Black and White Impermanents. There is currently an epidemic spreading in Tengguan and Heidong. Go quickly and collect souls, and don't let wild ghosts stay in the mortal world. Yes, we'll go immediately. With that, Black and White Impermanents flew out of the palace in a hurry, not daring to make a peep. Then Judge Kui turned to look at Lao Weizhang, clasped his hands, and said cordially, Wei, please laugh off what happened just now, and please don't mention it. To avoid damaging the reputation of the underworld, Kui, you're too kind. Weizhang is not a blabbermouth. While they were chatting, Judge Kui suddenly raised his hand to cast a divination. Then he turned his head to stare intently in one direction, gnashing his teeth as he said,
There's actually a powerful demonic entity in the Imperial Palace. Is what you say true, Brother Kui? Why hasn't Daoist Shen mentioned it before, despite entering the palace so many times?
Judge Kui glanced sideways, a drop of sweat falling. Daoist Shen's Taoist magic is profound. If he hasn't mentioned it, there must be other arrangements. Let's not act presumptuously on our own. That's right. Daoist Shen's actions have always been unpredictable. There's no need to fear any demonic entities here. The great Tang has Daoist Shen. How wonderful! I want to see Daoist Shen's handsome demeanor with my own eyes. At the same time, in another development, Cheng Qing, with a face as green as a frog's butt and wide, white eyes,
sat listlessly in the carriage with Lin Zihe and 2 court officials, his face as dark as the bottom of a wok, hand clamped over his mouth. Traveling by carriage is so far. I'm so carsick, teacher. Your complexion isn't very good. How about we stop and rest for half a day before continuing on our way? Cheng Qing gritted his teeth and turned his head, forcing himself to say, no need. The epidemic won't wait for people. Lord Yang has a sprained foot but still insists on continuing. I'm just carsick, I'm fine.
Upon hearing the male lead's words, the old Yang Shizhong immediately gave him a like, baring his teeth in a smile. Confidence? Daoist Shen is indeed concerned for the common people. Let's hurry on our way.
Finishing speaking,
he immediately ordered the coachman to speed up. The horse driver immediately slapped the warhorse's butt, causing it to run like crazy. At this speed,
Cheng Qing, sitting inside the carriage, felt the chicken and duck giblets he had eaten earlier rising to his throat, his face and sweat pouring like a river. Whoa there, there's no need for that, is there? Cut to Taiyuan Prefecture,
a place with extremely prosperous ancient buildings. As the male lead's entourage entered the prefecture, they saw this scene. On both sides of the road were elderly, thin and weak people, wearing only thin and tattered clothes.
Not only that, some people were even sleeping on the streets, while others, missing limbs, were crawling on the ground.
Li Jihe lifted the curtain to look outside, his face turning purple with fear at the sight.
Teacher, I really don't dare to look. Cheng Qing, hearing these words, was slightly angry, frowning and scowling as he said, why doesn't your highness, Prince of Jin, dare to look? Because their appearance is too disgusting.
Li Jihe was so frightened at this moment that his face was drained of all color, stammering out, yes, teacher, I didn't know this place would be like this.
Cheng Qing clenched his hands on his thighs, looking ahead with a solemn expression. If your highness can't bear it, then let's go back. Consider all the words we said upon departure as childish prattle. Have a good cry, report to the emperor, and his majesty will forgive you. The old Yang Shizhong, hearing this, was somewhat angry and said loudly, Daoist Shen, his highness is only 9 years old. Are you even considering his highness's feelings with your sarcastic remarks?
The male lead, hearing this, glared directly ahead, forcing himself to say, outside, common people are continuously dying from illness. Does anyone care about their feelings?
Speaking to this point, Cheng Qing lifted the curtain to look outside, waving his hand back and forth. What's the difference between us and deserters? If we abandon them, who else can save them? Li Jihe, the old Sun Simiao, and the old Yang Xichong stared at the male lead with wide eyes upon hearing these words.
The next moment, Cheng Qing placed his hand on Li Jihe's shoulder. He tilted his head to glance over, smiling as he said,
the most important thing when doing important work is attitude. Only by going to work will there be hope of succeeding. Teacher, I understand. I won't run away anymore.
At the same time, inside the Taiyuan Prefecture office, an old man, with an angry attitude, loudly scolded several officials who were packing their bags, preparing to leave the prefecture.
That's right.
The imperial envoy is about to arrive. What do you want to do? The epidemic in the city is so severe, it's right to pack up and run away. If we stay here, everyone will die. Moreover, who knows if the imperial court will send some old, weak, and sick people to be scapegoats.
Just as he finished speaking, a voice rang out from outside the prefecture office. The imperial envoy has arrived. The male lead's group entered Taiyuan Prefecture. Everyone's faces were gloomy, their eyes wide and white. The old man and the officials in the prefecture office were startled and panicked upon seeing the male lead's group, thinking to themselves, the imperial court has indeed sent a group of old, weak, and sick people to be scapegoats. Taiyuan Prefecture is doomed. After pondering this, the old man also turned around and ran away with the group of officials, which made the male lead a little surprised. Leaving me behind, I also came to this prefecture office. What's going on? It seems the waters in Taiyuan Prefecture are very deep.
At the same time, from a distance, a young man wearing a hat was staring intently in Cheng Qing's direction. He glared, frowned, and grinned wickedly, thinking to himself, Shen, you finally arrived.
The old Yang Shizhong, with a dark and angry face, opened his mouth wide and shouted loudly, the imperial court is not mistaken. What kind of system is this, the way you are all acting here? Hearing the shout, the officials in the yamen immediately stopped and turned to look at the male lead's group.
Then, each of them put on an angry face and started ranting. You stand-ins sent by the court. What's with the arrogance? Won't you just die of illness here in a few days anyway? What are you old and frail people pretending to be important for? This world isn't yours, it's the court's business. If you don't want to die, then scram. Li Jihe got so angry that he was about to explode, his cheeks puffed up like chipmunks. Who says the world isn't ours? The officials immediately burst into laughter. So the world is yours. Don't tell me you're going to say you're a prince. Why would the court send such an important figure to die in a severely affected area? Just as he finished speaking, the male lead walked over and slapped a young man on the shoulder, saying, "Bro, you've got a tongue sharper than a crow's beak. It's a waste for you to be a yamen runner. You should be a fortune teller. You TB ghost, what were you saying?" Old Yang Xindao, his eyes white and staring, glared forward, reaching into his clothes to pull something out. Preposterous. Do you really not know who we are? Open your eyes wide. This old man is Sun Simiao, the divine physician of the Great Tang. This old geezer is Yang Shidao, the prime minister of the Great Tang. And I am Li Jihe, His Highness the Prince of Jin of the Great Tang. And finally, it's the super cool male lead, Shen Changqing, a demi-immortal of the Great Tang. We are the four most luxurious, high-ranking officials. And you call us old and frail. The officials in the yamen were terrified when they heard this, their faces turning purple and losing all color. Oh crap, did I actually guess right? The court really sent them to the plague zone. We're doomed. Will we be beheaded for what we just said? The officials immediately knelt down and kowtowed at the male lead's feet.
This humble official has eyes but couldn't see. Please forgive us, imperial envoys. We know we were wrong. Please spare us. Hearing this, old Yang Shidao turned around, frowned, and glanced at them, saying sternly, "All of you yamen servants can redeem yourselves by performing meritorious service. Follow me into the main hall for a meeting. I'm here to arrange plague prevention measures." A moment later, Changqing, old Sun Simiao, and Li Jihe each went in 3 different directions. I'll go check the plague treatment recipe. I'll take people to the streets to comfort the people and stabilize the situation. Then I'll go. Speaking of which, Shen Changqing fell silent. He looked at Li Jihe and old Sun Simiao, who were busy, muttering, "It seems I have nothing I can do." With that, the male lead's eyes flickered. He wiggled his fingertips with a bright smile. "That's right. I can write slogans for plague prevention and remind everyone about preventive measures." Scene changes to the city god temple in Taiyuan Prefecture. Lord City God, that Shen Daoren is writing all over the streets and alleys in the city. Each word is full of spiritual energy. The aura of plague demons are weakening. The city god heard this and stroked his chin. What is Shen Daoren writing? Could it be secret Taoist spells? The subordinate heard this and recounted the male lead's words, roughly. "Love without disaster. Let's work together to defeat the epidemic. The court is behind you. If you get sick, don't be afraid. The emperor will treat you for free." What Shen Daoren wrote were just folk sayings. I don't see anything special. The city god was shocked when he heard this. His face turned purple, put his hand on his chest and said, "Could it be that Shen Daoren has reached the realm of natural Taoist magic? Writing casually can also exorcise demons?" Just as he finished speaking, 2 subordinates came to the city god's side and said, "Lord City God, should we go to pay our respects to Shen Daoren? Shen Daoren is such a powerful figure, we shouldn't delay our courtesy." "That's right, but we don't understand Shen Daoren. It wouldn't be appropriate to offend him." Just as he finished speaking, Bai Wuchang stepped into the temple. He waved his hand forward with an angry face, loudly. "We are ordered by Zhenjun to hook souls in Taiyuan Prefecture." The city god, upon seeing Bai Wuchang, clasped his hands and bowed politely. The 2 great masters Bai Wuchang have vast supernatural powers. Surely they will understand Shen Daoren. 2 great masters from the capital, a Shen Changqing, Shen Daoren. Before he could finish speaking, Bai Wuchang were startled. Their faces turned green, and said, "Shen, has the matter of us being defeated by Shen Changqing spread here already? Good things don't go beyond the door, bad things spread 1,000 miles. We can't lose face." After thinking about it, the 2 bowed their heads shyly and said, "The reason for our defeat by Shen Daoren is very complicated. Your rank is not high enough, you can't be told." "That's right. There are many hidden secrets in it that are not as you think, you understand, right?" "What? The 2 great masters actually lost to Shen Daoren? Shen Daoren is even more powerful than I imagined." Bai Wuchang slapped themselves hard in the face and shut their mouths tightly, speechless. It seems he doesn't know about this. We've exposed our weaknesses instead. It's all because the psychological shadow that Shen person gave us is too big, so embarrassing. Let's go. After thinking about it, Bai Wuchang transformed into 2 rays of black and white light and flew away. "Time is urgent. We'll hook souls first. Remember to keep the matter we just said secret. Don't tell anyone." The city god's subordinate saw this and put his hands behind his head, scratching it. Why are the 2 great masters in such a hurry today? Don't they usually stay for a meal? Shen Daoren is so powerful. Taiyuan Prefecture is saved. I must go pay my respects to Shen Daoren. Back to our male lead. At this time he was very depressed, constantly patting his shoulders, sighing. "Writing for half a day, my hand is about to break." Later, the male lead, together with the 2 great gods and Li Zihe, sat in the room talking. After testing, this recipe is really effective. The patient's symptoms have improved significantly after taking the medicine. No wonder he is Sun Shenyi. Looks like we're getting this disease under control. The main character, after hearing this, raised a finger, offering his opinion. "Don't be too optimistic.
We have to keep implementing disease prevention measures, to the point where these ancient folks are popping champagne during their breaks, and no freaking flake. Seriously unlucky.
Old Sun Simiao and old Yang Shidao turned to look at Changqing, smiling and chatting. Don't worry, Shen Daozang, we've already diagnosed those patients. 2 more doses of medicine and they'll be cured. Truly the heavens are blessing our great tongue. I'll write a letter to report this good news to you.
Just as he finished speaking, a flustered messenger rushed in to report. My lords, this is terrible. The seriously ill patients who were taking medicine have suddenly become worse, and some have already died. Old Yang Shidao and old Sun Simiao immediately stood up, eyes wide and brows furrowed, shouting, How could this be? Are you sure you've been taking good care of the patients? That shouldn't be. I just checked them, and their conditions were improving, their pulses were stable. We've all been caring for the patients according to Divine Dr. Sun's instructions. On the contrary, Shen Changqing didn't feel surprised at all, shrugging his shoulders and sighing. It really happened? Told you not to casually ban flake? Old Sun Simiao and old Yang Shidao turned to look at the main character with beaming faces. No wonder Shen Daozhang said that. Indeed, we were too optimistic. So you foresaw this in your divination, you knew my old recipes wouldn't work. Shen Daozhang's divine powers are amazing, your words are heavenly decrees, Yang is impressed.
Faced with this praise, Shen Changqing wasn't happy at all, thinking indifferently. This flattery is too sudden. Then, he saw the 2 old guys looking at him with glittering eyes, making him even more helpless. They're not going to push the blame on me, are they? Just then, something suddenly impacted the door from the outside, creating a loud noise. Shen Changqing frowned and glanced over, then opened his mouth wide and shouted, What the heck? Is it an assassin? At this moment outside, the city god was using his lightness skill to fly through the air towards the Taiyuan prefecture. He was flying along nicely when suddenly, the spiritual energy in his entire body disappeared, causing the city god's eyes to widen in astonishment. The spiritual energy in my body is gone. Because of this, the city god fell freely from the sky, widening his eyes and opening his mouth to yell, No! The city god fell from a great height, slamming his face directly into the ground, creating a huge hole and cracks spreading everywhere.
The city god raised his head and stared ahead, his face covered in dirt and sweat, thinking, How did I suddenly fall? Aren't I supposed to be able to fly?
Thinking of this, the city god's eyes widened, as if he realized something. He stood up abruptly and touched his body all over with a panicked expression.
That's not right. The magic power in my body, how did it all disappear? While he was still stunned, the prefecture master and the main characters group came out, cupping their hands and bowing to the city god. Your subordinate greets, city god lord.
The city god, hearing this, also turned around and cupped his hands respectfully. This humble god, Taiyuan city god, is making an impolite visit. Please forgive me. Shen Changqing stood to the side, stroking his chin in thought. This underworld organization is truly powerful. Every city has their people.
Old Yang Shidao stepped forward and cupped his hands, greeting warmly. So it's the city god who has arrived. Please forgive us for not welcoming you from afar. May I ask, what brings the city god here?
Shen Changqing heard this and turned his head back in surprise. What the hell? These are members of the secret society, hiding things. A few days ago they even went to the palace to monitor the emperor. Why are you guys being so polite to him?
No wonder the underworld organization can always exist. So it has infiltrated the imperial court.
Thinking of this,
Shen Changqing glanced at old Yang Shidao, startling him. Yang Shidao, I didn't expect even you, with your big eyes, to betray the court.
Seeing the main character's expression, old Yang Shidao was sweating bullets. Shen Daozhang's expression seems a bit off. Oh. That's right, Shen Daozhang is criticizing me for not being thorough enough. There's no reason to welcome guests in the courtyard, right?
After thinking this, old Yang Shidao extended his hand towards the door, exclaiming happily, City god lord, this isn't the place to talk, please come inside.
Finishing his words, old Yang Shidao turned to look at the main character, baring his teeth in a confident smile. Is Shen Daozhang satisfied now? You old geezer, you're still smiling. What's so happy about being a traitor? Sometime later the whole group entered the inner chamber. The city god stood in the center, hands clasped behind his back, stating clearly, This epidemic is not simple. Even with the presence of Shen Daozhang and Divine Dr. Sun here, it still can't be eradicated completely, and the epidemic will continue to drag on.
Old Yang Shidao, after hearing this, raised his hand in response. Does the city god know the source of the epidemic? I've contacted the city gods of some other epidemic areas. We all agree that this epidemic is not caused by humans but by plague demons.
Shen Changqing sat casually in the chair, propping his chin with his hand, making a disdainful face, thinking, We've worked so hard to control the disease, and you guys are stealing the credit with just one sentence about demons causing it.
Old Sun Simiao stroked his beard and stated clearly, No wonder my recipes aren't effective, so it's plague demons causing trouble. If it's plague demons causing mischief, why doesn't the city god take action to eliminate them?
Hearing this, the city god immediately remembered the scene of being beaten up by the plague demon, and lowered his head in shame. The plague demon Dao is too high, this humble god can't do anything to him. Saying that, the city god, with a bright and cheerful face, gestured towards our male lead. Now we can only ask Taoist Shen to take action. Hearing this, old Yang the Taoist master smacked his palm, exclaiming, That's right. With Taoist Shen here, we fear no demons, devils, or evil insects. Taoist Shen's Taoist magic is all-encompassing. This mere plague demon is definitely no match for him. I can use herbal decoctions to ward off common epidemics, but this plague demon can only be dealt with by Taoist Shen. I hope you'll take action to eliminate this evil.
The male lead, hearing this, pointed at his own face. Stunned, his brows furrowed. You want me to get rid of the plague demon? There's no such thing as a ghost in this world, I knew it. You guys were all sweet-talking me earlier, just to pass the buck to me.
Thinking about being reported to the emperor by these two old geezers for failing to eliminate the plague demon, he started sweating bullets.
No way, I gotta think of something, otherwise I'm stuck carrying this pot. After mulling it over, he waved his hand towards the old officials, closing his eyes as he said, What? You're leaving this all to me? You guys are going down with the ship too? Old Yang, the Taoist master, gave the male lead a thumbs up. Taoist Shen is truly virtuous, he doesn't hog the credit, and even remembers to guide us while eliminating the disease.
Rolling with Taoist Shen, the future is boundless. The master is teaching me not to compete for merit with subordinates but to yield it instead. Student has learned.
The male lead's face turned green as a toad's butt, gritting his teeth in helplessness. What are you guys even saying? You're clearly morally kidnapping me. At this moment, the city god stood aside, smiling with his eyes closed, thinking to himself. With His Highness, Prince Jin, stepping forward, Taoist Shen will surely agree to take action. The people of Taiyuan are saved.
Changqing, seeing the friendly smile of the city god, felt a chill. What's with that smile? Wait, the underworld is all-powerful. Even assassinating the emperor is no problem. They can definitely trace the source of the disease. Thinking of this, Changqing's mind raced as he raised his hand to stroke his chin. So, the truth is only one. They've known for a long time that someone intentionally spread the virus, and the so-called plague demon is just a cover. They want me to take the credit. They want to pull me in. The good deal that the underworld is actively offering can't be refused. After pondering, the male lead stepped forward, clasping his hands warmly, and said, If that's the case, then Shen here will respectfully obey and accept this task. The epidemic in the city is entering a dangerous period, with the number of infected people skyrocketing. Faced with this situation, the prison has been repurposed as an isolation facility for patients. In the dark rooms, heartbreaking sounds of pain constantly echoed, Ah ha ha. HMPH, HMPH. The people helping them cook medicine whispered to each other.
The officials were able to think of using the prison as an isolation facility. They're really smart. It's just a pity. It's hard on us. Didn't you see several patients die today?
Too tragic. Among the soldiers cooking medicine for the people, there was one who had been infiltrated. He heard the two soldiers cooking medicine talking to each other, and his eyes became filled with murderous intent. Want to control the epidemic. Dream on. In this guy's head, he began imagining himself entering the rooms of the patients being treated, personally adding more germs, so that those patients would not only not recover but become even sicker.
This caused the soldiers to panic. Oh no, the condition of these patients has suddenly gotten worse. What's going on? Weren't they fine just now?
The two soldiers had just shouted out when they noticed their bodies were being deformed.
And before them was a demon with thick streams of demonic energy. Under his feet, all the patients were reduced to nothing but skulls, lying scattered on the ground. The demon laughed triumphantly. Ha ha, die, all of you.
However, all of that was just his imagination. Even though it was just his imagination, he couldn't help but laugh out loud.
Ha ha ha. Just as he was about to take action, the imperial envoy arrived. He glanced at the three people wearing black masks approaching.
Seeing Shen Changqing's group, everyone knelt down to salute. This humble one greets you, my lords.
Meanwhile, he stood, clenching his fists without kneeling, which caught the attention of the city god. The city god thought to himself, Wait, the plague demon is clearly right in front of him. Why doesn't Taoist Shen have any reaction? That's right, a master is a master. Such a powerful plague demon is simply not worth his attention.
Changqing said to the guards, You've all worked hard. We've come on behalf of the imperial court to visit you.
Here's a little something from the court.
Shen Changqing said as he handed out red envelopes to everyone. Many thanks for your kindness, my lord.
Changqing smirked to himself. Sweet. Win them over first. Build up my good guy image. Then later I can snag some benefits from the underworld. Best of both worlds. Haha, plan approved. I'm such a genius. When he got to the plague ghost minion, Changqing was surprised and went, Huh, what are you standing around for? Come here, a reward for you. The plague ghost minion was confused. What's this Shen guy up to? He knows I'm pretending to be a servant and wants to humiliate me. He thought for a moment, then ripped off his mask and tossed it aside. Screw it. A scholar can be killed but not humiliated. Since you've recognized me, I won't hide it anymore. I am a plague ghost. At this, Sun Simiao, Lord Yang, and Prince Jin all turned pale. You're a plague ghost, Yang Shidao whispered to Sun Simiao. Could it be that Taoist Shen suggested coming here because a plague ghost is here? Sun Simiao replied. Taoist Shen, truly a divine strategist. I'm impressed, deeply impressed.
Changqing, still not fully understanding the situation, thought, someone's admitting they're a plague ghost? What's the deal? Someone tell me. The city god was about to say, could this person be? Changqing was about to ask when he looked around, where'd everyone go?
HMPH. Why are you all running so far away? Lord Yang mustered all his courage, and replied, Taoist Shen, we won't hinder your demon slaying. We're here to cheer you on. As soon as he said that, the others chimed in, Go, Taoist Shen. Go, Master Taoist Shen. We believe in you.
Chang Qing's eyes narrowed as he pondered. Could it be that the city god hinted to me that this person is arranged by them?
I just need to play along, he thought, then casually slicked back his hair.
Are you the mastermind behind this plague? Speak. Who's the real culprit behind you?
The plague ghost extended his sharp claws. Heh, you want to trick me? Since you ruined my plans, I'll eliminate you first.
He immediately used his deadly poison palm towards Chang Qing.
But nothing happened. It was a dud. The plague ghost started trembling, his face as white as a sheet. Huh, what's going on? Where's my magic? Chang Qing pinched his nose and frowned. What are you doing, deadly poison palm? Or did you just fart? Enraged, the plague ghost exclaimed, I get it. You set up an ambush beforehand, arranging a spirit-sealing formation to trap the magic power in my body.
Too bad. Your trickery ends here. I can't use magic in the spirit-sealing formation. But neither can you, the plague ghost continued.
But I have more than just magic.
The plague ghost's face began to distort, looking extremely disgusting.
Lord Yang's group and the city god winced, exclaiming, That plague ghost's appearance is so disgusting. I'm still a child. This is too stimulating for me. The plague ghost revealed his true form. This form is the most dangerous. Touching it will cause poisoning and skin rot. The plague ghost slowly approached Chang Qing.
However, Chang Qing didn't react at all, because the plague ghost looked the same to him, not showing any true form.
Chang Qing broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, what did the city god just say? This plague ghost revealed his true form, and it's very disgusting.
Chang Qing stared intently at the plague ghost, not seeing anything different. He clearly didn't change at all and is just putting on a show for the public. Is there really no problem? In Chang Qing's eyes at this moment, the plague ghost is actually quite handsome.
However, to everyone else, it was a truly terrifying sight. The plague ghost cackled. Hee, you're speechless from being scared by my current form, aren't you? This is my true face.
The young man stretched out his hands, gesturing left and right, clearly confused. True face? What? What are you guys talking about? What changed?
Chang Qing's words stunned Yang Daren's group. Yang Daren blurted out, Shen Daoshi, Taoist priest Shen, you're truly a divine being. I was scared sht less, and he doesn't even bat an eye.
The city god chimed in. I thought only the judges of the underworld had such guts, but Shen Daoshi is even bolder. Standing behind, Jin Wang couldn't hide his awe. Although I don't know what that move of his means, it feels very impressive.
At this moment, the four people with their 8 eyes were looking at Chang Qing as if he was an alien.
Meanwhile, Chang Qing turned to look at them, thinking to himself, are we even on the same wavelength here? Am I not fitting in because I'm not perverted enough?
A thought suddenly popped into Chang Qing's head. That's right. The city god is from the underworld. Lao Yang and the others have been bought off by the underworld, and this plague ghost was also arranged by the underworld.
They're hinting that I should cooperate and act along. Since this is a plague ghost catching performance, I have to say something grand, and then everyone will team up to beat the plague ghost. With that thought, Chang Qing roared.
Is that all you've got, plague ghost? Daring to fantasize about profound Taoism, you shameless scum? Why don't you just off yourself?
Chang Qing smirked, thinking to himself. This is the highest level of my literary skills right now. I must be super cool now. Chang Qing's words caused the plague ghost's ears to suddenly ring, and his head ached unbearably.
He yelled, no, impossible, words become law, how could you?
The plague ghost immediately collapsed to the ground,
startling Chang Qing, who thought, this plague ghost is overacting a bit. Chang Qing scratched his head. Dude, even if it's just acting, your performance is a bit too much. If you want to die, at least put on a show. After observing carefully, Chang Qing realized something was wrong. His abdomen wasn't rising and falling. Even faking death shouldn't be this realistic. The young man sat down and placed 2 fingers on the plague ghost's carotid artery. The young man jumped back in shock. Lights out, no pulse, he's really dead.
Chang Qing thought to himself. Hey, underworld people, didn't you guys do background checks when you hired him? This guy clearly had a sudden death condition.
Seeing the surprised looks on everyone's faces, Chang Qing thought to himself, looks like they didn't expect the fake plague ghost to suddenly die either. Ah, the unpredictability of life.
Meanwhile, Yang Daren couldn't believe his eyes and blurted out, that plague ghost seemed pretty powerful, yet he was killed by a single sentence from Taoist Shen. The city god was also extremely shocked. Words become law. Taoist Shen actually knows this power of cause and effect. Standing behind, Jin Wang was pale and speechless. After calming down, Jin Wang asked the city god, excuse me, city god, what is words become law? Is it very powerful? The city god explained, words become law means acting according to the will of heaven, executing decisions on its behalf. The spoken word is the will of heaven and cannot be resisted, he added.
Since ancient times, anyone who can achieve words become law can communicate with the great immortals of the immortal realm. With the will of heaven, Taoist Shen is a true god. The city god's words stunned Yang Daren. Words become law. The will of heaven is inviolable. Doesn't that mean Taoist Shen could face 1,000,000 soldiers on the battlefield with a single word? In Yang Daren's head, He began to imagine the scene on the battlefield.
Shen Changqing, just like Zhuge Liang, only needed to point his finger and say, "You all die,"
and all the enemies could be easily taken care of.
Whose empire it would be depended on a single word from Shen Changqing.
Young Darren thought to himself, if Shen Daoshi can support Jin Wang, even if Jin Wang is a child, even if Jin Wang is an idiot, he could become emperor.
At that moment, the city god knelt before Changqing, the city god of Taiyuan, on behalf of the people of Taiyuan. Thanks, Shen Xianshen, for eliminating the plague ghost and saving the city of Taiyuan. Changqing patted his head, saying, "Again, I'm not an immortal." The young man muttered, "Do people from the underworld all love acting? Is this a terrorist organization founded by actors?"
Just then, young Darren spoke up. Taoist Shen doesn't care about fame or gain, we all understand, Sun Simiao said to Changqing. We won't announce this to the outside world. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the young man told everyone. Just now, a mortal with the plague virus suddenly died of an acute illness. Let's all agree on that. Afterwards, don't say anything carelessly. Yang Darren and Sun Simiao grinned from ear to ear. Taoist Shen doesn't want to cause panic, we understand. We'll tell the people tomorrow just like that. We'll follow Taoist Shen's instructions. Absolutely no mentioning of the plague demons. While the two officials were beaming, Changqing's face was ashen. The young man thought to himself, forget it. Just destroy it all. I'm tired. Just when he finished eliminating the plague demon,
Yang Darren and Sun Simiao felt relieved, but at that moment, Jin Wang suddenly vomited a dark red liquid.
Everyone cried out in worry. Your Highness, Jin Wang.
Jin Wang was quickly taken to a room for treatment. Jin Wang's face was pale, he was panting, and he looked very pale and tired from the plague.
Yang Darren anxiously asked, Divine Physician Sun, why did His Highness suddenly get sick?
His Highness is young, and he was already tired from the long journey. In recent days he's been running around fighting the plague, which weakened his body, leading to external evils invading and causing illness.
How's His Highness doing? Is the illness serious? Changqing was also worried about his disciple. Can you just be straight with me? Can he be cured or not?
Sun Simiao stood up after a moment of diagnosis. His Highness is young and his body is weak. The pulse is complicated, and the condition isn't looking good. This old man will definitely try his best, but whether he can be cured or not, Sun Simiao lowered his head.
His face didn't show much hope. It all depends on His Highness's fate. Hearing this, Jin Wang trembled. Teacher, am I going to die?
Changqing stepped forward and took Jin Wang's hand, encouraging him. Silly child, what nonsense are you talking about?
Nothing's gonna happen to you, we have Divine Physician Sun. Changqing's grip on Jin Wang's hand tightened.
Jin Wang's eyes suddenly lit up, and his pale face suddenly turned rosy.
Teacher, I feel much better. Sun Simiao frantically rushed to Jin Wang's side to take his pulse. Taoist Shen, let me take a look. His Highness's disordered pulse has stabilized, and his condition has improved. If I prescribe the right medicine, His Highness will fully recover in a few days.
Sun Simiao happily looked at Changqing and said, This old man has heard of immortals bestowing longevity with a touch, but I thought it was just a rumor. Seeing Taoist Shen healing with a handshake today is truly eye-opening. Yang Darren also marveled. Taoist Shen, are there any surprises you haven't told us about? Changqing held up one finger, affirming, I didn't do anything. This is all because His Highness is blessed with good fortune, the young man thought. Looks like you guys have never heard the saying that children often fake illness.
Thinking this, Changqing said to Jin Wang, if Divine Physician Sun says you're fine, then just rest and recuperate. Changqing thought to himself. The kid's faking illness because he's lazy. I can only go with the flow and not make things difficult for him.
After everything was settled, Changqing and the two officials left. On the way, Yang Darren and Sun Simiao kept praising the young man. Now that the plague demons have been eliminated, the epidemic in Taiyuan City is under control, and His Highness's condition has stabilized, all thanks to Taoist Shen. Taoist Shen's contribution is extremely great. It's a great merit worthy of a memorial stele. The two of them laughed loudly because they had just helped Taiyuan City with a big problem. However, Changqing wasn't happy at all. The young man always had strange thoughts in his mind. They want to pop the champagne too early again. You want to get slapped in the face again.
Changqing looked at the two officials with sharp eyes. Darren Yang, Divine Physician Sun. Although the epidemic is currently under control, we cannot relax. Especially we must strictly implement the quarantine for 7 days for people coming from outside. Changqing's words made the two officials feel even more right. They clasped their hands. Understood. Taoist Shen is right. The epidemic in the city has just been brought under control. If patients come from outside and spread the epidemic again, then all our efforts will be wasted. Taoist Shen, rest assured, I will personally take care of this, and there will be absolutely no mistakes. At this time, in Chengjian City, the emperor was anxiously pacing back and forth, and immediately called Li Chengxian to ask for his opinion. Chengqian, have you seen the urgent secret report from Taiyuan? Qi Nhi has been infected with the plague. What do you think?
Reporting to Father Emperor, according to the secret report, younger brother was infected because Shen Changqing arranged for him to take care of the infected people. Younger brother is of noble imperial blood. How can he do things like take care of patients?
The emperor and told Chengxian to continue.
He lowered his head, his eyes calculating something dark. Seeing that his father emperor was very unhappy because Li Jiahe was infected, he could take this opportunity to eliminate the scourge that is Shen Changqing. Thinking this, he said to the emperor, Shen Changqing clearly knows how terrible the plague is, but he let younger brother take care of the patients, clearly intending to harm the prince, a crime that cannot be forgiven. Your son considers for the sake of the Tang dynasty, and begs father emperor to use the rope as the law, and display Shen Changqing's head to the public.
The emperor stroked his chin and closed his eyes in agreement. Plotting to harm a prince is a crime that cannot be forgiven.
Seeing the emperor's attitude, Cheng Xian smugly thought to himself, Heh, Shen Changqing, this time, see if you die or not. At this time the empress smiled and said, Your Majesty, I believe that Shen Changqing let Qi Nhi take care of the patients in order to let him come into contact with the people and understand the hardships of the world.
The people are the most important, the state comes second, and the ruler is the least. Sister Zihe is a prince, taking care of the common folk is her duty.
There's nothing wrong with what Taoist Shen is doing. Directly refuted by the empress, Cheng Xian's face turned green as he blurted out.
Before he could finish, the emperor interrupted. The empress speaks reasonably. It's right for Zhihir to take Taoist Shen as her master. Taoist Shen has miraculous Taoist powers and a compassionate heart, making him truly admirable.
Cheng Xian, unable to harm Changqing, felt incredibly bitter. Damn it, not only did I fail to eliminate that Shen, but father is even more impressed with him. This guy can't be allowed to stay.
However, the emperor was worried about Lin Jihe's health, but Zhihir is still young after all. For his safety, he should return early. He's still young, there will be plenty of opportunities for experience later. Issue a decree to Taiyuan, summoning Prince Jin back to Changjian immediately. The eunuch bowed, as you command, and quickly departed. As the eunuch passed Cheng Xian, he received some sort of signal. The eunuch quickly understood, nodded, and left. Watching the eunuch ride off to deliver the imperial decree, Cheng Zhenchen muttered, No one knows that the eunuch beside father is actually a death warrior I've cultivated for years, one of my strongest trump cards.
He was now furious inside. Father's getting more and more fond of Shen Changqing. It's come to this. I can only have the death warrior use the opportunity of delivering the decree to eliminate him, and eliminate future troubles once and for all. Very quickly, the imperial decree arrived at Haiyuan City. The eunuch was already imagining the scene of Changqing being killed. Taoist Shen received the decree. Changqing and the two adults kneeled to receive the decree. Taking advantage of Changqing kneeling to receive the imperial decree, the eunuch used a hidden weapon.
Go die, Shen Changqing. In an instant, the young man was pierced through the heart by the hidden weapon, crying out in pain. Changqing trembled. What? Why do you want to harm me? The eunuch gloated.
This is the Tang clan's exclusive hidden weapon. The Gale Storm Petal Scattering Needles.
Anyone hit by it will die within 3 steps. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man fell to the ground, his face beginning to pale. Lord Yang exclaimed in alarm, Taoist Shen. Following that, Lord Yang ordered, Guards, capture him for me. Question Lord Yang thoroughly. Use severe torture, we must find out the mastermind. Red liquid started to dribble from the corner of the eunuch's mouth. It's useless, I already drank poison. You won't get any information from me. However, that was just what the eunuch was imagining. All the plans in his head were arranged perfectly, without a single flaw. He laughed smugly. Perfect plan. As long as that Shen comes before me to receive the decree, he's dead for sure. He took out a pill. This is the Tang clan's life-extinguishing ox pill. After taking it, it will release its poison and kill you in half an hour. For His Highness the Crown Prince, I won't regret dying this humble life. I only have half an hour. I must hurry. Thinking this, the eunuch sped quickly towards Haiyuan City.
He was running anxiously very fast, but as soon as he arrived, he was disappointed that he couldn't enter.
Why? The guard at the gate told the eunuch, Lord Yang has ordered that to prevent the epidemic, anyone from outside must be quarantined for 7 days before they can enter the city. I'm here to deliver the imperial decree. You dare to stop me? Aren't you afraid of losing your heads?
However, not only was the guard not afraid, he even raised his voice.
Lord Yang has ordered that even if His Majesty personally comes, he must still comply with the quarantine policy. I hope you cooperate with us, Your Honor. The eunuch gnashed his teeth in anger.
You.
Suddenly he saw 2 people riding towards them. The 2 of them were talking to each other happily.
Sitting in a carriage is so familiar,
but riding a horse once in a while isn't bad either, Sing. If it weren't for us commoners holding Shen Daoyu back, he'd probably be soaring through the clouds to Xia province by now. As they got closer, the servant recognized Shen Changqing. At that moment, Changqing looked at Lord Yang and thought to himself, I thought old Yang was pretty righteous, but now it seems he's quite the bootlicker.
The servant's call caught Changqing's attention. Shen Daoyu, Lord Yang.
Shen Daoyu, Lord Yang. The emperor has decreed.
Changqing recognized him immediately. Isn't this eunuch Li? What's His Majesty's decree? The servant, worried that Changqing wouldn't hear, shouted even louder, Shen Changqing, receive the decree. Changqing raised his hand, signaling Lord Yang to stop. No way, you're an outsider, you have to be quarantined first. Whatever the emperor's decree is, just read it directly. Lord Yang agreed. That's right, Eunuch Li is from elsewhere. He might be carrying the plague. He needs to be quarantined for 7 days. The servant was furious that his plan was ruined, he thought. Damn it! Why isn't that Shen guy coming over? I can't shoot him from this far. An idea popped into the servant's head. His Majesty has a secret decree? Let me deliver it to Shen Daoyu. Please come a little closer. Changqing replied. Didn't you understand what I just said? You might be carrying the plague. We can't come into contact with you. You can write the secret decree and pass it to me. A guard brought paper and a brush. Just do as Shen Daoyu says. Write down the secret decree. We definitely won't peek. The eunuch was so angry he couldn't form a complete sentence. This is. At this point he had no choice but to reveal the secret decree. His Majesty orders Prince Jin to return to the capital immediately. Lord Yang frowned. The epidemic isn't over yet. Why is His Majesty in such a hurry to summon His Highness back to the capital? Changqing quickly understood the emperor's thinking, mostly because he heard Prince Jin was sick, worried about his son. Lord Yang whispered into the young man's ear. Shen Daoyu? So we have to follow the decree and return to the capital, the young man affirmed. The epidemic hasn't been resolved. What's with returning to the capital? A general abroad doesn't have to obey the emperor's commands. Our top priority is to resolve the epidemic. Wait until you've finished quarantine, then go back and tell the emperor, Prince Jin is fine, we'll go to Xia province, deal with the epidemic, and then return to Changjia. With that, Changqing and Lord Yang turned their horses and rode away. We can't go through this gate anymore, let's go around. The eunuch grimaced at Changqing's attitude. Did I hear wrong? This Shen guy is openly defying the decree. He suddenly remembered. That's right, quickly take the antidote. I can't die in vain. At this moment a guard came forward to remind him, Eunuch, follow us to the quarantine area. As the eunuch took out the detox pill he thought to himself. You want to go to Xia province? Xia province's prefect Zhao is a confidant of the crown prince. You guys are just asking for death. At that moment, in front of the city gate of Xia province, soldiers were guarding strictly. A man knelt down, begging the soldiers guarding the gate. Spare them! Spare them! They're not sick. Why do you want to arrest them? The woman and a little girl were immediately handcuffed by the gate guards. The guards said in an arrogant voice. If they don't pay the epidemic prevention fee, they're sick. They have to be arrested. They'll be cured when they pay the fee. The man trembled and begged. Spare them. It's not that I don't want to pay. I really don't have any money. The evil bailiff pointed at the man's face and said, I think you're, not that you don't have money, but you don't want the court to control the epidemic, right? The man felt wronged and begged even louder. Spare them. Our Xia province city doesn't even have an epidemic. There's basically no one infected in the city, yet you collect epidemic prevention fees every day. Being called out, the bailiff turned to scold, you know jack shit. He kicked the man, causing him to spit out fresh blood. There are no infected people in the city. That's because Lord Zhao is managing it well. You guys refuse to pay. You're clearly opposing the court. Then he ordered the other two. Li Laosan is openly opposing the court. Arrest him for punishment. Confiscate his property. Coincidentally, Changqing's group passed by and heard this. Lord Yang angrily shouted, Stop! What are you doing? You're government officials. Yet you're robbing people in broad daylight. What's the meaning of this? Shen Changqing thought to himself. Old Yang suspected the plague in Xia City was fishy. That's why he had us come here undercover. And sure enough, we found something. That bailiff was a real piece of work, not shedding a tear till he sees the coffin. He yelled right in Yang Daren's face. Where'd you bumpkins come from? Daring to interfere with official business. That really ticked Shen Changqing off. Official business? What official business forces healthy folks to pretend they're sick? Yang Daren was fuming too. You guys are just running wild. Doesn't Zhao Daren control you at all? I want to get this straight with him. One of the soldiers whispered to the bailiff. Boss, these guys are dressed pretty fancy, probably rich and important. If they want to see the big guy, why don't we lure them to the chief supervisor's manor and hand them over to the boss? The bailiff had a light bulb moment, chuckling to himself. Exactly, let them know who calls the shots in Xia City. He put on a two-faced act and told Shen Changqing, If you gentlemen want to see our Daren, we'll be happy to escort you to the chief supervisor's manor. Yang Daren glanced at Shen Changqing. They didn't say a word, but understood each other perfectly. We're going to see what kind of tricks they are playing at the chief supervisor's manor. Shen Changqing nodded. All right, lead the way then. Meanwhile, inside the manor, that Zhao guy was getting a massage from a bunch of hotties. And let me tell you, these girls were smoking hot. Zhao was just lying there, soaking up the comfort. The bailiff led Shen Changqing and his group in. Daren, there are some people outside who asked to see you, so I brought them over. Just like the bailiff predicted, Zhao Jia didn't even give them a look and ordered, Can't you see I'm busy? Throw them in the slammer and tell their families to pay the ransom. The bailiff laughed triumphantly like he'd won the lottery. Hear that? You're going to be eating prison food. Yang Daren was furious at this point and stepped forward. Zhao Jia, you're the prefect of Xia City, yet you're engaging in debauchery right here in the yamen. Zhao Jia, hearing the voice, looked up. Huh, that voice sounds familiar. Where have I heard it before? Yang Daren went up to him. Too big to recognize me. Don't you recognize this official? Zhao Jia paled when he saw the court official Yang Daren. Yang Daren. The bailiff almost peed himself. Yang Daren, Zhao Jia and the bailiff were covered in cold sweat and knelt down. Please understand, this humble official has been busy with plague control these days, so exhausted that my back aches. That's why I found someone to massage and relax, not negligent, lazy.
Even the usually reserved Sun Simiao had to scoff. I only believe what I see. You know the truth in your heart? Zhao Jia raised his hand and swore. I swear to the heavens, everything I just said is the truth. If I uttered a single lie, may I be struck by lightning? Shen Chengqing, sitting beside him, took a sip of tea and said, Don't go throwing around oaths. It would be bad if it comes true. Suddenly, there was a real clap of thunder, charring the bailiff black.
Zhao Jia almost peed his pants. Luckily it wasn't him who got hit. The bailiff cried miserably.
I wasn't the one who swore. Zhao Jia's face was ashen.
No way, that's so accurate.
He just swore casually. Who knew it would be so effective?
Yang Daren also looked at Shen Changqing with admiration and said, Zhao Jia, that thunder wasn't a coincidence. It was Taoist Shen Changqing Shen Daoren. Displaying the heavenly might of thunder magic, Yang Daren's words surprised Shen Changqing, and he almost choked on his tea.
The young man muttered. What? How does thunder have anything to do with me? Yang Daren continued. Shen Daoren's Taoist magic is divine. In front of him, why don't you honestly confess your crimes? Zhao Jia heard the name Changqing. Although he trembled on the outside, he gritted his teeth on the inside. The smelly Taoist that His Highness the Crown Prince hates the most? He was originally the Crown Prince's person, so he had the guts to extort money from the villagers during the epidemic. Although Zhao Jia hated Changqing very much at this time, he still tried to restrain himself and kowtowed and begged, Yang Daren, please be wise. Even in front of Taoist Shen, this humble official dares to say that I have not stolen or lazed around. Yang Daren flushed red with anger and slapped the table and asked, Then I ask you, you reported to the court that the plague in Jia City was serious. Why don't you see people infected in the city? Zhao Jia bowed and reported. Reporting to Yang Daren. In order to prevent the spread of the plague, this humble official has gathered all the infected people on the mountains outside the city. This humble official can take you Darens to investigate. As soon as he said this, Yang Daren became impatient. What is the truth? And hurried forward and stood up. Go, you lead the way. I want to see how you're handling this epidemic.
Zhao Jia's face lit up with joy. Esteemed officials, this humble servant will arrange carriages to go up the mountain immediately. After leaving the city, he didn't forget to shoot Shen Changqing a glare, thinking,
That Shen guy. Going up the mountain is where you'll meet your end. I'll eliminate you, the source of trouble, for His Highness the Crown Prince. Shen Changqing also keenly noticed the strange look Zhao Jia gave him. Was that an illusion? Why did it feel like just now, when he looked at me, his eyes were a bit off?
Soon after, Zhao Jia arranged for Shen Changqing's group to go up the mountain. To make things easier for his scheme, the mountain path was uneven, and carriages couldn't go up, so
I must trouble the esteemed officials to walk into the mountain.
Lord Yang, drenched in sweat from walking, said,
Zhao Jia, where did you arrange the commoners? Why don't I see any houses on the mountain?
That Zhao Jia laughed loudly, pointing to the mountain peak. My lord, to prevent the epidemic from spreading, this humble servant has arranged for the commoners to stay deep in the mountains. You have to go to the mountain peak to see them. On the surface he said that,
but in his heart, he had already planned a conspiracy to kill Shen Changqing for the Crown Prince.
I've arranged for my subordinates to lie in ambush in this forest. Today, you all must die. Suddenly, Shen Changqing stepped forward and caught Zhao Jia's sinister smile. Lord Zhao, what are you smiling at while looking at that forest? Is there something there?
He flinched and waved his hands in denial. No. This humble servant just remembered something funny. Esteemed officials, let's be on our way.
Shen Changqing spoke again. Lord Zhao, wait a moment. Hearing this, Zhao Jia's face turned pale. He was burning up with anxiety, fearing his plan had been exposed.
Zhao Jia grimaced, thinking to himself, could it be that this Shen guy discovered something? They all say his Taoist magic is heaven sent. Could it be true?
He turned around and saw Shen Changqing leaning against a big tree, apologizing. My back's a little itchy, let me scratch it. At this moment, Zhao Jia breathed a sigh of relief, and the sweat on his forehead poured down like rain. Shen Changqing, after relieving the itch, exclaimed, that's so much better. No wonder those blind masseuses love scratching back so much.
Sun Simiao and Lord Yang looked at each other, muttering, in ancient times, Hua Tuo used birds and animals as inspiration for his 5 animal frolics. Today, we have Taoist Shen taking raccoons as inspiration for scratching his back. Taoist Shen, this is truly natural Tao, not bound by minor details.
Hearing this, Shen Changqing thought to himself, you shameless old codgers, are you praising me like this because you've received benefits from me?
At this moment, Zhao Jia stepped towards Shen Changqing. Taoist Shen, it's getting late, let's be on our way.
Shen Changqing stood up, causing a beehive on the tree to fall into Zhao Jia's hands. He nonchalantly picked it up, but when he realized it was a beehive, he cried out in panic.
A beehive.
Hearing the 2 words beehive, Shen Changqing screamed and ran away. What are you still standing there for, Lord Yang? Sun Simiao and Prince Jin also took off, running for their lives. At that time, deep in the forest, a group of men dressed in black were waiting for Shen Changqing's group to arrive. Lord Zhao said, kill all of them, leave no one alive. Don't worry, leader. It's not the first time the brothers have pretended to be bandits to kill people. There definitely won't be any slip-ups. Suddenly, they heard a scream. The leader ordered, I hear a sound. Lord Zhao is here. Let's go out and kill. Seeing someone running towards them, one of the men in black put on a show, saying, I've got a saying. This mountain was opened by me. This tree was planted by me. But before he could finish the sentence, Shen Changqing had already used ultra-wiping speed to pass by. Following him, the other three also scrambled away as fast as their legs could carry them. Zhao Jia was no exception. He ran for his life, hoping to escape the bees. And he didn't even realize, when he ran past his own men, the leader of the men in black felt strange. This is different from what Lord Zhao said. What are they running from? Lord Zhao can actually run so fast. Could it be that Lord Zhao is actually a master? As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed several bees buzzing in front of him. He blurted out, Now I know what they're running from. After a moment of running for their lives, Shen Changqing's group finally escaped the swarm of bees, all of them panting heavily. Sun Simiao leaned against a big tree, gasping for breath. Huff, 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 this old man really can't run anymore. Lord Yang was no better off. He was taking a breather to speak. Running so far we should have lost the bees, right? Prince Jin is young and physically strong, so he looks like he's doing the best. Prince Jin looked at Lord Yang and said politely, Lord Yang, you've worked hard. After running away from the bees, Zhao Jia also saw the Buddha's light. It seems like I'm seeing my late grandma smiling at me. While everyone was panting, Changqing was as cool as a cucumber. The young man grinned. You guys need to train more. You're already beat after just a little run. The Zhao family guy heard this and was secretly fuming. Isn't it all your fault? Changqing calmly admired the scenery before him. This land is truly vast and beautiful. Seeing Changqing standing in front of such a deep cliff, the Zhao family guy had an idea. Opportunities knocking. Just a gentle shove, and that Shen guy will be done for. Changqing was leisurely enjoying the scenery. Whoa, there's mist on the mountain. It's like a fairy realm below the cliff. Meanwhile, behind him, the Zhao family guy began to put his plan into action, raising his hands to push Changqing down the cliff, gloating in his heart, haha, go die. However, just as the Zhao family guy was about to put his strength into the push, Changqing suddenly sat down. What's this flower, pretty? The Zhao family guy lost his balance and stumbled towards the abyss with the remaining force. He couldn't have dreamed that such a bizarre thing would happen. He managed to grab a foothold on the edge of the cliff. However, his body couldn't keep its balance and kept swaying back and forth. The Zhao family guy turned pale with fright and yelled, Stop! He spread his arms wide to try and balance himself, but it was no use. Changqing's group of four saw this scene and shouted in unison, Zhao family guy. Changqing immediately reached out to pull the Zhao family guy back, but seeing everyone crowding towards the ledge, he said, Don't come over. The cliff can't hold that many people. Sir Zhao, hang in there. We'll figure out a way to save you. Changqing turned around and happened to see a clump of vines. There are vines here. Pull them out, and use them as a rope to pull Sir Zhao back. Sun Simo pulled out an axe. Coincidentally, I have an axe in my 100 treasure pouch. Everyone, let's go. Feeling like he was about to fall, the Zhao family guy screamed for help. Hurry, I can't hold on much longer. Grabbing the vine, Changqing shouted loudly, Sir Zhao, the vine is here. He turned to look at the young man with extremely grateful eyes, tears streaming down his face with emotion. However, immediately after, the Zhao family guy lost his footing and fell. No way, save me. Without a word, Changqing lunged forward and threw the vine to the Zhao family guy. Sir Zhao, grab it. He grabbed the vine, his face beaming. Saved! Changqing shouted. Everyone, pull. However, Changqing's eyes widened. Taoist priest Shen. We haven't secured the vine yet, and you've already thrown it. And so, the Zhao family guy fell straight down the cliff, cursing nonstop. You guys screwed me, I'll haunt you even as a ghost. Changqing looked at him with some pity. Well, Sir Zhao fell. We couldn't save him, Sun Simo, you tell me. I saw the Zhao family guy's actions just now. It looked like he wanted to push Taoist priest Shen. Prince Jin agreed. Yeah, I saw it too. The old master bent down to look at the flower, so he dodged it. Otherwise, I'm afraid the old master would have been pushed down. Changqing said again. You guys must be mistaken, right? I think Sir Zhao is pretty good. Would he want to hurt me? Lord Yang chimed in. No matter what the truth is, the Zhao family guy has fallen off the cliff and died. We should deal with the epidemic situation in Xia Prefecture first. 3 days later, Lord Yang was furious after looking at the account books. Well done, Zhao family guy. He actually dared to use the epidemic as an excuse to deceive the imperial court for supplies. He's been in Xia Prefecture for years, forming cliques and treating human lives like dirt. Truly unforgivable. Prince Jin, hearing this, also became indignant on behalf of the common people. If it weren't for Lord Yang taking over his duties, I fear these things would never have been discovered, Shen Changqing said with disappointment. What a waste, that I thought he was a good person. Now I feel he deserved to die. After a moment of contemplation, Lord Yang then said, If there is no epidemic in Xia Prefecture, then we should return to Chenghan. This official will report the situation in Xia Prefecture to His Majesty. Hearing about returning to the capital, Prince Jin raised both hands in agreement. Excellent! Finally, we can return to Cheng'an. Changqing also nodded. We've been out for long enough. It's time to go home. I really miss my Changqing temple. In Changqing's mind at this moment were images of the girls he hadn't seen in ages. The young man chuckled to himself. Hey, I'll be able to see everyone very soon. Elsewhere, a subordinate reported to the crown prince. Reporting to your highness, as per your instructions, those Hua people have been arranged within the palace. Very good. This matter must be kept secret, don't let outsiders know. The crown prince gave him a gaze as sharp as two blades under the moonlight. Even a cat sitting on the roof was looking at him, with the same expression. Then, both of them began to smile wickedly. After settling everything, Changqing's group boarded the carriage to return to the capital.
The young man smiled to himself. Finally returning to Changqing Temple, a doghouse of one's own is better than a palace. The coachman's voice rang out. Master Shen is arriving at Changqing Temple. Haha, I'm home.
The young man happily stepped down, but when he looked at the plaque in front of his house, he couldn't help but be astonished.
What's going on? Changqing Temple has been changed to the Great Yan Hall. Could it be that my home has been robbed? Isn't this my Changqing Temple anymore?
Changqing shouted. I'm back. Xiao Bai's eyes widened in surprise when she heard this.
Master Shen? Xiao Bai breathed a sigh of relief, saying to herself, I can't, I'm a 1,000-year-old fox immortal, I have to maintain my image. The young man was overjoyed when he saw Xiao Bai, and stretched out his arms. Xiao Bai, let me give you a hug, I've really missed you. At this moment, Xiao Bai completely forgot about her image. She jumped down towards Master Shen, saying in her heart that she had only Master Shen in her heart. The young man caught Xiao Bai, while laughing loudly. Master, you're back. At this moment, Dongjie also ran over. Seeing Dongjie, Changqing hurriedly threw Xiao Bai down. Yes, I'm back. Master, you've been gone for so long. Dongjie missed you so much. Changqing hugged and comforted Dongjie, while Xiao Bai nearly face-planted. Yes, I missed you too. The two embraced affectionately. Xiao Bai was annoyed inside. HMPH, men are all pigs trotters, he still doesn't have me in his heart, Changqing asked Xiao Bai. That's right, why has Changqing Temple turned into this? The master is becoming more and more famous. Changqing Temple naturally has to be renovated to match the master's status. But regarding how to renovate it, Dongjie and I had some differences of opinion. Dong Lier felt that the master wasn't an ordinary person, and would probably like elegance. But Dong Li felt that the master's reputation was noteworthy, and should, of course, be noble. We argued non-stop, and in the end, it could only be like this. Changqing helplessly slapped his forehead. As expected, children make choices. Adults choose everything. Hearing that the young man had returned, Dong Li also hurried over. Master, you've finally returned. You must make the decision for me, and get rid of this poisonous woman, Bai Donghe. Master, it seems Dong Li has a misunderstanding with me. Seeing this scene, Changqing sighed inwardly. What's going on? Shouldn't a reunion after a long separation be a joyful gathering? Why has it turned into an accusation? Dong Li angrily shouted, HMPH, it's come to this point, and you still want to quibble. You bribed Xiao Qing and deliberately poisoned me. Xiao Qing has told me everything. Xiao Qing also chimed in. Dong Li is loyal to my young lady and will not be bribed by others. With that, she pulled out a medicine bottle. Immortal Master, we've never opened this bottle before. Here's the proof. Bai Dongjie won't get away with this. Qin Tian's head spun, thinking, what's with this palace intrigue vibe? If someone were to say, this concubine discovered consort Hai secretly meeting with someone, it would be a checkmate. Dongjie explained, Dong Li, my dear sister, this is hawthorn powder that I specially made for you to help with digestion. I saw you've been busy lately selling roasted duck and losing your appetite, so I told Zhao Qing to give you this. Changqing smelled the bottle, and it was indeed. This smell is definitely hawthorn. Dong Li really misunderstood. Dongjie, Zhao Qing wondered. Then why did she secretly give it to me, and give me money to secretly put the medicine in the young lady's food? Yeah, if it's hawthorn powder, why couldn't she give it to me directly? Dongjie continued. Dong Li, my dear sister, you come from a noble background, and have always looked down on me. I was afraid that giving you the medicine directly would make you misunderstand me even more. Hearing these words, Dong Li became even angrier, spouting nonsense. You're making all of this up, you scheming wench. What followed was a fierce argument between the two girls. Changqing was totally drained seeing this. The two girls each grabbed one of Changqing's arms. Immortal Master, you must stand up for me. Immortal Master, you should stand up for me, the youth thought helplessly. No wonder emperors worry about palace affairs. It really is too difficult. Just then, the gates of Changqing Temple swung open. By imperial decree, summon Immortal Master Shen to the palace for an audience. The youth was overjoyed. Yes, I'm saved. Cut to the imperial palace, where the emperor, with a furrowed brow and annoyed expression, looked ahead and said with a forced voice, Immortal Master Shen, you've been deceiving us. So troublesome. Changqing froze upon hearing the emperor's words, standing motionless. Then, feeling guilty, his face turned purple and he broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, has Li Shimin discovered something? Has my transmigrator identity been exposed? The emperor clasped his hands behind his back, stepping closer to Changqing. Now that things have come to this, is Immortal Master Shen still not being honest? Hearing these words, Changqing was stunned, his face pale as a ghost, and he thought,
What is old Lai saying? What have I ever deceived him about? They say being close to the king is like being close to a tiger, and it's true. Am I not going to keep my little life today?
After thinking for a moment, he glanced at the antique vase behind him, then imagined this scene in his head. Changqing smashing the antique vase,
then rushing straight towards the emperor, pressing a shard of the broken vase against the emperor, causing the emperor to break out in a cold sweat. Seeing the guards pointing their spears at him, Changqing shouted, "Back off, or I'll kill him!"
The emperor, terrified, his face drenched in sweat, shouted, "All of you, back down! Do you want us dead? Your whole clan will be exterminated." Now that he finished planning in his head, Changqing, with a face as black as the bottom of a pot, glared ahead, thinking, "Damn you, Xiao Weiqiang, my life is at stake. I don't want to die like this."
Suddenly, the emperor's expression changed, shifting from stern to cheerful. "I heard from Yangxin Dao that Immortal Master Shen's calligraphy is the most effective for warding off evil and bringing blessings." Changqing didn't hear the emperor's words and charged forward with a shard of the broken vase, while the emperor, completely unaware, continued to speak. "You knew something this good, yet you didn't tell us sooner, making us so troubled." After finishing speaking, the emperor opened his eyes and saw Changqing in front of him, pointing a shard of glass straight at him, and was a little surprised.
A second later, the male lead immediately withdrew his hand, staring wide-eyed with his mouth agape. "You said I was deceiving you, is this what you meant?"
Yus just wanted to ask for Immortal Master Shen's calligraphy. Why is Immortal Master Shen so agitated? After hearing this, Changqing coughed a few times into his hand to think of a reason.
Then he put his hand forward, saying with a smile, "I thought this vase was fake, so I smashed it for your majesty to see." Hearing these words, the emperor looked up, closed his eyes and laughed loudly. "Ha ha, Immortal Master Shen is also knowledgeable about antiques."
What other surprises does Immortal Master Shen have that we don't know about?
Ignoring that, the male lead went straight to the blank sheet of paper on the table. "I wonder what your majesty wants Changqing to write." "Immortal Master Shen can write whatever you want, as long as it is calligraphy from Immortal Master Shen."
So Shen Changqing, after hearing all that, just grabbed a brush and dipped it in ink.
Then he lifted the brush, staring intently at the paper. "Old Lai really knows his calligraphy," he mused. "Guess I'll give him a little eye-opener." After a moment's thought, he scrawled 2 characters on the pristine white paper, "To Shen." When the emperor saw those 2 words, his eyes just bugged out. A moment later, our protagonist went on to write a whole phrase. "Cultivate oneself, govern the state, bring peace to the world." And naturally, he didn't forget to sign Shen Changqing at the bottom. He might still be miles behind Emperor Huizong of Song, but hey, at least it looked decent, right? Once he was done, the emperor practically leaped over, leaning in close and scrutinizing the writing. "Immortal Master Shen's ink treasure," he exclaimed. "The strokes look so delicate, yet they're incredibly firm, and the transitions are just chef's kiss."
We've never, ever seen a calligraphic style like this.
As soon as he finished, the emperor shot Shen Changqing an expectant look. "Immortal Master, may we inquire, what calligraphic style is this?" "Oh, this?" Shen Changqing chuckled. "This is the ugly gold style, something I just kinda stumbled upon, haha."
Gotta apologize to Emperor Huizong of Song first though.
I mean, who told him to mess up the country and hurt the common folk, right? The emperor was absolutely thrilled with our hero's answer. He picked up the ink treasure and just marveled at it. "This is like witnessing history being made," he declared. "We're definitely going to frame Immortal Master's calligraphy and hang it right here so everyone who comes can behold it."
Hearing this, Shen Changqing just crossed his arms and flashed a confident grin. Heh, he thought. Isn't copying inventions and books what all us transmigrators do for kicks? Suddenly, the emperor's voice cuts in. "Oh right, Immortal Master, we actually have one more thing." The emperor then pulled out a box. Inside it was a bead, positively radiating super dense yin energy. "Just a few days ago, King Yama himself sent someone to tell us to hand this soul bead over to you, Immortal Master." Hearing that, Shen Changqing leaned in, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. This bead looks kind of familiar," he mused to himself. "First the underworld was trying to off Old Li, and now they're telling Old Li to give me things. Did Old Li get bribed or something? Oh wait, I get it now. Old Li's worried that if he rewards me directly, it'll put me right in the crosshairs and cause trouble, so he's just using the underworld as an excuse to do it. Clever. Old Li, very clever." Having figured it out, Shen Changqing immediately turned, cupped his hands, and gave a deep bow. "Ah, 'tis the thought that counts," he declared. "Changqing, thanks your majesty, you really are so thoughtful." The emperor, hearing our hero's words, looked a bit bewildered. He mumbled to himself. "Wait, the soul bead is forged from 10,000 years of souls. It's practically priceless. And Immortal Master Shen just said, 'It's the thought that counts,' and then praised my thoughtfulness. What in the world? Oh, Immortal Master Shen is actually hinting at something. He's subtly telling me I haven't been thoughtful enough, and that not giving him anything would be a total waste of his brilliant calligraphy. I must reward him handsomely. This was my oversight." After that profound realization, the emperor immediately summoned an attendant to issue an imperial decree. "Reward Immortal Master Shen with 1,000 taels of silver. Kid. Confer upon Immortal Master Shen the title of Great Virtue of Taoism, granting him the emoluments of a second-rank official. He shall not be subject to the Ministry of Rights jurisdiction, may meet us and other officials without kneeling, and shall oversee the imperial divination and sacrificial rites. Shen Changqing, who'd been completely dumbfounded, suddenly had his eyes bug out even further in shock.
Then, without missing a beat, he immediately dropped to one knee, clasping his hands and bringing them to his forehead. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your divine benevolence," he exclaimed.
As soon as he finished, Shen Changqing's eyes twinkled, a delighted smirk spreading across his face. Hey, he thought. Honestly, I have no clue why Old Lion decided to shower me with rewards, but hey, now I'm officially a government employee, living off the imperial stipend. Sweet. Meanwhile, over in the East Palace, a furious voice boomed out. I just got word that Father Emperor not only heavily rewarded that Shen fellow, but he also hung his framed calligraphy in the most prominent spot in the study. This Shen guy is seriously getting too much favoritism. Li Chengxian, his face contorted in rage, slammed his fists down on the armrest. That damn Shen guy always screws up my good plans. He's absolutely involved in the Zhao family's deaths. He's clearly targeting me. If he doesn't kick the bucket, I'll never have another peaceful meal or a good night's sleep.
Hearing this, Miao Rengi, who was sitting nearby, chimed in, "What's with the panic? He's just some wild Taoist who popped out of nowhere."
Miao Rengi lifted his leg, concentrating a surge of qi, and declared with a confident smirk, "I'll help you get rid of him." With that, Miao Rengi stomped his foot down, sending powerful shockwaves rippling through the ground. Back to our main character, who was now practically glowing as he strolled out of the study. La 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 la, he hummed. Being an official seriously puts me in a better mood. As he was happily strolling along, cheeks flushed with delight, a gigantic foot, belonging to Miao Rengi, suddenly descended from the sky with immense power, emitting a blinding golden light. But just as Miao Rengi's foot neared Shen Changqing, it seemed to hit some kind of invisible wall, and before it could even touch a single strand of his hair, the gigantic foot rapidly shrunk, and then completely vanished into thin air. Just like that. With no explanation, Shen Changqing, meanwhile, casually walked off, with his hands behind his head, utterly unfazed. Back in the East Palace, Miao Rengi was staring blankly at his own foot, looking utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Li Chengxian, brimming with excitement, practically sprinted over and eagerly demanded, "Immortal Lord, have you already dealt with that Shen fellow?" Miao Rengi, however, just stuck out his tongue and licked his claws, a flash of light glinting from them. That Taoist actually has some tricks up his sleeve, he mused. Looks like I'll have to pull out my ultimate move. Scene switched to Changqing Temple. Inside the dining room, 2 meals were set out on the table. One side had fragrant fish and meat, while the other held light, fresh green vegetables. Shen Changqing, chopsticks in one hand and bowl in the other, stared at the mountain of food on the table, his face turning a lovely shade of purple. Is all this pomp and circumstance really necessary for just one meal? Dong Li and Dong standing opposite each other, glared and bickered with hands on their hips. The immortal master cultivates the Tao, so the food must be bland. What do you even know, Dong Li? Immortal master is worried about the people and the country, rushing around everywhere, so of course he needs to eat a lot of meat. Hearing this, the male lead forced a smile, his eyes closed. Alright, a mix of vegetarian and meat is the most reasonable, can't I just eat both tables of food? Real-life palace intrigue, what a headache. Just then, Shen Changqing glanced over and saw something that made his face darken. His eyes popped out of his head as he watched Xiao Bai pick up a medicinal pill and pop it into her mouth without hesitation. Shen Changqing jumped toward Xiao Bai, but she had already chewed the pill up. Xiao Bai knew. As soon as he shouted, Shen Changqing fell flat on his face, slamming into the ground. The atmosphere became eerily silent. A moment later, Xiao Bai walked over and stuck out her long tongue to lick the male lead's cheek, making him stare in horror. "Didn't I tell you, eating random stuff is dangerous? Ah, thanks to the upper immortal's grace, my cultivation is now enough to swallow this soul orb." Shen Changqing picked up Xiao Bai, clamping his hands tightly around her stomach. "You all should learn from this. It might be useful later. There's no pet hospital here. I don't know any pet first aid, and I don't even know if it works on pets." Hearing this, Dong Li walked over and wrapped her arms tightly around Dong Er's waist. Could it be that the immortal master wants to use a new immortal technique? After speaking, Dong Li tightened her grip on Dong Er's stomach. She immediately wore an expression of bliss, her cheeks flushed as she muttered, "Could this be the dual cultivation technique the immortal master has been researching? I like this position." A moment later, Shen Changqing squeezed Xiaobai's stomach with force, causing water to gush out. Just what is the immortal master trying to do to me by hugging me so tightly? At that very moment, dark and gloomy clouds gathered, along with powerful lightning strikes. Seeing this, Dong and Dong Li screamed in panic. There's laundry drying in the backyard, and duck feed hanging up. With that, the three of them turned their heads in unison to look at the sky in fear. On the contrary, Shen Changqing frowned with great discomfort. Could this be a 1,000-year-old demon using their demonic core to trigger a heavenly tribulation, causing a resonance between heaven and earth? The immortal master must be careful. Shen Changqing raised his head to look at the sky, straining his voice to say, Suddenly, the sky is gloomy. But shouldn't it not be raining today? But, in just a moment, a beam of light shone on the dark clouds,
causing them to dissipate for no reason.
Seeing this scene, Xiaobai's face darkened as she thought to herself. The heavenly tribulation that 1,000-year-old demon gifted, gone just like that. Shen Changqing raised his hand to his forehead, looking at the light shining on his face and saying, "The weather in the 6th month is like a child. It changes whenever it wants to." Wait, is it the 6th month now? The immortal master dispelled the great demon's magic. The great demon is probably about to.
At the same time, in another scene, the feline great demon spat out a mouthful of blood due to the backlash of his magic. The feline great demon sat sloppily on a wooden sword, wiping away the bloodstain, sweating profusely, and muttering to himself, "Damn it, the magic backlash directly cost me 8 lives. If I didn't have 9 lives, I would be dead now." Cut to the East Palace. Someone's voice rang out. "Liu Li, where are you?" Hearing the call, the feline great demon glanced at Li Chengxian, straining his voice to say, "The esteemed consort is looking for me. I must go out." Liu Li glared ahead with a scowling expression, unhappily. "That Shen guy broke my magic and ruined my foundation. I'm not done with you." As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Changqing sneezed loudly. He was now sitting at the table with the 2 elders, Yuan Tiangzheng and Wei Zheng. Sorry, please, continue. Immortal Master Shen clearly knows there's a demon in the palace, but doesn't say anything. He must want to test our abilities. It's a pity Yuan is incompetent, and still can't find the demon. The Tibetan envoy is about to visit, so we must eliminate the demon before then. If they, the Tibetan barbarians, discover a demon hiding in the Great Tang Palace, it would truly damage the country's reputation. Saying this, Elder Wei Zheng and Elder Yuan Tiang stood up, clasping their hands and bowing sincerely. "We implore Immortal Master Shen to take action to slay the demon and eliminate evil." Hearing this, Shen Changqing raised his hand and scratched his head with a dazed expression. "There's a demon in the palace. Are you guys sure? Have you made it clear?" Elder Yuan Tiang heard this. His eyes widened and eyebrows raised as he replied clearly, "Immortal Master Shen is hinting that we must investigate again from the beginning. It started with the strange suicide of a palace maid, an unsolved case that made us suspect a demon was causing trouble. Could there be something else hidden within?" Shen Changqing was dumbfounded after hearing that, thinking to himself, the ancients' perspective is really limited. If they can't solve a case, they suspect demons. After pondering for a moment, Shen Changqing flashed a bright, sunny smile and said, "If that's the case, then I'll lend a hand." All right. Let Shen Changqing, a master of ancient Sherlock Holmes and Detective K-level reasoning, give you guys a surprise. A moment later, Xiaobai stood beside a Taoist compass, his face beaming with joy. The male lead looked at the compass, and Xiaobai, and sighed inwardly. I can only rely on Xiaobai and the compass, combined as a detective dog and investigation tool. As he was racking his brains, old Yuan Tiang arrived with his subordinate, carrying a wooden box. Immortal Master Shen, Lord Wei, is busy with official matters and has specially arranged for Liao Zunfu of the Grand Court of Revision to assist in solving the case. Finishing his sentence, old Sun Fufu stepped forward and bowed. This humble official is Sun Fufu, paying respects to Immortal Master Shen. Shen Changqing glanced over with a stern expression and sharp eyes. Has Lord Sun brought what I need? Hearing this, Sun Fufu carried the wooden box to the table. Immortal Master Shen, the deceased's clothes and belongings are all here. Shen Changqing opened the wooden box and grabbed the clothing inside, his face turning green, and he fell silent. Seeing the male lead's expression, old Yuan Tiang asked curiously, Has Immortal Master Shen discovered something? Before he could answer, Sun Fufu smirked smugly and said, As expected of Immortal Master Shen, what a magic trick. Truly extraordinary. But contrary to Sun Fufu's words, the male lead was thinking, Looks like I can't get anything out of these. Solving cases is indeed difficult. If I say I haven't found anything now, wouldn't I be ridiculed by these two? I must remain calm. After thinking it through, he angrily pointed at the pile of clothes and shouted, Xiaobai, sniff it for me. Xiaobai's head spun upon hearing this, his face turning green, thinking, What does the Immortal Master mean? I'm not a dog. Sun Fufu widened his eyes, saying, Immortal Master, I initially had hunting dogs sniff the deceased's clothes, but they found nothing. The Immortal Master must have his reasons for doing what he does. What do you know? Shen Changqing turned purple with anger, shoved Xiaobai's head into the deceased's clothing, and gritted his teeth, shouting, Sniff! See if you can find anything. As soon as Xiaobai sniffed the clothes, his eyes widened in shock. Demonic energy. This demonic energy is strangely familiar. It's the demonic energy of the demon who ambushed Changqing back then. Knowing I was worried my strength was too weak, that's why I ate the soul pearl first. The Immortal Master holding me is so I can remember the demonic energy in the air. The Immortal Master is testing me, seeing what my strength is like, if I can find that great demon. Thinking of this, Xiaobai winked at the male lead and gave him a thumbs up. Immortal Master, leave everything to me. After signaling to Shen Changqing, Xiaobai quickly flew off, leaving all three men utterly astonished. The male lead scratched the back of his head with a dazed expression, muttering,
When did Xiao Bai learn this new skill? Did Dong Li teach him? After pondering for a moment, Shen Changqing quickly chased after Xiao Bai. Hey, Xiao Bai! This is the Imperial Palace, don't go running around.
After chasing Xiao Bai for a while, the three stopped somewhere, panting like dogs. Damn it, Xiao Bai is too fast, I can't keep up. Weren't we supposed to be investigating a case? The case hasn't progressed at all, and we've had to run around the Imperial Palace for half an hour. Immortal Master Shen, has your immortal hound really discovered something? Just as he finished speaking, an explosion occurred nearby, with smoke and dust billowing up. As the smoke gradually cleared, the image of Xiao Bai chasing after Liu Li, running and sweating profusely, was revealed. Old Yuan Tiangyang and Eunuch Sun were stunned by the sight. Isn't that the black cat that Consort Wei raised? Didn't pay it any mind before, but looking at it now, that black cat is definitely not ordinary. Could Consort Wei be connected to the evil influences in the palace?
Standing right next to them, Shen Changqing's face turned purple, and he started sweating. Guys, cats and dogs fighting is, totally normal, right? And you're seriously analyzing the hair.
A second later, Shen Changqing seemed to realize something, and panicked. Wait a minute, could this be palace intrigue? Old Yuan wants to pin something on Consort Wei. They're not afraid of dying, but don't drag me into this.
Thinking quickly, Shen Changqing raised his hand and said frankly, hold on, don't jump to conclusions like that, and don't implicate Consort Wei. What does Senior mean by this?
At the same time, Consort Wei and her maids rushed over, flustered.
Hurry, after them. Where did that stray dog come from, daring to chase after our Liu Lai?
Before she could finish speaking, old Yuan Tiang stepped forward and stopped Consort Wei with his hand.
We suspect you are involved with the evil forces in the palace. We hope you can cooperate with our investigation. This is a very serious matter. Please cooperate, Your Highness.
Consort Wei was completely dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. Huh? What are you talking about? Shen Changqing could only hold his head in despair. My words were wasted. After some back and forth, Consort Wei finally agreed to go with Eunuch Sun and old Yuan Tiangang for investigation. I am willing to cooperate. If the investigation proves that Liu Lai is not involved in this matter, then you must give me an explanation. If the investigation shows that it really has nothing to do with the Empress, then Yuan Bu will resign and apologize.
Shen Changqing widened his eyes and whispered to old Yuan Tiang, Old Yuan, aren't you playing this a bit too big? You're willing to give up your job? If the senior's dog has determined that the Empress's cat has a problem, then the Empress will definitely be implicated.
A long time later, Eunuch Sun suddenly turned back with a panicked expression and shouted, That dog and cat have entered the Crown Prince's chamber.
Hearing this, the group of the main characters stepped into Li Chengxian's bedroom and heard a loud voice coming from inside. Kill them for me! Charge! Kill him! Why is there shouting of kill in the Crown Prince's bedroom?
Judging from the voice, there must be dozens of people. Could there be assassins in the Crown Prince's palace? Inside Li Chengxian's chamber, a fierce melee was taking place between a group of furry-clothed people and Li Chengxian's subordinates. Li Chengxian, wearing a fur-trimmed outfit and holding a sickle in his hand, shouted excitedly, Kill! Kill! After finishing speaking, his face turned purple, his eyes widened, and he grinned sinisterly as he ran over and slashed at the neck of a subordinate with his sickle. I'm dead. Still talking, so surreal. A group of people in fur-trimmed clothes ran to attack the dead subordinates.
Li Chengxian rolled his eyes back, his cheeks flushed, and he laughed like crazy. So exciting, so much fun, it was worth my effort to bring you people into the palace. At the same time, in the midst of the chaotic crowd, a little maid fell to the ground. Seeing this, Li Chengxian took the knife and walked towards the little maid step by step with a strange face. Oh, Miss Hua. After finishing speaking, he pulled his clothes down in front of the little maid, causing her to widen her eyes in fright and shout in horror, Crown Prince, don't do this! Li Chengxian glared at the little maid with a flushed forehead, grinning wickedly. I'm not the Crown Prince. I'm Turkish. Turkish people have no humanity.
As soon as he finished speaking, the little maid was affected by something, causing the clothes on her body to be torn. At this moment, Li Chengxian was like a raging bull, charging towards the little slave girl, his nostrils flaring. Ha, this is way more exciting than messing with those boring sleeping girls.
Just as he was about to get his hands on the good stuff, a flustered subordinate ran in, yelling, Your Highness, this is bad. Empress Wei, Shen Changqing, and Yuan Tiangjiang are here with their men.
Li Chengxian turned pale with fright, his jaw dropped, and he screamed, Why are they here?
With that, he hastily pulled up his clothes and straightened them with a face as black as the bottom of a pot.
I can't let them see me like this. Get me changed. Outside, the guard had already been given a dressing down by the main character's group. Empress Wei, esteemed sirs, the Crown Prince's residence is off limits. The Dali Temple is investigating a case. Who dares to interfere and delay justice? Can you bear the responsibility? As soon as he finished speaking, the main character's group was dumbstruck, staring intently at something, frozen for a good 5 seconds. Li Chengxian, dressed in striped clothes, peered out with dark, fearful eyes.
The groups faced each other, and the atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Empress Wei, however, felt utterly terrified by the sight.
After a moment, Chongqing couldn't help but start to chuckle. He grinned, his eyes crinkling, and mocked Li Chengxian. Whoa, so the Crown Prince is doing some cosplay. How fun, dude. As the Crown Prince, dressing like this is just, so not dignified.
A moment later, a neatly dressed Li Chengxian stepped out, cupped his hands in greeting with a stiff expression, and forced a smile. Chengxian greets Empress Wei and the esteemed sirs. Chengxian was just feeling a bit playful and causing a ruckus in the palace. I was indeed being inconsiderate, and I hope you will forgive me.
Sun Fujia, with a frown, cupped his hands and said sternly, Your Highness, we are investigating demonic disturbances in the palace. It's a serious matter, and we hope Your Highness will cooperate. We saw Xiao Bai and a black cat run in here. Your Highness, we're here to help.
Li Chengxian raised his hand, his eyes crinkling with a bright smile, and said warmly, Grand Minister's son, please, be my guest. Chengxian is innocent and fearless, and I'm happy to cooperate fully with any investigation.
Hearing this, Sun Fujia immediately ordered 2 of his subordinates. Find the black cat, ASAP, search everywhere, got it Lao Yuan. We'll join the search too.
Li Chengxian brushed past the main character,
glaring at him with eyes like bullets, his face as dark as the bottom of a burnt pot. Then, he glanced back, his face turning a murderous shade of purple, thinking to himself, Shen Chengqing, it's you again. Why do you keep opposing?
After pondering this, Li Chengxian glanced over and noticed Empress Wei standing right beside him.
He clasped his hands behind his back, walked over to Empress Wei, and said with a smile,
Empress Wei, aren't you going to join the investigation? I was dragged into this whole mess. I'm not running around with them. Hearing this, Li Chengxian leaned closer to Empress Wei, smiling, and said,
Empress Wei, if I'm not mistaken, you were also dragged into this because of Immortal Master Shen, right? How did you know? It's because Immortal Master Shen's dog chased my Liuli, so I... Before he could finish speaking, Li Chengxian chimed in to push the issue, conveniently bad-mouthing the main character. Immortal Master Shen loves stirring up trouble, and if he steps in to solve the problem, it will highlight his importance.
This Immortal Master is so manipulative. Hearing these words, Empress Wei frowned and said angrily, The Crown Prince makes sense. Remembering what Shen Chengqing has done, it's true I must remind His Majesty to keep those villains away. Li Chengxian succeeded in sowing discord, and a smug smile spread across his face. At the same time, outside, Xiao Bai had captured Liuli in his palm,
leaving Liuli with wide, bulging eyes and an open mouth. Liu Lai, curled up in a ball, fuming, Damn it! If I hadn't been bitten back and severely injured earlier, you wouldn't stand a chance against me.
Just then, Shen Chengqing and old Yuan Tiang rushed over, and seeing Xiao Bai biting Liu Li, they angrily shouted, Don't bite the Empress Wei's cat to death! Hearing this, Xiao Bai spat Liu Li out of its mouth and looked up at the male lead.
Immediately afterward, Liu Li revealed her true colors, stood up abruptly, her bright eyes glowing with golden light. It's all your fault, old Yuan Tiang, seeing this scene from behind, was shocked.
Such strong demonic energy.
Liu Lai stomped her foot on the ground, creating a shockwave, and a dazzling golden light burst out behind her. You really are that great demon.
Chongqing looked at Liu Lai and asked,
What? It's a great demon? Isn't this just a normal cat? Finishing his sentence, Chongqing smacked his palm, his eyes widening, thinking, I get it? Then, he glanced at old Yuan Tiangang with a resentful expression.
Old Yuan wants to scheme in the palace and drag Empress Wei down, so he's saying this cat is a demon.
Liu Li was now in a violent rage. The demonic energy radiating from her body was extremely dense. Old Yuan Tiang clenched his hands, took a step back, and adopted a defensive posture. Immortal Master Shen, this great demon is about to fight to the death. If I can't beat it, I can only rely on you, old Yuan. Aren't you overacting a bit? Liu Li stomped one foot on the ground, then quickly ran away in one direction, leaving old Yuan Tiang and the male lead staring in astonishment. No way, don't let it run. Why is it running away? Is this a case investigation, or a royal palace marathon?
Finishing his sentence, the male lead, along with old Yuan Tiang and Xiao Bai, ran towards Liu Li's direction, and immediately encountered Empress Wei and Li Chengxian, with a stern expression, walking towards them,
raising their hand, and said sternly, Empress Wei, we suspect your cat is a demon, please hand it over. Empress Wei was furious upon hearing this, and loudly exclaimed, My Liu Li is well behaved and sensible, how could it be a demon?
Just as she finished speaking, Li Chengxian also glanced over and said, If you say the Empress's cat is a demon, show us the evidence, otherwise you're just framing others. Hearing this, old Yuan Tiang immediately pointed towards the male lead, replying loudly, Immortal Master Shen's dog is the evidence. It identifies the Empress's cat as a demon. Old Yuan, what are you saying? Xiao Bai identified what?
Xiao Bai sat on the male lead's shoulder, secretly transmitting his voice to Liu Lai. Alright, stop acting. Do I have to force you to reveal your true form? Don't get cocky. Although I'm not your match, that doesn't mean I'll just sit here and be captured today. Old Yuan Tiang put one hand behind his back and raised the other, frowning and saying, As expected of Immortal Master Shen's dog, it can even communicate with cats. There's a limit to flattery. How can cats and dogs communicate? Different languages. At this moment, the cosplaying Turks in the background were planning, Boss, aren't we here to assassinate? What do we do now? Don't rush. Wait for the opportunity.
Just as he finished speaking, Liu Li tilted her head and stared at the group of young men, as if she had come up with an idea.
A second later, Liu Li glared with her red eyes, staring intently at the group of young men. Immediately, the leading youth was controlled in soul by some force, causing his face to turn purple. His eyes rolled back, with red veins showing. Then he took out his sharp knife and rushed forward with fiery red eyes.
Boss. The opportunity came so quickly. 2 palace guards, seeing 4 assassins running towards them with their weapons, cried out in panic, "What's going on? What are you doing?" Seeing this, old eunuch Sun waved his hand angrily and shouted, "Not good! Stop them! They are assassins!"
Li Chengxian's face turned purple upon seeing this scene. His eyes rolled back as he shouted, "Why do you have knives on you? What do you guys want?" At that moment, Liu Li jumped out of Consort Wei's arms, making her scream in panic. "Liu Li, get back here. It's dangerous up there with the Empress."
"Don't go over there."
Zhao Bai jumped down from the male lead's shoulder. Seeing this, Liu Li transmitted her voice, "I've been hiding in the palace for years, secretly getting close to the crown prince to help him ascend the throne, using the dragon chi to cultivate and attain immortality as soon as possible. HMPH, what a beautiful dream she has.
With your immortal grandpa here, your conspiracy will never succeed." Liu Lin, now possessing the 4 assassins, glared at Zhao Bai and said through gritted teeth, "Can your immortal grandpa stop these crazy demon servants? You guys are forcing me to go all out." Old Yuan Tiang, along with Old Sun, stomped their feet on the ground, guarding the area. "This isn't far from His Majesty's chamber. We absolutely can't let them leave. Even if we die, we'll stop them." After saying that, the 2 mustered all their courage and charged straight towards the assassins. Old Yuan Tiang swung his hand and slapped the leader across the face, dislocating his jaw. Old Sun delivered a horizontal elbow strike to the face of a henchman, knocking him backwards, then punched the guy in front of him, knocking him unconscious. Changqing clenched his fist, glared ahead, and shouted with his mouth wide open, "Old Yuan and Lord Sun are bravely stepping forward. I can't lose to their spirit either." At this moment, the assassins had gone insane, rushing towards Li Chengxian and Consort Wei. "Kill that dog emperor and his woman." Li Chengxian and Consort Wei, upon hearing those words, turned pale with fear, completely bloodless. Seeing the assassins charging towards them, Li Chengxian and Consort Wei quickly separated and ran away. Old Yuan Tiang and Old Sun, seeing this, ran over and shoved the assassins aside, shouting, "Inform the imperial guards, there are assassins in the palace, stop them." Changqing, at this moment, was flushed with anger, clenched his fists tightly, and thought to himself, "Better to be a hero for a minute than a coward for a lifetime." After pondering this, the male lead mustered all his courage and stepped in front of the assassins, stamping his foot on the ground, stunning them. Then, with an angry expression, he waved his hand, creating circles of golden light with overwhelming power and pressure. "Who dares to be arrogant here? Just because the tiger isn't roaring doesn't mean you can treat me like a kitty cat, does it?" The assassins were blocked and suppressed by the power released from the male lead's body, making it impossible for them to get close to it. The assassins' fiery red eyes instantly turned a ghastly white, their faces blank and clueless. Seeing that scene, a thought popped into Changqing's head. "They're actually scared by me." After thinking about it, he pointed directly at the assassins, opened his mouth wide, and shouted loudly, creating powerful circles of 5-colored light, "Surrender now and be bound." As soon as he finished speaking, the assassins suddenly fainted in a bizarre way. Changqing, seeing that scene, retreated in panic. "Why did they all faint? You guys are overacting." Old Yuan Tiangang, standing on the side, was overjoyed, and while slapping an assassin across the face, blurted out, "As expected of immortal Shen, his words carry the weight of destiny. A single sentence eradicates evil spirits." Old Yuan Tiang, while beating the crap out of the assassins, praised the male lead non-stop. "Immortal Shen, I'm completely convinced now you truly are a living god." Changqing, upon hearing these words, pointed at his face, dumbfounded, and said, "I'm not gonna lie to you guys. To be honest, you guys are acting way too fake." At this moment, Liu Li, seeing the assassins lying scattered on the ground, widened her eyes in shock. "My magic was broken again." At the same time, Zhao Bai stepped forward from behind with sharp eyes, muttering to herself as she looked at Liu Li, "I'm gonna circle around and ambush this stupid cat. I can't let her escape." However, when Changqing saw Zhao Bai, he put on an angry expression. "This bad dog Zhao Bai wants to bully Consort Wei's cat again. What's Consort Wei going to think? Always causing trouble for me." After thinking about it, he put his hands to his mouth, widened his eyes, and shouted loudly, startling Liu Li, "Zhao Bai, get back here." Hearing this, Liu Li turned to look at Zhao Bai with a resentful expression. "I knew it, it's all this fox demon's doing. This guy doesn't seem to have any magical power. He must be the human host of the fox spirit. Gotta call the fox spirit back to protect him now." After thinking it over, Liu Li stood with her legs spread wide, glaring at Zhao Bai, her fur standing on end. Then Liu Li used her sharp claws to scratch at the ground and charged straight forward. Seeing this, Xiaobai opened her mouth wide and roared, unleashing an extremely rich and intense spiritual energy. Liu Li jumped up into the air and kicked Xiaobai with her paw, landing down. "You crazy fox! Get down here!" Xiaobai, after taking the hit, gently landed from the air, glaring up. "You really think you can beat me with just that little bit of skill? Dream on, honey." The next second, something made Xiaobai's eyes widen. Liu Li, with her body thick with demonic energy, charged straight towards Shen Changqing, causing him to freeze in place, unmoving. Liu Li's eyes opened wide, looking at the male lead with a smug smile. "This stupid fox spirit is so scared she doesn't even have time to react, right?" After thinking it over, Liu Li swung her claws and rushed forward, looking at Changqing with eyes glowing with golden light. "You ruined my plan, die." Old Yuan Tiangang, standing far away, saw the scene and gnashed his teeth. Such strong demonic energy, this demon is at least 1,000 years old. At this moment, in Liu Li's imagination, Liu Li brushed past the male lead and attacked him with her claws. Under a fatal scratch from Liu Li, the male lead's head separated from his neck, blood splattering everywhere. Immediately afterwards, Xiaobai also unconsciously fell backwards. "Shen Changqing is my host. If the host dies, I will also suffer a serious backlash." Liu Li glanced over, revealing a sinister smile. Nobody can compare. After thinking about the plan, Liu Li opened her mouth wide and laughed like a crazy cat. "Hey, you're done for. Just die." But when Liu Li got close to Changqing, the demonic energy on her body instantly disappeared. Changqing quickly reached out and caught Liu Li. He held Liu Li in his arms with a friendly face and muttered, "I have to catch the Empress's cat, otherwise the Empress will definitely scold me." Liu Li, who was now neatly in Changqing's arms, shuddered all over, screaming in her heart, "What the heck? Where did the demonic energy on my body go?" Xiaobai, seeing this scene, was no longer surprised, and sighed. "There's a road to heaven, but you don't take it. You just insist on jumping into the hell with no door. If you dare to provoke Shen Sr., you really don't know how to live or die." Liu Li stared blankly at Changqing's dark face, terrified. "That's not right. Doesn't this guy have no magic power? He has too high cultivation. He's always been pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger." Thinking of this, Liu Li struggled non-stop in the male lead's arms. "Crap. I fell into a trap. I have to get out of here quickly. As long as I escape, I will have a chance." Changqing, seeing Liu Li wriggling out of his arms, swung his hand and aimed straight at the back of her neck. After being grabbed by the back of her neck, Liu Li's whole body trembled. "Damn it, I got caught by the nape of fate." After grabbing the meat on the back of a cat's neck, it will make it more obedient. This is often called the nape of fate. Scene changed to the imperial study of the imperial palace. The old eunuch brings the memorial to the emperor. "Your Majesty, I have investigated clearly. The muddle-headed people that the crown prince secretly led into the palace are indeed assassins sent by the Turks." The emperor, after hearing this, turned purple with anger, glaring and frowning as he said, "Good, very good. You're really a great crown prince of mine," causing such a big commotion. After speaking, the emperor stood up abruptly and slammed his hand on the table. "Issue the decree. The crown prince's behavior is not upright, indulging in eating, drinking, and pleasure, and he doesn't change after being taught repeatedly. Issue the order. Confine the crown prince for 1 year. Not allowed to leave the Eastern Palace a single step. Punish him to copy the classic of virtue and the classic of education 100 times every day." After speaking, the emperor put his hands behind his back, walked towards the ink treasure that Changqing had written, looked at it, and smiled. "Shen Xiancheng has done a great deed. Again, I don't even know how to reward him." As soon as he finished speaking, old Yuan Tiang rushed in from outside in a fluster, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, this is terrible. Something big has happened." After everything was settled, Changqing also got into the carriage and returned to Changqing Temple. The young man recalled how everyone was afraid of that black cat. "This cat is a demon. I don't want it. Take it away." "Shen Xiandao, your magic is profound. It's better to let you deal with this cat." Helpless, Changqing had to take the cat back with him. "This cat is so good. Why don't they want it?" The young man stroked the cat's fur and cooed, "From now on, you'll follow me. The name Liu Li isn't catchy at all. I'll call you Zhao He." Seeing the black cat's indifferent attitude, Xiaobai said to it, "You stinky cat, it's your great fortune that Shen Xiancheng brought you here. Don't be ungrateful." "What's so lucky about being caught? You want to curry favor? But I don't? Heh? You'll understand soon enough." Shen Xiancheng has arrived at Changqing Temple. Changqing rushed in, carrying the cat. "Xiaobai, Xiaohe, we're home." As soon as the black cat saw the dense immortal energy in Changqing Temple, it exclaimed, "This is?" Xiaobai smiled. He. "Opening your eyes now, aren't you, black cat?" The black cat thought to itself, "There's so much spiritual energy in this place. Even the dragon energy in the palace isn't as dense as it is here." The black cat was sweating like crazy at this point, while Xiaobai laughed gleefully. "Jaw-dropping, isn't it? If you want to cultivate here, it's much more effective than in the royal palace." The black cat thought again. "Last time when I was trying to descend to heavenly tribulation, my magic was broken too quickly. Now, if I can see the flaws in the Qing Taoist temple, then I won't dare mess with the immoral." Changqing held up the cage in his hand and said, Dong Li, come out and see what I brought back for you." The immortal has returned.
Dongli's little sister is working at the roast duck restaurant now. She's not home. The black cat looked at Dongni and thought, am I seeing things? This woman is actually a rare, pure yin body. If I could practice with her, it would definitely be twice as effective.
Changqing continued. This is the new member of our temple, Xiao Hei. Do you like it?
Dongni looked at it with interest. It's so cute. Can I keep it with me? I like it so much.
Sure, if you like it, just keep it with you.
Changqing felt like a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. That's great. With Dongni taking care of it, I don't have to be its poop scooper. Dongni stroked the black cat. Immortal, look at this. Xiao Hei is being affectionate with me. Is this for real?
I've been teasing it all the way and it hasn't paid any attention to me, Xiao Bai asked curiously.
Black cat, aren't you a girl cat? It replied with a smile. Who wouldn't like a big-breasted sister like that? So, do you still want to run away? This place is pretty okay after all. Ugh, I'll reluctantly stay here then.
As everyone was talking, a eunuch's voice rang out. Imperial edict has arrived. Shen Xianchang, receive the decree.
Shen Xianchang, I hope you're well. Do you still remember me? I remember now. You're the eunuch who delivered the decree in Taiwan. When did you return to Changjian?
Thanks to the Xiancheng's blessing, this servant was quarantined for 7 days in Taiwan, and then I returned.
All necessary for epidemic prevention, of course. Thank you, eunuch, for your cooperation. That's right, I haven't asked yet. How should I address you? Shancheng is too polite. Everyone calls me Gao Lishi.
Hearing this, Changqing was stunned. Wait a minute, who? Gao Lishi? Could it be that Gao Lishi, the most famous eunuch of the Tang dynasty?
No way. I remember Gao Lishi was around during Emperor Xuanzong of Tang. Li Zihi is just a kid now, there's no way they're the same person.
Thinking it over, the youth clasped his hands respectfully. Turns out you're Gao Lishi, my bad, Shen Changqing muttered. So many people with the surname Gao. Must be a coincidence, why am I getting so worked up? Gao Lishi noticed every expression on Changqing's face. This Shen guy was first surprised, then gloomy, and finally scoffed. He must have guessed my identity. And then, thinking about the crown prince's punishment, he figured he had nothing to fear from me.
This Shen guy's intel is pretty fast. Already knows about the crown prince's punishment so quickly. The guy backing him must be really powerful.
Seeing the guy surnamed Gao standing frozen like a zombie, Changqing shouted loudly, Gao Lishi,
please forgive me, immortal Shen. This servant just remembered something and spaced out for a moment, Gao Lishi thought to himself. Now that the crown prince is under house arrest, I can't cause any more trouble for him. I need to build a good relationship with this Shen guy right now.
The emperor commands,
Immortal Shen, after receiving the decree, please enter the palace immediately.
After reading the imperial decree with Changqing, he was surprised. The Tubo delegation is here. Weren't they supposed to arrive next month? According to the Grand Astrologer, there's a powerful figure in the Tubo delegation who used magic to help them fly from Tubo to Chengguan, so they arrived so quickly. Flew to Changchan. Changqing smiled and thought, bullshit. Where would you find someone who knows how to fly? The Tubo delegation probably took a shortcut and wasn't discovered along the way.
Immortal Shen, the carriage is waiting at the gate.
Please. The youth breathed a sigh of relief, feeling tired. I just got out of the palace, and now I'm going back in. I haven't even eaten yet.
At the main hall of the palace, a large number of officials were already present. Everyone was sitting, enjoying tea, and watching the dancing and singing with the two guests from Tubo.
The emperor and empress also arrived early, dressed in formal attire.
After a while, the youth finally arrived. Looks like I'm late. Is there even a seat for me? The youth glanced around and saw Princess Changlei was also present.
As soon as she saw Changqing, Princess Changlei waved. Princess Changlei, long time no see, why don't you come visit Chengqing Temple?
The immortal is busy with 1,000 things for the country and the people. Changlei is just a woman, how dare I disturb the immortal? Are you still being so polite with me? You can come visit any time you want. But I'm so hungry, let's eat first and then talk, Changlei asked curiously. Immortal, what do you think of Songtsen Gampo?
The youth chewed while saying, Songtsen Gampo, I remember reading in a book that he was very capable of unifying Tubo, and he even married a Tang princess, Princess Wencheng, promoting national unity and integration.
Changlei was shocked. I've never heard of what the immortal is saying. What book did you read that in? Chengqing jumped, almost dropping the chicken leg in his hand. Crap, I forgot. I carelessly blurted out history. These things haven't happened yet, have they? Changqing waved his hand at the princess. Heavenly secrets cannot be revealed.
Changlei understood.
Immortal, don't worry, I won't blab about it. Come, let's drink. Let's drink.
After the singing and dancing ended, the Tubo leader, Songtsen Gampo, began to greet the emperor.
Heavenly Koghan Songtsen Gampo is here to seek a marriage alliance with the great Tang, hoping to marry Princess Changlei. As soon as he said this, Changqing and the princess spat out their porridge. The two looked at each other in dismay. He wants to marry me. That's completely different from history. Shouldn't he be marrying Princess Wencheng? However, the emperor replied, Princess Changlei is still young. It's not the time to discuss marriage. The imperial family still has many princesses. Why don't you choose someone else? Heavenly Koghan, I truly admire Princess Changlei. If I can marry the princess, then the relationship between the Great Tang and Tubo will become even closer, as good as one family. Wouldn't that be wonderful? If His Majesty can't bear to part with his favorite things, Does that mean you look down on Tubo for not having strong soldiers and horses?
Seeing his attitude, the emperor was a bit embarrassed. Songtsen Gampo unified Tubo, and indeed, they have strong soldiers and horses now. The Great Tang can't afford to go to war with them. But to send Changlei for a marriage alliance, I really can't bring myself to do it.
After thinking, the emperor asked for the opinions of the civil and military officials in the court. My beloved subjects, what are your thoughts on this matter? The emperor thought to himself. Now let's see who can share some of my worries.
The atmosphere in the court suddenly became strangely silent.
That Songtsen Gampo grinned triumphantly. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Tell me, how much do you like Changlei?
These words from Changqing surprised Songtsen Gampo a bit.
Changqing stood up and slowly walked towards him.
The young man fanned himself while looking at him with sharp eyes.
Songtsen Gampo asked irritably. Who might you be? What's the meaning of your words?
Changqing replied with a smile. The meaning is on the surface, of course. Don't tell me you don't understand Chinese.
I've admired Princess Changlei for a long time. Completely smitten? I'm sure no one likes Princess Changlei more than I do.
Changqing laughed even louder.
Songtsen Gampo, turns out you're just a lovesick fool. My apologies, my apologies. He couldn't hide the anger on his face. What exactly are you trying to say? The young man casually sang a song. Loving the country more than the beauty. What kind of hero is willing to be alone? Why are you suddenly singing? And what tune is that? Then let me ask you, between the Tubo's country and Princess Changlei, which one do you choose? He hesitated. This, the young man continued. You keep saying you like the princess, but now you're hesitating.
Pushed by Changqing, Songtsen Gampo said loudly. I choose Princess Changlei.
At this point, Changqing laughed in his face. All right then. Then you stay in Changyan, live a carefree life from now on, and cherish the princess every day. Might as well give Tubo to the Great Tang as dowry. Just right to show your sincerity.
The emperor also said with a smile. If that's the case, then I will arrange the engagement of Changlei to Songtsen Gampo. From now on, Tubo will belong to the territory of the Great Tang. Songtsen Gampo, realizing he had been tricked, retorted, Then I choose Tubo. Changqing said mockingly, You can't even give up your country, yet you dare to say you like the princess. You clearly have ulterior motives.
He was furious because he knew Changqing was deliberately setting him up. Why pick on me? Just wanted to see how firm your attitude is. Looks like you really like Princess Changlei, so what do you like about the princess? I like that the princess is knowledgeable, understands reason, and has a refined and noble soul like an orchid. Princess, remember to write down these qualities. Change immediately. Huh? What are you talking about?
Changqing smiled smugly, while Princess Changlei seemed to suddenly understand something. Songtsen Gampo pointed at Changqing. You are teasing me with your words. Do you think the men of Tubo are weak and easily deceived?
Don't get excited. I was just joking. If I remember correctly, you and the princess have never met, so how do you know these qualities? The whole world knows of the princess's virtuous reputation. Even in Tubo, I've heard of her for a long time. Oh, so you've only heard about it, so the Princess Changlei you like is the Princess Changlei in everyone's mouth, which doesn't necessarily mean she's a real princess. So, what's the difference, right?
Of course, there's a difference. The like you think of ain't necessarily a true like, it's just in your head. And the dislike you imagine might not be a real dislike either, just your perception. Real like, though, ain't the like you conjure up. It's gotta be like after you both understand each other. That's the real deal. Shen Changqing's words almost made Songtsen Gampo's brain explode. This Chinese language is so deep and unfathomable, I think I get it, but it's like I understand nothing at all.
Changqing patted his shoulder. But all suffering stems from forced pursuits. Are you confused because you don't truly like the princess? Is that it? At this moment the emperor spoke up.
Shen Xianchang's words are profoundly meaningful. My esteemed subject, return and ponder deeply. You will surely gain great insights regarding the marriage alliance. We shall discuss it further later.
Songtsen Gampo nodded vigorously.
Okay, let's discuss it later then. The emperor was secretly delighted to have resolved a tricky situation. Worthy indeed is Shen Xianchang, easily resolving this trouble for me. Princess Changlei also gave the young man a compliment. Xianchang, you're amazing, the young man said in a low voice. Just a trivial matter. People call it logic crushing.
Back in his seat, Songtsen Gampo suddenly jolted, as if he realized something. I think I got spun around by that Taoist priest. Damn it, what a loss of face. That guy is truly cunning. That darn Taoist doesn't have any designs on the princess, does he? No way, I gotta get my face back. Thinking this, he spoke to the emperor. I've heard that the Great Tang is full of talent. Skilled artisans roam the land, and rare treasures are as numerous as the sands of the Ganges. The treasure that I have from Tubo, made by a highly skilled artisan who spent 20 years of painstaking effort to create, looks simple but is extremely difficult to solve. The Great Tang, a land of talented and outstanding people, surely can solve this treasure as easily as flipping a hand. Your Majesty, why not give it a try?
The emperor thought to himself, is this guy trying to make things difficult for the Great Tang? This treasure is called Lubin Jade Cube, with a total of 6 faces, divided into 6 colors. Each face can move freely.
Then, he randomly scrambled the colors of the Lubin Jade Cube. Now I will scramble its order. The sagacious and mighty Kaghan is wise. from ancient times. Making the treasure return to its original appearance should not be difficult. I've only heard of Lubin locks, but I've never heard of the Lubin jade cube before. Is it really that magical? The emperor picked it up and tried to rotate it. When I was young, I also liked playing with interesting things like this. The emperor focused on rotating it, not taking his eyes off it. However, the more he twisted, the more difficult it seemed to become. Songtsen Gampo smiled smugly. The Kagan doesn't need to be anxious. Even the artisan who invented this treasure takes several hours to restore it to its original state. The emperor looked at him, thinking to himself, this Songtsen Gampo kid is clearly trying to regain face, because Shen Xianchang made him lose face. Feeling unable to solve it, the emperor asked the civil and military officials, I am old and weak, unable to play with this thing. Does any of you esteemed subjects want to try? If you can complete it within an hour, I will reward you generously. The officials' expressions became worried. This matter concerns the face of the great Tang. They can't take the blame. Even His Majesty can't restore this toy, so we're probably helpless too. Songtsen Gampo became even more smug, he thought to himself. HMPH, the great Tang, what a celestial dynasty, aren't you still being made difficult by me? He turned to Changqing and said, you were very eloquent just now. Surely you are more intelligent than others. Why not give it a try? Changqing smiled. Isn't it just an upgraded version of a Rubik's Cube made of jade? It's not like it's rare, why are you so smug? Songtsen Gampo continued. So you look down on the Lubin jade cube. Can you restore it to its original shape? Playing this just requires having hands, right? I've known how to play it since I was a kid. Nonsense. This jade cube was clearly invented recently by skilled artisans of my tubo, who spent many years of painstaking effort. How could you have known how to play it since you were a kid? It was originally a children's educational toy of my great Tang. I didn't expect it to become a treasure in your country. It seems that Tubo is indeed remote and backward, making people feel deeply sympathetic. And you say that the jade cube is a children's educational toy of the great Tang. Then why can't the princes and ministers sitting here, including the Kaghan, restore it to its original form? Seeing him like that, the emperor and his officials were shooting daggers with their eyes, thinking, even if that's the truth, did you have to blurt it out so bluntly, so impolite? Changqing retorted, would you argue with a 3-year-old waving a wooden stick around, calling it a treasured sword? We were holding back on exposing you, and you're getting all cocky and complacent? At this point, Songtsen Gampo was speechless. He just had to shut up. Changqing raised a finger, signaling the emperor that this young man had things under control. Changqing thought to himself, is this enough face for old La? The martial world is all about social skills, and my EQ is off the charts. The emperor's eyes were sparkling, but he was still a bit worried. Shen Xianchang is truly dependable, sharing some of Zhen's burden. But can he really restore the Yufeng to its original state? Songtsen Gampo handed the Rubik's Cube to Changqing. Alright, if you can restore it within half an hour, I'll believe what you say. Otherwise you and I aren't done yet. Changqing rubbed his chin. Half an hour, huh? Songtsen Gampo, seeing Changqing's expression, said mockingly, HMPH. Anyone can talk big, but when it comes to actually doing something, you can't, can you? Let me be frank, even the senior monks of the Tibetan Buddhism with their powerful magical abilities take an hour to restore this Yufeng. As he was speaking, Changqing already started twisting. Before Songtsen Gampo finished his sentence, he turned around and, oh crap, Changqing had already solved the Yufeng. He exclaimed in disbelief. Huh. Changqing crossed his arms and said casually, 15 minutes is enough, why would I need half an hour? Songtsen Gampo grimaced at the Yufeng. Impossible, this is impossible. How could you be so fast? It's already restored. Are you cheating? The young man shook his head, saying, this game has formulas. Anyone can play if they remember the formulas, no. However, Songtsen Gampo assumed that Changqing was cheating. You must have remembered the original order earlier, so you just reversed my scramble to succeed. It's obvious you were cheating. Let's do it again then, you scramble it again. Are you done scrambling? Hurry up, I don't believe you can restore it again in an instant this time. Well, keep your eyes peeled and watch closely. Next is the moment to witness a miracle. Changqing twisted with dizzying speed, looking incredibly professional. In a flash, the Yufeng was solved. Songtsen Gampo was astonished. How is this possible? Changqing grinned from ear to ear, so much so that he didn't notice a man in red robes appearing in front of him. Anything else to say now? When he looked again, the young man almost fell backward. Holy crap. Where did this living person transformation come from? The person who arrived was a red-robed Taoist priest. He said to Changqing, this Taoist friend is incredibly talented. This Yufeng is too ordinary. How about competing with this humble monk? After finishing his sentence, the old man in red put his hands up to his mouth and chanted something. The spiritual energy radiating from him shocked everyone. Am I seeing things? Where did this old ancestor come from? This spell-breaking magic is on par with the immortals. Changqing thought to himself, just a living person transformation trick and you're all fooled. People of the past are truly ignorant, but where's the mechanism for this trick? Changqing scanned around, unable to find it. Looks like this Lama's skills are no less than Liu Qian's. The emperor frowned, thinking, this Lama can bypass the imperial palace's restrictions and suddenly appear in the main hall? His cultivation is truly formidable. It seems he is the ace in the hole for the Tufan.
If it were before,
Zhen would probably be frightened. But now Zhen has Shen Xiansheng here, so I have no worries. Song Tsengampo grinned smugly. HMPH? This guy looks like he's scared out of his mind. He's already looking for an escape route. He said to the emperor, Your Majesty, this is Lama Tarani of our Tufan esoteric sect. The elder has profound Buddhist knowledge and has come here to discuss with the experts of the Great Tang. This humble monk, Tarani, greets His Majesty and respectfully requests that Your Majesty allow this humble monk to discuss with this Taoist priest. The emperor replied with a smile, Since the Grand Master is so enthusiastic, then Zhen will accept on behalf of Shen Xiansheng. Shen Xiansheng, Grandmaster Tarani, has not shied away from the long journey, so why not have a discussion with him? Forced into a corner, Changqing exclaimed, scratching his head. Oh, please don't. Tarani looked at Changqing.
This humble monk just proposed a competition with the Taoist priest. But the Taoist priest changed the subject. Now that His Majesty has issued the order, the Taoist priest is still hesitating. Could it be that you're afraid? Changqing's eyes sharpened. Where did you see fear in my heart? Changqing muttered. This old monk is really something, isn't he just a magician, mocking people with such weird energy? The emperor laughed even louder, unable to hide his satisfaction at having such a talent as Changqing. Shen Xiansheng, no need to be modest. In this Chengjian city, you are the most qualified to represent our great Tang.
The young man glanced at the emperor, thinking for a moment, I get what old Lick's trying to do.
This is great Tang territory,
even the referee is one of us. Are we really afraid of some trickster, CPU at full speed? Thinking magic tricks rely on props and accomplices? I'll just change the location, making his props and accomplices useless? That's a sure win, right?
Thinking this, the young man continued.
In that case, I, Shen, will accept the Grandmaster's challenge. Grandmaster, you decide the content, and I'll decide the location. How about that?
This humble monk presumptuously wishes to compete with the Taoist in praying for rain, divination, and bare-handed oil grabbing. The young man muttered, What the heck, dude? Isn't this the same fighting style as the Shikage Kingdom in Journey to the West? All tricks that have been exposed long ago. I'm definitely winning this. Afterwards, everyone quickly moved towards the arena. Changqing thought to himself,
This is a wide open space. Impossible to have any hidden mechanisms. There's no one else around, no props or accomplices. Let's see how you pull this off.
Dalani spoke.
This humble monk asks to pray for rain first. Changqing smiled, waiting. Grandmaster, please, be my guest. Dalani slowly stepped onto the stage.
Changqing rested his chin in thought. Right now, the sky is clear and cloudless. Praying for rain is basically hopeless. In the end, neither I nor the Lama will be able to summon rain, which will result in a tie.
Dalani clasped his hands together and began to pray for rain, chanting incessantly.
Suddenly, strong gusts of wind began to blow and everyone exclaimed,
The sky is actually clouding over. This is the first time I've seen rain summoned so quickly. Even the Dragon King is nothing compared to this.
Changqing grimaced, thinking to himself,
They say the weather in the 6th month is like a child's face, changing as it pleases. Never thought he'd actually hit the jackpot. His luck is too damn good.
Dalani shouted.
Rain, come! The Dragon King recognized Dalani's signal, understanding that the monk had given the signal. So it rained. Unexpectedly, King Yama appeared, grabbing the Dragon King's hand, stopping him.
Dragon King!
My brother, what are you doing?
Dragon King, brother?
What are you doing here?
King Yama glared at the Dragon King.
I'm asking you, are you planning to make it rain for that Lama?
The Dragon King replied.
That Lama has always worshipped the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. Giving him a rain is just a small matter.
King Yama was furious.
Brother, you're being foolish. If you let this rain fall, I fear that the job of making rain will have to be reassigned later. Hearing this, the Dragon King's legs trembled, and he asked,
Brother, why do you say that?
King Yama, do you know who the Taoist competing with the Lama is?
Dragon King,
he looks like just a mortal.
King Yama, mortal.
If he's immortal, then there are no more immortals in this world. At this moment, the sky thundered, dark clouds gathered, and a heavy rain began to fall.
That Songtsen Gampo smugly said.
Tengeri Koghan. It seems this first round is a victory for Tubo. However, the emperor said, I Ching, don't be hasty. Shen Xiansheng hasn't made his move yet. If they both succeed in summoning rain, then it's a tie.
Moreover, the rain hasn't fallen yet, Songtsen Gampo continued. The elder has called out, rain come twice, it will definitely pour. Tengeri Koghan, please wait and see.
On the stage, Dalani shouted, rain come, rain come.
Changqing glared at him.
Isn't it just a change in the weather? Why is he yelling so much? Look at how excited he is.
Suddenly, Changqing heard a buzzing sound in his ear.
Where did this bug come from? So annoying.
Even though the young man jumped up, the bug still managed to get into Changqing's sleeve. On the platform, Tuolani was still trying his best to pray for rain, but the sky suddenly cleared up again. Tuolani's face turned green. Cold sweat broke out. He looked towards Changqing and thought,
I made an appointment with the Dragon King for 3 hours. It should rain when it's time. How can this Taoist dispel the clouds and rain? What kind of cultivation is this? No, it must be a coincidence. I'll pray for rain again.
Thinking this, He put his hands together and mumbled something.
However, the more he chanted, the clearer the sky became.
Changqing also began to realize this.
Tuolani turned pale with anger. "Where are the clouds? Where's the rain?" And the young man grinned. "Haha, the weather changed again. Looks like I'm the lucky one." Above, the Dragon King thanked Yama incessantly. "Thank you for the reminder, old brother. Otherwise, this little brother would have made a big mistake." "However," Yama said, "just doing this isn't enough to build a good relationship with Mr. Shen." The Dragon King was curious. "Teach me, old brother." Yama had a knowing look on his face and said, "Lean closer. Do you know why I can become the head ghost of the underworld, while you can only be a small Dragon King? It's because you're better at sucking up to the leaders than me. I want to suck up too, but I don't have the opportunity. The opportunity is right in front of you." Even Wei Zhang respects Mr. Shen. If you build a good relationship with Mr. Shen, why worry about the future? Whether you can be transferred from a local position to the heavenly court and receive myriad positions depends on your performance today. This little brother understands. "Old brother, just wait and see my performance."
After a while, it was Changqing's turn to go on stage to pray for rain.
The young man thought to himself, "The Lama failed to pray for rain, so even if I fail, everyone can draw, and everyone will be happy. But I won't pray for rain anyway." How did the great immortals on TV pray for rain? While the young man was struggling with how to pray for rain, Tuolani thought, "He broke my rain summoning spell. Tit for tat is fair. When he prays for rain, I'll use my magic to stop him." However, Tuolani had just thought about it. Before he could even act, it was already raining. Tuolani stood there dumbfounded, watching the rain fall. The rain getting heavier and heavier, and the thunder becoming louder and louder. Yama stared at the Dragon King. "Little brother, Mr. Shen hasn't even started praying for rain yet." The Dragon King scratched his head. "Isn't this a display of Mr. Shen's profound Taoist magic?"
That Song Sen Gampo almost cried, "My God, is this rain summoned by that Taoist?" The emperor was also extremely surprised. "Shen, does Mr. Shen have such great abilities?" The civil and military officials also exclaimed in shock. "Look quickly, Mr. Shen is on the platform." Changqing was dumbfounded, not understanding what was going on. "Is this a storm passing by? There's no wind in the eye of the storm. The science program didn't lie to me." The emperor shouted loudly, "Mr. Shen, quickly withdraw your divine powers." Song Sen Gampo also shouted, "Stop quickly. Tubo admits defeat in this round." The young man thought to himself, "I haven't done anything. How did I win?" Tuolani was so angry he was going crazy. "You stinky Taoist. You're good in this round, but in the next round, I'll definitely make you pay." A moment later, the sky cleared, and the rain quickly disappeared. Watching the servants sweeping, Shen Changqing thought to himself, "Everyone thinks the recent storm was my doing. This misunderstanding is a bit too big." Dalani then stepped forward and said, "The great Tang is truly wealthy. It can make the Dragon King so devoted." This humble monk didn't lose in Taoist magic, but because Tubo's evil forces aren't as good as the great Tang's, Shen Changqing muttered to himself, "Although I don't understand what he means, it's obvious he's admiring me, right? The most annoying thing is people who don't admit defeat, so I have to put on a show." Thinking this, the young man smirked. "A frog in a well, what do you know? That was just this poor Taoist using a little trick. If you're not convinced, then I'll make you lose until you're completely convinced." Dragon King's crooked mouth bragging mode has been activated. Delani's face twisted. Could it be that he really summoned the rain and wind just now? Is his cultivation really that high? At this moment, the emperor also arrived. The duel of the two of you was truly spectacular. How will the next round of divination be? Delani bowed his head. Please trouble the Tian Qihan to find 3 boxes, each containing a different object. The Taoist and I will stand 100 steps away from the boxes and divine what's inside, Shen Changqing bluntly said. Then you just need to find someone to tell you beforehand what's in the boxes. The young man thought, haha, he's really starting to look for someone to tell him beforehand. I won't let you get your way. Delani raised his hand and said, therefore, if the Tian Qihan puts the objects in, that should be enough to convince everyone. What does the Taoist think? The emperor stroked his chin and nodded. All right, then I'll put the objects in. I will definitely be fair. However, Mr. Shen, the great Tang and Tubo are on friendly terms, so don't be too flashy and follow my decree. Although he said that, in his heart the emperor really wanted Shen Changqing to win. Mr. Shen, don't win too brutally. Leave some face for Tubo. The young man also thought, oh, old Lai is afraid Tubo will lose face, hinting for me to lose the next round. They both looked at each other meaningfully. After one incense stick's time, 3 boxes of different colors had been prepared. I have finished placing the objects, and no one else has seen what I put in. The 2 gentlemen can rest assured and begin the competition. As soon as it started, Delani put his palms together and mumbled something. His eyes widened, looking extremely horrified. Shen Changqing couldn't help but laugh. Grandmaster, you're widening your eyes so much, can you really see the objects in the boxes? Delani replied. This humble monk has cultivated the heavenly eye vision, which can see the cause and effect of the future, so I can naturally see clearly the objects in the boxes. Grandmaster, this isn't any heavenly eye vision, it's clearly conjunctivitis. Get it treated quickly. Shen Changqing's words made Delani jump. He thought to himself, Was that an illusion just now? Why did I feel a slight fluctuation of demonic energy? This is the royal palace of the great Tang, full of talented people everywhere. How could there be demons? It must be an illusion. After a moment, Delani said, Taoist, how about we each write our answers on paper and submit them together? No problem. Shen Changqing muttered as he picked up the brush. Since I have to lose this round anyway, I might as well do something strange. After writing their answers, they both submitted them. The emperor was stunned at a glance. This foreign monk is indeed powerful. He wrote all the correct answers. But what did Mr. Shen write? Could it be that it has a deeper meaning? Below, the civil and military officials whispered. Could it be that Immortal Master Shen is joking? How could His Majesty put these things in the boxes? Delani wondered. Writing down answers like that, is Shen Daoshi making fun of this humble monk? Changqing was surprised. Isn't a hole for a grain to defeat the town of Guangxi the answer? I came here specifically to mess with you. Whether you're messing around or not isn't important, as long as everyone's having fun. Delani's eyes widened in shock as he watched the eunuch open the box. The first box contained half a peach. At this moment, both Changqing and Delani exclaimed in surprise. The old man raged. There was clearly a teacup inside. This humble monk's heavenly eye can't be mistaken. Changqing couldn't believe it. I just wrote something randomly and got it right? Am I just super lucky? The second box contained a bowl of noodles. Holy crap, I got this one right too. Should I go buy a lottery ticket? Delaney angrily swept everything in front of him off the table. Impossible. There must be cheating. He decided to open the third box himself. This humble monk doesn't believe what the third box is. Delani slowly opened the box. It is, sure enough, a little bald-headed bird. The emperor also started to get dumbfounded. Clearly, what I put in were the things the Lama wrote, so how did they turn into the things Mr. Shen wrote? Just then, behind the emperor, Xiao Bai and Xiao He sat on the roof, observing the match. Xiao He glanced at Xiao Bai and asked tentatively, Shen Xianzhang's magic is so powerful, does he really need us to do these little tricks? It's obvious you don't understand human relationships, no wonder you've cultivated for so many years and you're still just a wild demon. So tell me, us changing the stuff in the boxes into what Shen Xianzhang wrote, is this really Shen Xianzhang's intention? Otherwise, why are you so oblivious? My and your concealment technique can fool ordinary people, but in the eyes of our Shen Xianzhang, there's no way to escape, I bet. Shen Xianzhang definitely knew we entered the palace. Xiao Bai frowned, grimaced, and raised a paw, saying, Think about it, did Shen Xianzhang even glance at us? That Lama vaguely sensed our existence and even glanced at us. Honestly, Shen Xianzhang is usually so gentle he wouldn't ignore us. Xiao Bai recalled the scene when the male lead wrote on the paper and blurted out, when he was asked to write what was in the boxes, why did Shen Xianzhang suddenly laugh? Wasn't that to see our reactions? I get it now. Turns out living with Shen Xianzhang teaches you so much. Please give me more guidance in the future, Xiao Bai Jiji. There's still a lot you need to learn. Changqing, still in shock, stroked his chin and stared intently at the box on the table. I guessed all three boxes right. Am I really a genius? After a while, the emperor and Gampo went up to the male lead, saying warmly, Shen Xianzhang's divine powers are vast, and you've opened my eyes again. I wonder if Shen Xianzhang can reveal a little. How did you do it? Speaking of this, Gampo glanced at the old man, frowning with a displeased expression. Elder Delani's heavenly eye has never had any problems before, but this time he got it wrong, all three times. It's truly unimaginable. The emperor, hearing this, said with a hint of anger, the meaning beyond the words, Are you implying that I colluded with Shen Xianzhang to cheat? Changqing, standing beside him, imagine the emperor asking someone to cheat. That's right, Lao Li can arrange for people to cheat. Then he turned to look at the young eunuch who was cleaning up the boxes right next to him and covered his mouth, chuckling inwardly. 80% that eunuch is a magic master. With his support, it's hard for anyone to win. Gampo raised both hands in front of the emperor, explaining, Your subject absolutely doesn't have that thought. I'm just curious how Shen Xianzhang did it. I've never seen Elder Delani make a mistake like this. The emperor, hearing this, glanced at the male lead, saying vaguely, Of course, it's because Shen Daoxi's Dao is profound. How could we mortals possibly know? Is Lao Li hinting at me to respond like this? After thinking about it, Changqing stepped forward, pointed at his face, and smiled brightly. That's right, just now I used a little magic trick. I hope you all weren't too amused. After a bit of chatting, the emperor turned and reached a hand towards Gampo, pressing him. Beloved minister, our great Tang has won 2 out of 3 rounds. Do we even need to bother with the third? Gampo replied. Your Majesty, the Han people are all about seeing things through to the end. I think we should finish the competition. Hearing this, the emperor immediately turned to our main man for his opinion. What do you think, Immortal Shen? The third round is walking on hot oil. Want to go for it? Shen Changqing nonchalantly replied. Sure, why not? I'm game. As he spoke, our boy was already picturing a cauldron of bubbling oil in his head. I've seen those mystery-solved shows about walking on hot oil. Isn't it just about adding a little vinegar to lower the boiling point? I can totally expose this trick on the spot. Gampo turned and walked away with a sour look on his face. Immortal Shen is indeed powerful. I'll discuss the third round with Elder Durrani then.
After he left, the emperor winked at our main character and gave him a cheeky lip lick, followed by a thumbs up.
Seeing this, Changqing happily returned the emperor's thumbs up.
At the same time, Xiao Bai and Xiao He, sitting on the roof, looked at each other, giggled, and started chattering. Immortal Shen's giving us a thumbs up. See, I told you, Immortal Shen's testing us. Looks like he's pleased with us. A while later, Gampo approached the old Dharani, scowling and furrowing his brow, and exclaimed loudly, Elder, this isn't what we agreed on. We've lost 2 out of 3 rounds. That Shen guy is too strong. I was too careless. I'll use my ultimate move in the final round to reclaim face for Tubo. At this, the old Dharani looked towards our main character, muttering, Your magic might be profound, but mine is rare and hard to find. I don't believe you can defeat me.
Today, competing with Taoist Shen has made this humble monk realize his skills are lacking. The 3rd round is set to be walking on hot oil. With Immortal Shen's cultivation, he must have achieved the imperishable golden body, right? Changqing, standing in the distance, faintly heard these words and turned to look back. What's that llama babbling about? Is he already preparing to admit defeat?
The old Dharani raised one hand, and with a grim expression, he raised the other to his mouth, chanting an incantation. Immortal Shen, this humble monk will unleash his strongest technique. Do you dare to compete? With that, he unleashed a technique, condensing surging spiritual energy around his entire body. The immense pressure created a fierce gust of wind that blew up the skirts of the female servants, and even the old eunuch swayed precariously in the gale. Seeing this scene, our main character raised his hand to shield himself, a look of fear on his face. What kind of ultimate move is this llama using? Is it specifically designed to be a pervert? After a moment of concentration, the old Dharani formed a square block of ice, clutching it tightly in his hand. He stared intensely at the block of ice, panting, This is my ultimate technique, creating something from nothing, condensing qi into ice. Xiao Bai and Xiao He, watching from above, commented, That's no exaggeration, condensing the surrounding moisture into ice. This llama is really something. If he used the 5 elements, creating ice wouldn't be strange, but he's not relying on the 5 elements mutual generation. He's purely relying on his inner strength to condense the ice. It truly is an ultimate technique. Our main character pointed at the block of ice Dharani was holding, asking, That ice? You made that just now. Without using magic, you condensed it into ice. Could Taoist Shen also do that? Hearing this, our main character rubbed his arms, feigning cold, and looked forward with a confident expression. Isn't it just making ice? Let me show you the power of your daddy Zhu Mingdu Shi, the deadly poison teacher. In Changqing's imagination,
he transformed into an old man with a beard, pointing forward and spouting English like the wind.
Back in reality, Changqing pointed directly at Dharani's face, grinning like an idiot, thinking, Ha ha, as a hardcore fan of Lao Bai, Old White, I finally get to say this line.
Seeing his attitude, the old Dharani frowned, pressing him. What were those words Immortal Shen spoke just now? What kind of incantation is that, he thought. That's right, Zhu Mingdu Shi is too old of a title. There are few people that know about it nowadays, let alone people from the Tang dynasty. Finishing his thought, Changqing crossed his arms,
closing his eyes and exclaiming, Isn't it just making ice? You want some? You got some? Taoist Shen, this humble monk, didn't rely on magic to condense ice. Don't try to twist the concept.
Hearing this, Changqing squinted one eye open and glanced over. So I can also arbitrarily make anyone condense ice. Can you do that?
The old Dharani, with a solemn expression, stated plainly, Taoist Shen, please don't speak nonsense. If condensing ice were so easy, wouldn't my decades of hard work be a joke?
As soon as he finished speaking, Changqing pointed towards the young maidens behind him. Just pick any palace maid, and I'll make her create ice right in front of your eyes. What will you say then?
Hearing this, the old Dharani glared at our main character with a determined expression. All right, this humble monk wants to see how Immortal Shen will make an ordinary mortal create ice. The young maidens, at this moment, were extremely enthusiastic, calling out, This is a great opportunity to show ourselves to His Majesty. Choose me, I'm smart. Choose me, great master. The old Dharani looked at the extremely eager girls in front of him, unable to stop his cheeks from flushing red. These palace maids are indeed all mortals. There's no cultivation on them. Can that Shen really make them create ice?
Thinking this, he glanced over and saw our main character whispering to an eunuch. He's definitely up to something. I can't let him do whatever he wants. After a while, the eunuch prepared a pot of clear water for our main character. Changqing held a bowl of something in his hand, sprinkling black seeds into the pot of water, singing merrily. Seeing this, the old Dharani approached, glaring at the pot of water, asking, Taoist Shen, what are you doing? Are you up to something?
Shen Changqing glanced over, replying crisply. The Grandmaster only forbade using magic to condense the ice, but he didn't say anything about not adding stuff to the water, did he? Speaking of which, Changqing told the eunuch to toss all the fruit from his tray into the water vat. Besides, have you ever seen anyone pulling a prank by putting peaches, plums, and melons in water? Old Dharani, upon hearing this, was stunned, pondering in silence. No one can sense any magical power in the water. On the contrary, this old monk wants to see how he'll condense ice. After contemplating, old Dharani looked at the male lead and spoke up. Immortal Master Shen, this humble monk will take responsibility for condensing the ice. How about it, him? Can he even do it? Hearing this, old Dharani got a bit peeved, furrowing his brow. Immortal Master Shen is choosing someone to condense the ice. Does it have to be a palace maid? If necessary, this humble monk can even wear women's clothes. Upon hearing this, the male lead immediately pictured old Dharani dressed as a servant girl, and he shuddered, breaking out in a cold sweat. Does he have to sacrifice so much? It's just a contest to make ice, not a contest to see who's more brain-dead. After imagining those images, Changqing covered his face and waved his hand. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Fine, just pick someone. In that case, could I trouble the Grandmaster to stir the water in the tub? Hearing that, the old monk walked over, rolled up his sleeves, and plunged his hand into the water to stir.
Grandmaster, this water is freezing. Shouldn't you replace your hand with this wooden stick?
Old Dharani glanced behind him, replying frankly, No need to worry, Taoist Shen. This humble monk possesses an imperishable diamond body. It's just cold water, it's nothing. The problem lies with that wooden stick. I must not let him carry out his intentions. Grandmaster, if your arm gets too cold to bear, quickly pull it out. Although the water is cold, it's still not as bad as the freezing lakes and biting springs in the snowy region.
At the same time, the emperor and Gampo stood right next to them, observing intently. After old Dharani stirred the water for a while, small ice cubes floated up from the bottom of the tub, bobbing on the surface.
Old Dharani, seeing the ice cubes on the surface, widened his eyes and exclaimed in astonishment,
Holy crap, it's really freezing. Keep stirring, the ice will just keep getting bigger and bigger.
The water was ice cold, but old Dharani was sweating profusely, staring wide-eyed at the water vat. There was nothing unusual about the water in the vat, yet it could produce ice. Such a strange thing had never been heard of before. Could this Taoist be a celestial being descended to earth? As he was pondering, Changqing behind him raised his hand with a face as green as a toad and said, Hey, it's time to eat fruit. Old Dharani, hearing this, turned pale with fear, sweat dripping down, his mouth agape as he thought to himself, Eat fruit. In his eyes, are the king and I just fruit that he can enjoy at will? Does he want to kill us?
After thinking about it, he hurriedly pulled his hand out of the water vat, then bowed his head, causing Changqing to recoil in surprise. This humble monk admits defeat. Tubo admits defeat. What are you doing, dude?
Then, he raised his head and glared forward, shouting loudly,
Great king! Sunset on the snowy mountain. The wind scatters the clouds.
Gampo, hearing this, gritted his teeth and thought to himself, This is the prearranged signal between the elder and me, indicating great danger. We must leave immediately. After thinking about it, he turned to clasp his hands and bow to the emperor. The Kagan, Pubo admits defeat. We're leaving now. With that, Gampo and old Dharani's group fled the palace like their pants were on fire, not daring to look back even once.
Afterward, Changqing scooped out some of the chilled fruit from the vat and said, I just wanted to scoop out the fruit to eat. Why did the llama react so violently? This fruit is best eaten now that it's frozen.
The emperor picked up a frozen peach, took a small bite, and his mood immediately brightened. I've never eaten a peach so frozen and transparent in this weather. Today, esteemed consort, you've brought glory to our country. It's truly gratifying. Cheng Lei nibbled on a cherry, her cheeks flushed red, and thought to herself, Immortal Master Shen is truly amazing. How can there be someone so perfect? Suddenly, from outside, a eunuch rushed in, loudly announcing, A urgent message from Longxi Stone Pass, 800 line away.
The emperor, hearing this, frowned and stood up abruptly. Longxi Stone Pass is close to Tubo. Songtsen Gampo's actions just now were very unusual. Could there be some change on the Tubo border?
The emperor put on a cautious expression, staring intently at the memorial, causing the male lead's group to become serious and silent, not daring to say a word. After a while, the emperor placed his hand on the table, sighed, and exclaimed, It's indeed a mess. However good. A huge white pig appeared in Longxi Stone Pass, and the local officials consider it an auspicious omen, rushing to inform me over 800 leagues. Hearing this, Changqing raised his hand to stroke his chin and pondered. White pig. As I recall, white pigs were introduced to our country in 1974, and breeding them solved the difficult problem of having meat to eat. If they already have them now, could it be possible to freely eat meat? After thinking about it, the male lead walked up to the emperor and clasped his hands to report.
Your Majesty, this white pig is indeed an auspicious omen. I implore your Majesty to allow me to go and bring the white pig back to the palace.
The emperor, hearing this, asked curiously, It's just a white pig, is it worth Immortal Master Shen treating it this way? Of course, this concerns the people's livelihood. The emperor, hearing these words, said happily, If Immortal Master Shen has said so, then I grant it. How many people does Immortal Master Shen plan to take with him?
Shen Changqing, upon hearing this, immediately held out his hand, all smiles. It's just bringing back a pig. No need to mobilize the troops. I can handle it myself. The emperor gestured towards Cheng Yu, implying, Cheng Yu, I recall you've never been to Longxi Road, right? Why not accompany immortal Shen to broaden your horizons?
Chengju, hearing this, clenched her fists, looking excited. Immortal Shen, may I accompany you? I promise I won't be a hindrance. That dumb man, Shen Changqing, upon hearing the woman's request, immediately waved his hands, flatly refusing. The princess is a precious jade flower. How can she endure a journey of thousands of miles? Moreover, men and women shouldn't be too close. If we travel together, it might be inconvenient.
Chang Yue, upon hearing this, lowered her head, stunned and disappointed. Okay then. The emperor said, Chang Yue, that's all I can do to help you. Seeing Chang Yue's sadness, Shen Changqing raised his hand, cheerfully comforting her. Princess, don't be disappointed. In the future, I'll take you to many more interesting places. Chang Yu perked up instantly, her eyes wide and sparkling. Really? Then we have a deal.
The emperor stroked his chin, looking at the male lead and Chang Yu, smiling thoughtfully.
Immortal Shen is a living immortal of our time. If Chang Yu could marry him, it would be a great match.
Scene changed to Shen Changqing's place.
When Dong Li and Dong Er heard the male lead say he was going to catch a white pig, they were incredibly excited. Dong Er said, Immortal wants to go to Longxi Road. Take me with you.
Dong Li crossed her arms, looking annoyed, and glared at Dong Er, saying, If the immortal wants to take someone, he should take me. What good are you? Dong Er, hearing this, put her hands on her hips, retorting sharply, I'm useful, very useful, in many ways. Dong Li glanced at Dong Er's big, white, and round assets, her face darkening with anger. You shameless hussy.
Shen Changqing, sitting cross-legged, watched the two girls batting eyes at each other, feeling helpless, thinking to himself, I suspect you two are driving, and I have very solid evidence. Moments later, Dong Er approached Shen Changqing, glanced at him, and shyly said, Immortal, take me with you. On the road, I can take care of your eating, sleeping, resting, and even warm your bed. Shen Changqing, hearing this, thought about Dong Er's super loudspeakers and felt it wasn't bad at all, practically drooling. However, 2 seconds later, Dong Li rushed over, shoving Dong Er aside with an angry expression, shouting, The immortal is definitely not someone so easily swayed. You should take me. I can take care of everything on the road for the immortal. I can cook, catch squirrels, and all sorts of things. And I know how to arrange clothes and sew. Plus, I know the way. When did you learn so many skills? Was your skill tree updated? With that, Shen Changqing stood up, dusted off his clothes, and slung his bag over his shoulder. Alright, no matter which of you goes, the other will definitely be unhappy. It's best if neither of you go. Seeing Shen Changqing leaving with his bag, the two girls hurriedly chased after him, shouting, Immortal, stay, I'll take care of the house. I might be back in half a month or so. As soon as he stepped out of the Shen residence, a coachman with a shaved head was waiting. Immortal Shen, I'm the coachman the court arranged for you. Sorry for the trouble. Shen Changqing sat in the carriage, and the baldy carefully adjusted his position. Immortal, please hold on tight here. Isn't this a carriage? Why is there a handrail inside? The baldy turned his head to look at Shen Changqing with a cautious expression. Immortal Shen, once you're in my carriage, your family, trust me, I won't be wrong. With that, he turned back and took a deep breath, then whipped the horse's ass so hard it felt its balls ache, and it started crying, Get a move on! The horse, in pain, sped off like an arrow, making the male lead's hair stand on end, his face pale, completely bloodless. Is this a mistake? Riding in a carriage feels like being pushed from behind. Cyberpunk carriage. Just as he finished speaking, he noticed something behind him moving constantly. A second later, Chang Yue crawled out from inside the blanket, her face red and pale, sweating like rain, gasping for breath. That's not good, I almost suffocated to death. Shen Changqing panicked and shouted as soon as he saw Chang Yue. Princess Chang Yue, what are you doing here? Chang Yue widened her eyes, looking at the male lead, smiling brightly, said, Father allowed me to come along, so I specially arranged for the fastest coachman in Changyan to take us. So, the special arrangement the coachman mentioned earlier meant this. This won't do, princess. You can't come out with me without guards. What if we encounter bad guys? I have to take you back, coachman. Turn back to Changshan. The bald dude, still whipping the horse like crazy, replied, Immortal master, we're over 100 miles from Changjian already. It's gonna be tough to turn back now. Hearing this, Shen Changqing's eyes rolled back in his head, and he gasped in shock. Holy moly, what did we rob that we gotta run this fast? Chang Yu stared intently at our male lead and blurted out, Immortal master, father said that with you around, no one in the world can harm me. Please, just take me with you. The male lead, defeated, just facepalmed and sighed. Alright, we'll go together then. Woohoo, I get to travel with the Shen Immortal Master, team ha ha ha. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Scene changed to a desolate village in the middle of a dense forest. The male lead's caravan has stopped to rest. The bald dude stroked his precious horse, grinning from ear to ear. Immortal Master and Princess, why don't you head to the village to find lodging first? We'll stay here for the night. The horse, with a stern look, turned its head to glare at the bald dude. Seeing the horse's expression, he was taken aback. Old buddy, what's wrong? Alright, keep it down. I will go get some hay for you. After the bald dude left, the horse glanced behind it. Suddenly, everything around it became eerily dark, causing the horse to grit its teeth and stare in fear. At that moment,
The ancient tree behind the horse transformed into a demon, using a branch to pierce through the horse and shove it into its wide, sewer-like mouth. But Shen Changqing and Chang Yue had already entered the village and didn't know what was happening outside. What's going on? Is no one living in this village? Immortal Master, I have a really bad feeling about this village. Just as she finished speaking, a tile fell from above, creating a loud noise.
Changju jumped in fright, her eyes wide, teeth gritted, and face pale, drained of all color.
Then, she lunged forward and grabbed Shen Changqing's arm, causing him to blush. Immortal Master, I'm so scared. The moment Cheng Yu grabbed him, Shen Changqing's eyes were glued on her assets.
Then, Shen Changqing, with a calm expression, raised his hand and smiled gently. Princess, no need to be afraid. It's just been a while since it was repaired, so some tiles are falling down. Hearing this, Cheng Yu turned her head back and looked at the tile at her feet, exclaiming,
Oh, it really is just a broken tile.
Saying that, she quickly let go of the male lead, awkwardly, with her cheeks flushed red. Please don't blame me, Immortal Master. Cheng Yu was being impolite just now. Shen Changqing approached, looked down at Cheng Yue with a loving look. Princess, don't be afraid. There are no ghosts or monsters in this world.
Cheng Ju clasped her hands together, her eyes wide as she looked at Shen Changqing and smiled brightly. That's right. With Immortal Master here, there's nothing to fear from demons and monsters. There is a temple ahead. We can go there to rest tonight. The male lead and Cheng Yu stepped inside the temple. He ran his hand over the altar. Strange. There is no one in the village, but this temple is very clean, as if someone sweeps it every day.
Chang Yu looked at something, stunned.
Immortal Master, why is this statue covering its face? Maybe it's a local custom, we shouldn't be curious. After speaking, Shen Changqing reached for the door. Princess, let's go to the back hall to see if we can find something to use as blankets and cushions. We'll spend the night here tonight, as you wish. Just as the two people left, the cloth covering the face of the statue suddenly flew up, revealing the ghostly face inside. After a while, Shen Changqing had found 2 blankets to pad the steps. Who knew there would be clean blankets and cushions in the back hall? Probably left by the monks here. I thought we'd have to sleep on the cold stone floor.
Cheng Yu sat down on her knees, placed her hands on her thighs and smiled. As expected of the Immortal Master, you can even sleep in a place like this. I wouldn't dare to sleep. Shen Changqing sat down on his cushion and said warmly, If the princess can't sleep, we can have a late-night talk session right here. I love talking with my roommates. Hearing this, Cheng Yu put her hand on her chest, her eyes wide with curiosity. A late-night talk session? What's... Shen Changqing tilted his head, raised a finger, and replied, That's called chit-chat. Or, as you girls would say, sitting together and gossiping. That works.
I've wanted to have a proper chat with the Immortal Master for ages. Haven't you always wanted to learn from me? Perfect timing to teach you. With that, Shen Changqing picked up a rock and scribbled some commonly used geometric theorems on the doorstep. Here, let me try explaining this to you. Something else.
But, as soon as he finished speaking, Shen Changqing looked up and saw Cheng Lei had already fallen asleep. Indeed, in any era, math is still the most effective sleep aid.
Cheng Lei fell into a deep sleep, dreamily reaching into her robes, pulling them down to reveal a terrifying bust. Holy crap! Shen Changqing, seeing this, immediately turned his face away. His cheeks flushed red, embarrassed. One shouldn't look at things that are not in accordance with propriety. The long night stretched on, and Shen Changqing sat in the room in silence. He looked towards the door, pondering. I never thought there'd be a day when I'd be in the Tang dynasty, spending the night with a Tang princess in a temple. Coming to this realization, Shen Changqing placed his hand on his chest, closed his eyes, and sighed. A drop of water in the ocean. Alas for my fleeting life. Do I still have hope of returning?
The next day, Shen Changqing and Cheng Lei stepped out of the temple.
Cheng Lei, flustered with rosy cheeks, glanced over and shyly asked, Immortal Master, after I fell asleep last night, did I do anything strange?
Shen Changqing turned, raised an eyebrow, and bluntly replied, Ah, no, princess. You slept like a log. The tacit understanding of adults automatically bypassed the awkward topic.
A moment later, the two walked to the ancient tree where the sand carrier had rested, only to find no one in sight. Where did the sand carrier and the horse go?
Speaking of which, Shen Changqing widened his eyes in shock and blurted out, Could it be robbery and murder?
Cheng Lei's face turned pale green upon hearing this. Stunned. Murder and robbery. At this point, she imagined herself being chased by a gang of bandits. Men for money, women for pleasure. Immortal Master, save me. Just imagining it.
Cheng Li was startled and frightened, tears welling up in her eyes.
And then she turned and reached out to hug Shen Changqing. If there are robbers and murderers, aren't we in danger? Immortal Master, quickly use your magic to fly us away. Hearing this, the male lead scratched his cheek and muttered, I think I scared the princess. She's starting to talk nonsense again. How am I supposed to fly her away? This isn't like climbing ranks in a game. I should calm her down first.
After pondering, he patted Cheng Lei's shoulder gently, reassuring her. Princess, don't be afraid. Perhaps the horse was startled and ran off. The sand carrier is probably just chasing after it.
Cheng Lei stroked her chin and looked up at the male lead.
Really? Just now you clearly suspected. Before she could finish speaking, Shen Changqing quickly interrupted. In broad daylight like this, with the great Tang and peace and prosperity, how could a band of robbers suddenly appear? I was just teasing you to scare you.
While talking, Shen Changqing didn't notice a group of men behind him, armed with hoes and shovels, approaching.
The young men, mouths agape in O-shapes, pointed at the male lead, their eyes wide, yelling, "There he is, hurry! Chase after the male lead!" Forgotten, Cheng Lei was shocked and panicked upon seeing the group of young men, her eyes wide and her face pale. Oh my god, am I a jinx, immortal master? There really are robbers.
A young man, shivering in the cold, stepped in front of Shen Changqing brazenly. "Hey, you guys have unfamiliar faces. Where did you strangers come from?" At this moment, a teenager with a panicked expression turned his head and looked back. "Please save my brother. If you don't hurry, I don't know if my brother will be eaten by that tree."
Hearing this, the young men rushed anxiously towards the teenager. Seeing this scene, Cheng Lei's eyes widened in shock. Eaten? A man-eating tree? I've never heard of it. Does such a tree really exist in this world?
The young men surrounded the ancient tree, discussing noisily. "Isn't this the sacred tree? Muramasa said it already. Being near this tree is forbidden ground. Hu Zi went in there." A bearded man stepped in front of the teenager, crossed his arms, and questioned him sternly. "Did you two come near the sacred tree to play?" The teenager replied. "My brother and I were just passing by when we heard a strange sound then. At that time, my brother and I were passing by the sacred tree when we heard someone shouting for help. That's how the two brothers ran to the front of the old tree and saw a money bag hanging on it. Brother, look at this, there's a money bag on the tree. That money bag is bulging, there must be a lot of money inside."
"Brother, it seems like this place is the forbidden ground of the sacred tree," Muramasa once said. The older brother ignored his younger brother's words and climbed the tree directly. "With this money, we can eat our fill.
We'll grab the cash and bolt, it'll be fine." But just as the older brother was about to reach the loot, some kind of weird ripple thing caught his attention.
The older brother got tangled up by all the branches sticking out from the tree trunk.
And just like that, the old tree just yoinked him away without him even getting a scream out. The younger brother watched the whole thing, tears streaming down his face. "My brother's stuck in the tree, you gotta save him."
The group of young guys heard his story and were kinda hesitant. Muramasa told us not to mess with the sacred tree's territory. If we disrespect the tree, the whole village is going to be in trouble. Seeing how useless they were, Chang Yu turned to Chang Qing with puppy dog eyes. "Immortal sir, please use your magic to save him." The main dude, not knowing how to say no, rolled up his sleeves and marched forward. "Alright, leave it to me. I ain't buying this man-eating tree BS. Probably just some kid who fell in, and he's scared of getting yelled at by his parents. So he made up this story." The young villagers were shocked seeing Chang Qing stroll so casually toward the old tree. "Hey stranger, what do you think you're doing? Climbing up to rescue him, duh."
Hearing the protagonist's remark, the villagers rebuked fiercely. "Don't be ridiculous. Back off before you anger the tree god. You should be asking for forgiveness."
Chang Qing tilted his head, gave a look of utter scorn, and muttered, "Man-eating tree, my ass. Even a science documentary wouldn't film something this dumb."
After thinking for a moment, he turned around and boldly walked toward the ancient tree, smiling with surging momentum. "On the contrary, I want to see what a man-eating tree look like." But as soon as he finished speaking, a group of people approached from a distance, shouting, "Who's making noise in the forbidden area? Do you have a death wish?" As soon as the crowd saw these three people, they respectfully greeted them.
"Greetings, Muramasa." Old Muramasa angrily pointed forward and shouted, "You're not at the temple worshipping the tree god, but making a racket here. Aren't you afraid of the tree god's punishment?"
The bearded man pointed to the teenager and replied, "Tianwakazi asked us to save his brother. Hu Zi must have been eaten by the tree god." Tianwazi was tearful and pale with fear. "Muramasa, please save my brother, he is all I have."
Old Muramasa was furious when he heard this,
glaring and shouting, "How many times have I told you, everything we have is given to us by the mercy of the tree god, as long as we worship with sincerity." However, something made him shut his mouth while he was speaking.
Seeing Cheng Qing climbing the tree, old Muramasa's eyes popped out. "Damn it, why is he up there?" Cheng Qing climbed up the tree with an expressionless face. He gripped the tree trunk tightly, and immediately flashes of light appeared.
His feet also rubbed against the tree trunk to maintain balance while climbing. When he climbed to the top of the tree, golden light began to emanate around the ancient tree. At this moment, the spiral of light gradually formed a face in the middle of the tree. A pair of eyes, full of anger, widened on the tree. Immediately afterwards, a weird face of the ancient tree appeared with teeth like old Zhu's rake. The people knelt down immediately and kowtowed repeatedly. The tree god has appeared." The ancient tree stared at the male protagonist. "I have a hunch that after eating this person I can attain enlightenment and become an immortal. Becoming an immortal in the sky, I'm so lucky." At this time, Chang Qing still didn't know what was going on, and casually spat a mouthful of saliva on his hand. "This damn tree is really slippery."
Then, he slapped his hand hard on the tree trunk, creating a stream of golden spiritual energy.
At this moment, the entire ancient tree was covered by the stream of golden spiritual energy created by Chang Qing. But he was still unaware and struggled to continue climbing the ancient tree.
Staring wide-eyed, he opened his mouth and shouted, What's going on? Where's my power to control the branches? No sooner had he spoken than Changqing kicked off the ancient tree's face, using it as leverage to climb.
In a flash, Changqing finally reached the hole in the tree and grinned. Hey, this is much easier to climb.
This guy actually dares to step on my face. I'm so angry. Where's my spiritual power?
Old Muramasa stood hunched over, squinting up, thinking to himself. That compassionate person willingly became nourishment for the divine tree. The divine tree's power has increased again. At this moment, Cheng Yue stepped forward, looking at old Muramasa, and asking suspiciously, "If that tree eats people, why didn't you report it to the court?" Old Muramasa, his face darkened, glared at Cheng Yue and shouted, "The divine tree has been cultivating for thousands of years. Weak, ordinary Taoists with magic power will only anger the divine tree. The entire village will suffer as a result.
We don't dare to go to the forbidden area, but we have no way to leave, so we have no choice but to live on the mountain outside the village, returning to the village every day to worship the divine tree. No wonder there's no one in the village, so you've all moved up the mountain." Speaking of which, Cheng Yue turned to look at the curious villagers. "Then why can't you leave here?"
Old Muramasa, behind Cheng Yue, with a surging murderous aura. According to the village records, the villagers, from birth, have seeds planted in their bodies by the divine tree. Once they leave here, the divine tree will stimulate the seeds in their bodies to take root and sprout, becoming a tree. By then, people passing by will only see trees wearing clothes in the village, with no trace of humans. Those passing by will also become new nutrients to feed the divine tree.
If you don't want to turn into a tree, you must obediently and reverently worship and offer sacrifices to the divine tree on time, so that the divine tree will not destroy the village.
Speaking of this, he solemnly pointed towards the divine tree, shouting, "If you dare to anger the divine tree, you will be eaten by the divine tree like that stranger." As soon as he finished speaking, a young man in the village pointed towards the divine tree, stammering, "Master Muramasa, that person."
Hearing this, he turned his head to look, and saw Changqing stomping directly on the divine tree's face, his eyes popping out of his head. How can this be?" Cheng Yu crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and said blankly, "You still don't know who he is, do you? He is Shen Changqing, the immortal master of Chengyan. His Taoist magic is the best in the world. A scary tree demon like this is probably the first time the Shen immortal master will use immortal magic. Lucky to witness it." The villagers, hearing these words, were very excited and smiled. A Taoist priest from Chengjian. Then he can definitely solve the divine tree. That's right. Don't you see, the divine tree doesn't dare to move. That's great, we're saved. However, in contrast to everyone's joy, old Muramasa's face darkened, muttering, "A Taoist priest from Chengjian."
At this moment the male lead was on the tree, turned his head to look down at the villagers, thinking to himself, the villagers must have been frightened by the appearance of this tree, thinking that the tree eats people. How can there be trees that eat people in this world? However, something made Changqing's face turn ashen. He sat on the top of the tree, looking down. Crap, my stomach feels terrible. At that moment, Changqing looked back into the hole, and saw a pair of young man's legs sticking upside down. He immediately turned to inform the villagers, "I see that kid, he's still alive. I'll pull him out right away."
Changqing used force to pull the boy, shouting, while also pressing his butt tightly against the head of the divine tree to steady himself. "Damn it! It seems like this kid is stuck in the hollow of the tree." Changqing grabbed the boy's legs tightly, pulling hard. "Hey kid, can you hear me? Let's work together, I'll save you."
The divine tree glared up with extreme anger. "Once eaten by this old one, don't even dream about getting out." At this moment, Changqing, because his stomach was too uncomfortable, couldn't restrain himself, and dropped a heavy, stinky atomic bomb on the divine tree's face. The divine tree inhaled the full scent of the fart. His face turned purple, without a trace of blood, sticking out his tongue and panting, "Holy crap, I used too much force, and let one rip, how embarrassing is this?" Under the scent of his own butt bomb, even the male lead couldn't stand it, and covered his nose. "Holy moly, that's a freaking stinky fart. Luckily no one's here, otherwise I'd die of embarrassment." The divine tree rolled his eyes upwards, tears streaming down. "Is this a fart that humans can release? It's too stinky? No, I feel sick." The divine tree couldn't hold back, and opened his mouth wide to vomit out the boy, which made Changqing a little surprised. He still didn't understand what happened, but seeing that the boy escaped, he happily laughed. "Haha, this kid's good." He even crawled out himself.
Changqing quickly caught the boy and carried him on his shoulder, looking down to announce, "He's been rescued. Success." Cheng Yue heard this and looked up at the male lead,
smiling secretly, thinking that the Shen immortal master was indeed an immortal. Pinching his nose could subdue such a terrifying tree demon.
Shen Changqing gently carried the boy in his arms back towards the crowd. "The kid's all right, probably just fainted from the fright." Old Muramasa hobbled forward, leaning on his staff.
As expected of immortal Shen from Chengjian City, truly remarkable. Even the sacred tree wouldn't dare touch you.
Shen Changqing went behind the male lead and whispered, covering his mouth, "He's the one who spread the rumor about the sacred tree eating people. Oh, so he's the source of the rumor."
Old Muramasa gestured towards the village, implying, "I wonder if the immortal is willing to stay as a guest in our village."
Shen Changqing frowned suspiciously at the invitation. Is this some kind of Hongmen banquet about to unfold? Shen Chengqing turned to look at Cheng Yue, whispering, "They don't come with good intentions, we can't go. Immortal, aren't we searching for the missing driver and horse? Maybe they were captured." Hearing Cheng Yue's words, the male lead glanced at old Muramasa's group, thinking, "Damn it, no matter how strong outsiders are, it's hard to suppress these local powerhouses. If that old man incites the villagers to tie us up and take us back, we're screwed." Just as he was pondering, old Muramasa spoke, startling the male lead. "You two, I sincerely invite you. What are you hesitating about?"
Saying this, old Muramasa and the people behind him all looked at the male lead and Chengju with murderous expressions. "Could it be that you two fear the villagers have malicious intentions towards you?"
Chengyu was terrified hearing those words. Her face turned pale and she clung tightly to Shen Chengqing's arm. "Immortal, he looks like a bad guy. Punish him with your immortal powers."
The male lead's face went blank when he heard the words, "immortal powers." What immortal powers do I know? Shouldn't we be reporting this to the authorities? Is this village not managed by anyone? Old Muramasa continued to urge, "Are you two still not done resting?"
Just as he finished speaking, someone stepped forward and said, "Muramasa, shouldn't you guys be at the temple worshipping at this time? Why are you all gathered here? Are you tired of living?"
The voice came from a group of officials, and the leader was extremely fierce, carrying a sharp blade on his shoulder. "Didn't you say this tree eats people? What are you doing gathering here? Do you all have a death wish?"
Shen Chengqing and Cheng Yue beamed with joy when they saw the officials, saying in unison, "Great, the government people are here."
Old Muramasa glared over with a disgruntled expression, asking, "Head Constable Wang, why are you here?" Head Constable Wang closed his eyes and shook his head, saying, "I just happened to be passing by and suddenly wanted to take a look. I don't know what happened. I just went and then got to this mountain ditch."
Cheng Yu's eyes widened as she walked over and pointed at old Muramasa. "Arrest him. He's the one spreading rumors about the tree-eating people. And he also captured our driver and horse."
Old Muramasa immediately retorted upon hearing this, "Young lady, I have no grudge against you. Why are you framing me?"
Shen Chengqing moved closer and whispered into Cheng Yue's ear, "Princess, let's wait for the investigation to be clear about the driver and horse. We can't convict him without evidence. This one is a princess. Do I need evidence to arrest him?"
The male lead was furious upon hearing this, and stepped forward with his hands on his hips, replying sharply,
"Precisely because you are a princess, we should be more reasonable. Otherwise, the royal family will lose face. Immortal is right. Cheng Yu is being muddled." "Princess Cheng Yu, can you ask these servants to stay? With them here, that old man won't dare to act rashly, and we can conveniently investigate, but don't reveal our identities. Don't worry, Immortal, leave it to me."
After discussing, Cheng Yu grabbed his hand and walked boldly towards Head Constable Wang's group. "I am Princess Cheng Yu, traveling incognito. You are to stay here and be ready to follow my orders at any time."
Head Constable Wang's group gnashed their teeth upon hearing this, answering bluntly,
"What do you mean? Who did you say you were just now? You can eat food randomly, but you can't say words randomly, little girl. You're pretty. If you are willing to follow us brothers, then we won't pursue the matter of what you did just now."
Old Muramasa spoke from afar.
"Head Constable Wang, this girl is talking nonsense, but her clothes look very expensive and noble. Why don't you just take her back to the yamen? You will surely get some benefits."
The two constables looked at each other upon hearing this, grinning wickedly.
Immediately after, Cheng Yue took out the imperial token and held it up. "Royal family token, do you recognize it?"
Head Constable Wang's group broke into a cold sweat upon seeing the token.
Their faces turned as green as frogs, terrified. Thus, the high spirits of the three young men collapsed before Cheng Yu's token. "If you dare to reveal my identity, I will exterminate your 9 generations."
Shen Chengqing, standing behind, broke out in a cold sweat seeing the constable standing upright before Cheng Yu. "Are these three into street dancing?" Head Constable Wang raised his hand to his mouth, coughing to signal, "Miss, this constable will seriously investigate the matter you accused Muramasa of." Finishing his words, Head Constable Wang pointed directly at old Muramasa and ordered, "Arrange accommodation for my brothers. I will be staying overnight in the village today." Head Constable Wang, "You want to stay overnight in the village?" Having said that, the old guy looked gloomy and pondered deeply. "That little brat must have bribed those errand runners earlier, but once we're in the village, all these treasures will be mine." Wang Butu stepped forward, pointing his blade at old Muramasa's face, and demanded, "Hurry up and arrange things for us. Find a place for this young master and lady to stay. If you don't treat us well, I'll make you pay." Old Muramasa was furious upon hearing this, glaring at the male lead with eyes like bullets. "Fine, I'll arrange for you to stay in the village." On the surface, he agreed obsequiously, but inside, he was plotting, "Come nightfall, you'll get a taste of what's coming." After everything was settled, Cheng Qing gave Cheng Lei a thumbs up. A long while later, the sky began to darken. Cheng Qing and Wang Butu's group entered the village. After searching all day, turning the village upside down, they still couldn't find any clues. How could a living person and a horse just disappear? Wang Butu, trailing behind, said with a friendly smile, "Princess, immortal master, we've searched the whole village all day. What exactly are we looking for?" Cheng Lei, upon hearing this, snapped back impatiently. "Just follow when you're told to. Don't ask questions you shouldn't."
Yes, yes. The male lead stroked his chin, looking off into the distance. If Xiao Bai were here right now, that would be great. His dog nose is so handy for finding things.
Finishing his sentence, he turned to Wang Butu and said warmly, "Please trouble you all to follow me up the mountain to spend the night. Maybe we'll find some clues there. Immortal Master is too kind. Being able to contribute to the princess and Immortal Master is a blessing for this humble one." Old Muramasa, standing far away, watched the male lead's group head towards the mountains and wept. Why are they going up the mountain? Weren't they supposed to spend the night in the village? My tales. At this time, a horrifying scene unfolded somewhere, where the skeletal remains of humans lay deep within the earth. Returning to the male lead's Changqing temple, Dong Li was diligently washing and hanging clothes in the courtyard. Xiao Bai and Xiao He sat on the empty rooftop, watching Dong Li hang clothes and chatting idly. "So rich and generous? You're a millennia-old fox demon. At least try to live a little lavishly, all right?" Suddenly, Xiao Bai stood up straight, frowning intently ahead. "I can sense it. The Immortal Master is calling me." Immediately after that, Xiao Bai and Xiao He rushed towards the valley path. Moments later, Xiao Bai and Xiao He stopped at the divine tree, causing it to widen its eyes in terror. This tree demon looks so scary. I wonder how strong it is. Maybe the Immortal Master wants to use this tree demon to test whether we've been cultivating properly at home. Having said that, Xiao Bai flared his nostrils and smelled Changqing's scent. "I smell the Immortal Master. Sure enough, the Immortal Master came here to check on us. We can defeat it if we join forces, right?" Xiao Bai transformed his body to become enormous, growing a pair of dragon horns, his sharp eyes radiating intense spiritual energy from his entire body. "Let me see what you're capable of. I definitely won't let the Immortal Master down this time." After contemplating, Xiao Bai opened his big mouth wide and roared loudly, while simultaneously unleashing the catching fire burning the sky technique. The flames surged like a tornado, burning away the canopy of the divine tree, making it bald in the blink of an eye. The divine tree widened its eyes, opening its mouth to scream, There's a horned dragon fox demon." Xiao He was also shocked by Xiao Bai's transformation, and exclaimed, How did you become so strong? You only need to sincerely follow the Immortal Master to become this strong." Hearing these words, Xiao He made a serious face and pondered, "When I get back, I'll definitely ask the Immortal Master properly. I have to become stronger too." Xiao Bai looked up at the golden halo of spiritual energy before him. "Even I can't beat this demon. The Immortal Master definitely has a different intention in calling us here." Saying this, Xiao Bai imagined himself transforming into human form and bathing in the same water as the male lead. "My performance in this test was great. Maybe the Immortal Master will reward me." Xiao He widened his eyes and stroked his chin, exclaiming, "Then what could the intention be?" Hey, Rottenwood, have you seen any Taoists recently?" Xiao Bai also cooperated a little and turned his face into Changqing's face from that day. Like this. The tree god didn't dare not to confess, answering honestly, "I've met him before. He saved a child for me today, and followed the villagers up the mountain." Hearing that, Xiao Bai immediately turned to Xiao He and blurted out, "If the Immortal Elder took action to save people but didn't conveniently eliminate the demon, then he must be testing our cultivation." Xiao He was overjoyed and teared up. "The Immortal Elder cares about our cultivation wherever he goes." Xiao Bai sniffed the air again with his nose. I smell a familiar scent." Then, Xiao Bai began digging the ground fiercely, causing Xiao He to exclaim in surprise, "What's underground?" After digging for a while, Xiao Bai unearthed a pile of white bones covered in mud, looking utterly eerie. Hey, you're a 1,000-year-old fox demon. Don't act like a real dog. Where's your dignity as an immortal fox?" After digging for a while, Xiao Bai finally dug a deep pit and stared into it. What do you know? There's something down here. The one lying in the pit was actually Bai Su Su. She was tightly bound by tree roots, her striped clothes torn and tattered, covered in dirt. "Oh my, is that Madame Bai?" Xiao He turned around with a bewildered expression. "You guys know each other. She's one of the white-boned demons that the Immortal Elder subdued before, saying she wanted to go home and see, and then she disappeared. Why is she here?" "I get it now. The Immortal Elder called us here to save Madame Bai. This is one of our test objectives." Hearing this, Xiao He turned to Xiao Bai and said, "You beat up the tree demon earlier. How about I say I saved this white-boned demon? Keep dreaming. How about I cultivate for you too?" After a moment of discussion, both Xiao Bai and Xiao He ran over and used their mouths to pull Bai Su Su up. "Pull her out. Help me. I'll put in a good word for you when the time comes." "Okay, fine, I guess. Madame Bai is saved. Let's go find the Immortal Elder." Madame Bai is acting so realistically, lying right beneath this terrifying tree. "Immortal Elder, you really are going the extra mile for our cultivation." The spirit tree is beyond pissed right now, girls. Damn it. First, a strange Taoist priest appeared, and now there are two more powerful demons. Saying this, the spirit tree glared down below, its bark tightening. "It seems I have no choice but to make a show of force at any cost. Otherwise, it will be very dangerous." At the same time, in another development, Shen Chengqing, his cheeks flushed, laughed heartily. "Soaking my feet after a long day is so relaxing." Cheng Yu and the male lead sat in the boudoir, each with a basin of water, soaking their feet.
The immortal elder's exclusive foot-soaking method. So comfy, of course. This is a secret I learned from foot massage parlors.
Cheng Yu turned around with an excited expression, eagerly asking, "What's a foot parlor? What kind of place is that? Could it be the abode of some immortal?" Well, you can think of it that way. Cheng Yu turned her head to one side. In Muramasa's house he wouldn't come in the middle of the night to hurt us, would he? Head Constable Wang and the bailiffs are right beside us, Princess. There's no need to worry. Finishing his words, Shen Changqing turned his head to look out the window. Why is it suddenly so windy, making the leaves sway? Hearing this, Cheng Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. Immortal Elder, I remember there aren't any trees in the courtyard. Oh, right, there really aren't any trees in the courtyard. Saying this, Shen Changqing suddenly stared ahead. Then he quickly ran to the window.
Then what is that shadow on the window, Immortal Elder? Or is it a ghost? Could it be the tree demon came for revenge?
Suddenly, a knock on the door echoed from outside, causing Cheng Yu to widen her eyes in fear.
She and the male lead stared intently at the main door. Who could it be so late?
Shen Changqing opened the door and poked his head out, something making him stunned.
Outside the door was the boy the male lead had saved. His body full of injuries, blood staining his clothes, his face distraught, his eyes dark.
Shen Changqing approached Hu Zi, staring at him. Isn't this the child I saved this morning?
Just as he finished speaking, Cheng Yu peeked her head out. Immortal Elder, who is it? As soon as she saw Hu Zi, Cheng Yu began to sweat profusely, her eyes wide with fear. Then she screamed, echoing throughout the village.
The group of Head Constable Wang, hearing the scream, turned around in shock with angry expressions. That's the princess's scream. Could there be an assassin?
Then all three of them gathered together and headed towards the door to see what was going on. If there are assassins, let's scram.
The group of Head Constable Wang opened the door a crack and looked outside. There was only a dirty child in the courtyard, no one else. This kid must have scared the princess. This is our chance to shine.
Saying this, Head Constable Wang kicked the door open. Please don't panic, Princess. We are here to rescue you. Then, two Yamen runners behind Head Constable Wang rushed forward, pinning Hu Zi to the ground and locking his hands behind his back. Head Constable Wang brandished his blade forward, glaring with a stern expression, and shouted loudly, Your Highness the Princess, your subordinates will definitely risk their lives to protect you. Shen Changqing was dumbfounded, while Cheng Yu could only grin sheepishly. You guys are overdoing it a bit, aren't you? He's just a kid. Didn't I tell you not to reveal my identity? Hu Zi initially looked up with a terrified expression. Please save my little brother. He was taken away by the tree spirit. Hearing this, Changqing immediately sat down next to Hu Zi, pressing him for details. What tree spirit? What exactly happened? That evening, Tianwakazi brought a bowl of water to Hu Zi. Brother, I'm so lucky to have met that Taoist priest today, otherwise I wouldn't have seen you again. That's right. I heard that Taoist priest lives in the village chief's house. Tomorrow we have to go there to thank him properly. While they were chatting, Tianwazi glanced out the window. Seeing Tianzi looking absent-minded, Hu Zi asked, Little brother, what's wrong, brother? Do we have a locust tree in our yard? Hearing this, Hu Zi burst into laughter. Ha ha, silly brother. Why are you so confused? Where would we get a tree? Tianzi pointed towards the window, glancing at Hu Zi clearly. But brother, look at the shadow on the window. Doesn't it look like a locust tree? Hearing this, Hu Zi looked back, and indeed saw a tree shadow on the window. His face was covered in sweat, and in a flash of panic, he couldn't see Tianzi anywhere. After recounting those words, Hu Zi's tone became shaky. My little brother was taken away by the tree spirit, and I desperately ran away. Hearing this, the group of Head Constable Wang stared in astonishment. No way! There's really a man-eating tree spirit. I thought that was just a legend. Is it too late to run away now? Cheng Yu was scared, her face drenched in sweat. But Nan Zheng was extremely calm. Immortal Master, could there really be a man-eating tree spirit? How is that possible? Someone must be playing tricks behind the scenes. Just as he finished speaking, old Muramasa walked in with his cane. What's wrong? Why all the noise in the middle of the night? As soon as he saw the old man, Changqing wore a suspicious expression and thought to himself, the village chief only came out of his room after half a day. Could he be doing something shady? Head Constable Wang went forward, gritting his teeth and pointing at Hu Zi. Village chief, this kid said that his little brother was taken away by a tree spirit that came to his house. Hearing this, old Muramasa immediately went in front of Hu Zi and pressed him for details. Hu Zi, are you sure your little brother was taken away by the tree spirit? You better have seen it with your own eyes. How could you not be sure? After hearing this, old Muramasa glanced at Head Constable Wang, Taoist priest. A child's words are not always trustworthy. Why don't we gather a few people and go to Hu Zi's house to take a look? Hearing this suggestion, Head Constable Wang was furious and shouted at him. Go take a look! If there really is some kind of tree spirit, aren't we just asking for death? Changqing stood beside him, stroking his chin, glancing at old Muramasa. This old guy is too calm. There's definitely something fishy. After thinking for a while, he looked straight ahead with a serious expression and said, Since the village chief said so, let's just gather everyone and go see what exactly is going on. Hearing this, the group of Head Constable Wang was frightened. Princess, oh no miss, are we going too? Sounds very dangerous. Should we not go? Cheng Yu reached forward, her eyes wide and round, smiling brightly. We have an immortal master here, what's there to be afraid of, we can go. Then we'll go call more people.
After a long while, the village chief and the group of Nanjing prepared to light fires and gather together, walking around in the village. After walking for a while, old Muramasa turned his head to look at Nanjing.
Huzi's house is right ahead, we must pay more attention to this old man.
The group of Nanjing looked forward, something that made them extremely surprised and a little panicked. This is our mother. In front of them was an ancient tree, still wearing Tianzi's clothes. Seeing this scene, Huzi's face turned purple, his eyes bulging, clutching his hair tightly. That tree is my little brother. As soon as he finished speaking, Huzi also fell to the ground unconscious, causing the villagers to panic and rush over, shouting, Huzi is dead, he must have fainted. The villagers started pointing at the ancient tree wearing the clothes of the person in front of them, chatting excitedly. Did Tianzi really turn into a tree? Is that legend true? We'd only heard that the tree god would turn people into trees, but now we're seeing it with our own eyes. Old Muramasa glanced over with a calm face, as if nothing was going to happen, and brazenly said, Huzi was chosen by the tree god as a sacrifice, but he was rescued, angering the tree god, so the tree god turned Tianzi into a tree. Saying that, he turned around, pointed directly at Shen Changqing's face, and said loudly through gritted teeth, Tianzi is suffering the tree god's wrath in place of his older brother, it's all your fault. When the villagers heard this, they chimed in, scolding. That's right. These outsiders offended the tree god in the forbidden area, so the tree god punished us by turning Tianzi into a tree. The tree god won't punish us too, right? Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and drive these outsiders away. Then all of you go to the ancestral hall and kneel down to repent and beg the tree god for forgiveness. All your belongings are in my house. If I drive you out, even the silver to bribe the yamen runners will be mine. Old Muramasa glared ahead with a harsh attitude. What are you still standing there for? Want to be the next Tianzi? Hurry up and chase them away. Gotta go, money. Wait for me. Hearing old Muramasa's words, the villagers began to go crazy, wielding hoes and shovels, yelling fiercely. Right. Quickly drive these outsiders away. Take action now. Don't let the tree god punish us anymore. I'll pray for 4 hours later. Shen Changqing, seeing this scene, was sweating profusely. Damn it. The villagers are being led by the nose by the village chief. They're about to riot. These yamen runners can't stop them. At the same time, on the rooftop, Su Su, Xiao Bai, and Xiao He were watching the drama. Oh no. The villagers want to make things difficult for our immortal master. Let's take action. Xiao He looked down below angrily, his fur standing on end. That old geezer dares to plot against the immortal master. He's got a death wish. But Xiao Bai, completely satisfied, crossed his arms and looked at the sky. Look at the immortal master. He must have a plan. What are you guys so worried about? Wang Butu, standing next to Cheng Lei, gritted his teeth and looked ahead. Princess, it looks like a riot is about to break out. Should we go to the nearby barracks and call for reinforcements? Cheng Lei, at this moment, was so scared that sweat was pouring all over her body. She glanced at Nanju and asked, what should our Shen immortal master do now? Shen Changqing crossed his arms with a calm expression, thinking to himself, I've got it. Damaging the tree is something done by people, so I should be able to turn the situation around. It's just a small matter. Don't panic, princess. Finishing his words, the male lead walked up to old Muramasa and said sarcastically, Village chief, you know how to lead people. You'd definitely be a top-notch keyboard warrior in the future. Old Muramasa glared at the male lead with a displeased expression. What hero, Shen Daoren? I don't care what hero you are. If you don't leave, do you want the tree god to punish you and turn you into a tree too? Leading again? How long are you going to keep deceiving everyone? Cheng Lei, standing on this side, put her hands on her hips and shouted loudly, What are you yamen runners shaking for? Is your saber broken? Draw them out for me. After speaking, Cheng Lei bit her lip and looked ahead with a troubled expression. I have to show the arrogance of the royal family. Shen Changqing was completely helpless at this moment, thinking, as expected, I can't expect anything from these yamen runners. I might as well go into battle myself. After thinking it over, he waved his hand at the villagers and shouted loudly, You're all subjects of the great Tang. What do you want to do? Get out of my way. Don't you have anything serious to do? I'm about to start pretending. Are you scared yet? Are you scared yet? Hearing the male lead's loud shout, Xiao Bai suddenly sat up, startling Xiao He and Su Su. What's wrong with you guys? You're so stupid. Don't you understand the Immortal Master's words? Is the Immortal Master talking to us? Is it a 1,000-mile voice transmission? I can't hear anything. The Immortal Master's words just now were clearly meant for us to hear. The Immortal Master knows we're being lazy, so he's urging us to go there and help with something serious. Xiao He, hearing this, widened his eyes in confusion. Something serious. Xiao Bai looked down below with a cheerful and excited expression. The Immortal Master wants to deal with that old geezer, so naturally other things are left for us to do. I understand. So it's all within the Immortal Master's plan. This is the trust the Immortal Master has in us. We must do our best. After discussing it, Su Su, Xiao He, and Xiao Bai left. Below, Shen Changqing walked toward the tree with his hands clasped behind his back. Earlier, Hu Zi was covered in blood, and everyone was shocked. Only the village chief was normal.
Did he already know that Hu Zi would become like that? Looking at the clothes on the tree, the buttons were crooked, and the belt was slanted, as if someone had dressed the tree. Also, the color of the soil at the base of the tree was still fresh, clearly recently planted. Village chief, did you actually plant this tree? Are you colluding with Hu Zi's brother? Is that right?
Hearing this, Wang Butu glared at old Muramasa angrily. Hey village chief, is what the immortal master saying true? Do we need to take you to the yamen for tea and a chat? Damn it, looks like we can't cause trouble, we have to act fast. Otherwise, if the princess returns and investigates, we're screwed. Old Muramasa flinched, his face drenched in sweat. How do you know all this? Shen Changqing sneered. It's simple. The more secretive something is, the simpler the truth becomes. Shen Changqing glanced away, musing. A human turning into a tree, and even wearing clothes. Ancient people are so gullible. If the kids at kindergarten are short a player, they'll just use a tree as a substitute. Truly, you are worthy of being a celestial master from Changjian City. My little scheme couldn't fool you at all. That's right, I arranged all this. Whoa, spilling the beans already. At least put up a fight with some excuses first, you know. Oh crap, I've been seen through. Forget the money. Gotta save my skin first.
The villagers were stirred by Muramasa's confession. Village chief, what's really going on here? Does the spirit tree actually eat people or not? What do you mean by, you arranged it? Old Muramasa glared ahead and declared. Before his passing, the old village chief wanted me to fulfill his wish, to bring glory to our village. But the young people kept leaving for the towns, Jiangnan and Changnan. With all the youngsters gone, we were left with just old folks and kids, and the village was becoming more and more desolate. I was extremely worried. The villagers sympathized with his words. That's right. In the past few years, the young people would rather be servants outside than stay in this village. After seeing the outside world, who would still want to stay in this rural wasteland? The male lead stroked his chin after hearing that. So you pretended to be the spirit tree, scaring everyone to keep them from leaving, right? The legend of the man-eating tree has always been around the village. I just went with the flow and spread it further. People became more afraid, making them easier to control. Then, I led everyone out of the village to settle in the mountains. Everything was going so well. But today you guys saved Hu Zi, making everyone suspicious about the spirit tree eating people. I had no choice but to come up with this plan. I went to find the Tianhu brothers who were guarding the offering table in the courtyard at night, and told them to pretend to be attacked by the spirit tree so everyone would believe it was real. As soon as he finished speaking, Hu Zi jumped up to refute. Village chief, what are you talking about? When did you come to find us, Hu Zi? When did you wake up? What? You're saying the village chief didn't come looking for you? Old Muramasa, exposed, flinched and glanced at Hu Zi, trying to justify his crime.
It was about half an hour ago I went to find you two and saw Tianhua Zi. I spoke to him for a bit. Tianhua Zi said you were asleep. That's not right. Half an hour ago my brother and I were attacked by the spirit tree, my brother was taken away, and I barely escaped.
The young people in the village panicked. So what's going on here, village chief? Did you arrange this too? We're so confused.
After clearly understanding the whole story, Shen Changqing said with a serious expression, at this point there's no need for the village chief and Hu Zi to lie. Since their stories don't match, there's only one possibility. The person you saw wasn't Tianhua Zi. Old Muramasa was startled and panicked, sweating buckets, and shouted, What? After a moment of shock, old Muramasa looked ahead and exclaimed,
The person I saw wasn't Tianhua Zi. Then who could it be? Could it really be the spirit tree manifesting?
Shen Changqing immediately turned to press Hu Zi. You and your brother were attacked by the spirit tree, so how did you escape?
Hearing this question, Hu Zi became even more frightened, his face pale and bloodless. My brother and I were dragged by the spirit tree to an underground cave. I'm stronger than my brother. I struggled to break free from the branches, then clung to the ground and crawled out. Speaking of this, Hu Zi pointed to a hole in the ground. I still remember where that cave is.
Hearing that, Shen Changqing turned his head to look at the hole. As did the villagers.
The old village chief pointed to the hole, frowning. You mean the spirit tree took you to that cave? Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, the village chief and the villagers behind him panicked,
shouting loudly, The spirit tree won't still be in that cave, will it? That's terrifying. I don't want to become a tree. Just then, the 3 Wang constables on the side picked up Cheng Yu and ran away. Young, miss, forgive us for the offense. This place is too dangerous. We'll escort you away.
Son of a BTCH. Put me down.
Shen Changqing turned his head and saw that scene, raising his eyebrows in surprise. Do you guys really need to retreat so quickly? Finishing his sentence, Shen Changqing went to sit right next to the hole in the ground to see what was in this cave. Alright, let's say the spirit tree is real. It captured the Tianhu brothers but pretended to be Tianhua. And talked to the village chief. What's the motive?
The village chief admitted that he made up the story of the spirit tree eating people. But now everyone is even more convinced of the spirit tree's existence. Could this also be part of the village chief's plan to mess with everyone? The village chief predicted my suspicion, knew I would expose him, so he admitted to making it up first. Then made the spirit tree pretend to be Tianhua to counter me. What an old fox. What should I do now?
The villagers are all convinced of the spirit tree's existence, and are sure that I'm harming them. If I don't settle this properly, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave this place. That's right. Didn't the village chief say the spirit tree came to the village?
Let's go see that locust tree. If the locust tree is still there, The rumors will disappear without needing to do anything.
After thinking it through, Shen Changqing turned his head to glance at old Muramasa. Why don't we go take a look at that locust tree, everyone? We'll know right away if tonight's events were caused by the spirit tree or not.
The villagers immediately retorted strongly. Go to the locust tree? Isn't that asking for death? Does this guy really want us to die?
Chang Lei was absolutely fuming after hearing that. Shen Xianjiang wants to go to the pagoda tree, so you guys better order the villagers to come along. Your Highness, you see it too, that tree's gotta be the sacred tree.
Chang Lei glared with a snotty look. If you do this right, I'll promote you 3 whole ranks. The head constables were bug-eyed when they heard that. 3 ranks, holy crap, who cares about some tree god? If the princess orders it, we'd climb mountains of knives and dive into seas of fire.
With that, the head constables went up to old Muramasa and the villagers. Since Shen Jexian told us to go check out the pagoda tree, everyone's coming along. Anyone who dares not to go can look forward to eating prison food.
Hearing the head constable's words, old Muramasa and the villagers didn't dare resist. All right, let's go then.
Seeing this, Shen Changqing glanced at Chang Lei, happy. Even though Chang Lei using her authority to bully everyone wasn't ideal, it sure as heck was effective. Thinking of this, he looked serious, furrowed his brows, and gazed up at the sky. The whole truth. We'll see it clearly when we get to the pagoda tree.
At the same time, in another scene, Bai Susu and the gang were still flying through the air. You sure that Jian Zhang is telling us to go and wipe out that tree demon? What else would we be doing here? Zhao Hei's eyes widened, looking forward, blurting out.
If we'd known earlier, we would have taken care of that tree demon then and there. That's right, if we knew the village chief was trying to set up the Xianzang by sending those 2 kids, we would have dealt with the village chief too. Hearing Zhao Hei and Susu's words, Xiao Bai was a bit annoyed and said, this is because our vision is too narrow. If we were more perceptive earlier, things wouldn't have turned out like this. We should cultivate with Xianzhang more.
Back to the time before Dian Huazi was kidnapped,
Susu and the others were on the roof, and they couldn't help but whisper when they saw the scene. What's that tree demon kidnapping that kid for? Who knows? As long as it doesn't make trouble for Xianzhang, we'll leave it be. Shh. Someone's coming. Below, old Muramasa was carrying a big tree on his shoulder, and holding a shovel in his other hand, calling out, Who's he, Dianwatsi? Seeing the old man's sneaky actions, Susu and the others were suspicious. What's this old guy doing, looking for those 2 kids so late at night, Lady Bai? Transform into that kid, and listen to what the old guy is saying. Soon after, Bai Susu transformed into Dianwatsi, and walked up to old Muramasa. Where's your Dianwa gauge?
Bai Susu answered instinctively. Oh, my George went to sleep. As soon as she finished speaking, the old man started stripping Bai Susu, making her blush and panic. Take off your headgear, I'll put it on this tree. You go hide for a bit and tell your garage to come find me. Tell him the tree god kidnapped you.
Ugh, what are you doing? Just do as I say, why so many questions?
Old Muramasa turned back and put Dianwatsi's clothes on the tree. Remember to tell your Genj to make some wounds on your body, make them look real. Hey, what are you clutching your chest for? It's not like you're a girl. You have no idea what you just missed out on. After setting up the plan, old Muramasa turned and left, and Xiao Bai and Xiao Hei landed from the roof. What does this old guy want to do? Does he know the tree ghost kidnapped someone? Susu, not wearing a single stitch of clothing, hugged her boobs tightly. Can I put my clothes back on now? Just transform into a form wearing clothes? I want to see what that old guy's up to. Yeah, I'm a little curious too. Okay, I'm pretty curious too.
Back to reality. Xiao Bai looked unbothered. Our curiosity almost messed up. Xianzhang's big plan. We're here. That loser seems stronger now.
At this moment, Bai Susu and the others arrived in front of the tree god, and it opened its eyes wide, glaring down at the girls with a resentful attitude. At this time, the demonic energy surrounding the tree god was extremely thick and dense, and it opened its mouth wide and roared, It's you guys again, but I'm not afraid of you anymore. After hearing the tree god's words, Zhao Hei frowned a little in annoyance, blurting out, They say fish have bad memories, looks like trees aren't any better. That's right, did you forget how Lord Fox Immortal dealt with you before?
Xiao Bai widened her eyes, looking forward, pressing, You're confident in facing me because of this kid. The tree god gave a strange smile, glared, and opened its mouth. That's right, this kid still has a pure yang body by birth. I was originally going to wait for him to grow up before eating him, but now, to deal with you, I've decided to devour him first. With that, the tree god opened its mouth wide, continuously absorbing streams of purple gas inside. Seeing this scene, Xiao Bai frowned tightly, looking forward with sharp eyes, and shouted, No matter what he does, we have to stop him. No sooner had they spoken than Xiao Hei and Bai Susu, fearlessly, zoomed towards the spirit tree. We knew that already, no need to tell us. Today, we're definitely getting revenge for being buried alive. Seeing Zhao Hei and Susu rushing towards it, the spirit tree swung its arm forward, swirling spiritual energy wrapping around its entire body. The demonic aura released by the spirit tree quickly attacked Susu and Zhao Hei, causing them immense pain. Taking the full brunt of a fatal blow, Bai Susu and Zhao Hei were pushed back. The demonic aura is too strong. We're no match for it.
How did it change so much? Hurry back and find Immortal Master. Only he can deal with this demon tree.
Xiao Bai stepped forward, glaring at the spirit tree, and shouted, Immortal Master has planned everything perfectly. If he told us to come, he definitely thinks we can beat this demon tree. Saying that, Xiao Bai spread her tail and waddled closer to the spirit tree.
We must have overlooked something. Seeing this, the spirit tree gnashed its teeth and swung its arm at Xiao Bai.
Xiao Bai looked up with a cheerful and excited expression. Aha, I get it now. Xiao Bai went to the spirit tree's arm and stopped, keeping a distance.
Xiao Bai looked at the spirit tree's arm and sneered. Looks like your arm isn't long enough, huh?
Hearing this, Zhao He glared at the line of trees and said, Turns out it's just a tree stump. Just knows how to stand and wait. What's so scary about that?
The spirit tree, upon hearing this, bristled in anger and immediately pulled its foot out of the ground. Who said I only know how to stand and wait? But, after pulling its roots out of the ground, the spirit tree widened its eyes in shock, stunned.
Immediately afterwards,
the spirit tree planted its roots back into the ground, because no green tree in this world can live after being uprooted. At this moment, the spirit tree's strength became weak, withered, and gradually declined, without a trace of vitality.
Seeing this scene, Xiao Bai understood the problem and chuckled. I get it now. You can't unleash your power when you leave this place, and if you stand still, you're just a target.
Hearing this, the spirit tree was poked where it hurts, and angrily opened its mouth, yelling, Once I've completely refined that child, I'll be able to move freely. With that, the spirit tree spread its arms wide, opened its mouth, and began to absorb demonic energy for refinement, creating a loud noise. Xiao He and Su Su looked up at the spirit tree. If Immortal Master doesn't act, I'm afraid we can't deal with this tree. Maybe Immortal Master is casting a spell to save us.
No sooner had they spoken
than Cheng Qing sneezed, spraying saliva everywhere. In the next second, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, striking a powerful bolt of lightning into the spirit tree, shocking it to smithereens.
Su Su, Xiao He, and Xiao Bai, seeing this scene, breathed a sigh of relief. Oh God. Luckily Immortal Master didn't ditch us back then.
I thought the Immortal Master would come to fight the tree monster, but I didn't expect it to be so simple and rude. It's all because our strength is too weak. We haven't finished what Immortal Master told us to do. We must cultivate twice as hard when we return. A moment later, Cheng Qing's group arrived at the spirit tree and saw it was constantly burning with red flames, and beside it was Tian Huazi, lying motionless. The villagers, seeing this scene, stared in astonishment. The spirit tree is on fire. Why is the spirit tree on fire? Did those outsiders anger the spirit tree so it immolated itself? Old Muramasa at this moment, face covered in sweat, mouth agape, thought to himself, We're screwed, we're totally screwed.
Cheng Qing glanced over with a smug look.
Wasn't there thunder just now? It's normal for the sky to strike tall, ancient trees. What mysterious spirit tree? Isn't it just an old tree? Luckily the heavens have eyes, and just happened to strike the tree with lightning. The village chief's lies were self-evident without him doing anything.
After thinking about it, the male lead put his hands behind his back, raised his head and looked at the sky, smiling and saying, Well done. Coincidentally, at this time,
Su Su's group was also in the sky looking at the scene. He, Immortal Master, is praising us for doing well. It seems Immortal Master is very satisfied with us. We haven't even finished the job, and Immortal Master is still encouraging us. He's so good to us.
Later, Cheng Qing placed his hands on his hips and walked in front of the villagers, saying loudly, Everyone, from now on you don't have to worry about the legend of the spirit tree anymore.
The villagers were overjoyed upon hearing Cheng Qing's words. The spirit tree is gone, so can we leave the village? We could have left anyway. Didn't the village chief say that the story of the spirit tree eating people was just a rumor he made up?
Saying that, Cheng Qing turned to look at old Muramasa, opening his mouth and sneering, Village chief, no matter what your intentions were, you failed. How could this be? Scene changed to the Western Turkic Khaganate. A golden tent in the royal court. A small village nestled amongst a dense, leafy forest.
Right then, a dude comes galloping in on horseback, looking totally freaked out, yelling, I gotta see the Great Khan, urgent intel from Cheng Chan, this is bad news, people. Inside the tent, there's a squad of dancers. With bodies that are off the charts, their curves are something else, doing some seriously amazing moves. And the guy checking out these three hotties is a fat, bearded dude sprawled out on a chair like he owns the place.
He takes a swig of something, then squints at the entrance, half-lidded. What's the holdup? With news from Cheng Chan, did something go wrong? This guy's Hili Shidahan, the Great Khan of the Western Turkic Khaganate.
No sooner has he spoken than another guy pops up next to him. Great Khan, don't sweat it. My plan is foolproof. No way it can go sideways.
First, we bought a whole bunch of plague demons to spread disease. Then we planted spies in the Chengjian Imperial Palace and coughed up a fortune to get that 1,000-year-old cat demon to help out. A three-pronged attack like that. No way the Tang dynasty doesn't fall into chaos. This is Zheng Xiansheng, the Western Turkic Khaganate's mastermind.
As he says this, Zheng Xiansheng strokes his beard, giving the dancing ladies a sly grin. We just need to keep the party going, and I'm sure good news will arrive soon enough. As soon as the words left his lips, the subordinate from outside runs in looking panicked, and he holds up a letter. Great Khan, Urgent intelligence from Chengzan. Hilly Shidahan grins, all excited, and reaches out for the letter. Finally, let's see what kind of good news it is.
Zheng Xiansheng, seeing Li Shi happily reading the letter, celebrates in his mind, Great Khan, that Li Shimin is so dull and stubborn, he would rather bury his talented citizens in the Tang dynasty, so I should at least be recognized as a marquis or general for my contributions to this plan.
Right, but right now, Li Shi's face has sunk lower than a cow pie. He scowls, looking at Zheng with an angry expression. What contribution are you talking about? Did you drink too much already?
Seeing that expression and the harsh words, Zheng Xiansheng exclaims in shock, Great Khan, why would you say that? Did something change? Finishing his thoughts, he stretches out his hand with a calm expression and grins smugly. Please do not be angry, Great Khan. My plan is a 3-in-1 plan. As long as even one of them succeeds, it's enough to make the Tang dynasty a total mess.
Li Shi, annoyed, throws the letter in Zheng Xiansheng's face. But you didn't succeed at a single one. You're completely useless. Zheng Xiansheng picks up the letter, gritting his teeth as he reads. The 100-year plague demon is killing countless people, the 1,000-year-old cat demon is even called the Yan Immortal, and the spies are even becoming trusted officials of the crown prince. How can this be considered a failure?
The spies in the palace were wiped out, the plague demons were killed, the cat demon was captured. It's all because of that Taoist Shen Changqing.
Hearing that, Li Shi clenches his fist, his face turning green. All my carefully laid plans over all these years, ruined. Who is this Taoist? He's so mad he takes it out on the dancers, yelling, Get out, all of you, get out of here!
The subordinate puts a hand on his chest, a drop of sweat rolling down his cheek, reporting to the Great Khan that Shen Changqing is still the most trusted Taoist of the Tang Emperor. Right now, the Tang dynasty's crown prince is in confinement for a year because of him.
Li Shi's face scrunches up even more. You're saying the crown prince being confined is because of Shen Changqing too? Why not have the crown prince deal with Shen Changqing? Isn't it true that the Tang Emperor trusts Shen Changqing the most? On the contrary, I want to see between his son and Shen Changqing, who will he choose?
Zheng Xiansheng, I'm handing this matter to you.
Spare no effort in destroying Shen Changqing.
Zheng Xiansheng, looking determined, stares ahead. Great Khan, rest assured, I will definitely destroy that Shen bastard.
Scene change to a mountain range. At the foot of the mountains is a caravan of horses from the Tubo kingdom.
Gampo, leading the group with the old Dharani, looks ahead.
Finally, we are returning to Tubo. Has His Majesty decided what we should do next after thinking about it all this time?
Gampo turns to look at Dharani, asking, Elder, if Tubo and the Tang dynasty are at war, will the tantric sect change? Will we deal with Shen Changqing? Taoist Shen won't take action. If he participates in the war, his cultivation will break the balance of heaven and earth, leading to countless disasters. The same goes for our tantric sect.
Hearing this, Gampo's expression darkens. If that's the case, then the tantric sect can just watch the show. I will send people to attack the Tang dynasty. We must let them know that. Speaking of which, he looks up, grinding his teeth with rising bloodlust. Tubo is not a kind of person who can be humiliated at will. Back to Changcheng.
At this time he was sitting in the carriage,
resting his chin and looking out the window. The story about the tree demon was solved in a haze. We are back on the road to Longxidao. Until the end, we couldn't find Xiaofu and the horses. The village head and the villagers all said they didn't see them. Maybe it's like Biyu Tao said, Xiaofu ran away with the horses. Speaking of Biyu Tao, now he is the one replacing Xiaofu to take us back to Chengel. Looking out worriedly, asked, Wang Biyu Tao, are you really okay driving the car? Wang Biyu too heard and showed a confident smile showing off his personality and replied, Please rest assured, Princess and Immortal. I have many years of experience driving. I am very familiar with cars, Ziyu cars and people pulling. There will definitely be no problems. Wang Butu. This princess agrees to promote you all by 3 ranks. Both bailiffs are super happy about their promotions, so why do you want to come with us?
So what if I get promoted by 3 ranks?
Won't I still just be a tiny fish in this county Yaman's pond? But following the princess is different. It's about broadening my horizons, having more space to show what I've got. I want to improve myself. Why does that sound so serious?
Before he could even finish his sentence, Wang Butu abruptly reined in his horse. As the carriage lurched violently, before anyone could react, Changqing tumbled right onto Chengel, smashing his face right into her. Melons. Our hero was terrified, hastily pulled away from those big white and round soul fruits, and frantically exclaimed, Princess, I'm so sorry, oh, it's nothing.
Then Changqing turned to Wang Butu and asked, What happened? Why did you stop so suddenly, Immortal Elder? Someone is blocking the road ahead.
Standing before our hero and his group was a young man in garish yellow robes, accompanied by 2 scruffy-looking youths. This humble city god of Dingxi County greets Immortal Elder Shen. I beg Immortal Elder Shen to save the people of Dingxi County. Scene transition to Dingxi County, a dilapidated village, clearly humble. Changqing and Changel followed the city god to Dingxi County. In recent months, many villagers here have had their heads shaved by ghosts. Not long after, they went blind and eventually died in agony. The two scruffy-headed youths burst into tears, wailing loudly.
The village brought several healers to examine them, but it was useless. They couldn't even find the cause of the illness. "We've been ghost-shaved, we probably won't live much longer. Immortal Elder, you must save us."
Changle's eyes widened in alarm when she heard this, clearly worried. "Medicine is useless. The cause of the illness is unknown. Could it be ghosts secretly at work? You think so too, right, Immortal?"
When Changqing heard those words, he sighed helplessly, thinking to himself, "These are clearly symptoms of heavy metal poisoning, but they're blaming it on ghosts."
Well, if that's the case, I guess I'll just have to do as the locals do and follow their old-fashioned thinking. After pondering, Changqing turned, raised a finger, and declared loudly, "There might be some kind of demon here. If my guess isn't wrong, it must be related to some metal or mineral."
The city god frowned when he heard this, putting on a solemn face, and exclaimed loudly, "I heard that Immortal Elder's Taoist magic is divine and powerful. This humble immortal once doubted it, but now that I've seen it, the Immortal Elder truly lives up to being a living deity. You can tell everything accurately. Does he need to cooperate that well? Are you the hired help I sent for?" The city god closed his eyes tightly, explaining the full story.
"This place truly has a demon named Rock Ghoul, which is a mineral spirit that is always cultivated in the mountains. But there's been no news of him for a long time. I suspect he has refined his body and released toxins, causing the villagers to fall ill." Changle put her hand forward after hearing this, curiously asking, "Then why didn't the city god deal with this matter? This humble immortal hasn't detected the scent of that demon around here, and I've searched extensively but found no trace of it." Changqing crossed his arms, silently pondering. How can you find something that doesn't exist? Ancient people really are too good at imagining things.
After thinking, he clasped his hands behind his back, looked at the two scruffy-headed youths, and declared, "Take me to see your homes. I need to investigate a bit. My house is right up ahead, Immortal Elder. Please come to my place." A little while later, at one of the houses, an old woman, also with a patchy head, lay unconscious on the bed.
"This is my mother, and my wife too. They've also been infected." "Hello, ma'am. I'm here to examine you a bit. Please don't be nervous." The youth's eyes curved into happy crescents when he heard our hero's words. "Mom, this is a living immortal from the capital, specially here to save us."
The old woman on the bed, hearing this, opened her eyes with a start, reaching out a hand and speaking weakly. Is that true? Does this mean we won't die anymore?" Changqing sat down, took the old woman's hand, and said warmly, "Don't worry, ma'am. You'll definitely get better." After Changqing held the old woman's hand, her body suddenly filled with vitality, and she exclaimed loudly, "Oh my, I really feel much better now." The city god's eyes widened in astonishment when he heard the old woman's words. "This humble immortal once thought miracles only existed in legends. I never expected to be so fortunate as to witness one today." Changqing heard this and glanced behind him, frowning as he thought, "You really know how to hype things up. Are you from Daeyun society, old man?" The old woman clearly just experienced a placebo effect. Then Changqing turned back to look at the old woman, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Hair loss, blindness, eventually leading to death. These are exactly the symptoms of thallium poisoning. Could there be red thallium ore nearby? After thinking, Changqing turned to the city god and pressed, "City god, have any new minerals been discovered recently?" The city god immediately gave a thumbs up, beaming brightly. "Immortal Elder Shen is truly amazing. You even know about this. Indeed, a fantastic cinnabar ore was just discovered in the nearby mountain." Changqing put his hands on his hips, raised a finger, and declared loudly, "That's it then. If you only look at it from the outside, red thallium ore looks quite similar to cinnabar, but red thallium ore is radioactive, and that's the culprit causing the villagers' illness." The city god and the youth exchanged bewildered glances when they heard this. "Radioactive? What's that, Aya? Looks like I still have to explain it in a way they understand. Recently, a very insidious demon has been polluting the water and land here. You guys need to scram out Cheetah here, pronto." The city god heard this and happily replied, "So if the immortal master moves, everyone will be completely cured. As long as we cut off the source of the infection, everyone's condition won't worsen. Afterward, I'll contact Divine Dr. Sun Simiao to prescribe medicine for everyone. You'll definitely all get better." Hearing this, the city god and the villagers clasped their hands and bowed respectfully before Shen Changqing. "This humble deity, on behalf of all the people in the county, thanks Immortal Master Shen for his great kindness and virtue." Shen Changqing, hearing this, raised his hand and glanced sideways. All right, don't be so formal. I haven't done anything yet. Hurry up and arrange for everyone to move. That's what's urgent right now." A moment later, the male leads group left the villagers' houses. The Bai Susu crew sat on the roof, watching from above. "The Immortal Master's handling the problem himself. There's no chance for us to show off anymore." Xiao Hei's eyes widened as he turned to look at Xiao Bai. "When you were divining earlier, what did you actually divine?" Xiao Bai, hearing this, looked ahead and replied frankly, "I divined that someone would cause trouble for the Immortal Master. Who's got the guts to do that?" Scene changed to the Imperial Palace in Changjiang City.
On the table was Peking duck, along with all sorts of delicacies. The emperor and empress were enjoying the meal in a happy mood, grinning from ear to ear. The Peking duck that the immortal master invented is really delicious. It's truly a delicacy of the human world. Gao Lishi, tell me, what's so special about Shen immortal master's Peking duck? Gao Lishi, hearing this, immediately clasped his hands and reported, "This servant went to the Peking duck workshop that the immortal master opened. The area is very large, even larger than a prince's residence, and the windows are all made of lapis lazuli, more than several hundred pieces." The emperor, hearing this, frowned and fell silent, saying through gritted teeth, "Oh really? The area is even larger than a prince's residence, and there are hundreds of pieces of lapis lazuli? Even the imperial palace isn't that extravagant." Seeing the emperor's unhappy expression made Gao Liaoshi even more pleased in his heart. "This Shen guy, His Majesty advocates thrift, but you're going against it. Violating regulations is a capital offense."
Returned to the East Palace, the crown prince's residence. There was a wooden figure here, and pasted on it was Shen Changqing's face.
The crown prince was vigorously hitting the wooden figure and cursing loudly. "Shen Changqing, I've become like this, all because of you, all because of you."
Suddenly, Gao Lishi arrived to report. "Your Highness, the crown prince, what are you doing here?" he replied. "This servant is following their orders to visit your Highness."
The crown prince, still bitter about being confined, said, "Go back and tell Father Emperor that I'm still alive." Gao Lishi looked left and right for a moment, then whispered,
"Your Highness, please don't be discouraged. In the palace you must be even more careful about what you say. What's there to be afraid of? A crown prince relegated to the cold palace like me. What chance do I have of making a comeback?"
Gao Lishi then leaned in and whispered into the crown prince's ear,
"Well, you're telling the truth. That damn Shen Changqing actually dared to exceed regulations.
This servant has already reported this matter to His Majesty. His Majesty is very angry, but he still hasn't punished Shen Changqing for it." The crown prince rested his chin on his hand and thought, "That Shen guy has done favors for His Majesty, so naturally he won't be easily punished. You think you can bring him down just based on this? Don't be so naive, can't we deal with that Shen guy?"
The crown prince put on a sinister expression. "HMPH. Someone lowly like you certainly can't. But the court is different. Now is the time to make the situation even worse. I heard that Shen guy went to Dragonstone Way. Calculating, he'll be back to report for duty in the next few days. Alright, let me write a few letters. You find a way to get them out? When Shen Changqing comes back to report for duty, there will be a good show to watch." The two laughed together, both fake. Gao Lishi conveniently patted his butt. "Being able to share some of your Highness's worries is this servant's honor.
As long as we can eliminate Shen Changqing, I still have hope to wait for myself."
That's right, your Highness will definitely be able to turn misfortune into good fortune and return to your rightful position."
Scene changed to the emperor. At this time, Shen Changqing had returned to report for duty. The emperor laughed heartily and said, "Immortal Master's words are always so special. This time, Immortal Master has made a great contribution, and I will bestow generous rewards that will surely satisfy you."
This dude's thinking all giddy. What kind of reward we talking here? Feels like I'm about to reach peak life. Just then, a big shot official steps out and announces,
"Your Majesty, Minister Chen Shuda, accuses Taoist Shen Changqing of the Shangqing Temple of overstepping his boundaries." Changqing, holding back, points at his own face in surprise.
"Me? What's up, Chen A. Qing? Do you have any evidence to accuse Taoist Shen?" "Of course I do, I'm the witness. Taoist Shen's temple is so extravagant it's practically a palace. Seriously, the place is even bigger than some of the prince's residences."
Recently, I happened to be hanging out at some pleasure houses, and I overheard the common folk in the city buzzing about how magnificent Taoist Shen's temple is, saying it's just like a royal palace.
My curiosity got the better of me, so I secretly went to check it out.
Let me tell you, I was flabbergasted. All the windows in that temple are made of top-grade lapis lazuli.
I did a rough count, and there are over 100 pieces of lapis lazuli in just one window, some of them even close to my height. Hearing this, Changqing props up his chin and nods. "You're pretty good at counting, huh? Hey hey."
The old guy then pivots to blaming our guy. "With so much lapis lazuli, the price has to be at least tens of millions of taels of silver. Even the Daming Palace doesn't have that much. Shen Changqing, a cultivator like you, how dare you?" Hearing this, the officials all chime in. "Your Majesty, building the Daming Palace only cost 1,000,000 taels of silver, but Shen Changqing's place, just the lapis lazuli windows alone cost over 10 million. Isn't that overstepping the rules? Clearly he's not following the palace regulations and has impure motives. Your Majesty, we beseech you to severely punish Shen Changqing according to the law."
A bunch of officials shout in unison, "We agree, we also agree with this." The emperor on the dragon throne hesitates. "This, Your Majesty, whether or not Shen Immortal has exceeded the regulations, this matter still requires investigation. Today, we have only heard the words of Minister Chen." The emperor then turned and asked, "Shen Immortal, do you have any comments on this matter?"
Shen Changqing, with an innocent expression as if he had nothing to do with it, said, "What's the matter? If that's the case, then what are we going to do about it, Your Majesty?"
Shen Changqing doesn't know how to repent and speaks wildly. "If we don't get rid of him, the court will hardly be at peace." The atmosphere around the emperor cooled by half. Shen immortal. With your reaction, I'm afraid even I can't guarantee your safety. At this moment, Changqing said, Lord Lu, you keep talking about overstepping the rules, so can you dare to ask me where I overstepped the rules?
The old Chen lord pretended to be upright and scolded.
Things have come to this point, and you're still pretending. Your basis is to use lapis lazuli with a value of tens of millions of silver taels, and you are not allowed to use such valuable things. Lord Chen, this thing is not lapis lazuli, but crystal, which Changqing recently made. Its value is very different from the lapis lazuli you mentioned, like heaven and earth. What is crystal again? You still dare to quibble in front of His Majesty.
Changqing turned to the emperor and said, Your Majesty, Changqing just happened to send someone to bring some crystal plates to give to your Majesty. Judging from the time, they should have arrived by now. The emperor was surprised. Is there such a thing?
Gao Lishi next to him quickly said, Let the slave go and check. Holding the crystal in his hand, Gao Lishi thought, although he doesn't know what this Shen guy wants to do, but his active offering of lapis lazuli is clearly courting death. Your Majesty, your slave has come to take the lapis lazuli offered by immortal Shen. Changqing held the crystal in his hand and said loudly, Everyone, please, guess how much this crystal is worth.
The officials observed. This trick with this size and crystal clear lapis lazuli is indeed rare. This old man has lived for more than half his life and has never seen such wonderful lapis lazuli. Lord Chen pointed at our guy and said loudly,
Shen Changqing, such exquisite lapis lazuli is worth at least tens of thousands of taels.
Shen Changqing did not answer him but took it to the emperor. Your Majesty, how much do you think this piece of crystal is worth? The emperor frowned and said,
The origin of lapis lazuli is very rare, and the value must be very expensive. The piece in the immortal master's hand must be more than 1,000 taels, right?
Changqing raised 3 fingers and said, This crystal only costs 30 coins. Many of the things in the houses of the ministers here are more expensive than this.
If Changqing uses crystal as a violation of the rules, wouldn't all the civil and military officials in the court be the same? Lord Chen was horrified. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could its value be only 30 coins?
The guy was already annoyed with this newbie, so he said, Changqing is willing to sell it to Lord Chen for 30 coins apiece, as many as you want. What do you think, sir? In his heart, he was confident. If this thing was expensive, no one would bother selling it for 30 coins, right? This way, they'll believe it's cheap, won't they?
But things didn't go as he thought. That Lord Chen acted like he'd stepped on a snake. Shen Daoren, do you know what you're doing? Shen Changqing actually dared to sell me something worth thousands of gold coins for 30 coins right in front of His Majesty. This blatant act of bribery is clearly insulting. Oh damn. Judging by his reaction, is he saying it's too expensive? Well, of course you're a skinflint. If that's the case, I'll give him an even cheaper price.
If Lord Chen still feels it's too expensive, how about 15? Cutting the price in half only made Lord Chen even angrier.
Shen Changqing, why are you insulting this old man? Old Chen, you're going too far now. I've already given you the cost price, and you're still saying it's too expensive. Oh well. If I can successfully trade with the imperial court, I can conveniently advertise the glass a bit without losing out.
Thinking this, the young man offered a huge price cut. Then how about 5 coins? I'm willing to pay extra for labor, as long as we can be friends.
Lord Chen was so angry he was foaming at the mouth. Lord Chen, are you alright? It's nothing, I'm just temporarily angered.
Seeing this scene, that idiot Changqing was speechless. What the heck? 5 coins, and he still thinks it's expensive? Lord Chen is really being too stingy, I can't do business with him.
The emperor, after hearing the whole conversation, thought that immortal Shen didn't care about money at all, even if he lost tens of thousands, or hundreds of thousands of taels. It was no different from a few coins. But why did he have to use this to provoke Lord Chen? It seems that the immortal is really going a bit too far. I have to provoke him a bit.
Come here, the emperor spoke up. Immortal.
About the glass.
Changqing raised his hand to interrupt him. Your Majesty, I was planning to build a glass factory, and the revenue will be split 50-50 with the imperial court.
The emperor was happy to hear that he could make money, and said, That's all for the glass issue. Immortal Shen is preparing to build a factory, and I approve. Production must be started as soon as possible. This glass is a rare item, and once it's put into production, it will definitely expand the market. This is really a great deal, haha. Immortal Shen can always bring unexpected joy to me. Gao Lishi was sweating with worry. How can such a big matter that exceeds the rules be glossed over so easily? At this time, another official stepped forward. Your Majesty, Lord Shen Junji has something to ask Immortal Shen.
The guy standing behind him was also surprised. Junji, the guy who plotted a rebellion and was killed, what does he want from me?
I often hear that Immortal Shen is erudite, multi-talented, and also very knowledgeable about military strategy. So this humble servant wants to ask the Immortal a few questions. Junji is considered a talented general, and he's asking me for guidance on military strategy. There's something fishy about this, I have to be careful.
Thinking like this, Changqing laughed and said, General Hao is too kind. You are a great general. How can Changqing be worthy of discussing military strategy with you?
Could it be that the Immortal looks down on Junji and is unwilling to discuss it a little? What the heck, I've already given him a step down, and he still doesn't want to take it. Does he really think I'm an easy target? Even if I don't know anything about military strategy, I know a lot about history.
Since General Hao has said so, then I, Changqing, will try my hand at something I'm not good at, and discuss military strategy with General Hao.
Old Hao, having achieved his goal, said with satisfaction, Immortal Shen won a victory over Tubo at the Dharma Assembly. The Tubo people have always been vengeful. How does Immortal Shen feel about what will happen in Tubo in the future? What is called shooting yourself in the foot. When it comes to Tubo, I'm the most clear. It's very simple. Next Tubo will attack the Great Tang. Hearing this, everyone looked at Changqing with serious eyes. Old Hao pressed and asked, Does Immortal Shen think that Tubo will attack our Great Tang? What is the reason for this? That Zanpu guy is super wicked. The ambition he wants isn't just some random decrees or rewards from the Great Tang, but for the Great Tang to acknowledge their growing power. Since the Tubo failed at getting a marriage alliance, they're using another way to prove their strength, to make the countries around Tubo terrified of them. Old Man Beard, who's been listening this whole time, chimed in. Tubo and the surrounding countries only fear strength, not death. Shen Xianzhang is totally right. Old Goatbeard next to him jumped in too. The Great Tang is way stronger than Tubo. Does Tubo really think they can swallow us whole? Ho Junji followed up with, Shen Xianzhang. Tubo just established their country not long ago. Their strength is limited. If they attack the Great Tang, aren't they afraid of provoking the Great Tang and leading to their own destruction? Changqing laughed out loud at that. General Hao, Tubo's geographical location is really special. They're on the plateau, easy to defend and hard to attack. Are you confident you can wipe out their entire country? Okay, if we really fought, destroying all of Tubo would be tough, really tough, but so what? If Tubo wants to attack the Great Tang, they can only go through Longxi Pass. The Great Tang has been operating there for years. Tubo has absolutely no chance to exploit any weaknesses. No, Tubo won't go through Longxi Pass. They'll go southeast. Southeast. Shen Xianzang. That's where the Tuyuhun tribes are. Could it be that Tubo is in alliance with Tuyuhun? Or will Tubo go around Tuyuhun? Neither. They'll attack Tuyuhun first, and then use it as a stepping stone to attack Songzhou. Hearing Changqing's analysis, He Junji laughed out loud and said, Junji thought Shen Xianzhang actually knew about military strategy. Turns out it's just armchair strategy. The emperor reminded him, We're in court, Tang Junji. Don't be rude. Please forgive me, Your Majesty, but what Immortal Shen said was just too funny. I, Junji, couldn't help myself. Looks like Immortal Shen doesn't know anything about military affairs, so let me, Junji, give you a few pointers, huh? The strength of Tubo and Tuyuhun is about the same. Attacking Tuyuhun first might let Tubo win, but it'll also hurt their vitality. After that, attacking Songzhou will definitely lead to defeat. By then, when they fail, Tuyuhun won't let it go, and Tubo will be sandwiched from both sides. The entire army will be in danger of annihilation. Shen Changqing didn't want to argue with him either, so he waved his hand and replied, Saying too much is useless, time will prove everything. Just then, someone ran into the main hall, holding an urgent letter in his hand, shouting, Urgent military intelligence from 800 Lai. Tubo has attacked Songzhou. Oh, Shen Changqing sighed in relief. Luckily, history matches what I know, or else I would have really lost face. The emperor read the urgent report, his brows furrowing. Tubo attacked Tuyuhun first, and then attacked Songzhou. Everything is exactly as Immortal Shen said. Hao Junji, you got ahead of yourself, and he was right again. Could it be that you can foresee the future? Shen Changqing calmly replied. The reason I can see so far is because I'm standing on the shoulders of giants. Haha, well, it's on the shoulders of that giant called history. Tell me, are you scared or what? Hao Junji immediately reported. Your Majesty, Tubo has occupied Songzhou. I beseech Your Majesty to allow Chun to lead troops to meet the enemy, resist Tubo with all our might, and make them tremble and submit under the sharp blades of our great Tang. What you say makes perfect sense. All right, then let's proceed. According to the plan, I order Hao Junji to lead troops to meet the enemy and quell Tubo. Your Majesty, I still have another request. Speak your mind, don't hesitate. The guy surnamed Hao then looked at our man and said with a fake smile, Immortal Shen is a military genius who saw through Tubo's plan long ago. If we have him go to war with me, our army is sure to win. Unexpectedly, the emperor agreed immediately. What Junji said is not wrong. Then please, Immortal Shen, go to battle with the army to wipe out Tumabo. Holy crap, are you kidding me? Can't you just let me be a keyboard warrior in peace? Old Hao smirked, thinking, hey, once you're at the front lines, your life will be in my hands. After finishing his thoughts, Shen Changqing finally dragged his weary body back home. Grr, you sons of bitches. I just got back home and haven't even had a rest, and I thought I was going to be rewarded. Who knew you'd just send me to the front lines, you heartless bastards? Just as he reached the door, the two Deng sisters, Deng Li and Deng Er, had been waiting here since afternoon. Immortal, you're back. I've prepared a welcome feast for your return. From afar, Immortal knew you were coming back, so I prepared the bathwater for you. I'll even help you bathe while I'm at it. Then, without waiting for our man to answer, the two girls started bickering. Immortal must be tired from the journey, so he must be hungry first. Nonsense. Immortal came back from afar. He should bathe first to feel comfortable. Shen Changqing didn't bother to stop them as usual and just said,
Yeah, I can eat while I bathe. What's wrong with Immortal today?
Immortal's state is not quite right. By now, the remaining 3 people had come out to greet him. Immortal, you're back. Yeah, I know, he replied casually. But a second later, the young man realized, hey, didn't you go back home already? When did you come back here?
Xiao Bai has really become a dog now, barking loudly, meaning that the Immortal is thinking of reasons for her.
Xiao Henyao, don't let Immortal's kindness go to waste. Bai Ji Yujing then clasped her hands. My matters are settled, so I came back here, hoping that the Immortal will take me in.
Shen Chengqing happily said, Of course. It's good that you're back. Those 2 are too young and inexperienced. This house needs someone with experience like you to take charge.
Then he turned to announce,
Everyone follow me. I have something to announce. Inside the house, the young man clasped his hands and was serious for a moment before slowly opening his mouth.
The court has ordered me to go to the front lines with the army. Swords and spears have no eyes, so I can't guarantee that I can return alive.
The 2 Deng sisters exclaimed in surprise.
Immortal, don't say anything. Hear me out. Right now, my heart is in a mess.
If, God forbid, something happens to me, I'll leave Chengqing Temple to Deng Li, Deng Jie, and Madame Bai. The roasted duck shop is on the right track, and the glass factory is almost finished. Your lives will be more secure from now on.
The young man sadly closed his eyes. It's not much to talk about, I guess. It's just a shame that I came to this world and ultimately left nothing behind. It's all fate, I suppose.
The 2 pets looked at each other sadly upon hearing that.
When everyone left, the young man sat at the table, looked up at the sky, and sighed. Son of a BTCH. I clearly transmigrated here and haven't even enjoyed the local customs before I have to go to the front lines and kick the bucket. How tragic.
The young man sat like that for several hours, at which point Deng Li entered.
Deng Li, why are you here so late, senior? May I come in?
After entering the room, she immediately closed the door.
Hey, why are you closing the door? As soon as he turned around, he saw Deng Li trying to take off her clothes, half revealed and utterly alluring. She said, Senior, this morning you said you were about to go to the battlefield, afraid you wouldn't be able to return, and regretted not leaving anything behind in this world.
Turning back, her clothes had already fallen down, revealing a massive pair of melons. Deng Li is willing to offer herself to carry on Senior's bloodline. Hoping Senior won't despise Deng Li, Shen Chengqing panicked.
Hey, wait a minute, is there some kind of misunderstanding? That's not what I meant. Deng Li shyly covered herself, half revealed.
Senior, don't worry about anything. Madame Bai has already taught Deng Li the 18 positions and 36 styles of bedroom techniques. The dude raised his hand to stop her.
No, stop. Suddenly, there was noise outside. Someone's here. Don't let anyone see Deng Li like this. Hide quickly, Shen Changqing reminded her, and then went to open the door.
Standing at the door was Deng Jie, looking shy and embarrassed. Oh, Deng Jie, why are you here so late? Is something the matter? Deng Jie's actions were exactly the same as Deng Li's just now. She also asked if she could come in. Then she turned around and closed the door.
Holy SHT. This action is so familiar, isn't it? I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Chengqing was horrified and sweating. Deng Jie took off her clothes again, saying, Senior, you said you were about to go to the battlefield, regretting that you couldn't leave anything behind in this world. Deng Jie understands your meaning. Deng Dummer is willing to leave descendants for Senior. Tonight, I will definitely serve Senior well.
Chengqing was both scared and excited, his eyes almost as big as duck eggs.
Although I really want to say this is just a misunderstanding, I really can't take my eyes off it.
At this moment, Deng Li, who was hiding, angrily ran out and scolded. I came first. If anyone is going to leave descendants for Senior, it has to be me first. You have to get in line, you know.
A moment later, the 2 girls, with 4 voluptuous boobs, were displayed in front of Chengqing. Senior, who are you going to choose after all? In his heart, he really wanted to say, I choose both. But he didn't dare to say it out loud. Who can I choose? Wah, this is really difficult. Outside the room, 3 light bulbs were watching everything. Xiao He asked, Hey, are you sure Senior subtly hinted to you and taught the 2 of them the 18 positions of bedroom techniques? Senior said they are too young and we need someone with experience like me at home. It's clearly about bedroom matters, Xiao He asked again.
If Senior wants to leave descendants, he can just say it directly, right?
Why bother going around in circles? Xiao Bai pretended to be experienced and taught. Someone of Senior status naturally has to speak in a lofty manner. But even if Senior has attained enlightenment, he can't escape worldly matters and neglect bedroom affairs. Oh, I really want Senior to favor me for just one night. All 3 sighed. Men are like that, huh? Alright, all 3 of these guys are female, right, brothers? Cut to the next day, sunny and beautiful.
Bai Susu was writing and drawing something on paper.
Every day, I have to copy the Tao Te Ching once, and I can only kneel to copy it. I also kneel a lot, but I only kneel to bounce my butt up and down while spelling out words. Not to copy until my hands are tired like this. It's really too hard. Xiao Bai angrily said, Hey, stop complaining. You're a human, so it's easier. It's much harder for the 2 of us to copy. Xiao He agreed. That's right, that's why we had to take over this table. Damn it, it's too tiring. There's no one here. I have to transform into human form, Xiao Bai reminded. You idiot. Have you forgotten what Senior told you? You think Senior wouldn't know about your little tricks?
Ugh. About this, recalling the night before when Chongqing was with the two hot babes and their assets, he said, "Hey, what are you all thinking? Are you trying to make me slip up? Did you forget what I taught you?"
All of you. After I leave, you must transcribe the Tao Te Ching once every day, no slacking. I'll be checking when I get back, everyone said in unison. Yes, we understand, boss. Master only meant to punish the three who were showing off their talents, but unexpectedly the two pets also stood there, thinking they were being punished too, so that's why they're all copying the scriptures like this. The immortal master said, "No petty tricks or laziness, which means we shouldn't use any sneaky ways to copy the book." Bai Susu put her pen to her chin and pondered, accidentally dotting ink on her chest, saying, "But why is the immortal master angry? Could it be that I misunderstood him?" Zhao He thought. "We're probably right, but the immortal master is still angry," Xiao Bai affirmed. "No way. It's precisely because we guessed right that the immortal master is unhappy. A boss never likes it when their subordinates can read their mind. How exhausting and brain-racking. Following this boss is so tiring. If it weren't for the sake of cultivation, I'd be sleeping soundly right now." The immortal master has been gone for a few days now. Judging by the time, he should have arrived at the front lines of Songju by now, right? Scene changed to the gates of Songju, where it's raining heavily. "Several people with umbrellas are waiting in the rain," Junji said. "Immortal Master Shen, 100 elite soldiers are waiting outside the city, ready for your command to reinforce Luoqing Slope." Changqing groaned. "Can't I just not go? I've never led troops before." Lao Hao stepped forward and put his hand on Changqing's shoulder. "This marshal didn't have any experience when I first led troops either, but now I'm a general, aren't I? Immortal Master understands military strategy, so leading troops into battle will naturally be no problem." Those are 100 elites that this marshal specially summoned for the Immortal Master. Hearing this, Changqing had to accept. "All right, well, I'm a commander of elite troops after all." As he said this, he looked at his elite troops. Holy crap. One's fat as a pig, another is so old he can barely walk, and there's even a wounded soldier about to kick the bucket. What the hell, where are these elite troops? These are my soldiers. Why didn't anyone ask my opinion? Our guy was quickly kicked out of Songzhou City. "Immortal Master Shen, the military order has been issued. You must immediately lead your men to depart, or else you will be defying orders, and you will be dealt with according to military law." Really sucks, but what can you do? Our guy just has to deal with it. Alright. Looks like I have to go whether I want to or not. Looking at Changqing's group below the city, Hao Junji gave a fake smile. HMPH. Shen Changqing. I don't even need to lift a finger to kill you, haha. Scene changed to the Luoqing Slope camp. Yang Yizhe, the general defending Luoqing Slope, was holding a letter. "Marshal Hao sent Immortal Master Shen to replace me in commanding and defending Luoqing Slope." What? Our guy clasped his hands together and said with a smile, "General Yang, you've been holding out here for many days. It must have been hard work." Then he pointed outside the camp and said, "You guys have always camped here." The general nodded. "That's right. This place is near the water source, and the surrounding terrain is treacherous, easy to defend and difficult to attack, making it the most suitable place to set up camp." On the Luoqing Slope, Changqing immediately ordered, "We can't set up camp here. Immediately order the entire army to move up and set up camp in a higher place." Immortal Master Shen. For miles around, only this river on Luoqing Slope can be used as a water source. If we move away from this place, without a water source, we won't be able to drink, and once we are surrounded, the consequences would be disastrous. The heavy rain is continuous. There will be flash floods at any time. This place is a river basin. Once the floodwater rises, we will all die. Immortal Master Shen thinks there will be a flash flood. But there's nothing unusual about the river. The little lieutenants behind him also mocked. "You are too timid. We've always camped here, there's never been a problem." Changqing thought to himself. Those tourists who go to Mountain Valley to play and get swept away by flash floods also think the same way. Flash floods can happen at any time. I don't have time to waste my breath on you guys. Thinking this, he raised his command token high and shouted, "I am here on the orders of General Hao. My word is law here. Obey my orders. Immediately move to a higher place to set up camp." The general was unconvinced, but had to obey. Okay. The big boss listens to you, but will the king of hell listen to you? Our guy, not afraid of hardships. With the soldiers, pull up camp, pull it up quickly. Move everything useful to the top of the hill. Watching from afar, the general scolded. "This Shen is a piece of trash. He doesn't understand anything. If he leads the troops, everyone will die." Behind him, the lieutenants echoed, abandoning the water source and the defensible terrain, and insisting on running up the mountain. "When the Tufan army attacks, everyone will be finished. We finally managed to defend it, and he came to steal our credit. He deserves to die." Suddenly, his face became gloomy. "We will not let others steal our credit. Kill them all, and then report to the court that it was done by the Tufan people. Our guy is carrying wood." Then 3 dudes with swords and blades, faces blacker than a burnt pot, swaggered up from behind. Cut 2. The Tibetan camp. Some tubby dude's got his hands all over a babe, and belly dancers are shaking their stuff below. "Your Majesty, keep drinking." "Open wide, Your Majesty. All right. One at a time, people. One at a time." "Someone's here. It's that Gampo, the Tibetan envoy. Greetings, Great Tang. Last time, He said Yang Tongwang was way too into it. The chubby dude stammered, freaked out.
John Po, sir. Yang Tongwang.
Is that how you address me?
The chubby dude scrambled to shoo the maids away.
Get lost, get lost.
Then he flopped to the ground, trembling.
This humble one greets, Sanchopo, sir.
Yang Tongwang.
It's been 3 days. Have you taken Luo King Slope yet?
The tubby dude replied.
Our soldiers aren't great at fighting, and it's been raining. Plus, the defenders of Luo King Slope are stubborn, so we haven't been able to take it.
Gampo pointed his sword at the chubby dude,
threatening, I'll give you 1 more day. If you don't take Luo King Slope, Yang Tongwang is going to need a new leader.
Yes.
This humble one will personally lead the troops right away.
Cut back to Shen Changqing. The rain's getting worse. He's directing the soldiers, while behind him, that general with the blade is walking up.
Suddenly, a soldier yelled, pale with fear.
Oh crap!
A flash flood.
Run!
Here comes a huge wave of water.
Forget the supplies.
Save your lives, everyone. Run! Shen Changqing yelled.
Even the general,
with the blade, turned tail and ran. A bit later, everyone's up on high ground, staring at the water below, totally freaked.
If we were still camped in the valley, we'd all be washed away. With a flood this big, there's no hope of survival. That general started to admire Shen Changqing.
Could he really be a fortune-telling wizard? Is he actually a half-immortal or something? The subordinate behind him asked, General, what do we do now? Should we make a move?
Make a move, my ass.
Anyone can see the immortal elder is a divine figure. If it weren't for him, we'd be dead. From now on, show some respect to the immortal elder.
Got it. Shen Changqing, clueless about the danger he just averted, breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. Good thing I told everyone to move early. Otherwise, we'd be toast.
The general finally came over, cupping his fist in apology. Immortal Elder Shen, this general was disrespectful before. I beg your forgiveness. Shen Changqing was confused. Why is this guy apologizing? When did he offend me? He thought to himself. Whatever. Old folks are always overly polite. Better get everyone moved and set up camp. I'm beat. Gotta rest.
Then he said, General Yang, gather everyone and check the remaining supplies. Let's quickly move to higher ground and set up camp. Yes, sir. This general will do it right away.
Time passed with the rain not letting up.
Shen Changqing was out checking the surroundings. The ground was completely soaked, and a landslide could happen at any moment.
Everyone, move the camp back 30 zang. Get away from this area, and don't do anything near here. Another request that confused the generals. Immortal Elder wants to move back 30 zang. If the Tibetans attack, we can't rain down on them from above, using the terrain to defend ourselves, someone else said. Leaving a 30 zang gap, isn't that just leaving space for the Tibetans to charge? With so much rain, this hillside could collapse. Camping here is too dangerous.
Immortal Master, based on our experience, this mountain ain't that easy to collapse. General Wei Yang, now believing in Changqing, ordered, everything will be done according to the Immortal Master's instructions. Act immediately. Scene change evening. Changqing is asleep in his tent.
Snore. Snore. The 2 guards outside, hearing the loud snoring, talk to each other. A big battle's coming up, and the Immortal Master's sleeping like a log. Does he already have victory in the bag or something? I heard that mighty generals of Dazihi always sleep soundly before a battle. Looks like the Immortal Master's got the makings of a great general. Just then, someone enters to report to General Yang. General, do we really not need anyone guarding that sloping side? Ah, well. If the Immortal Master told us to stay away from it, he must have his reasons. We should just follow his arrangements. Night falls, the moon is bright, and the camp is indeed attacked. The Fatso's troops are here, and he laughs gleefully. Charge. Kill them all. The attackers move forward slowly. Then the Fatso yells, Stop. Everyone stop. Don't move, Your Majesty. What's wrong? Is something off? Is the Tang army lying in ambush? The leader asks. The Tang army is stationed on the mountaintop, so why is it pitch black in front of us? Is nobody guarding the place? The guys behind him speculate. Maybe they don't have enough people. Or maybe the Tang leader is a moron who doesn't know to post night watch. The fool's nonsense makes the leader yell, Bullshit! If he really is a moron, and we still can't take this place, then doesn't that make us even bigger morons? Something fishy is going on. This place doesn't feel right. I'll take a few guys ahead to check it out. You guys stay here and wait for my signal. With that, the leaders tiptoe forward. At that moment, Changqing crawls out of his tent, yawning. Drank too much water, gotta find somewhere to relieve myself, can't hold it anymore. Under the bright moonlight, the young man still finds a dark spot, and deliberately walks over there. The guard sees him and tries to stop him. Immortal Master. But he's stopped by General Yang. What's with you? The Immortal Master knows divination and prediction? Are you trying to tell him how to do his job or something?
Then the old man strokes his chin in admiration. I heard that enlightened people can see clearly in the dark. Seeing the Immortal Master today, it's really true. The 2 guys behind him ask, General, what's the Immortal Master doing over there? Could it be peeing? I kind of feel the same way. Gotta pee at night when I wake up, too. General Yang scolds them. The Immortal Master is a celestial being. How could he do something as crude as peeing? You think everyone is a mere mortal like you guys? What are you looking at? Get back to your night watch. Meanwhile, our guy is indeed relieving himself.
Ah, so good, nothing beats taking a leak when you gotta go. Heh, such a big stream. And a few seconds later, cracks appear around the pub. Just as he's enjoying himself, a cold blade presses against his neck. Make a sound, and I'll kill you, which terrifies him. Hero, spare me. No talking, I ask you something, you answer. How many people are in your camp? Where's the leader? Judging by their clothes, they're Tubo soldiers. They actually dare to raid the camp at night. They've got some guts. Figuring out the enemy's identity, he says. Esteemed Tubo heroes, don't waste your lives for Tubo. Do you really think Tubo can defeat the Great Tang? Trying to talk me into surrendering. Your little life is in my hands. Then I'll send you on your way. The main force of the Great Tang is in Songjiao City. If you guys kill me today, you'll be buried with me tomorrow. Is this the outcome you want? What else? The Tsenpo ordered us to come. Can we refuse? Life is our own. If being a high-ranking official requires skill, and someone's got to be the unlucky one, why can't it be me? Oh, this idiot's getting manipulated by yours truly. He's relaxing, thinking, yeah, why can't it be me? Suddenly, the ground ahead collapses, all thanks to my little pee break, sending those Tibetan soldiers tumbling down. Seizing the moment while the leader's in shock. What the? Shen Changqing backs off and kicks him down to join his buddies. Get down there, pal. Then, the kid bolts back towards the camp, yelling at the top of his lungs. Disaster, landslide. Trying his best, but he still couldn't escape, and fell down with tons of rocks and soil. Crap, I'm falling. Wah! The big commotion freaks out General Yang and his crew. What's going on? What happened? In front of them is a steep slope caused by the landslide. Ah, it really is a landslide, General Yang. Sweating bullets and weak-kneed. If we don't move the camp, the whole army's done for. The Immortal Master is truly a divine being. Only then does he realize. Where's the Immortal Master? Wasn't he just peeing? Oops. Admiring the flowers over there. Immortal Master, don't tell me he got swept away by the landslide. Don't talk nonsense. An immortal with such profound Taoist magic, riding clouds and treading the wind is as easy as pie. Why would he be afraid of a landslide? The two guys look up, but don't see the Immortal Master riding a broom anywhere. Taking a closer look, they realize something's off. Holy crap, look. Shen Immortal Master isn't riding a broom, he's riding a friggin' giant tree trunk. Sliding down the slope, as expected of the Immortal Master, this is even better than riding clouds and treading the wind. The kid's laughing his head off while hanging on for dear life. Good thing I learned to snowboard before, haha. That's snowboarding. This is landslide surfing. Consider it one of a kind. Just when he's about to reach the bottom, he sees a hand reaching out from the dirt, and being the kind soul he is, the kid reaches out and pulls the guy up. Whoops, he falls backwards, landing on some branches. Oh, it's the fatty who held a knife to my throat earlier. Well, fancy meeting you here. Can't worry about you now, gotta find a place to stop. A while later, the ride stops, and he asks the fatty, you awake, haha. Meeting me is like surviving a major disaster. The fatty snaps out of it, grinding his teeth in anger. It's you again. Where is this? All around them now is a black mess of dirt and rocks, he says. The mountain collapsed. I saved you. We're probably at the bottom of the mountain now. Ah. Then wouldn't those brothers waiting for my orders on the slope? Heard you still have people on the mountainside. Looks like there's no hope left. Damn it, it's all your fault. You. All of you. I'll kill you to avenge my brothers. Alright, stop with the impotent rage. Your brothers died in a landslide. If you want to blame someone, blame the one who sent you guys. The one who sent us. The image of that Gampo guy flashed in his head. A moment later, he turned to leave, saying, you saved me, so I won't kill you. We're even. Even. Are your generation's ideas of repaying kindness all this weird? Then the young man closed his eyes and sighed. Still gotta tell General Yang, I guess. Dig up the bodies of those Tubo soldiers buried and give them a proper burial. As if remembering something important, the young man clutched his head in agony. Wait, won't I have to climb up there again later? Don't do this to me. Back at the Tubo camp, the fatty was standing in front of a wine vat, frowning. Just then, a voice called out, Yang Tongwang, which made the fatty jump and widen his eyes. You've arrived. It was Gampo, he said. I heard your raid last night fail. Regaining his composure, the fatty turned and greeted. Greetings, Tsenpo Dachen. I'm asking you, why did your attack fail? The fatty replied. The mountainside of Luoking Slope had a landslide, burying all the men I brought. So how are you still alive? I just got lucky, grabbed a big tree, and survived. Gampo snorted coldly and ordered. Since you didn't die, then continue leading troops to attack Luoking Slope. Half of the one-day deadline is already over. Tsenpo, I heard the main force of the Great Tang has already made it to Songjiao City. If we continue to attack, do we really have a chance of winning? It's precisely because we want to take advantage of their unstable deployment. Our army values speed, so we can take Songjiao in one fell swoop. He clenched his fist and smiled confidently. The main thing is to take Luoking Slope. Then the army can attack Songzhou without any worries. Wherever the blades of our Tubo point, we are sure to win. Yang Tongwang, your responsibility is very heavy. If you miss the opportunity to fight, you will be a sinner of Tubo. The fatty then smiled obsequiously and poured a cup of wine. Tsenpo, let me pour you some wine. This is good wine, brewed by our Yangtong tribe. That Gampo received the cup of wine, sniffed it near his nose. As if realizing something, he immediately threw the cup to the ground.
This kind of low-grade wine, even dogs wouldn't drink it. Once we capture Songzhao, I will reward you with a few jars of fine wine from the Great Tang, for you to enjoy. The fatty looked at the wineglass rolling on the floor and gritted his teeth. He remembered Shen Chengqing's words. If there is one person who can beat Senpo, why can't it be you? His face darkened, and he hissed through his teeth. That's right, why can't it be me? What the heck are you muttering about? The fatty turned around, his face already replaced with an obsequious smile. Senpo? I have some confidential information to report. Seeing this, Gampo had the guards withdraw. The guards spoke up nervously. Senpo, we are under orders to protect your safety, we cannot leave. Gampo replied with a smile. Yang Tongwang is loyal to Tubo, how could he do anything detrimental to me? You can all go out with peace of mind. After the others left, Gampo said, What's the secret matter? Speak quickly. Last night I raided Luoking Slope. I heard the Tang army generals discussing something confidential. What secrets were the Tang army discussing? The fatty was clutching something in his hand. Suddenly, he waved his hand, and 3 hidden arrows flew out. Haha, they said that Senpo of Tubo needs to be replaced. Gampo recoiled in shock, but still caught an arrow. He gritted his teeth in pain, asking, why? The fatty, having achieved his goal, sneered. Following Yangtong's tribe has no future. I'm going to make Yangtong's tribe stronger my way. After killing you, I can join the Alliance Lord. Saying this, he drew his blade, ready to finish Gampo off. Gampo panicked. No, it can't be like this. I am a wise ruler, destined to create the history of Tubo. I can't die here. Alright, don't know what's next, just saw Chu Jingzhu getting blasted red all over the screen. Cut to our boy, Men. He's directing the soldiers to bury the Tubo people who were buried by the landslide, placing them neatly. We must have basic respect for the deceased. General Yang arrived to report. Immortal Master, the initial excavation is complete. We dug up over 100 Tubo soldiers' bodies, and there are probably a few hundred more in the ground. We didn't lose a single man, and eliminated hundreds of Tubo bastards. This is a great achievement. Our man sighed, looking weary. Those two suffered because they lacked culture and ran into a landslide. Immortal Master, you're a true god, so heroic. When you stepped on that tree and slid down the mountain, you were more immortal than even the immortals in legends. If this humble one were a woman, I'd definitely be captivated by the Immortal Master. I'm not a woman, but I'm still captivated by the Immortal Master. Seeing that these guys were about to fall in love with him, our man panicked and yelled, Enough! Don't test my psychological endurance any further. I'm a pure man, you know. General Yang asked his subordinate. What does pure man mean? Never heard that term before. Could it be the language of the immortal realm? The meaning of immortals? A moment later, a soldier reported, Immortal Master, this man claims to be Yang Tongwang of Tubo, and wishes to see you. Huh, isn't this the old friend we met? Why is he here? The fatty smiled insincerely and said, So you're the famous Shen Chengqing Immortal Master, I'm not wrong to lose to you. Then he turned serious, his eyes cold, and presented a wooden box, Immortal Master Shen, that Gampo has been killed by me. The tribes of Tubo are willing to submit to the Great Tang and cease hostilities from now on. Like a bolt from the blue, Chengqing was stunned for a long time. What do you mean you killed that Gampo? Immortal Master can verify it personally. Opening the box, it was indeed Gampo's head. Holy crap, he's really dead. Even Chengqing, who doesn't hesitate to smash the mouse, felt dizzy, nauseous, and turned away in fear at this scene. Immortal Master, what's wrong? Don't say anything first, let me think. Turns out our man is confused because history is all messed up. I remember Yang Tong's tribe was one of the Tubo tribes. When Gampo attacked the Great Tang, he killed Yang Tongwang and swallowed Yang Tong's tribe. According to normal history, that Gampo shouldn't die for another 70 years, but now he's been killed by Yang Tongwang, who was supposed to die, so won't the timeline change? Wait, I've already altered the timeline. Will history be punished by heaven? Suddenly, dark clouds gathered, leaving the soldiers full of question marks. Is it going to rain? Bright lightning flashed over his head. No way. Is heaven's punishment really here? General Yang looked up angrily. It's been raining for so long, it was hard to get a bit of sunshine. Why is it raining again now? My crotch is already soaked. If it keeps up like this, I'll be able to raise fish. But in less than 30 seconds, the dark clouds disappeared, as if they never existed, and the sky was clear again. Huh, where did the clouds go? Are my eyes playing tricks? Wasn't the sky just full of dark clouds? Why did they suddenly disappear? Standing behind our bewildered man was a pitch-black figure, only to hear him say, Shen Chengqing, I took this heavenly punishment for you, but next time, pray for blessings yourself. Geez, fate cannot be defied, yet it was messed up by a mortal like you. How interesting. There is no problem, which finally made our man breathe a sigh of relief. Thinking it over, I've changed history quite a bit. Looks like I won't be punished by heaven after all, huh? Hey, General Yang turned to ask the fatty Yang Tongwang. How did you kill Gampo? Didn't he have guards? He replied, Gampo always treated me like a dog. Who would have thought a loyal dog would bite back? Yesterday, after hearing Immortal Shen's words, I realized I had thoughts of resistance. Gampo kept pushing me, so I figured, go big or go home,
and I just straight up killed him with one stab. There's no place for me in Tubo anymore. Is the only place that can take me in now the Great Tang. Didn't you just say the Tubo tribes were submitting to the Great Tang? That's right, we all heard it, the fatty chuckled, haha.
If the Great Tang agrees to help me become the Tsenpo of Tubo, then of course I'll lead all the tribes of Tubo to submit to the Great Tang. Sounded like BS, making the two young guys' faces blank like a duck staring at thunder. Not bad. You've completely figured out how to swindle venture capitalists with a PPT, so what if we don't agree? Since I dared to come here alone, of course I made preparations. With that, he waved his hand and tossed a sharp hidden weapon into the sky.
That hidden weapon flew high and exploded, emitting a brilliant light. Turns out it's a signal flare. On both sides of the surrounding mountains, red flags immediately fluttered in the wind.
General Yang was shocked. Tubo ambush. Why didn't anyone notice? The soldier next to him replied, Immortal said there was a possibility of landslides over there and told us not to get close, so we didn't have any defenses.
Did you guys think you defeated us last night? So you could rest easy, huh? You didn't even bother defending that slope, haha. Now, the initiative is in my hands. While the fatty was bluffing, a rumble sounded, shaking heaven and earth, making everyone panic and wonder what happened. Looking back at the hillside with the ambush, all they saw was buried by earth and stones, the flags all crooked, some standing, some lying down. Holy crap, it really was a landslide.
Brain coming up fast, don't croak. The fatty quickly kneeled down. Your Excellencies, I represent the Tongyang tribe, and I swear to follow Immortal Shen to the death, even if it means going through boiling water and scorching flames.
Holy crap, you change your face so fast? Are you named Hai or something? With that incredible U-turn, hee. I still prefer your arrogant and defiant look from just now.
Scene changed to Songzhou City. The old man, Hao Junji, was standing in front of a large map and asking the generals behind him, "Is there any news from Luoking Slope?" The general replied, "There's still no news." The old man frowned, thinking, Luoking Slope is a place that Tubo will definitely fight for. I sent Shen Changqing with a bunch of useless soldiers to support them there. If Tubo still can't eliminate Shen Changqing, then they are too useless.
The old man pointed to a location on the map and smiled. This name is really unlucky for Shen Changqing, isn't it? Immortal Shen. At this moment, a soldier came in to report. Great Marshal, urgent news from Luoking Slope. Could it be that Luoking Slope has been captured by Tubo? Where's Shen Changqing? Aren't Shen Changqing's group all outside? Great Marshal, you should go see for yourself.
Shen Changqing is back. He brazenly left his defense zone. This marshal must punish him with military law.
As soon as he went outside, he saw Shen Changqing and the fatty. The old man questioned him.
Shen Changqing,
this marshal ordered you to guard Luoking Slope. Why did you leave your post without permission and return to Songzhou City? If Tubo takes advantage of this to attack Luoking Slope, this marshal will definitely display your head as a warning to the masses. Kill one to warn 100. The old man's face was dark, emitting black hue, and he raised his hand and shouted, "Guards, seize Shen Changqing for me."
Immediately, soldiers rushed forward aggressively, wanting to grab him. General Hao, don't be so agitated. The war between the Great Tang and Tubo has already ended. I returned to Songzhou City, not because I left my post without permission.
Immortal Shen, did you drink too much and start talking nonsense? Tubo is deploying heavy troops outside Songzhou City. When did the war end?
Seeing that the old man didn't believe him, he immediately called out to the fatty, Yang Tongwang. The fatty immediately understood, knelt down on one knee, and presented a box. Gampo has been eliminated. His head is here.
Hao Junji and the generals were shocked. What? Gampo is dead? How is that possible? General Hao, if you don't believe it, you can see for yourself. Looking inside the box, it was true. It really was Gampo. He's actually dead. My bro then said,
Tubo is currently like a pack of dragons without a head. Even if the Great Tang doesn't send troops, they will automatically descend into internal strife and won't have the strength to attack the Great Tang anymore. Wouldn't the war then be over?
Immortal Master Shen, how did you manage to kill Gampo?
The fatty stepped forward, bowed, and said, This humble one is Yang Tongwang of the Tubo tribe. Persuaded to surrender by Immortal Master Shen, I turned back to the right path, so I took action and killed Gampo.
Oh, so it seems all the credit goes to Immortal Master Shen, the young man said cheerfully. It's just a small deed.
But Changqing's contribution didn't make old Hao happy. His face turned purple. Eliminating Gampo is an extremely great achievement. This kind of merit absolutely cannot be allowed for Shen Changqing to take.
Thinking this, he asked, besides you, who else knows about Gampo's death? After Yang Tongwang successfully assassinated him, he came to Lusheng Slope to find me. Currently, only I and the Great Tang soldiers on Lusheng Slope know about this. Damn it, a question so obvious, and if this idiot still doesn't realize it, then he's truly hopeless. His cluelessness will cause many people to die.
Good. Immortal Master Shen and Yang Tongwang have worked hard. He called someone and instructed, Someone, take these two gentlemen to the back courtyard to rest. This general will immediately present a letter to His Majesty reporting this matter and request credit for Immortal Master Shen.
Immediately, 2 soldiers came to lead them away. Immortal Master Shen, please.
Before leaving, the fatty suspiciously looked back at Hao Junji, whose gloomy face made the fatty break out in a cold sweat and tremble.
After the two left, old Hao Junji stood there, Looking at Gampo's head, deep in thought,
he ordered. Immediately send people to Luosheng Slope. Under the guise of rewards, ensure everyone is there. Don't let anyone escape. The subordinate made a cutting motion across his neck and asked, once everyone's gathered, eliminate them all. Yes, make it clean. Send someone you can trust. Investigate who Shen Changqing came into contact with on the way here today. Anyone he contacted, control them all. Shen Changqing, a commoner, is innocent, but possessing jade brings trouble. If you have someone to blame, blame yourself for making such a great contribution. Arriving at their resting place, Changqing immediately flopped onto the chair, letting out a sigh of relief. Being in the city is still comfortable. The fatty looked around stealthily, then whispered into his ear, Immortal Master, something doesn't seem right. We've already informed General Hao about Gampo's death, so we just wait to receive our rewards. What could be wrong? Just now, when we were leaving, I looked at General Hao. The look in his eyes clearly revealed murderous intent. I suspect he wants to harm us. General Hao has murderous intent towards us. How are you so sure? He recalled the scene at that time and panicked. The eyes can't hide the intention to kill someone. General Hao is obviously the same type of person as me, willing to use any means to achieve his goals. Is there any other evidence? General Hao asked. Besides you, who else knows about Gampo's death? Why would he ask this? If he wants to silence us and steal the credit for himself, then everything makes sense. Hearing this, my bro also started to think, pondering. Ho Junji is indeed a ruthless and ambitious guy. The matter of killing people to silence them is very possible. I get it now. He clenched his fist and said, Yang Tongwang, we must leave here immediately. Everything will be arranged by the Immortal Master. As soon as they went outside, a guard asked, Immortal Master Shen, where are you going? He replied with a smile. Oh, I haven't been back to Songjiao City for a long time. I want to go out for a walk and take Yang Tongwang to see the prosperity of our Great Tang. That's right, I've long heard about the unparalleled prosperity of the Great Tang. I've always wanted to broaden my horizons. Immortal Master Shen, General Hao has ordered that you and Yang Tongwang are not allowed to leave temporarily. This humble one can only follow orders. Please forgive me. Then can we see General Hao? General Hao is currently busy with military affairs and can't see guests. Seeing this, he pretended to be disappointed. Well, all right then. We'll continue to stay here. Returning to the room, the fatty asked, Immortal Master Shen, what should we do now? We're obviously under house arrest. Hao Junji isn't directly killing us but is first placing us under house arrest. There must be something he's wary of. Most likely he's investigating Gampo's death to see if anyone else knows about it. Once he confirms that no one else knows, then our death date will arrive. The fatty, hearing this, wasn't afraid and said, Dying is dying. Killing one person is worth it. Killing two people is a bonus. Maybe there's still a chance for things to turn around, we just haven't figured it out yet. Back at Ho Junji's place, a general reported. Reporting to the Grand Marshal, everyone from Luoking Slope is accounted for. No one escaped. General Wang has already surrounded Luoking Slope. I've also confirmed that Shen Changqing didn't contact anyone on his way back to Songjiao City from Luoking Slope. The old man's face turned purple, and he ordered, Arrange for Tu Shi to attack the backyard where Shen Changqing is staying, leave no one alive, wipe them all out, get to it now. Scene changed to a towering gate high above the 9 layers of clouds. This place is called the Heavenly Court. Inside the hall, an old man with white hair and beard was sitting in meditation, with 2 attendants behind him, one fat and one skinny. In front of them was a huge, glowing orb. Suddenly, the orb started acting up, scaring the 2 attendants. The Hun Tian Yi is breaking. Why is this happening? The old man calculated with his fingers. The Tao of heaven is shifting, and it's actually related to a mortal named Shen Changqing. This mortal is no simple character, and I can't even see his destiny clearly. No wonder he's having such a big impact. After calculating some more, he said, He's just a mortal, no need for you to take action. Let me adjust the Dapio of heaven to show him what true heavenly might is. Scene changed back to Changqing's place. At this moment, black-clad figures darted into the courtyard. He ordered his subordinates, Kill everyone in the courtyard, no questions asked. Leave no one alive. Understood. Changqing and Fatty were shocked by the number of assassins. So they really did come. Am I really gonna die here? Suddenly, a thunderstorm erupted. With thunder and lightning crashing, the black-clad figure was still rushing towards the 2 of them. Hey, today is your day to die? Something's not right. The weather's getting too weird. The guy also looked up, puzzled. These dark clouds look familiar, just like when I faced the heavenly tribulation last time. Suddenly, a blinding bolt of lightning struck down. Our guy screamed in terror. Ayo, it's targeting me again. I'm done for. But as the lightning struck down, it didn't hit him, but instead hit the assassin who was charging forward, causing a deafening and blinding explosion. After the smoke and dust cleared, they saw a crater in front of them, like a bomb had gone off. That was close. One more hit like that, and we'd be goners. We can get out from that side, and there's no one guarding it. Let's go! The 2 hopped and skipped through the flames, yelling, It's so hot. The ground is probably cooked. That lightning was terrifying. Those assassins are all charcoal now. The assassin was still breathing, and he watched helplessly as our guy escaped. Crap, Shen Changqing escaped. News quickly reached Hao Junji. What? General Li was struck by lightning and died? Shen Changqing's whereabouts are unknown. We've sent people to search the surroundings. Tell your men to fall back. Songjiao City is too big, it's hard to find 2 people. If we search the city aggressively, it will definitely cause a big commotion, and that won't be easy to handle.
The old man closed his eyes and sighed. Things have come to this. I have to come up with another plan.
Get me ink and paper. I need to submit a memorial to the court requesting recognition for Shen Changqing's contributions. Then he asked, what about Luoking Slope? Has it been taken care of? It's been dealt with? Absolutely no loose ends?
He got lucky this time, but he might not be so lucky next time. Scene change to the gates of Songjiao, where a long line of people is queuing to leave the city. And wouldn't you know it, among them are 2 ugly hags. Get a closer look, and it's our guy Shen Changqing and Fatty Jinyan in disguise, trying to sneak out of town. Fatty says, I thought he'd seal off the gates and search us openly in the city. Changqing replies, Hao Junji wouldn't dare make too big a deal of it, since he doesn't have a legitimate reason to arrest me. When the soldiers saw these 2 old bags, they were horrified and nauseated. Ugh, those women are way too ugly. Get out of my sight, pronto. But before they could pass, they were called back. Have we been exposed? Looks like we'll have to risk it. Wait a minute, if we were really exposed, they wouldn't tell us to stop, they'd just grab us.
The 2 hags turned around, smiling obsequiously at the soldier. Is there something wrong, sir?
100 lie outside the city. There's a Tubo army stationed. Be careful after you leave the city. And don't head towards the Tubo people. Thank you for the reminder, my lord. Haha. This little one understands. With that, the 2 of them took off running as fast as their legs could carry them.
Before long, the 2 of them arrived at the Laocheng Slope.
Fatty Jin Yan says, if Hao Junji really attacks Laocheng Slope, it's useless, even if we rush back, Changqing. Whether it's useful or not, we still have to go back. Looking at the mountains on the other side, they saw thick smoke rising. Oh no. Something really happened on the mountain. This Haoyu guy is too ruthless. Shen, my esteemed immortal master, don't get agitated. Be careful of an ambush. When the 2 of them arrived, they saw the corpses of Tang and Tubo soldiers strewn all over the place. It's not necessarily the Tubo people who did this. People are saying someone disguised themselves as Tubo people, attacked this place, and framed them.
If it were really the Tubo people attacking, with General Yang's ability, even if he couldn't win, he could have led everyone to escape.
Let's search first and see if there are any clues left behind. Then Fatty heard a noise. Immortal Master Shen, there's movement. I think I hear someone talking. Very quietly, it's here.
It turned out to be General Yang, heavily wounded, he weakly called out. Immortal Master, Fatty Jinyan.
What on earth happened? Immortal Master, General Li from Songjiao Prefecture, brought people, saying he was acting on the orders of Grand Commandant Hao to reward the brothers. After they made sure all the brothers were here, they suddenly launched a massacre.
Changqing clenched his fists, grinding his teeth. As expected, Hao Junji sent people to do it.
After I was injured, the camp collapsed, and I was buried underneath. They killed everyone and then set fire to the camp. Luckily, I used to be a grave robber for a few years and knew how to make air holes and hold my breath, so I managed to last until now. The brothers didn't die at the hands of outsiders, but were killed by our own people.
Saying this, General Yang coughed weakly. Yang Tongwang, do you know any good doctors nearby? Immortal Master? This is useless, Immortal Master.
I can't be saved anymore. Before I die, I want to beg you for one thing. Changqing eagerly replied. Just say it, Brother Yang. Avenge us, Immortal Master. With that, General Yang closed his eyes, dying a terribly unjust death. Holding General Yang in his arms, Changqing's face darkened. Our guy's got murder in his heart now. Perhaps the death of his brothers has changed his person, his mindset in this war, in this world.
Fatty immediately asked, Immortal Master, what do we do? That Hao is really crafty. No matter who comes to investigate, they'll just assume the Tubo people attacked the camp and killed General Yang's men. They won't be able to trace it back to them. Laying General Yang down, he said, Yang Tongwang, do you know? Since coming here,
I've always been kind of drifting, playing it by ear, just wanting to chill and live a carefree life. I want to make money, get famous, have all the fancy stuff, thought about tons of things, but right now, I want to kill someone.
Fatty asked.
Immortal Master wants to kill Hao Junji, but we don't have any proof. How are you going to do it? The Fatty then realized how dumb his question was. He slapped his palm, grinning slyly. Oh, right. The Immortal Master's magic is super powerful. You could just casually drop a lightning bolt and fry him, like you did with those assassins.
He's now surrounded by a chilling aura. He replied, Nope, I don't know anything about that. I want Hao Junji's reputation ruined. Make him die in front of everyone.
Immortal Master, what exactly do you want to do? No proof of Hao Junji's crimes. Then I'll find some. Let him, that Hao Junji, with his wolfish heart, be exposed for colluding with the Crown Prince in a rebellion, and then get his head chopped off. Immortal Master, is that your plan? No, that's Hao Junji's plan. Back to the Great Tang Imperial Palace. The Tibetan forces are swarming the border. Even though we have General Hao and Immortal Master Shen there, I'm still uneasy. The Emperor sighed and continued. The national treasury isn't overflowing right now. Fighting wars is always a money pit. If we really fight a war of attrition with Tibet for several years, whether we win or lose, I'm afraid the Great Tang will suffer greatly. Old Man Dubo reported. Your Majesty, Gampo came last time for a marriage alliance. Why not temporarily agree, choose a suitable princess to marry off, stabilize the situation, and plan for the long term?
Old man Dao Xiang behind him also added, "For the Great Tang now, a marriage alliance is the best choice. It can stabilize the border and not cost too much of the national treasury." The emperor heard this and asked,
"Do all of you, my beloved subjects, agree to a marriage alliance?" All the officials unanimously agreed. "We agree," the emperor pondered. In the end, the result is still a marriage alliance. At this moment, an old man stepped forward and reported, "Your Majesty, before Immortal Master Shen set off, I went to see him off," the old man recalled. "Immortal Master, this matter concerns Songzhu and is of great importance. You must be careful." "Don't worry, it's okay. There's no need to fear Tibet. The war will end quickly." "Ah, you said the war would end quickly. What did Immortal Master Shen mean by this?" "History is history. What the heck is that, Immortal Master?" The young man blurted out. Heavenly secrets cannot be revealed." So the Immortal Master peeked at the heavenly secrets. "Then I'm relieved." Hearing this, the emperor excitedly asked, "Did the Immortal Master really say that?" "Yes, Your Majesty. If you are hesitating whether to have a marriage alliance or not, why not wait and see if the war develops, as Immortal Master Shen said?"
Hearing this, another minister attacked him. "Why, Darren, are you not afraid that your words will mislead the emperor by listening to a Taoist from outside when it comes to national affairs?" Wei Zheng retorted. "If Immortal Master Shen's words are not correct, then His Majesty will punish him himself. No need for Minister Chen to worry."
At this moment, a eunuch ran in, shouting, Your Majesty, urgent report. Minister Chen sent it. Songzhou has won a great victory."
The old guys who were arguing were also surprised. Really won, HMPH. Actually doubting Immortal Master Shen, it seems Minister Chen is still too young. The emperor was overjoyed. "Bring it up quickly, hurry." Reading the urgent report, the emperor was overjoyed. Haha. Worthy of being Immortal Master Shen, unexpectedly he was able to persuade Yang Tongwang of Tibet to surrender, killing that deceitful Gampo. As long as we support Yang Tongwang to ascend the throne, Tibet will submit to the Great Tang from now on. This is too good. The ministers were all shocked. Gampo is dead. It really is heaven helping the Great Tang. Without Gampo, Tibet is just a pile of loose sand. No need to fear. The emperor continued reading, and was confused. The letter says, Immortal Master Shen and Yang Tongwang ran away from their residence to escape Tibetan assassins, and their whereabouts are currently unknown. Wei Zheng jumped back as if he had encountered boiling water. What? Immortal Master Shen's whereabouts are unknown? Didn't General Hao send people to look for him? Someone. Issue a decree. Order Ho Junji to do everything he can to find the whereabouts of Immortal Master Shen. If he can't find him, he will bring his head to see us.
The emperor worriedly muttered. Immortal Master Shen, where could you be?
Scene changes to Shen Chengqing's roast duck restaurant. Little Qinglong Dong Li is wiggling his butt to serve customers who come to eat duck. Sitting at a table is an old Taoist with a goatee, saying, This roasted duck is truly a delicacy of the human world. You can't get enough of it? Those pitch-black dudes, munching away, chimed in. That's right, it's so damn good I could devour another dozen. A pale-faced young man across the table stood up and said, Qin Xiansheng, we were ordered here to help you deal with Shen Changqing, but why are we just eating, drinking, and making merry in Changjian every day?
By Xiansheng, knowing yourself and your enemy is the key to victory.
We're not just indulging ourselves, we're gathering intel on Shen Changqing.
Old Bai sneered. Talk about short-sighted. Isn't it great to have food and drinks right now? Our orders are to follow Xin Xiansheng's instructions. Are you planning to disobey? The pale-faced guy angrily retorted. You've all become degenerate. This is clearly using public funds for personal enjoyment, using it as an excuse to party. You've all forgotten our mission, the Taoist priest said. As expected of Bai Xiansheng, so reliable, Qin will toast you with a roasted duck. Hee. I don't want to be with you guys anymore. If you're not going after Shen Changqing, I will. Bai Xiansheng. Shen Changqing isn't in Changshan right now. How do you plan to deal with him? The pale-faced man raised his hand and said, Our mission has two parts. One is to help you eliminate Shen Changqing, and the other is to retrieve the cat demon from the Changqing Taoist temple. If Shen Changqing isn't here, then taking the cat demon away is also completing the mission. With that, the pale-faced guy left first. The pitch-black guy asked, Xin Xiansheng,
are you just going to let old Bai leave like that? If he really takes the cat demon, won't we lose our reason to stay in Changjian, eating and having fun?
The Taoist priest said, Why are you panicking? It's a good opportunity for him to scout out the Changqing Taoist temple. Do you really think I've been doing nothing these past few days?
Scene changed to Changqing Taoist temple.
A fat pig is being raised here, snorting and eating. Deng Jie is happily feeding it. Baji, eat as much as you want. Bai Susu, puzzled, asked, when did a white pig appear in the temple? Deng Guer, puffing out her chest, replied, This is a lucky white pig that the Immortal Master brought back from Longxi Road. It was originally supposed to be sent to the Ministry of Revenue, but they were afraid they couldn't take care of it, so they sent it back. I see, I heard you calling it Baji. Does that name have any meaning? I don't know. It's the name the Immortal Master gave it. It must have some deeper meaning. Full. Baji jumped lightly, and landed gracefully on his familiar straw nest. He lied down to rest, just like a human. As expected of a lucky omen brought back by the immortal master, so spiritual. Whoa, was that really a move a pig could make? Lies, Dongjie said. Madam Bai, there's something in the kitchen that needs your help, hee. No problem, I was just running out of things to do. On the roof, 2 black and white pets were sunbathing, Zhao He said. Is that really just a normal pig? Not a demon pig, Zhao Bai replied. I can't sense any demonic energy. It's really just a slightly smarter white pig. 4 powerful new demons have arrived in Changjian. I've been paying attention to them. It seems like they're targeting you. What are you going to do? Screw them anyway. I'm staying at the Changqing Taoist temple, following the immortal master, eating, drinking, and having fun. Why go anywhere to suffer? If they have the guts, let them attack the Changqing Taoist temple and try to catch me. I don't believe they can be stronger than the immortal master, my idol. That's right. I was being a bit too worried. Under heaven, who could be stronger than the immortal master? Suddenly, Xiao Bai realized something. This scent? Ah, they're stewing bones in the kitchen today. He jumped up and down, just like Shen Immortal Master does when he sees a girl. Xiao Bai left, leaving only Zhao He dozing off. He's already been targeted by someone. Oh, it's that pale-faced guy from earlier, he said. The Changqing Taoist temple's defenses are so lax, it seems like taking this cat demon back is as easy as flipping my hand. No time to waste. Gotta make my move now. Boing. The pretty boy snake sticks his tongue out. Boom, he transforms back into a green snake and plops right into someone's comfy, familiar pile of hay. Holy crap, how did I suddenly turn back? And all my magic's gone too. A dark shadow approaches, and the shape looks familiar. It's Fatty. The pig dong air takes care of. Crap. Gotta stop this pig from squealing, or the kitty demon will hear us. HMPH. 1 bite, and my venom will turn this pig into a puddle of blood. The snake lunges, mouth open for a snack, but the pig actually dodges the attack with ease. This pig's got some moves. He coils up, ready for the next attack. Here comes the next one, see if you can dodge this. But the pig doesn't dodge, he just charges straight in, headbutting the dumb snake. Who knows what happened next? The author changed the scene. 3 shady dudes are following that Taoist priest. As expected of Xin Xiansheng, he quietly bought the house next to Changqing Temple. Xin Xiansheng is a true mastermind. Using brains over brawn, Xin Xiansheng waves his fan and humbly says, just a little trick. Not enough to bother Shen Changqing. He'll never expect us to be right next door. As they're bragging, a familiar figure zooms over and lands right in front of them. It's that pretty boy snake, the one the pig head-butted. Xin Xiansheng freaks out. We've been exposed. The 3 shady dudes panic. Xin Xiansheng, you're saying we're exposed? How? Did Shen Changqing find us? Who else could it be? Looks like we've been tricked. He's been hiding in Changqing Temple the whole time. Oh crap, Shen Changqing's coming. Damn it, let's fight him. 3 of us together, no way we can't win. Just then, something catches their attention. Lao Xiong. What do you sense? There's no sign of any living thing around. What's going on? Is Shen Changqing not coming? The snake gets up and replies, they? No. Bai Xiansheng means that Shen Changqing is already here. We just can't see him. Could Shen Changqing's cultivation be so high that he's become one with nature, so we can't detect him? They say Shen Changqing has divine powers. Looks like it's true. They're scaring themselves silly. The priest trembles and clasps his hands in prayer. Shen Immortal. These 4 monsters are called the Yin Shan 4 Gentlemen, and they're here to deal with you. I was forced to come here. It's got nothing to do with me. Ah, Xin Xiansheng, you're betraying us right now. We came to help you. Shen Immortal, every debt has its debtor. Deal with them as you please. I'm innocent, you bastard. We've never liked you anyway. Damn it, we'll kill you first. The 3 shady dudes are about to make mincemeat out of the priest. Shen Immortal, save me. Just then, the snake demon, finally able to stand, speaks up. The one who injured me. No, it wasn't Shen Changqing. It wasn't Shen Changqing. Then who injured you? I was injured by a pig raised in the courtyard. You have 1,000 years of cultivation. What kind of pig could injure you like this? An immortal pig. That pig was completely white, and it didn't have any fluctuations of magical power on its body. It definitely hasn't cultivated before, it's just that its physique is a bit special. Ancient records document that there are rare and exotic beasts in the world. Even if they haven't cultivated or even opened their spiritual minds, they can still have extremely powerful strength. That white pig seems to be one of those, yeah, I've read about that kind of thing before. Looks like Lao Bai was unlucky. And it wasn't that Shen Changqing had prepared in advance. If it wasn't Shen Changqing, then was this whole thing a misunderstanding? That Taoist has a face as thick as a city wall? He gave a sinister smile and said, I was deliberately acting just now, trying to paralyze Shen Changqing. I wasn't really betraying you guys. Don't misunderstand. I was just cooperating with Xin Sheng's act just now. I didn't really want to attack Xin Sheng. I was just acting with you just now. Please don't take it to heart. The 4 young masters of Yin Mountain will definitely be loyal and do our best for Xin Sheng. Damn it, these guys are really good actors. Everyone, no problem, I understand.
It's all because Shen Changqing is secretly playing tricks. He's extremely insidious and cunning, trying to sow discord between us. How vicious. That's right, Shen Changqing is too hateful. Such a treacherous villain, it's all him causing division. If I catch him, I'll definitely peel the white skin off his face. Watching this scene is just too disgusting, truly ugly people. Today is because I was unlucky. After I heal my injuries and avoid that white pig, I'll go investigate the truth about Changqing Temple again. Shen Changqing still hasn't appeared. Where on earth is he? Yeah, where could he be? Cut back to our guy Andaf and that fatty who are still on the run from General Hou Junji's pursuit. We've been walking in the mountains for so many days, and haven't even seen a single household. Hou Junji's people definitely can't catch up to us. How about we rest for a bit? Ankara coldly replied. Keep moving, the danger hasn't been eliminated, we can't be careless. Xianzhang, wait for me. Xianzhang, where do we ultimately want to go? How much farther do we have to go? Don't ask so many questions, just follow me. Not long after, the two of them passed by the same place again. This place looks so familiar, let's go quickly, we have to hurry. At this point, the fatty couldn't help but ask our guy An, Xianzhang, haven't we gotten lost? No, we haven't. We've already passed this place 3 times. Does Xianzhang really know the way? Now the young man grinned and scratched his head. Alright, we're lost. How could this be? I originally thought that killing that dude and surrendering to the Great Tang would make me a new Sun Tzu, with endless glory and wealth, but in the end I can only get lost in the mountains for days. Xianzhang, this is different from what we talked about. Hey, plans can't keep up with changes, there will always be some surprises. At this moment, our guy noticed something behind him and turned around to see a vague, large, black figure. Is it a bear? What the heck is this thing? Oh my god. It's a panda, a chubby, adorable panda. Does Xianzhang know this animal? What is this thing? It looks like a bear, but the color is not quite right. It's called a panda, only the Great Tang has this kind of exotic beast. Suddenly, at this moment, a large net was thrown towards the two of them, accompanied by a voice. It's there! Attack! The net covered the two of them. And that adorable panda, the fatty, panicked. Are Hou Junji's people here? Doesn't look like it much. Appearing were villagers. Haha, we caught it. Now everyone can rest assured. How come there are people here? We didn't hurt them, did we? Seeing that people had arrived, the two young men were overjoyed. Great, we've finally seen people. There's a chance to escape. A moment later, the poor panda was tied up tightly, while the villagers shared food with the two young men. Take your time and eat. Have some water so you don't choke. Shen Changqing asked, Esteemed sirs, what are you going to do with it? This beast sneaks into the village every few days to steal food, biting at crops everywhere, causing chaos in our village. That's right, it even frightened the old folks in the village. It was hard to catch, we must butcher it right away. Whoa, don't kill it, it's a lucky mascot. We all call it a panda. Turns out it's a lucky mascot. The young man, not knowing how to explain, was tongue-tied. It's not a lucky mascot, but is it really a lucky mascot? Immortal Master, don't even mention them, even I'm confused. After hearing that, this mascot symbolizes good fortune. If you offer it to the imperial court, you could be rewarded. This thing can be exchanged for a reward. I seem to have heard that the imperial court is indeed collecting these kinds of strange things. Seeing the villagers moved, the young man patted his chest confidently. Shen Mu is from Chengdian. You can send someone to follow me to take it back to Chengdian together. I guarantee the reward will definitely satisfy everyone. The villagers were also quite pleased. Sounds good. Killing this thing for meat wouldn't be enough for the whole village to eat. If it can really be exchanged for a reward from the imperial court, then it's worth it. Worthy of our immortal master. This way we can go to Changjian. Yes, hopefully everything goes smoothly. Returning to Songjiao City. Still no news of Shen Changqing. None. It's been several days. He must have escaped long ago. It's also impossible to get lost in the mountains. I heard that Shen Changqing is good at the Tao of killing divine powers. Knowing how to fly through the sky and tunnel through the earth is normal. Great Marshal. A group of villagers caught a black and white striped exotic beast, wanting to offer it to the imperial court as an auspicious omen. Another auspicious omen. It just so happens that His Majesty likes these things. Give them some travel expenses so they can take it to Changjian. If Shen Changqing could fly through the sky and tunnel through the earth, he probably would have returned to Changjian long ago. Why is there still no news? Back at Shen Changqing's new neighbor's place, the Taoist priest said. Still no news of Shen Changqing. How could there be? We suspect he's already in the Shen Changqing temple, but we don't have evidence. We still have to scout out the situation inside the Shen Changqing temple. Lying next to him was a white-faced snake demon, he said. That white pig definitely has a problem. My injuries still haven't healed. Lao Bai can rest assured and recuperate. This time, let Lao Ling take action. Inside the Shen Changqing temple, Xiao He was gnawing on a delicious grilled rib. Dong Er was carrying something, not knowing. When will the immortal master return? My cooking skills have improved again. Oh, Xiao He. Why are you sneaking food again? Aren't cats supposed to eat fish? Why are you eating bones? Xiao He ran to a deserted place. He looked around. There was no one. And with a poof, he transformed back into Xiao Bai. He smiled, hee hee.
It's just right to have Xiao He take the blame. Xiao Bai summoned a huge eagle, yet this eagle could also speak. I thought you were a cat demon? I didn't expect you to be a person pretending. Xiao Bai looked at it with cold eyes. So you saw everything. Something feels off. Could this white dog be a great demon? Xiao Bai didn't waste any time and used the Conqueror's Hakeki he just learned from Straw Hat Luffy. One quick move caused the eagle to foam at the mouth on the spot. Where'd this author suddenly pull out Conqueror's Haki from? Wrong story, buddy. Oops, my bad. Wrong setting, folks. Let's try that again. Just didn't feel right, you know? Could this white dog actually be some kind of great demon? This time, Xiao Bai unleashed his fox demon eye. This move doesn't cause foaming at the mouth like a rabid dog, but it did freeze that eagle mid-air, sending it plummeting straight to the ground. HMPH, where'd this mixed breed animal come from? Now that you've seen me cosplaying as Xiao He, I have no choice but to silence you. But the Immortal Elder always taught us not to be wantonly murderous. If I go around killing people, and the Immortal Elder finds out and makes me copy scriptures as punishment, I'm doomed. Fine, I'll spare your life, but I can't let you blab about what you saw. Xiao Bai grabbed its head and dragged it over to the basin. Tell me, what did you see just now? Just now I saw you turn into a black cat. Behold, my great memory erasure technique. With that, Xiao Bai dunked its head into the basin. Glug glug glug, what did you see just now? I saw you turn into HMPH. I refuse to believe I can't wash away your memories. The poor bird got another waterboarding session. Just then, Dong Li was in the kitchen. It's so hot, gotta hurry up, it's so hot, gotta get back to my room to shower and change. Coming out of the kitchen, she stumbled upon Xiao Bai's brutal torture scene. Sigh, I must be delirious from the heat. Imagining that Xiao Bai is dunking an eagle into a basin of water. I really should go back to my room and rest, after who knows how long, and how many mouthfuls of water. The big bird's neck noticeably elongated. Who am I? Where am I? Why am I here? HMPH. Looks like I successfully erased its memory. Mission accomplished. I'll spare you a path to survival. It let the poor bird go. Or rather, the bird got hit with a Wrath of the Dragon's Foot, and flew away like a cannonball. A voice echoed from the neighboring house. It's been half a day since Lao Ling left. I hope nothing happened. Lao Ling is usually quick on his feet. There shouldn't be any problem with his scouting mission. Speaking of which, thud, the bird from just now was lying right in front of them. A crumpled mess on the ground, mouth agape, drooling, eyes rolled back, unclear if it was dead or alive. The three of them had the same thought. This scene is strangely familiar. Lao Bai used to collapse just like this. After a while, he finally snapped out of it and stood up. Who am I? Why am I here? Mr. Ling has completely turned into an idiot. He doesn't remember anything anymore. The remaining two dark figures were enraged and revealed their true forms, a bear and a tiger. Third brother. What did they do to you? If we don't avenge this, the Yin Mountain Four Musketeers vow to never be demons again. Don't get worked up. We haven't even met Shen Changqing yet, and one of us is already injured, and another one's gone crazy. They even returned them to us, clearly showing that they know we're here, trying to intimidate us. If we fearlessly walk right into their trap, we'll only fall for Shen Changqing's scheme. So what do we do now? Let's hide. We'll plan for the long term. As long as they are in the open, and we are in the shadows, we'll definitely have a chance. Shen Changqing, we're gonna fight you. Scene change to my house. He's escorting the panda team back to Changchun. Yo, heads up. We're almost at Changchun City, so keep a freaking eye on the panda, alright? Wouldn't want any pandemonium. Getting to present a good omen in Changchun is a blessing you guys couldn't even dream of in your past lives, so don't you dare embarrass the Songju prefecture. Soldier, just chill, alright? Fatty Dude also told Shen Changqing, Immortal Master, we're in Changchun. What's the plan? Should we go straight to the Emperor and spill the beans? Get him to off Hojunji? We don't have dirt on Hojunji, so even if we snitch, it's kinda pointless, you know? Immortal Master, aren't you gonna avenge your brothers? Revenge is totally on the menu, but not right now. What we need to do is build up our power. I'll get you promoted to Tsunpo first, and then we'll talk, Shen Changqing said. Awesome. As long as you can make me Tsunpo, then Tibet will be your rock-solid backer, Immortal Master. Just Tibet isn't enough. I need to cultivate other powers too. What other powers do you have in mind, Immortal Master? The young man furrowed his brow and seriously dropped two words. The Crown Prince. That's all the author wrote for now. See y'all in the next chapter.